It is finally time to crown our champion. Only 3 teams remain standing here. We started with 16, and today we will crown our champion. My name is Rich. I'm going to be your host, and I'm joined by Gods and Black. It's been a pretty insane tournament to even get to this point, but the top 3 looks eerily familiar.
Yeah, we're back here again. You know? It's like, all right, let's re-roll the tape.
Yeah, KL Major 2.0. But will we have a different outcome or not?
Well, the main thing is the one matchup that is different is going to be the first one that we look at, right? And that's actually going to determine what the grand final is. And I think a lot of the teams expect it to go a different way. When you hear from Secret, they say, okay, now we have the opportunity to make that run back from losers. They think maybe that Wuju will help them now dropping down first, trying to change what happened against VP last time. And EG also thinks that having this matchup first could have a big impact on getting to the grand final. So we got to kind of talk about how these teams match up. But first, I do want to talk about how exactly we did get here. We had a lot of upsets to start off in those best of ones groups. There were some upsets as well. But yesterday, what did we really see? Black, what was kind of the flavor of yesterday?
I mean, I thought everything went as expected, other than the LGD EG game. I personally favored LGD in the series a little bit.
Okay.
But I mean, they showed that they are better than LGD. Both games, they won quite convincingly, so
I don't think there'll be too many disappointments from the teams who played yesterday. eHome and Fnatic, and they had a good tournament. They got top 6. They kind of fell a little bit short at the stage where most people probably thought they would fall short. So no disappointments for those teams, particularly eHome playing at their first major. They weren't at the first event. They already got a top 6 as a great future for this very young team. ASD especially looks like one of the phenomenal breakout players in China. So we'll be seeing more of those teams. But yeah, this top 3 that we've got here, LGD getting 4th, I think makes kind of sense, right?
And one of the reasons those teams that made it to the top 6 aren't going to be disappointed is because they still did get to grab a decent chunk of the DPC points. So when we actually do look at these points and start to think about who our top 3 teams are, how is this going to impact the rest of the year? We talk about VP being able to grab first place at the last major. That means that they got that 4,950 points. Now they've already secured at least 3,000. Mathematically, you will see VP at TI this year. They will be at Shanghai. And when we look at Secret, they may be able to mathematically ensure that as well. But already, I know Black has like to say, you don't need to mathematically ensure it. It looks like it's going to happen.
I mean, realistically, even EG is already in. So
yeah, this top 3 can relax a bit.
Yeah, top 3 is already locked in pretty much.
Means the Dota today is going to be perhaps even better because some of that pressure is taken away, at least the TI pressure. You're still playing on a big stage. You're still playing against some of your biggest rivals, like EG Secret have a long history playing against each other. There was a period of time where that was the biggest rivalry in Dota 2. You've got 4 players in this series who've played on both EG and Secret, so there's a lot of crossover with players, changing teams. It's not just Arteezy who's hop back and forth, players like Zai as well as S4 who's played for both squads. So it's going to be a great day for Dota 2.
A lot of pride, a lot of honor, a lot of money on the line.
Definitely. And when you talk about some of that pressure, though, being removed because they've already made it into the top 3, we have to start thinking about what the tournament will look like today. Taking a look at what has unfolded so far, some of the heroes that we have seen locked in, some of the performances that we've seen from these players. EG in particular is a team that we've seen take an interesting approach to this patch, to how to win in this tournament. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see that OD come up here at some point. It's not going to be popping up yet, but that OD was very characteristic. What's it? Yeah,
I don't know if the Pudge and the Mirana are correct on this one.
Carry Pudge is legit.
Yeah.
Support Puck.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise there. Maybe not exactly what we expected to see because it didn't happen, but
I think that may be rewriting history a bit.
Definitely not the OD that I thought we might see up there, but there's the OD smiling his beautiful face off. 16 picks, 63% win rate. We saw 5 times in a row that OD going the way of EG to get here. Then they got to adapt on the fly. What do you expect EG has in store for the competition today?
Not Grimstroke.
OD, TB, those are heroes that look really good. Do you think Grimstroke's 20%? I don't think tells the whole story of this hero. This hero looks very solid right now.
Yeah, he's a good hero.
It's 5 positions. Their win rates sometimes just aren't really reflective of how strong they are.
It's not really the EG style. Like Fly is more on team fighting heroes.
Yes.
I think Grimstroke is not bad at team fighting, but not what EG is looking for. Maybe Secret will be picking up for Puppy, though.
Well, we talk about Fly being on those team fighting heroes. We see a lot of Phoenix from Fly throughout the entirety of the tournament.
Yeah.
Has that worked, though? We have seen them go about... They haven't broken the mold at any point. Yes, they have played different heroes, but they've played all those heroes to reach the same goal. Black, you're one of the people that has really emphasized that. It's like, even when they do change things up a little bit, at the end of the day, they're trying to get that victory the same way.
Yeah, I mean, even if they don't like try super hard to get to late game with the Mag PA, they're still secure the late game. And you won't EG ever draft something like eHome did. They Tinker Lash, that will never ever happen. They always want to have like a backup in store.
Yeah, and we're going to see that and many other things. We need to catch you up to speed, just in case you didn't watch yesterday, on everything that happened yesterday to lead up to this final day of the CQ Major.
The Satanic Tinker will finally fight back, and Samael, he's underneath the fountain, drops the Visible, and he jumps in, double avalanche. They need a combination. The stun with the fact that the BKBs from Samael come off. He's got Eclipse available. He can just drop it on the heads to the north if he wants to find the kill, but he doesn't have the vision to play with. Now his BKB will wear off. Defensive imprisonment. Is there a follow-up stun? Latraki preps it. The ice pass, and Samael, he blinks away. Juggernaut spinning its way to safety. The Razor moves forward. The Soul Pulse. It's a huge stun. That Eclipse. It'll finally drop. The stun's around the Juggernaut. Brewmaster control. The chaos he creates is doing some work. Juggernaut is down for so long. Shaman will be popped up in the backlines. Thanks to the Queen of Pain. But they just move around. They turn for the clock. She wanted to kill Secure on one. And maybe one more jump away. Can't get it in time. MP gets a triple kill onto the Razor. And they'll go after Magnus. No skewer revival. No life.
With the Blink Dagger and that Urn there on top of them, and LGD wanting to move into position. They blow up Fly right from the get-go. Can they find any more of the Roar to interrupt and try and save with the RP to follow? Can they kill off LGD in time? They're dropping so quickly. Chalice is gone, and now they just want to run cleanup duty. The kinetic field keeping FY under control. He is gone. Maybe is the last one left, and he too will fall.
Yesterday has led up to an interesting schedule today. Team Secret and EG are going to go head-to-head first. After that, we're actually going to get to take a look at a show match between Wings and Liquid, which is going to be a blast. And it's going to allow our team that wins the matchup against Team Secret and EG to get ready for the grand finals, to play against Virtus.Pro, to decide who will take the CQ Major. And when we talk about the lower portion of the bracket, where Secret and EG will face off, there are a lot of teams that have fallen to get to this moment. And LGD, I think, was one of the surprises. I think that was one of the hardest teams for EG to go against, because you do look at the run that they took, and it seemed like it was paved for their success. They start off by going against Thunder Predator. And gods, I feel like every analyst was just talking about the fact, if you're EG, a team that's thrived in losers bracket, this is where you want to be.
Yeah, you just build up that momentum from series to series is what Liquid did at TI7. Sometimes dropping down the lower bracket can be something that really motivates you, unites your team under, this one vision where it's like, okay, we can't afford to lose a single series anymore or we're out. EG, you start off with a fairly straightforward series against the South American #2 seed, and then they just became the China Slayers. From one Chinese team to the next, they just eliminated all the fans' hopes and dreams of a Chinese champion here.
And as you can see, they said leave China to me. That was certain. But Secret, you only see their name once on the lower bracket. On the upper bracket, you are going to see their name quite frequently, and it's usually next to the number 20. Secret looked dominant until they went up against VP. 2-1, a fantastic series. What do you think Secret's going to be able to string together today, Black?
I mean, I'm expecting them to go to the final against VP, to meet up against VP again, but it would be a bit boring, you know, so I would personally like to see EG there, just to mix things up a bit.
Boring, yeah.
That was the best matchup of Dota we've probably seen the entire tournament.
I mean, boring because last major was the exact same final already, you know?
And was that finals a bit boring, Black?
No, the finals was super good.
I think that's like...
Actually, it wouldn't be boring because Arteezy did never ever reach a grand final. He was always third place for like years now.
At Valve events.
Yeah, like 3 years or so already. So breaking that, it's hard to break that kind of thing, I think.
I
mean,
like a
superstition.
I think the mental barrier is definitely going to be there for EG, right? I think I already kind of heard it from them last night, just saying, yeah, we're not even thinking about the grand final yet, which you really can't when you are going up against such a tough team like Secret to even get there. But their mind's very much on, let's break 3. Let's just get into the top 2. Let's get to the grand final. Do you think Secret is going to be, because we talk about the fact that this does look similar to the final day that we have seen at a recent major, do you think Secret is a more favorable matchup for them?
I mean, it's hands down the toughest matchup they've had yet. Both, I mean, Secret just look better than the rest of the teams here, but also I think matchup-wise, EG are going to struggle a bit more because of the way Secret play. They're just a team that's not going to let EG get away with the greed that, you know, EG often does. They're picking a lot of these hard carries for Arteezy, TB, Arc Warden. They do a mag PA. I don't think that's the kind of drafts and playstyle that's going to match up as well against Team Secret.
Well, even outside of the draft, right, there are so many moments in game where we're like, okay, when is a team going to punish these mistakes, these choices, and we haven't seen it yet. We keep saying, oh, we need to see EG kick it up to the next level when they go against their next opponent. They scrape by. They scrape by. They scrape by. Can they scrape by against Secret?
I mean, Secret is certainly a step above LGD right now. So, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, so far, as I said, I'm surprised that they even beat LGD as convincingly as they did. So...
Well, do you feel like they've been picking up momentum, and when they got against LGD, they were in better form than they were in their previous matchups?
I mean, the draft were very similar to before. There was like a certain pattern that they kept following in the first game and the second game, but LGD couldn't really exploit it, and EG just stood strong and in the end closed out 2-0.
I think that's what's really good about this matchup for Secret. It's a fairly predictable EG draft coming your way. And I feel like with some of the experienced veterans on the Secret side, they can prepare for that. And their carry pool, which is I think one of those very narrow things, is much bigger. I think Nisha has shown like he's got the best Morphling in this tournament. He can play a Medusa. I feel like there are some heroes that we're not really seeing out of EG that Secret can utilize and exploit. Like they can give away a TB and play a Morphling against it, for example.
Or they can bang out this, bust out a sniper against the OD pick.
No,
mid one loves a sniper.
Yeah, I think draft-wise, Secret's hero pool is just a bit more versatile.
I mean, when you talk about the draft all in all, and you look at EG, it seems like they're, oh, this is what's right. This is how you win in this meta, almost seems to be their mindset. But then when you look at Secret, I mean, Secret said the complete opposite of that when we watched them play against VP. They were coming up with incredibly unique strategies. Do you think that that's something that we might see here again, or do you think it's going to be a little bit more tame to counter some of the stuff that EG has been employing?
Probably be a little bit more tame. I think they may, tone it back a bit, try and match EG's late game rather than going, all in to try and take advantage of EG's greed. But the hero pool is still going to look, a bit more unique from Secret compared to EG.
I think why Secret and VP are so dominant right now, they are not weak in late game, and they pick strong late gamers as well. But the early game is so refined, they make so little mistakes that it's like easy for them to get there usually. Whereas EG look kind of rough in the early game. That's why I'm a bit scared for them when it comes to the matchup against Secret, because on paper they should have a stronger early game than them.
And I think something that Secret and VP do better than any other team is their carry plays with the rest of the team. I think if you look at Arteezy and the way he functions on EG, he's often playing separate, which is something your carry does need to do for a large portion of the game, but it just feels like EG do that too much. Secret VP, you've got Ramsey, you've got Nisha. These guys they know when to join up and take objectives with the rest of the squad.
And you've been critical of that in the past quite a bit, but then on the other end, I do need to follow up with you, Black, because you say it seems like it may be a struggle to get to the late game on the side of EG, but when they get to the late game, their decision-making seems very good. Is it something that can go toe-to-toe with Secret if they do manage to make it to the late game?
Oh, for sure. I think the late game might be even a bit better than Secret's.
Okay.
But I mean, I haven't seen it for a long time, like the two of them match up in the late game, so it's just hard for them to get there against Secret, I think. I mean, if they get there, are they getting there in a good condition, or are they like behind 20k gold? Because if you're behind 20k gold, you can have the best decision making in the game. You're not going to win.
All right, well, folks, we don't need to wait any longer. Only room in the grand finals for one of these teams. Who is it going to be? EG or Secret? They take the stage right now.
The temptation to surrender. Will be especially strong. Shortly before victory. Strongest warriors entered the circle of glory. Their names are carved in stone. Only the most dignified have overcome grueling challenges. When the forces are running out in the final battles, to earn the right to the legacy of the dragon. Please welcome on stage Team Secret. Please welcome on stage Evil Geniuses.
EG and Secret, only one more series to decide who is going to the grand final, as EG going to continue to be trapped in that third place spot? Are they finally going to break the curse? They already managed to take down the entire region of China. Are Secret going to get their revenge in the grand final? They don't want to finish lower than they did in the last major. So now that they're in seats, we can actually start to predict what we expect to be in this series in particular. We already started to talk about what the balance is between these two teams. It seems like it may be a struggle for EG to get to the late game, but if they do manage to get to the late game, maybe they will be able to take the game. With Secret, how can they prevent that? Is there something in draft that they might want to do to prevent those big team fights that have worked out for EG?
I think maybe taking advantage of, like some of the weak laning of heroes. If they're going to keep going for like a Phoenix or whatever it may be, Secret's going to be looking to punish. They're not going to be letting EG sit back and farm. Magnus PA, it did work yesterday, but we've seen that also get exploited a lot. Magnus is one of the weakest heroes in the laning stage in the first 10 minutes of the game.
I mean, you pick one Undying and you can literally 1v2 those heroes. And we haven't...
That's like the puppy hero pool can really put like a lot of pressure onto EG, I think.
Whether it's a Tiny or Brewmaster or whatever, they have a lot of strong early game picks for that position 5. And obviously it's not as team fight oriented. It's more like I want to win the laning phase and then let my cores take over.
Now, you mentioned Puppy, and Puppy was somebody that we talked about quite a bit, even in that series against VP, because we start seeing these strats that we didn't really expect to come out, drafts that we didn't really expect to come out, and Nahaz and a lot of the guys on the desk giving Puppy a lot of credit into that theory crafting, into that planning. What else about this player is a factor in allowing him to take over the laning phase here, Black?
It's just that he pretty much introduced like all these new position 5 heroes. I think they were the first ones to do it. Position 5 Brewmaster, position 5 Tiny,
Centaur,
yeah. Like a lot of teams tried to copy him, and even up to this date, I don't think anybody really managed to do so. Just like this team is very unique. How the farm is distributed amongst the cores and the supports is very, very unique.
Yeah, and when we talked yesterday about the fact after yesterday, we have 8 new heroes introduced that we hadn't seen at all in the CQ Manager. And then in the final days, when we're up on the main stage, we start seeing these new heroes come into play. We start seeing what they can do, and we start seeing them win series. A lot of those come from, not yesterday. Yesterday, we only had 2 new heroes. Before that, we had 6. And think about the teams that were playing. It was Secret. It was VP. These teams pulling out all the stops, knowing things about the meta that other teams haven't been able to figure out. And when you look at the faces of Secret, these guys may have some secrets for EG. And also, they've had time to prepare. They've had that little bit of extra time to wait in this losers final to prepare for all the possible teams, to create strategies, and here's the man that was probably involved in it. What is it about him as a player, too, that makes him such a vocal leader on the team to prepare these strategies, Gods?
He's just one of the greatest captains of Dota 2 history. He's a veteran playing at TI1, winning TI1, even if he wasn't captain at the time. And after that TI1, he took over Na'Vi before forming Secret many years later. This Puppy team has just been able to continually, year after year, put up top 4, top 6 TI results. He cycles through new players. He finds new stars. He's just a great mind. He has a great understanding about what makes a good team, and he's happy to take that kind of backseat as well. He's not like looking to be like the flashy star of the team. He's looking to set up his teammates for success, and it's this kid here, Nisha, 18, 19 years old, who's been the breakout player this year.
Nisha has been fantastic to watch, right? He's the guy that you want to be paying attention to if you want to see these rampages time and time again. I also like the fact, though, with Puppy, Nahaz really started to talk about, you look at this team and how they're able to strike balance between that leadership and also with their coach, something that's critical for a team that's playing at this level, that's going to be playing against evil geniuses. But let's talk about some of their team chemistry and how they are putting together their strategies. Who's the backbone of this team when it comes to thinking, Black?
I mean, it's probably a combination of 3 players, I would say, that do most of the thinking. It's like S4, Fly, and of course Bulba. Fly obviously captain OG for a very long time before. S4 was captain of Alliance. They have like a lot of great ideas, a lot of great minds that come together, and sometimes it can also be their weakness, because if there's too many ideas, it's hard to really solidify like one thought, and then it might just branch out for too long. I think that actually happened during the group stage, I think, where the drafts were all over the place, and now they have like a more unified idea.
It feels like even players like Sumo or Tizu will have like a lot of input over at least their heroes, and I think with Secret it's very different, where everyone's uniting around Puppy's ideas. It's much more that kind of dictatorship. And that works so well. Like, Sumby's there as a coach, but he doesn't feel like he's not the one picking the heroes. He's sitting behind. He's like Puppy's lieutenant. He's, giving him suggestions, ideas, feedbacks that Puppy can, bounce off of. But end of the day, it's Puppy's team. With EG, it's not really anyone's team. It's everyone. It's this, democracy where, everyone has their input. Everyone kind of has to agree on it together a bit. Bulba's in the drafting chair, but he's not the guy in control of the team.
Yeah, and I think it is important to think about that. Get a little wave here, feeling ready. But yeah, last night even, being around the venue, you get to see everybody and grab the burger with Sumail and Bulba, and you hear them going back and forth, talking about Dota all night. And there are disagreements, and then they reach an agreement. And it's interesting to see the team have everybody contributing like that when we talk about Secret having a very different style. And we're going to see which one is able to win, what comes out of those two different styles, what the draft actually looks like for each team. But you look at EG's draft, it's definitely evolved in this tournament. It's definitely changed throughout the CQ Major. We get here and they're just going to jam Furion. Kind of seemed like the strategy they wanted to employ. Then it's okay, let's just rock out with OD. Today, I have the feeling that maybe we don't see that. Maybe we see a different thing prepared for the final day of the Major.
Yeah, I think the big question is, how do you deal with Terrorblade? To me, that hero being first to pick constantly, and we've seen some things that work okay. EG, 100% win rate on the hero. The way EG played against it, they first to Timbersaw in response to it, which they won the game with, but it didn't look like a dominant instant hard counter. And it does feel like teams have struggled to just beat TB.
We talk a lot about the early game, the laning phase, and also potentially getting to that late game and the decision-making that we see there when we compare these two squads stylistically. But something that we haven't gone in great detail on is something that Gods did mention today, and that is the idea of how they are playing with Arteezy. Is that something that needs to change when they're going head-to-head with Secret? Can Arteezy play alone, or does there need to be that focus earlier on in the laning phase of them gelling as a unit, Gods?
I think you can take your same approach to game one, at least. It's got you this far in the tournament. See what Secret's going to do to punish it. I don't think you can second guess yourself too much and be like, okay, we're versing Secret now. Let's suddenly put Arteezy's role to be super active and play with the team. Stick with what's worked if you're EG. Try play for that late game. Approach the draft where Secret's maybe going to try and bully your early game, but don't try and reinvent yourself as a team.
Secret, on the other hand, they seem to like sometimes coming in against the team and looking like a completely different squad, reinventing the strategy, coming out, and we saw it in VP when they attempted to do it against them. But now against EG, do you think they're thinking about these weaknesses and saying, this is exactly how we're going to play?
I mean, I thought in the winner bracket when I played against VP, the third game draft was kind of iffy. Like, they picked this Slark Medusa. It's very greedy, and I think they have a lot of polishing to do in that regard. I don't think they can necessarily get away with the greedy lineup against EG, because why would you play into their strengths?
Well, I think it's also EG's so good at stalling. They're always defending their high ground and just making the game drag out. So if you're Secret, I think it's a mistake not to at least get some late game assurance, but you should be, getting some late game assurance while still looking to dominate early mid game.
It just feels like Slark and Medusa such a weird combination, because you don't really have a playmaker until Slark gets one or two items.
I'm not sold on Slark as a hero. I'd much rather see the more team fighty secondary carries like the Monkey King that's looked really good alongside Secret's draft. Like some of these other heroes that are just a bit more impactful than the Slark, I guess, for lack of a better word. I just don't think Slark's the kind of hero that's going to win you games.
As you start to crunch some of the numbers here, a few interesting things have definitely popped up on the screen. One of them is going to be the fact that we see a 39 average game time on the side of EG, 39 minutes, much higher than the tournament average, as we talk about the fact that they like to be this late team game. And a major thank you to SAP throughout the entirety of the tournament, aggregating this data, giving us these stats to figure out what we may be able to see when we get into this game. But we also start to look at what the players have done, and we see Sumail definitely being one of those players that has the potential to take over this game.
I mean, yeah, he had the potential for ever.
He's a baller. This kid is still amazing. I mean, we still call him a kid because he broke down the scene when he was 15. He's been around since TI5, but he is incredibly talented. Him and Crit are the two guys who've been on EG for a long, long time now, and they are the two standout players.
I mean, I don't know if you know the feeling, but when I played at him, at DAC against him, he was, I think, 15, and he just completely destroyed our team. And then they 3-0 us, and you like handshake. This guy's like half my size. I'm like, how did he crush me so hard?
And he kind of does it like single-handedly, it feels like.
Then he goes home and does his homework, right?
Yeah.
He just absolutely destroyed you.
He was like this shy kid. He wouldn't talk to you. He just looks at you like, sorry for killing you. Or like,
was that the game where he went like 0-5 on Storm 2 and then still came back and destroyed you guys?
I had like a minute 12 Bloodstone anyway.
Yeah.
It's so interesting because, you know, I obviously at the time was just watching from home moments like that when he was at that young age, and just really got to meet him now when he's like 19. And you meet him now as a 19-year-old, and he's way more mature than I am. Like, way more mature than most people that you'll meet in your entire life. He seems like he's like a CEO half the time when you talk to him. And it is cool to see how somebody can develop in the scene like this as we start seeing these bands come in.
And he's got the best fashion out of any Dota player, hands down.
Got some swag.
Yeah, that guy is legit. Like, his clothing is always...
Not gonna lie, it's not that hard to beat all the Dota guys. You know, Black, like, you're fashion.
I mean,
sometimes.
You know what the worst part is? I'm not even the lowest tier. There's like tiers below me.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh man. Can't say that about many things.
I respect that he took his jersey off and put on his jacket between games yesterday. You know, where they had the 2 series, he's like, "No, I'm gonna, you know, get my streetwear before getting into my, you know, if I'm in my jersey, it's because I'm playing Dota. If I'm not playing Dota, you know, we'll take that jersey off."
Yeah. We see the OD ban, see the Earthspirit ban, and the Magnus ban. 3 heroes they used to very good success yesterday.
Yep. So first pick for Secret, which means EG's probably looking for like a TB +1 as their, you know, 1-2 punch.
Unless Secret picks that TB.
Overall first pick TB. I mean, I think EG's fine with that because they can at least respond immediately.
Also, you look at these bans, and when Team Secret has to target ban so many things based off of what EG has played and what EG has wanted to play throughout the entirety of the tournament, it's going to leave open some interesting things. We're going to have IO potentially getting through here. We could look to maybe even get Dazzles through Centaurs. A lot of these heroes that have been banned out very quickly in the tournament going to be available. Lich getting banned out is something that we expect. ET getting banned out is something we expect. But besides that...
Well, they banned Timber. They're thinking they'll get that first. It's one of those things where they see the draft going away where they're going to get to pick TB in the first 2.
Go IO.
Yep.
IO is so scary if Grimstroke is in the pool. But as we said, Grimstroke is not really an EG hero.
Yep.
So I guess Secret also knows that if we know that.
Secret must feel like IO +1 can at least match TB as well, because that Timber ban just says we're picking TB.
We talk about potential combos with IO. Obviously, your mind does gyrate towards Gyro, but we've seen potential to bring other heroes.
Gyro, Luna's the other big one. I think that's looked pretty good.
Yeah.
Haas is saying he likes the Luna even more than the Gyro.
I feel Luna is a lot greedier than Gyro, though. And they're both not great against TB.
TB tough. So I think every EG draft, like the last 5 games, they first 2 pick Crits hero, whether it's the Tusk, Earth Spirit, or we've seen Tiny at least once or twice as well.
It's just so important to really secure that position 4 in the first phase, because what's there now? No Earth Spirit, no Tusk, no Titan.
Yeah.
They kind of... I mean, obviously Secret, they love their position 4 Tiny, they love their position 4 Rubik.
We've seen Tiny, we saw Magnus for Crit
Actually,
as well.
what I was saying, it's going to be ups on the IO. Never mind.
Yes.
Do you think Secret needs to think about still potentially banning out the Grimstroke?
Yeah, I think it's a hero that is quite possible for Fly. I don't know how well he plays it, but it's just really good. If not that, you expect those teamfight heroes. The Disruptor and the Phoenix are the 2 most played for him. I don't know if you target the 5 position role, though. It kind of comes down to what they're most afraid of.
I think there's too much. There's Winter Wyvern as well.
There's Wyvern, and then you look at the other roles. Like, I feel like you're better off banning like Centaur for S4 or something. Okay. I think there's too many heroes that Fly can fit in that there's not like one specific one worth banning.
Kunkka.
Yeah.
Weird, because Sumil, did he play this tournament even?
No, but he's always been a bit of a Kunkka player. I think Kunkka is the Gyro counter for a long period of time. It's just like, you know, you put that boat down and the Gyro flak is just not doing any damage to anyone. It just felt like Kunkka started becoming a hero that caused Gyro a lot of problems.
Oh. The tight ban on the other side.
So Centaur still in the pool for the offlaners.
As for Centaur, looked really good.
Yes.
Like, it was actually one of the only heroes he looked really good on. Like his Doom, his Beast were very... I mean, they weren't bad, it's just he died a lot in lane with them.
S4 is the player that you guys have been most critical of on EG throughout the entirety of this event, so giving him something he's comfortable on seems like a good idea. This Centaur fit well in this lineup with a Tusk and a TB, Black.
Certainly. I mean, he's an aura builder, he's just a tanky frontliner, exactly what TB loves. He just likes to have like 1-2 guys in front of him so he can just destroy the enemy team.
Starting to run into the reserve time a little bit, but interesting to note as well, it was Team Secret that had to counterban what EGs like to bring throughout the tournament, but they knew that they were still going to be able to get the IO gyro. It seems like it was something that they were very much thinking of coming into this based off of what they expected EG to pick.
IO gyro is really weak in lane though nowadays. Yeah. Like, until you're level 3, you actually have no damage potential at all.
That's where I feel like they're going to be playing more, you know, the EG style where, like, let's just go late game because they're expecting, you know, EG is going to be, or T is going to be farming on TB. And Secret, you know, IO gyro, you're not looking, like you say, to have a good, really strong early game.
I mean, TB or the single target physical DPS in general destroys Gyrocopter. Of course, TB's single target DPS is immense. There goes the Centaur. Not a big surprise. But yeah, like, TB is one of the best counters to Gyro in mid-late game. Like, you just destroy him with all the physical damage.
And that's my question right now, because we say the win condition for Secret may be to just dominate that laning phase, to punish those mistakes that we've seen from EG in the earlier portions of the game. And now it seems like, okay, let's fight fire with fire. Let's go late game. Let's bring something in the late game. Does EG want a game like this? Don't they want to go to the later portions of the game?
I mean, EG, I would argue, drafted more for late game than Secret did so far. Like, Secret with the IO Sven now as well, they're definitely looking to put on the pressure very early. Lots of relocate gangs, just tank up, pressure the map, kind of try to contain them on their own side so they can just freely farm and get into the late game, as we said. If you get into the late game with 20k gold deficit, you won't win, no matter what.
This has been the preferred 5 position to run with IO, I feel, this tournament. It just makes up for some of his weaknesses, having this, you know, guaranteed stun and lockdown that IO doesn't bring to the table. Can help set up relocate ganks, gives you just, you know, this really strong 5-man around the IO gyro when you've got Warcry as well.
It's the biggest issue of IO, just staying alive because everybody always focuses you. He gives you like an additional 440 health. And I think most teams, actually, even VP ran like a position 5 Sven when they picked that IO. So it's a very strong combo.
Yeah. So EG now looking to save Sumel's here for last, I imagine. So probably just picking up their Fly Phoenix Disruptor.
Phoenix looks quite good here.
Yeah.
And Disruptor, of course, also against IO. Excellent choice. We'll see what they go with here. Probably just the Phoenix.
Yeah. We mentioned Grim against the IOs, but I don't think they have anything great to kind of combo with the Grimstroke Ultimate. They got Double Edge, but I don't think that's enough right now to justify the
Double Walrus Punch.
Pick. Does that work?
Idea.
I feel like that doesn't work. But
it is a Disruptor. Yeah. Okay.
You can always glimpse back people on the relocate, which can be kind of nice. Most people are aware of it. Gyro's going to have a BKB or something as well, but if you can catch the IO with that glimpse, it can be very, very annoying.
You know, it's kind of funny. We've been sitting here for like the last 2-3 days predicting everything that EG does. I'm pretty sure Secret can do the same thing, but yet EG is just winning against everyone.
Well, that's, you know, if you have a formula that works, you're going to stick to it. Being predictable is not always bad.
I mean, Alliance is probably the best example for that. Always pick the same, always won.
Yeah, no, all 4 of these EG heroes were like the most predictable things that viewers at home knew this was coming.
Yeah, for sure. And they didn't show like too much really. Like, it's kind of hard to just pick like a hero for mid 1 now. Like, what is going to win us the game mid 1?
I mean, he's got a lot of heroes he can be pretty impactful. I feel like his Monkey King's been really good. That's a hero that you can consider putting in the mid lane. There are some annoying matchups for it, but I think he does well enough in most matchups.
Yeah. And it is the Brewmaster for Zai.
Okay.
What do we think of the Brewmaster when we look at this entire lineup? We got an Iroh, we got a Gyro, we have a Sven, and now we have the Brew.
Brewmaster's just good against auras in general. You can dispel the Crimson, you can dispel the TB illusions, you can spin up a hero when they try to disengage with a center ult. Lots of good merits.
That's the good. The bad is the Disruptor matchup, perhaps. If you get glimpsed into a Static Storm, you can't get off your ultimate, so there is some potential concerns for Brewmaster, but eventually you'll see a BKB, I imagine. And if you get your split off, then you're not worried about... You blink in with a clap split, you're not worried about getting glimpsed out, for example.
Probably just blink BKB this game is best for him.
Yes. Well, Vlad's first, I guess.
Yeah, Vlad's of course.
That's like
or maybe Sven could possibly build that if he has a good game.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're asking Puppy to get a lot of farm quickly to get Vlad's
and Yapso, of course, is like basically the 4th core.
So mid lane is for last, as EG will have the counter pick.
Yeah. It's probably just going to be a Monkey, something like that.
Yeah, Monkey. Could see Sumail playing something like a Puck, potentially.
Team secrets.
Yeah.
Oh, just kidding. He's going to ban the Puck. Nope,
yeah.
that's not happening.
So now that the Puck is going to be banned, maybe we're thinking Monkey King. But how about on the side of Team Secret? What do you think their last pick will have to be here? Do they have to wait to react to what Evil Geniuses grabs?
I would just like to see...
They need more damage, right?
Yeah, so Monkey fits that. What else is really good for damage from mid one? I would have liked to see Puck, but obviously that's banned.
Pugna, Tinker. Like,
Pugna.
if you feel like you still need to address the TB, you could pick those heroes.
Tinker could work. Of course, can get countered by the last pick.
Yeah. And you're playing Tinker into Disruptor. The Centaur Ag Stampede theoretically can be annoying, but it's like an okay Tinker game.
Yeah. The only thing, like if you pick a Monkey, it can be kind of scary to get hard countered. Something like an SF or something, where you really have a lot of problems. But then again, his Monkey always...
SF's just not a look we've seen from EG yet. I don't know if you're...
Yeah, true. They probably want to have like a more DP kind of hero for Sumail. Teamfight control.
We already saw that yesterday too, right? For the first time.
We did.
Saw the DP.
He put in a lot of work. 15 seconds left.
Down to the wire. Remember, only one of these teams going to make it to the grand final. Only 2 series left today for the major. Got a show match in between, but only 2 series.
Razor.
So they might be picking the Monkey King? Similar.
I really would love to see an SF right here. But that's not really EG style. But I think SF would be super good. DP is quite good against the Lamb too. They have a silence for the Brewmaster.
DK's always been very good against TB. Like, yeah, it's a kind of tempo early mid-game here, but if it does go late-game, you've got super high armor, you've got some damage mitigation with the Breathe Fire. It's actually a very nice matchup and was always picked a lot against TB. But he could get some tough lanes, you know? Maybe this is where EG consider the Monkey King or the SF you mentioned.
Yeah, Monkey is more the EG hero here. Monkey or DP
or
probably.
Death Prophet, yeah.
Monkey.
I like
exact same thing we saw yesterday. Why go away from it if it works?
Yeah, EG, no real departure here from what we've seen from them so far, but all in all, a strong draft. Question I have for you guys before we get into the game, the first game of our best of 3. Do you think that the pressure is still on the laning phase? Is that going to be where the pressure is with what Secret has drafted here?
I think it's less laning stage and more like that 10 to 20 minute stage. That's when once you get out of the lane stage, Secret will play very fast tempo with Brew Split, with DK Ultimate. They can push towers very effectively, and that's where an Arteezy's TB is going to have to be split pushing, cutting waves, being really annoying. But a very, I think, expected kind of cookie cutter draft from both teams, and neither team comes out with a draft win, I feel.
Yeah, it's just like their strengths peak at different times in the game. I think the Secret lineup is much stronger in the mid game, whereas EG's lineup, as we already said, will be much, much stronger in the late game. Because TB and Monkey should on paper always beat the Secret lineup in late game. But the pressure they can assert on the map, like 20, 25 minutes into the game, is going to be very severe.
You've got relocate. You're going to have kill opportunities wherever you... Like, Arteezy can't split push into relocate that easily.
Well, you've heard where the strengths are for both of these squads. It's time to see who can execute. Only one of them making it to the grand final. Let's get this series started.
Thank you so much, Rich. And ladies and gentlemen, we got a treat for you today. It's Evil Geniuses versus Secret. 2 teams. I don't know if there's more history here than any other 2 teams in this freaking tournament as far as players swapping back and forth. But today they're against each other. And Fogged, how you feeling about the matchup? Monkey King versus Dragon Knight again?
Yeah, you know... People are going to flame me? No, yesterday I did say 50-50. I actually was asking people around more because I saw TI a lot of these times it would even out. Monkey King, the first few lanes, you kind of crush. But asking a bunch of people, there's actually a lot of different opinions. So I heard 60-40 in some situations. I heard, depending on if you start with an Orb of Venom, you can really crush the DK. But the biggest thing was that you get so many extra denies on the Monkey King just from that damage. So it is like a 60-40 matchup. But as the game plays out, DK has a good game versus Monkey King because, yeah, you just group up with your team and you want to push. So that's going to be the idea that Secret wants, and especially when they're playing versus Disruptor. We talk a lot about when you're playing with Disruptor, you don't really like getting ran at too much, and I do believe that is what the strategy that Secret's going to try to do. Group up with their ultis. They've got DK ult, they've got Brew ulti. They're just going to start running at these towers and putting the pressure onto EG so they can't just farm, and I think that's where the Monkey King can also come into play, and he can try to fight and match that. So Sumail wants to play pretty active in this game to make space for Arteezy.
You're telling me it's going to be a brawl again. We had some wonderful matches yesterday going on, just the back and forth in the mid lane. I think I remember seeing, like, it was actually Disruptor and Tusk again, but they were on opposite sides, and the Tusk just kept coming back to the mid lane and snowballing in spite of the death. So it does look like already movement out across the map. Should be a trade-off of 2 runes apiece. 4 of Secret are actually grouped up in the jungle, anticipating somebody moving in for a ward mission or something. We'll see if they decide to go for a delayed smoke, maybe? No, they're just heading down bottom. Okay. Keep our eyes on it.
They didn't want to get some like smoke movement with Tag Team, right? Tag Team is still one of the most ridiculous abilities, level 1. So if you do get surrounded, it can be quite a bit of a trouble. So we're gonna have some interesting tri-lane coming out. This is gonna be a fun tri-lane action, and also top should be fun as well. S4 is gonna get a good lane.
Oh my god.
He hasn't been having great lanes at this tournament so far. It's been pretty tough for him, but now he's versus Zine in 1v1.
Puppey is here. They've already used the tag team, but the Stormhammer is out. Used prematurely. Can they kill off Crit? Doesn't look like it's going to happen. The bounty rune going the way of Puppey, and now Arteezy chased down. Can they find the secondary kill here? Need to be able to find it. Arteezy very low. The stun connects, and first blood drawn by Nisha.
Arteezy not wanting to get a skill there, so they're pretty much playing with only 2 abilities, because Terrorblade wants to save if he wants to have the meta in the laning phase when they do make an aggressive play. If he uses there and then dies, the lane is an absolute disaster for EG, but yeah, Secret, they're about to claim what? 3 of the 4 bounty runes, and first blood. So that means their tri-lane, who got the last hit? It was Nisha. Their tri-lane is going to be enabled quite a bit here, because they can start off with sticks. All 3 of them, immediately when they get that kill, pick up a magic stick.
Big stuff. Uh-oh. Yep. Thunderstrike out, Puppey taking a lot of damage there as well. And this is going to be the brawling lane. I mean, you have your other 2 that are going on simultaneously with the Brewmaster versus the Centaur, and then, of course, the mid matchup of Monkey King versus Dragon Knight. So we'll kind of keep those in the back of our periphery, but bottom lane is where we're likely going to be seeing some kills, and maybe even early on here, Puppey pretty far forward. They needed a punch. Can't quite get it, and it looks like with the extra little regen coming in, Puppey will live.
Yeah, he hit sticks too.
You're not getting what you came for.
Oh. So far, that bottom lane and the... Well, Centaur has actually been having a great time against this Brewmaster.
This is a excellent lane for Centaur, because trading hits is, you know, a lot of times when Brew and you get your levels, Drunken Brawler starts doing a lot of damage, but every time you're hitting that Centaur, he's going to be able to get that Retaliate up and turn it on you quite heavily.
And not to mention the base damage improvement that you have on that Centaur with just so much strength early on. And we can see what you were talking about there. A little bit more denies going the way of Sumail as soon as he builds up those Jingu stacks.
Yeah, but mid one's doing a much better job than yesterday. Maybe definitely had a little bit of mistakes in the laning phase yesterday that it got to a point where Sumail was like 12-12 already at this point in comparison to like the 3-0 of the Dragon Knight. So a little bit better lane control coming out for mid one, but Sumail is building up those Jingus as he gets that Orb of Venom and will be able to lifesteal off the wave constantly.
Meanwhile, up top yet again, the Retaliate stacks, like you're saying, doesn't need many of them, but it gives a lot of bonus damage there to that Centaur. And all across the board right now, EG having a very nice time of it.
It's not even just like the Retaliate, too. It's just Centaur overall. You have such a beautiful animation. You have one of the higher base damages in the game as well. That's 72 that he has right now at level 3 versus that Brew. So it can easily get those last hits.
For sure. Sumail trading a couple hits there. The Boundless Strike healing back up again. And mid one just going to retreat to eat a tango and head to back into last hit. But yeah, bottom lane, a bit of a wash as we have C7-1 for both of the carries. So breaking somewhat even and has been somewhat slow since those initial kills.
Yep. No matter whenever EG has meta, they can make moves. Without meta, they have to play a little bit more defensively versus the side of this IO Gyrocopter with Sven. The Sven also kind of turns the tide of the lane too, because just how powerful Warcry is versus Tag Team and Fly. He's looking to be pretty dead here with this chase coming out. They have the stun as well.
Able to get him a couple more punches, and that's going to be another kill. This one going the way of Puppey. So 2 kills in this bottom lane. The 3-minute mark. Still nothing to write home about. Doesn't feel absolutely terrible by any stretch of the imagination.
And Gyro's still getting some. TB's even. Just, yeah, those other 2 lanes. The Monkey King pretty dominant now over the DK, and Centaur dominant over the Brew.
That range on Monkey King is just so ridiculous. Every time I see him punch from like 400 units away or whatever.
Yeah, mid one's got the Soul Ring now, so at least he can spam the mana. He was running low, so.
Oh, top lane, yet again. Use the reflection, slow down a little bit there, and that will stop Secret in their tracks. And Zine need to be careful. The Retaliate trying to run away. He needs a couple misses there. S4. Ooh, almost got him.
This lane is really going to snowball in favor of S4, and this is a great game for the Centaur. Not even just the Centaur in particular, just for his whole team to be able to use the Stampede and get on top of that IO, get on top of that Gyrocopter and try to bring them down. So EG, yeah, having some nice success here, and they also have an Invis now on crit, so he's looking to put some pressure onto the mid lane.
Yeah, we've sometimes seen this, like, first movers, particularly with the Tusk, have a really big advantage finding those kills when we have a rotation mid or something, particularly in these melee versus melee matchups. But Crit, not feeling like he can make anything happen, is going to head back towards bottom and maybe try and set up to see if Secret is pushed out of position.
They have to try to get on top of either. It's like there's two things. Either you kill the IO immediately or you focus only the Gyrocopter. So you can't give the IO the chance to actually overcharge and heal. If the IO doesn't take damage, then sure. But now IO is level 3, so overcharge is there as well. So he can always be sure to get that healing going.
And yeah, the Warcry. All of this stick as well. They've got 8 stick charges on Puppey.
That's what happens when you get those, just like that little first blood. So their tri-lane is quite successful on the side of Secret. But yeah, those other 2 lanes have quite a problem. As Sumail is near level 6, mid one is almost level 5 though.
Trade off there, 2 bounty runes apiece, still very even in this early going, just 5 minutes in.
Sumail is really just focusing. It's like harassing the Dragon Knight is something that people used to do a lot on the Monkey Kings. Now it's just you just pure out deny every single time with these Jingu stacks.
Did see that ward dropped, so that way Sumail can maybe try and dodge some more of these breathe fires. Don't believe that mid one was within vision, but he did get hit by the last one, was able to dodge one of the other ones when he was up on the high ground.
I think I've seen him dodge 2 or 3. I've been trying to take glances in that mid lane quite a bit here.
In the meantime, Arteezy has headed back to the jungle. Level 3 Terrorblade, able to farm Ancients. It's at least one good thing about this hero, and part of the reason why I'm sure they pick it in the early phases.
Yeah, but that means one of your lanes is just pretty much abandoned. So now the supports on the side of Secret, they can start making their choices what they want to do. Either stack or you try to make rotations and put pressure on the lane. Because you look at EG, the Tusk can make moves with people, but Disruptor, low levels, making moves is a lot harder.
Yeah, definitely.
They can move together, though. The 2 of them can set up for kills.
And, you know, if you were able to get Fly a couple more levels, Disruptor's certainly the type of hero that an early level 6 can make all the difference in the world. And even just getting more points up in that glimpse. They're going to chase Sound Zai here. His level 5 is going to be slowed by the tag team, but the Drunken Brawler walkaway, Sumail, has that haste rune, which is why EG felt comfortable going for this. Does miss a couple hits there, but now after count to 4, Boundless Strike follow-up. S4 going to be there, and Sumail cleans it up.
What's the opposite of Regicide?
Nice rotation coming in. We'll give mid one some space now. You see he's up to those 30 last hits, also level 6. So don't want to rotate too much on the Monkey King, because yeah, the threat of your tower being continued to siege by a Dragon Knight will begin.
This minute when the catapults have come out, it doesn't look like either side is going to be able to make something happen with that mid one level 6, but Disruptor rotated in, and that makes it harder to push.
Yeah, a lot of times you do see that like 5-minute rotation with the wagon for them to try to dive, get a kill, and go for the objective, especially with a hero like DK, but not the strategy that Secret wants to go for. They're just actually leaving Yapsor in the lane constantly with Nisha to split experience. He's actually not walking away at all. It's going to be just Puppey to waltz between lanes, put the wards down, and
is going to be the more sacrificial role there for sure. So things to watch out for in this one are going to be level 6 rotations potentially as well. You've got Stampede already online for S4, so could be a little bit deadly for EG if they want to make that play.
It definitely is a bit scary that it's going to be such a farm Centaur, because in this game we're looking a really early Crimson Guard could be quite powerful. Of course, versus Brewmaster, he can dispel it.
Black and the missile going out, connects on the Fly, but he is perfectly fine, and well, it does look like they're going to try and make this pressure happen, and they are going to do it with the wagon. So Catapult hitting, and they're trying to take down this bottom tier 1 tower, possibly open up an angle into that side jungle where we've seen oftentimes Terrorblade just want to inhabit.
Yeah, if you wanted to any of these early tier 1s, we mentioned exactly what Secret wants to do in this game, right? They want to get these early tier 1s, and then they just want to run at EG. Don't let Terrorblade just sit back jungling. Don't let Disruptor play the game that he wants to, where you're the ones getting picked off constantly with the glimpse. You're the team with a Wisp who's going to have pretty early level 6, so you can set up for relocates. You can have the number advantage in a lot of these situations.
Losing potentially these 2 towers really early. Sumail gets hit by it, and now going to move in as well with the Brewmaster and trying to find that kill into Monkey King. Sumail throws out the Wukong's command, the extra armor. It's not going to be enough. No, he goes for the lift up. And now can they find this turnaround kill? S4 not able to interrupt this one. Crit trying to run. They still have a lot of heroes in the area. Another lift up onto the center.
The last second lift.
And now Crit's caught. And when he comes back down, he could potentially be surrounded. Now Secret looking like they just want to keep their eyes on the prize and try and do as much damage to this tower as they can.
They want nothing to do with S4. He has 1,775 HP with that phase double bracer and one. So just ignore him, throw him in the air. They get the surround. That's a very good rotation coming in there from Zai. First brew split, very successful. Didn't fully get the tower, but forced a lot of rotations.
Killing off Sumail for sure. It's a recipe for success.
Yeah, just enable mid one a bit there, right? So Sumail was well over 1,300 net worth over the Dragon Knight after that laning phase and successful haste rune. Now it's only 1,000.
And not so bad for them, for sure.
Yeah. And mid one gets enabled a lot off of it because now he's got options. He's got 1,500 gold. He has the phase boots queued up, but seeing if he can go for a bigger item first. Be it that armlet or just that hunting item, the Shadow Blade or Blink Dagger. We'll see which one it is the choice for him.
Meanwhile, does look like there is going to be Nisha and Yapsar moving into the jungle to see if they can possibly steal away some stacks or just secure those bounty runes.
Fill up the Wisp bottle.
Yep.
Who already has double bracer as well, Yapsar. So 1,000 HP on the IO early on.
Just like that, Secret going to pick up 3 bounty runes.
Oh.
Stun goes out. Sumail just going to have to back away. He did pick up that regen rune.
Yep. So EG's trying to slow it down a little bit here. Everyone just kind of the cores are going to jungle for the most part, and they're going to try to give these supports the lane. They were giving Fly it for a bit so he can get higher levels in the Glimpse because it's only level 3 on the Disruptor, and you saw Tusk. Crit was only level 3 a moment ago as well. They give him top lane now to boost him forward.
One of the downsides of having those tri-lanes and having to keep it for so long as well. But those cores kind of uneven farm. The big difference is going to be just that Gyrocopter out ahead of the Terrorblade. By almost 2,000 gold, actually.
Yeah, and the Midas, mid one changed his mind. Yeah, he had phase boots queued up. He queued up the armlet for a quick second, and then he just went, straight Midas. He wants to be able to farm, take it, doesn't care if it goes late game. If he itemizes, as this DK, we were mentioning it yesterday too when Maybe was playing it, if these DKs itemize, they can actually scale incredibly hard into the late game.
It does feel really like the mid one is just playing this game incredibly different from how we saw it yesterday with Maybe playing it. He's not falling behind in the laning stage. He's solving the problem that Dragon Knight falling behind. So yeah, cool stuff. And the faster than the fastest gets it done very quickly.
Huh?
I mean, is that going to be at all a concern for any of these other heroes, a lack of scalability? Do you see any of the EG cores really falling off at all?
No, the core should be farming just fine. I mean, Sumail's going the standard build. It's like Echo Saber. He might go the Diffusal afterwards anyway. That's the one that we've been seeing a lot of the times. Terrorblade, we've seen Terrorblade a lot. Of course. We know what this hero does late game. So no, I mean, EG's still able to scale quite hard too. It's just they want to be able to match. Okay. And the difference maker is really just like that damage mitigation can really come into play. It's like if Centaur gets Aghanims at some point, lots of damage mitigation, but then you look at the side of Secret, they've got a Warcry that can also, and they've got heroes that can build up for that too. And they've got a Dragon Knight who is just damage mitigation in general as a hero.
And then all the stuff that IO brings to the table, it's all just going to be a problem. So a lot is like Arcane Rune and popping the Dragon form from mid one.
It is a lot of damage reduction that can come out from Secret. Actually, was like forgetting about Overcharge for a second.
Same.
Yeah, because then they can go for the auras on the Brew, and then they can have the other auras on Yapsar. Yeah. Well, on the other side, it's really only the Centaur who can be that aura carrier for EG. Tusk can go for somebody, he doesn't want to. His bottom.
We've seen this before. Relocate coming in. They do have Stampede to try and run away afterwards, and Fly potentially in position to throw out a glimpse, but it's not going to be enough. Static Storm actually, but he doesn't catch any of them. They glimpse him back in, but he's not caught in the kinetic field. Oh, there's Sumail throwing at that Wukong's man. Look at all the heals coming, and they're able to keep alive Nisha, and now S4 also in trouble. They're going to roll forward, find themselves this pick-off here. It is going to be Nisha down. Came at the cost of Sumail. Can Secret find any more? Fly already dead. S4 headed off and was able to TP away, it looks like, as they try and chase down and kill off this one last pesky Tusk.
The tower is so low.
God, he's thinking about going in for last hit. No, he can't do that one. Does have a snowball over to the creeps, maybe, if he can get within range. No, they fully control him.
And now they'll get the tower denied, too. Great rotations coming out from Secret, and that's the thing that you have to watch out for when you're playing versus IO, just these relocate plays. You're going to get outnumbered in all these fights because you're playing with a Terrorblade. So Sumail, he's trying to match the movements, he's trying to play aggressive, as we said, that he would like to do as this Monkey King, but has to be really careful because, sure, you've got your Wukong's command, you've got 12 bonus armor, but what do we know about Gyrocopter? You're not really physical damage in the early game. You are all magical. So they can go right through a lot of that Wukong's. And they also have Warcry. And, like we said, the Overcharge too. It's just all these different damage mitigations.
Yeah. Well, we're keeping our eyes on this Terrorblade's movement around the map here, mainly staying down bottom and now having to retreat back to the jungle. It is going to be something to watch for later and maybe an answer to that IO Gyro. If he can keep the lanes pushed out with his illusions, doesn't present himself as a target, then all of a sudden maybe you can mitigate some of those relocate ganks. But likewise, if Secret are able to get down some deep vision, find him in the jungle, and then set up with a smoke, could spell disaster.
It's just how well, it's pretty much how well can EG do 4 versus 5 until Arteezy comes online. That's going to be the name of the game for them for quite a while. Disruptor is the one little bit of an X factor too that you could say, because he can glimpse people out of the fight, right? If they do set up a relocate, then they can kind of change the numbers with that. And if they can set up good static storms too on that relocate, it can change a lot. So we're going to be watching Fly a lot, who's been, I mean, playing great. Sure, yesterday he had like that 18 deaths, but he had so much impact in the game even when he had that many.
Well, and speaking about that glimpse potential here as well, they're bringing 4 heroes to the bottom lane. While doing a good
bit of damage
there onto Puppey. They stampede. They're going to try and chase this one down with the Thunderstrike. Looks like he is going to go down. So EG set up to take this tower, and again, the strength of Fly being able to glimpse people away. Although with the homing missile on him, they are going to need to retreat for the moment. And also S4 is very low.
Yeah, he's not high enough for them to take a good fight. He does have the blink though, so maybe if he sees somebody like completely separated alone, could look to burst him with somebody else. And
Yapzor, greedy. Jump forward, hoof stomp, barely off the mark there. And
now Secret's turning up. They want to look to try to catch something here, but their catch isn't the best just yet without the brew or without the DK with a blink, which is the item choice that Mid One has queued up for now.
And with that, Secret just going to farm out their own jungle. Again, space created. Still a 2,000 gold lead right now for Secret.
Yep. Experience is about even. I mean, it's EG favored for a little bit because of that, of course, successful laning phase that happened for the Centaur and TB just jungling. So TB is level 11, Gyro only level 10 because he's having to stick with his team. Nisha is going for an early BKB. So, yeah, BKB timing with a Blink Dagger on both of their other cores. That's going to be like just straight go time for Secret to just take the last 3 tier 2s and just assert map dominance.
Crit gets hit there by the stun. They have the DD onto S4. Now just a walk away, Secret. You need to be careful about overextending. But yeah, it is a little bit interesting again, like going to that BKB on the Gyrocopter. Obviously, you want it to be able to stay alive. But it feels like this Midas insurance policy kind of is there to make sure that they can get to the late game, that the BKB is going for the early game.
They want to set the tempo, right? That's what Secret wants to do in comparison. EG, they want to just chill back and farm.
And pushing for this tier 2, and ooh, just a little blink away there. It does mean that this is likely going to be a denied tower. So 2 towers denied.
The only 2 they've gotten have been denied.
Could be part of that net worth lead as well. Secret, they've been able to take all of the outer tier 1 towers.
Yeah.
Gotten the gold for each of them.
And they are getting close to those items we were talking about. Blink on DK. Blink on Brew, and BKB Gyro. When they've got all 3, they're going to be looking to just take the fights and look to pressure the lanes, look to pressure those towers. Arteezy is also going for an early BKB, so he wants to be able to try to match them. He doesn't want to lose. They don't want to lose pretty much every single fight in the next few moments and just get completely run over. They have to try to be able to match the aggression that's going to be coming out from Secret in the next few moments.
We'll see if Sumail decides to do the same thing. Right now he has the Diffusal Blade queued up, but depending upon how the next couple of fights go, he might change his mind about that as well.
Yeah, he's holding the gold, so we will see.
Well, up here, the other thing to keep in mind is these levels. Obviously, we've seen so many times the IO-Gyro combination having that Aghanim Scepter granted over to the Gyrocopter, just at level 10, but now Yapzor has that XP gain talent and can also completely change the entire dynamic of the game once you get that online.
Yep. Same thing with them. I mean, even Mech. Like Mech is a big thing that changes the game with IO, just because the double pump. You know, you double heal somebody.
Oh my God! But Arteezy completely out of position here and is going to be chased. The Stampede trying to run. There's the lift up already. They're going to have the Dispel Magic afterwards. Can they chase him down and kill him off? On the other side, S4 is taking down the tier 3 tower actually. So maybe a little bit of space created, but they aren't going to be able to finish it off. It looks like. Still a lot of damage done, but they find the kill onto the Terrorblade.
Yep. Brew, one of the better heroes that we've seen a lot of times versus TB, not only because you can dispel all those illusions, but, I mean, that time, of course, he sundered right at the start, but in a lot of situations, you're just surrounded by these primal Brewlings, and you're like, oh god, I don't have a target to sunder.
No.
Not that time, though, of course. But.
Oh, jump forward, underneath some vision. There's the breathe fire onto absolutely everybody. The Boundless Strike S4 not able to get his stomp off, and now the Snowball just need to run the heck away from here. In trouble, all of EG being chased through by Secret, and it looks like they're going to lose absolutely everybody.
This is that window we were talking about, right? I think Black had mentioned it on the panel, too. It's like that 15 to 25, 15 to 30 minute mark where Secret has a huge power spike. They're using it. They've got all these blinks. Even though they didn't have Primal Split, they know how strong they are in comparison. If you're running at a lineup with Disruptor, he's not getting good chances to get his spells off. And Secret, with no hesitation, an immediate smoke into the pit, because they've got Vlads. Everyone has Vlads always, so you can go Roche.
And immediately they are in there. I mean, the other thing to keep in mind, when that death happens, Sumail bought out his items, so he's committed to this Diffusal Blade now. Could become an issue depending upon how the next couple of fights go as well, but definitely could make some extra space there with the Centaur, Stampede type of things, but Roche, very low.
There's just so much magic damage that really comes from... Magic damage and control that comes from the Secret side that it really could be a huge problem that Sumail doesn't go for an early BKB. Just clap every little thing, like clap, breathe fire, IO Spirit, Sven, Gyrocopter.
Oh my god,
so much.
Jumps forward, finds that stun, and Disruptors needs to run, but Zai is there, and they find the crit for the kill.
7K gold advantage. 10,000 experience. That experience is probably the bigger one. You see the bottom too. You see the amount of kills. Like, you can see Secret. They're just trying to force it. They really want to force these kills. It's 13 to 3. EG is playing a much more passive game.
Danger time, crit. He's surrounded here, has the Snowball, trying to get over to the creeps. The Shards doing whatever he possibly can. And the Stampede comes out, still trying to run. He does have a TP back behind the tower. Able to juke out. Crit, he found the tree. Oh, yes.
Very nice. Have to use the Stampede to save him, but all right. Space created. And that is really important. I mean, you know, obviously the death wouldn't even be the biggest issue there. It's just buying more time for that Terrorblade to get his BKB online, which he does now have. 10 seconds ready to go. How much of a difference can it make, though? Because of that last fight, Secret got so catapulted forward that they're picking up so many different items. I see a full Sage coming out for the Dragon Knight, I believe. Almost a full Mac, a drum as well. They've got so many items coming out onto Secret that that BKB might not actually be enough for EG to take any fights versus this lineup, this heavy powerhouse of a mid-game lineup.
That Mac coming out right now. They've got the Maelstrom as well, so more magic damage. More ways to keep this pressure on, try and clear through those illusions.
Yep.
It's feeling very, very hard right now for Team Evil Geniuses. A 9,000 net worth lead at 21 minutes.
Yeah, and they just have trouble with their team fight, too. Okay, mid one will get glimpsed away as he TPs to Sean, but it's not that far. He actually was relatively close.
Do some blink shenanigans there, but nothing happened.
But yeah, the team fights on EG are just so much harder versus what Secret has right now because of the timing windows they got.
22 minutes, backing away again, just trying to pull Secret around this map whenever possible. But the danger that comes with this is, of course, having that relocate.
Yep.
If you can find somebody on the other side of the map, and Io, very, very close now to that level 15 talent. This is an incredibly strong timing coming out from Team Secret.
I mean, they've got like everything. They've got key items on their cores. They've got the BKBs and the blinks. Then they even have core items on their supports. They have the Mac, like I was mentioning, and the drum even on the Sven. Drum is an item that's pretty crazy. Whenever you use the active ability of it for those 6 seconds, it's a lot of attack speed that actually is given to your team and movement speed. So Warcry plus drum plus an Io who's tethered to Gyrocopter, they're going to be going max movement speed running at you, even if you have Stampede.
And then the cherry on top of all of this is the Aegis on the Gyrocopter.
Yep.
Well, the Fusel Blade is done for this Monkey King. They just now get that Tether Grant Aghanim Scepter. And Nisha going to start to do that double damage onto the tower.
Yep, pretty much.
Stampede looking towards that mid lane, wanting to find the jump. They've already got one. It's Brewmaster control, but mid one trying to interrupt that. Able to find the Disruptor right from the get-go. They're relocated. They're going to be able to take him down, though. S4 done and dusted.
Oh my god, Zai's build, he had a Vanguard and a Vlad's, and now he's got even a Crimson Guard coming out, and then the Warcry comes in toward the end. They don't have the damage to kill this Brew. They threw everything on him.
This is problematic indeed, with 3 heroes dead, Centaur gone for 30 seconds, and using that Stampede, they're now going to be pushing onto high ground, and how in the hell do you deal with this?
You're not ready. Like, your Terrorblade has BKB, but like I said, that BKB is not enough to deal with the power that Secret has in this mid-game push. That's just a Rax.
Tier 3 tower down, Secret standing tall, and all you can really do right now is jungle if you're a Terrorblade.
So EG had, they got successful lane with the Centaur and the Monkey King, but it's really about, it's about that whole game. What happens when you group up together? And that's where the DK really, it's where that matchup goes back and forth. Lane, Monkey King owns, but DK groups up with his team and he's able to actually put so much pressure on the map. And the item choice too, it's like the Midas, it kind of worked, but it's like the Blink Dagger is the more important one because he can just start the fights for his team. And it's looking pretty impossible now for EG. They're going to need an absolute miracle somehow from Arteezy. But he doesn't have the greatest matchups. I mean, there's a Brewmaster that deals with him. There's damage reduction that comes from the Dragon Knight. There's just so many different things that Secret does have to deal with the EG draft.
And you just look at like how farmed right now this Nisha Gyrocopter is. Finished off the Sanjin Yasha, Maelstrom, BKB, then basically a 4,200 net worth item on top of that as well.
In theory, he's at 1 item ahead, but he's kind of 2 items ahead because of that IO that really enables him so much more. So EG, man, their next timing window is going to be really tough. I guess it's the BKB for the Monkey King and the Butterfly and the Terrorblade, but even then, it still feels incredibly difficult. They're going to need, like we were saying, like a miraculous Monkey King ulti that catches kind of everybody in there, but Secret already has itemization to deal with the physical damage too. They've got a Crimson Guard and a Warcry that comes out from Sven, and a full Guardian Greaves on IO.
Yeah, it's insane. This is absolutely ridiculous right now.
Yeah, it's so hard for EG. I mean, Crit has been one of the most dominant players for EG throughout this tournament. In this game, he's been very quiet. 0-4-2. He couldn't have the lane pressure that he would have wanted to have as a Tusk because of how disastrous that bottom lane happened. And Tusk is a hero that he really capitalizes on laning phase. Mid-game and team fights, he's not the strongest.
And EG realizing that it is so difficult to try and take this fight. They're cutting creep waves, but at some point, you do need to come back and try and defend this tower. Maybe a big hoof stomp from S4, but they're in position already. Crit gonna get hit by the missile. They jump forward. BKB reactions. S4 needs to back out now. They have their own Crimson Guard. The call down comes. It's on the Sumail, the slowdown. It's also keeping those buildings alive. And now the glimpse back. Maybe an opportunity. That's onto the Gyrocopter. Control for the moment. They're trying to do it out with the Wukong's command. It's on to absolutely everybody. The Snowball as well. Trying to kill him off in time. Nisha, he will fall. Arteezy, he wants to get that Sunder off. He's going to be able to find it. Finds Puppey. They hold. And is it going to be enough here?
They're going to kill Zai too. He's dead. That's 3. EG. Nisha, even though he popped that BKB with the Centaur stun, it may have been a bit preemptive as the glimpse from Fly really pulls them out of position there, and EG gets some breathing room.
That's one of those moments, too, where it feels like you haven't played against this hero in a long time, and you can forget just how devastating that glimpse can be, pulling you out of position, particularly when you have all of this other follow-up, getting the Wukongs down as the glimpse is going in.
And it was a perfect Wukongs, right? In that position on the high ground, everybody's caught in it. Even the Brewmaster split is getting hit by those Wukongs. You see the Yapsor actually comes in, gets a great Guardian Greave, and almost looks like it's going to turn the fight for a second, but EG
this can't happen if you're EG. S4 going down here as they find the Stormhammer and a couple more punches. The Hoof Stomp trying to run. Is he going to be able to get out of there? No. Yapsor finishes it off the kill.
The DDIO. Those right clicks actually kind of coming into play. Level 17 on the IO. Gyrocopter only level 16, by the way. Yapsor not leveling his carry. That XP talent. He also, of course, ate a tome. So that does boost him forward a little bit.
God, look at that net worth for the IO. He's so far ahead of average.
So farmed.
That's just a casual Yapsor game.
He's 3-0-8. It doesn't seem like he's gotten too many kills, but he's been paired up just right next to Nisha the whole time.
He's the second highest level in the game right now because of that XP talent. One other thing that can praise here for Evil Genius is recognizing when they could actually fight. They let that entire bottom racks go because they knew they couldn't take the engagement, but then had to come and defend for the second set.
That was before Sumail having BKB too. It's just such a good glimpse that pulls Secret into a bad spot. So Secret, they got to be aware of that now, of course. And they're still in a good spot though. I mean, that's a little bit of a hiccup, but it's not like it gives EG any huge objective. It's not like they get that into a Roche, they get that into some big towers. It was on their side of the map, so they can't transition into anything big. It's just some space that they can get to farm, but you'll still see you'll still see Secret catch back up and get the farm ahead even more. So you see a little dip, and then it starts increasing again for Secret on both that net worth and experience.
Yeah, you can't even really gain like any type of map control.
Sumail gonna go for Courier?
Oh, he needs to be careful. He's within vision right now. But yeah, they will be able to find that Courier kill.
That's his BKB. Looks like Secret's really waiting for that next Roche, but it is a very long timer. Still 2 minutes after quite a bit of the timer goes down.
Oh, run away, run away. Do they find the tree? Jumping again, Mr. Monkey Man. Making mischief. Sumail creating some space for his team.
They need all the space in the world.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it doesn't solve the inherent problems that exist in this draft right now, where they have a lot of answers for the Terrorblade, with the Dispel, being able to clear through those illusions, all the magic damage in the world. But these BKBs do provide a little bit more cover.
They look like they're just going to run in. They have the mid-wave pushing in already.
This could be really nice. Mid 1, level 3 ulti. A smoke up coming from EG.
Same thing for Zai. He's level 3 primal split too, online.
They want to come and take this fight yet again. We'll see if S4 can bait out something, and they're going to need to find another big glimpse here. The stomp already up the get-go, but there is no follow-up as of yet. There's going to be the stun to try and turn it. Sumail pops the BKB. Wukong's hitting on to about 3. Can they kill him off in the duration of this? He has the bonus armor, which makes him tanky as well as that lifesteal. And the TZ walking into the middle of all of them. They go for the mischief, trying to live, but they can't live through it. And now the Static Storm, it's down onto 3. Not that bad either, but the IO, it's keeping alive Nisha so strong in mid 1, turned upon by this Terrorblade, but he gets the stun up, in some trouble, no more Sunder, and that's a dead RTZ. Terrorblade has to buy back immediately, but everybody from Secret is still alive. They are going to run out of their glimpse. A big hoof stomp, but where is the follow-up? It does not exist. Nobody's here to help you, S4.
There's no creeps in the base at least, so that Rax is going to have backdoor protection. They pop the glyph as well. But you see this time, Nisha understands. I think they discussed it too. You can't pop the BKB for that. You have to save the BKB for the Disruptor ult and just be able to stand toe-to-toe with the Monkey King and the Terrorblade, and he's able to this time.
Yeah, it's kind of a bait in a weird way, right? Because you just don't have that immediate follow-up from this side of Evil Geniuses. They sort of have to get set up. The Terrorblade illusions moving in, being propagated, the Wukong's command being laid down.
I mean, they got it all like perfectly. Just they're too farmed. I mean, it's a 28, 30 armor gyrocopter, a 38 armor Dragon Knight with a halberd too. So they're just so durable in the front lines. And that's exactly what's going on. They even got Warcraft. We talked about damage mitigation, and that's exactly what's been happening from Secret. They can just soak all of the spells of EG.
23-6.
Yeah.
Feeling like a bit of a stomp here in these later stages of this game at number 1. There's been moments where just that one glimpse pretty much that's been the good thing going on for Evil Geniuses over the past 10 minutes.
And Sumail getting a courier, I guess.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
It's pretty much just the glimpse that happened, yeah. And Secret recognized that they made that mistake. BK being before having any glimpse come out. They don't have to worry about EG. They don't have to worry about Nisha getting stunned by a Centaur. That's fine. He has so much sustain coming out from his team. Now with Cheese on top of Yapsor too.
They have Stormhammer Dispels on the Sven.
And I mean, Yapsor's even starting to queue up some fun items for himself, of course. A Maelstrom queued up for the IO. Why not?
Dear God. So mid 1, the slow siege of this barracks, and still trying to buy time. It's 32 minutes in, but it is feeling like an impossibility right now. The Crimson Guard is popped. This tower just tickling mid 1.
Guys, 4-0 and 14 on the Dragon Knight.
They have to TP back the Terrorblade, but already the lift up comes. They have the split chasing forward, trying to find themselves this kill onto the Gyrocopter, and my God, Crit just eviscerated there in the midst of it. Sumail already down to half HP. He's trying to get the lifesteal to keep himself alive, but he is doing nothing at all to anybody from Secret. They're losing absolutely all of them. RTG jumps forward. The Sunder, that's the most damage that's been dealt in a very long time on the side of Evil Geniuses, but it's still not looking like it's going to be enough. They chase forward, and GG is called. He just wants Yapsor. It ain't happening.
Far too much sustain, far too much tank. They're still all 5 alive at the end of that fight. It happened time and time again from Secret, just the way they ball up, and that's exactly what their draft wanted to do. When we see that DK last pick, when they have DK and Brew, you know they want to just group and go, and don't let EG slow the pace down.
28-6.
Yeah, that was pretty commanding by Puppy and the boys.
A very impressive showing here on the main stage. Lower bracket finals, the crowd giving them a little bit of love as they head back and talk some strategy, but I mean, just run it back, right? It did pretty well in that first game. We're going to see what evil geniuses can come up with. I mean, was it just really the pace of the game? What else can you really change if you're EG?
Their bottom lane just, from moment one, it just went completely like awful, right? Like they literally had to go jungle on the TB at level 3. You were saying he's hitting Ancients, but that means like the supports are level 2 or something pretty much throughout the whole early game. They had to have a better start. Even though the other 2 lanes went great, their overall group up in comparison to Secret's just not there. And there's just so much damage mitigation that Secret has. And it looked really strong from them with that DK.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for game number 1 in the books. Come back in just a second because we are going to go to a break, and we're back with game number 2 right after this.
watch Chongqing Major and support your favorite team.
The more information you have, the better the decisions. Data is crucial to do important decisions in Dota games and even before the Dota game in preparation. It's really cool that a big company like SAP is investing into esports and that I can be a part of it is amazing.
Secret are just now one game away from getting back to the grand final and trying to get their revenge on VP. EG, what do they have to do here to try to change the fate of them in tournaments, which is just consistently getting into the top 3? To figure that out, we have Gods and Black, and this pretty much went the way that Black said it could go with the draft.
Yeah, I mean,
what do they need to do, Black?
Early game looked good.
Yeah,
until it didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, just, you know, we saw this. We saw Arteezy going jungle, level 3, giving up the lane completely, letting the gyro free farm, and I was like, whew.
That's when
What's happening here?
Yeah, that's when things start heading south. It felt like the entire game really, they'll just like, let's hope Arteezy catches up in farm and can carry us. That became the EG strategy.
And is this a situation that we may have seen with EG against some of the other teams a little bit earlier on in the tournament where there isn't a punish? Is Secret the first team to really step up to EG and just say, I see what you're doing. We're going to put you in place.
Oh yeah, and it was the fact they took both bottom and mid tower so incredibly fast. The second Arteezy left the lane, used Metamorph to jungle, IO Gyro, they're tanking the tower with the siege creep just to make sure they take the tier 1 tower. The second tier 1 bottom tower is gone. 4-man rotation mid. Brew hits level 6. That level 6 rotation mid on Brewmaster, Zai, he just wins them the game right there in my books. He was so good on that Brewmaster.
It just fits the game understanding is so different. Like, as soon as he hits 6 with the Brewmaster, he understands his mid lane is going pretty bad. Like, Sumac crushed him quite badly, I think. And then he instantly goes there because he knows what he needs to do in order to win the game for his team.
I don't even think he went there because the mid lane was going bad. I think he just went there because that's the most impactful thing you can do.
I mean, for sure. But what I was getting at is, as far as still farming top lane, he only TP'd in there as a response to him being there. And it's like not proactive at all.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the thing. I feel like S4, he wins his lane. It's got a good matchup there, Centaur versus Brewmaster, but where's his impact on the game? When your player who's having a great laning stage, in this case Sumail mid and S4 in the safe lane, these are the players that need to step up, make plays, make moves on the map. That's what Zai was doing. S4, nowhere to be seen.
Zai, you were saying as well, is your MVP of this one, Gods, and you're seeing that in the highlights as well. And now my big questions, what does EG do here? We keep saying in the draft, we see EG trying to go for the same style time and time again. We get into the games, we keep saying that throughout the entire tournament, we want them to kick it up to the next level because they're about to face a tougher opponent. They managed to do that, but Secret might be the wall. They might be too tough. They might be able to punish all of the mistakes. How can EG tailor their play style to going against this tougher opponent, Black?
I mean, at this point, they ought to mix something up, because if you just do the same thing again next game, I don't see why Secret wouldn't just take it in the same way again.
Yeah.
So, like, your draft needs to change a little bit. Or maybe not even the draft, just the playstyle.
The playstyle. It's kind of an impossible thing to say, but it feels like they need to reinvent themselves if they want to beat Secret. But I don't think you can do that, you know,
in one
on day 8 of a tournament after a game 1 going to game 2. Yep. They're very talented players. They may just be like, look, this isn't going to work. Let's just try to do an entirely different play style. The EG is very talented. They've got such good individual players, but it's a big ask.
It seems like an RPG, you know? Like, there's this boss, and you're just not leveled enough to take him. That's kind of like what this might be here.
I mean, the whole thing is it kind of seems like they need to try something completely unconventional. Otherwise, they need to win with this playstyle not once, but twice in a row, right? So at some point in the series, let's say EG sits down, plays the same playstyle, takes the next game. Let's just give them the next game. When you get to the third game, how on earth do you expect to win with the same exact playstyle here? But let's take a look at Nisha.
I mean,
that hero damage comparison.
Yeah, 7k to 28k.
I mean, look at the kills. I mean,
speaks volumes.
Yeah, it's not just an Arteezy this game, but he's definitely a big part of the problem. I think there is a lot of things going wrong with EG. I mean, top 3 of this tournament. They're an amazing team. That goes without saying, but they are so far behind Secret right now.
Yep.
Sumail definitely tried to take over that game.
He stepped up. He crushed his lane.
And he rotated too. He goes top with a haste rune, kills the Brewmaster. I feel like Sumail was trying to make things happen a bit, but there's so few places to rotate when you're TB's jungling. And when you're playing this 4 protect 1, where do you make moves when you have a carry that is catching up in the jungle compared to Nisha, who's a gyro? He's happy to make those moves with you.
And that's why I'm disagreeing so much on just giving up that lane entirely, because it wasn't even going poorly. It was like a 5-5 lane, but if you give up that lane, any rotation is impossible. All your cooldowns, I mean, all your spells are on cooldown. Even if you rotate, you won't be able to make anything happen. So I was very baffled by the choice to just go jungle level 3 in a lane that is not terrible.
And as you see on your screen right now, all of the stats coming through, they are powered by SAP, and they're giving us a pretty deep insight into some of the tweaks that we want to see when we do go into the second game. Secret might be able to close this one out quickly. They want to get back into the graces of the grand final where VP does wait. How do we see EG adapt on the fly? Because it is on them. Secret looking comfortable. They reacted too, right? I feel like the main thing with Secret is they can just react in the draft right now. They don't need to be reinventing the wheel by any means. Do you think that there is an easy way for EG to reinvent the wheel, though? Do you think there's a way for them to focus on not the late game, to try to get early lane pressure? I feel like you guys are somewhat at a loss of words. Like when we're talking about what do we want to see EG do here?
Yeah,
step 1
they
is,
didn't lose the lanes. Well, the bottom lane should not have. Leaving the lane was a mistake, but the other 2 1v1s, they won both those lanes.
Yeah.
But end of the day, winning 2 out of the 3 lanes isn't going to matter when you're mid-game, you're playing catch-up still.
I think step 1 is just ban the IO. In my mind, IO is one of the best heroes against what EG wants to do, just how they like to play. Just get rid of that first, and then try your best.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, from my perspective, I think they just need to be telling the whole team, we're going to play different. We're going to Arteezy, we're putting you on an active carry. Get involved, fight. Play the lane, play around your team. Let's just stop doing what's gotten us this far. Yes, it's worked. It's not going to work against Secret.
And Naha said something really interesting yesterday when he was kind of assessing.
Oh, that's rare. Okay.
What he said from... that's not true at all. I mean, his interesting too is usually actually fueled by, you know, either stats or something. You're interesting. I don't know where it comes from half the time, but when Nahas is basically talking about EG, he said it almost seemed like they play 3 different games. Sometimes you look and at the beginning, in the middle, and the end of the game, in those 15-minute intervals, it seems like a completely different team. And yesterday, what we saw was them looking strong at times in that early portion of the game, looking really weak in the mid portion of the game, and then the late portion of the game, their decision making is on a whole other planet, and they look very strong. Do you think that we're consistently seeing them? Yeah, they can handle their laning phase. They get to the mid game, they fall off. The other teams can't punish, and then they get to the late game, and like you said, that's where their decision making is the best in the world.
It's
pretty. I think it's a good point because like their lane stage is very solid with the players they have. You know, we put S4 in a good lane matchup with hero-wise Sumail, they're going to win their lanes.
I think the only time they ever fall apart is when they get roamed on, because it feels like the enemy support rotation. Well, I say that, but Crit is also so good at rotating if he gets the proper hero for it.
And I think you can have a good hero to rotate on Crit. Like he could be playing an Earth Spirit that game. I don't think it matters because it's like it's always this question of where do you rotate? Do you have a hero that's strong to rotate to? When you're playing a support like 4 or 5 position, I play a lot of support, and it's like if there's no lane to go to because your carry's farming jungle and you know your centaur's just sticking in his lane against like no heroes there. Brew's rotating and centaur sticking in his lane. It's like, what do you do as a support in that situation? There's just no plays to make. This game was just like, I think, out of Crit's hands in some ways.
Well, yeah, I mean, he still did what he could. Not much to criticize about him, but just, yeah, Secret as a whole just outplayed EG.
Yep.
Yeah, I think some of the standout players that we said in the past, Sumail and Crit on the side of EG, when you put one of those players in Crit in a position where he cannot turn the game around, you know you're in for a tough loss, most likely.
I think the bans of Secret were really smart too. They banned out that mag, which we saw Arteezy. When he had a mag on his team, he became really active and went for early game items. But they removed that option. They removed the Earth Spirit, and they removed the OD. The OD, like the strongest hero they've shown so far in this tournament. And it just made it really hard for EG to draft.
Secret wanted to give them TB, and they didn't even know they were going to get IO because they could have last banned IO instead of Timbersaw. So Secret were well prepared to play against TB, and not just with IO Gyrocopter, but with a second strat. They had two openings that could have worked against TB.
That's why the draft was so smart, right? You get out all of the problems, and we're going to see the same bans come out, even in the face of the IO ban on EG, right? Secret going to be banning the 3 heroes that we had just mentioned, and it just seems so solid because something is going to be left on the side of Secret as well. The ban phase from Secret looking good here again. What do we think Evil Geniuses try to ban out next? ET was their first ban as well in game number 1.
And I think EG's asking, well, probably before they even got into this draft, was like, do we pick TB again? Because I don't think they should.
But then what do you pick?
Pick some supports and go into a Jug, a PL, a PA. Get a carry that's going to fit the game and not just shove a TB into Secret's face, because that's not going to beat Secret.
Just like maybe last pick, even not TZ0.
Maybe.
Yeah,
what do you think of that,
get a Sumail mid earlier. Well, okay, maybe they're singing the TB. They banned Timber again. It is a different game. Now we're going to see what Secret would have done in game 1 against the TB without the IO gyro, because that's the adjustment for EG.
Tiny. Yeah. Can we play this 3 and 5 and 4? I mean,
normally 3 or 5 with. I don't think I've seen Yapster play it too much.
He played it.
Okay.
Like 2 games, I think, or 1.
Are EG stubborn? Is it just Tusk Terrorblade?
Tusk. And the second pick takes a bit long. Oh no, that's terrible.
They're just the same. I mean, you banned Timber. This is.
I can actually hear the sounds before you guys. I didn't want to spoil it for you. But yeah, so we're going to see it again. And this is, once again, EG sticking to their guns here. Thinking that they know the way to win. Even if they...
Different game.
Hey, look.
No IO.
Also, on the positive side, if we were going to make a pros and cons list here, on the pros list, you would basically say...
That's up 3.
They definitely have a plan, right? And they're not thinking results-oriented. They have a strategy. They think that they can win with this opener.
But the huge con to that is teams that usually end up winning these huge long tournaments are the ones that adapt.
And the other con to it is it seems like Secret is incredibly prepared for it. It seems like they are saying, go ahead, pick it again.
I mean, the other teams were also prepared against EG. It's just EG outclassed them. But Secret and EG, probably individually, I would put them on the same level.
Like, eHome outplayed EG for big portions of that series. It was just EG's just the better, more well-rounded team in a lot of ways.
Yep.
And it was also every time EG could get to the late game, they could rely on it.
I mean, even here last game, it didn't end terribly early. But as I said, if you go into late game with a deficit like that, it's just not going to work. Not against Secret.
Not against Secret, I think, is something we've heard quite a bit on this panel as well. Right? If EG was in another series, even with how they looked in the last game, you might expect the score to be the opposite of what it is now. Potentially have them leading by 1. They've been the kings in losers bracket throughout the entire CQ major. They set an entire region packing. And that's one of the things that I think I was excited to see when we got to the arena today. If the fans were going to be cheering for EG since they sent home all of the fan favorites, or if they were going to be cheering against them, and now we see a Secret sign. And it seems like a safe sign to be holding right now as well.
Yeah, but to be fair, they didn't send all the Chinese home.
There's one team.
Team Aster was eliminated by
TNC. But they also got 2-0'd by EG in the group stage. So
fair enough.
EG has beaten every Chinese team in a best of 3.
Yep.
But EG's always been a bit of, I think, public enemy number 1.
Chinese
because
nemesis.
They come to China and have won so many tournaments. Like DAC, the very first one that they won, it was Sumail was kind of the villain of.
Yeah, great memories.
Yeah, he after winning, like he kind of like called out the Chinese team, saying, "Oh, this tournament was." I think he said like easy or like GG easy, basically.
Yeah, he sent Black to the desk.
Yeah,
and that's what happened, man.
And the Chinese community was like, "Man, who's this 15-year-old kid trash talking us?"
Yep.
Things have changed. Sumail has a ton of fans in China now. He's beloved here. But I think EG as a team that everyone in China will still remember the number of times EG have come over and won tournaments.
Question is, can they start to break the curse they've been plagued by and crack the grand finals down by 1?
Is that the face of confidence? Or is that the face of someone struggling to figure out what to do?
I think he's just figuring out what to do right now. It doesn't look... I will give one thing to Bulba. Every time that he is in that chair and drafting, I don't think we see any sign of nerves. Sometimes when we see him watching the game, on the other hand, which is...
Oh, he gets very excited.
I mean, that's like the most... That is such a difficult position. Sometimes for a coach, right, there's nothing you can do, right? You just have to watch the plan in action. You can't you're not actually sitting in the chair making the play. You expect them to get nervous, right?
When I coached for 4 months, that was the biggest issue I've had. Like, you draft, everything's good, and you get out of the seat, you go to like the backstage room and watch the game, and you're like, all right, everything's out of my hand, but I still have to watch.
And you hear everybody like talking about it too. Like all the casters are sitting back there with you, just criticizing everything. You're just sitting there watching.
Yeah,
but
it's great. But yeah, Secret, pick up the Darkseer, ban the 2 counters.
I like EG banning Morphling. I think
Oracle.
that's the hero Secret have often played to go into TB. And it's niche, you know. He's the best Morphling player out there.
Anti-mage. When you have a TB already, now that is interesting.
I think it's just these heroes that Secret have made work very effectively.
Yeah, fair enough. Lich. Oh, he actually got through so far.
Every time we've seen him get through to a second phase pick really has been a lot of these higher caliber teams just based off of how the bans do shape up.
I think, yeah, right now it's like you don't look at... Lich doesn't counter anything Secret picks, so they ban Oracle because of the lane matchup against Darkseer. Kind of makes sense.
I like them. I like Secret's picks a lot against the Lich already. They have like 3 high spell damage heroes, so his Frost Shield actually won't do too much, especially during the laning phase.
Got snacks?
Was it snacks or was it like Secret merch?
Oh, no, I got
that was the manager. That was Matt. So
I thought
it was going on
I thought
there.
it was snacks for a second there.
Tide. Okay.
Tide looking like a snack. Gonna get locked in. Lich
oh, watermelon.
Lich, the most popular hero that we've seen so far here. Yep. At the major, now going to be backed up by Tide, who is definitely not lacking in the popularity contest.
Juggernaut.
You thought Slark there for a second?
I like Slark against Tide.
The Juggernaut TB, we've seen a lot of this. It's very TB favored matchup as a one-to-one kind of carry matchup, but the Jug, the tempo this hero can play it, and when you deal with the TB in other ways, you can make the Jug work here.
The only thing I don't like is if you pick that as first pick, because your mid is also going to get countered, and then your carry is already countered, and it can leave you in a very vulnerable spot in the draft.
Sure. I mean, it limits maybe what you can get for that mid lane, where you pick something that's not going to have too many, miserable matchups.
Yeah. Usually we would see something like a Medusa with a Jug, something stable.
Team Secrets turn
Ban DK.
Okay, Jug is...
I imagine they're looking at that last game there. It's like, we couldn't play the farm game when we lost all our early towers, which is what DK and the Brewmaster this game is going to be a Darkseer brought to the table. You get these early rotations. Those 2 heroes group up and just take objectives without any defense from EG.
Yeah. I think Medusa could be really good here for Secret. Just to kind of round out the lineup. They really have everything else already.
5 seconds remaining.
Just like a really strong frontline AoE, like team fight kind of hero. What else is there for them? What else do they like? I would say Tinker. It's also a possibility.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of
We've brought up Tinker a little bit with both of these teams, but I know when we talk about Tinker, every single time we hear analysts say, Tinker is one of those heroes that they really only want to see somebody who is a Tinker specialist locking in.
Like mid 1.
He's good on it, yeah. It's always against the TB that we feel Tinker suddenly becomes a much more viable pick.
Secret can maybe be thinking about the Tinker here.
Yeah. Doesn't really feel to be their style, because I don't think it's not fast paced. It's not going to take those early towers the way what DK did last game.
I mean,
it's not going to rotate early.
If you get fast travels, you can kind of just siege it out the marches and stuff.
Yeah.
But getting there is usually kind of hard.
Yeah, I feel like it's a hero that can put you on the back foot and early tusk rotations
Razor,
into Kunkka.
Kunkka.
There's no Timber Sword to worry about. That was banned for a stage.
No Razor to worry about.
Which is actually, that Timber ban kind of, now suddenly helps Team Secret a little bit.
I like the Kunkka pick a lot.
Yeah,
But at the same time, going late game is a bit scary now.
Well, okay, late game just became maybe a little bit scary on the side of Secret, but what is the strength of the Kunkka pick here as their final pick?
Gives them team fight, gives them control, which they lacked a little
really
bit.
Strong laner too. Like all of the heroes that we mentioned, Razor and Timber, even OD, another hero that matches up well against Kunkka.
The problem is if they pick Monkey now, I see...
Kunkka can play versus Monkey, right?
Very hard.
Okay.
Very, very hard. And then they would lose those 2 core matchups already, which is what I mentioned before, is when you feel really, really vulnerable. Because you can't really swap the lanes around either. Like a Jug can't play against a Monkey.
Nope. And Monkey does definitely stand out as the pick, but EG haven't just lost with it. You go back for it.
Oh, he just went...
Death Prophet. They're going to get more of a Sumail. It's more of an EG hero, I want to say. Like, yeah, it's Sumail always playing it, but I think playstyle wise, this gives EG, it gives them something to play around. Last game, if this monkey is rotating around, this time around they rotate to the Death Prophet and actually take objectives. Because that's where Secret destroyed them last game, was these early towers. That's something that EG can now do themselves with the Death Prophet ultimate.
Okay, so now a little bit more even with that in mind when we talk about these early game towers. But how's the mid game look? That was where it did fall apart last time. Secret was able to grab that by the reins. Does it look more even there as well? Or is that going to be the pressure point?
EG's draft looked really good for mid game, I think. They have DP ult, they have Tide ult.
I think
actually EG draft is really solid.
Yeah. I mean, last game we didn't dislike their draft by any means. It was much more just the way they approached the lanes and how they played around the TB. This game, I think they did focus more on that mid game where Secret bullied them last game. So I think it suits EG against Secret. I don't think this is the kind of draft they would have done against LGD eHome, but against Secret, this is the right fit.
But once again, it seems like we're in a position where the draft doesn't necessarily need to be the focus. It's all going to come down to execution, and we might decide it right here. Is Secret going to get to go to the grand finals?
Rematch or no rematch? That's the question that's coming up right now. Secret versus Evil Geniuses. A much better draft this time from EG, I think, at least, but it does still have some problems.
Yeah, they are... The thing is that the Lich in this game, there's not actually that much you provide the Frost Arm reverse. It's so much magic damage on the side of Secret, and EG's lineup is very cooldown reliant.
Not
right?
dead crowd.
I mean, the crowd
they're filling up.
The crowd is definitely filled up here. But yeah, we look and it's they've got Exorcism, pretty long cooldown. Metamorphosis, long cooldown. Tidehunter, pretty long cooldown. Even Chain Frost is a little bit less, but it looks like Secret's going to go for the same thing. This high octane strategy, high tempo, try to put the pressure on. But EG, they do have some ways to match it. This Death Prophet is going to be absolutely massive for their game if he's able to get offline. He really needs to as well. I need to also see how S4 is going to do in this game. I think if he dies too much, it's going to be really hard for them to actually rally around because he wants to be their frontliner. Death Prophet can act as like a secondary frontliner, but you don't want to be the main one because then everything is going to be focused on you. So S4 has to have a decent game as well for them to actually be able to have a good start.
And you can see already that they want to avoid that matchup against the Juggernaut. Jug is heading to the top, it looks like right now. Tidehunter heading down bottom. And so often what we've seen in these offlaners potentially going into the safe lane and just trying to either go 1v1 or deal with a tri-lane.
Yeah. See how Tidehunter can deal with the pressure of these Darkseers, because he will be able to outfarm the Tide if he's just pulling the creep wave with Ion Shell to neutrals. You farm way faster. Sure, Tidehunter doesn't take so much damage under tower because of your Kraken Shell as well as Anchor Smash, but yeah, Darkseer forces the wave in way quicker and also just you can jungle at an easier rate until the later levels.
The other thing that we need to watch for in this, you're talking about the Darkseer, I always think back to the combos that you can have. You've got Jakiro here with the Ice Path. You've got the Torrent Boat, all of these things. But then on the other side, from Evil Geniuses, could be the snowball plays. If Crit gets off to an early start, has himself a Blink Dagger, maybe come in and separate from all of that damage that gets thrown out.
Love the combos. We used to, long time ago. Me and Universe, the Darkseer Jakiro all the time. I love watching it. Even the Kunkka. It's pretty easy. It's reliable to actually land a lot of times with these vacuums. With Kunkka on top. They've got two different ways to actually set it up. And let's see what Yapzor does with his plays. As he started with Boots first on the Tiny. So hasn't skilled yet. Might look to go for some toss-back plays here. We will see.
And actually, they're going to be rotating that Jakiro up to the top lane as well. Lich, Tusk, and Terrorblade all there, so an aggro yet again.
Yeah, and we see bottom. Actually, Zai is the one who blocks the hard camp. So you see the Sentry Ward is there to make sure that the Tidehunter can't match the speed of farm. Because a lot of times when we see these Darkseers Ion Shell and just cut the waves, the enemy safe laner pulls the creep wave into that neutral camp and farms like a little bit extra, but they blocked it this time. So Zai will be able to farm extra over S4 as we were mentioning.
Yeah, and a very strange skill build there, as it is going to be a healing ward taken level 1, and it might have been a kill if... Oh, it's still going to end up being a kill as Fly goes down.
The toss back. Yeah, the healing ward level 1. That
feels like a misclick.
I think that might have been a misclick.
Nonetheless...
They get the kill?
Yeah, they're able to take that finish. So a nice play there. Mid one, taking a lot of harassment early here from Sumail. And it has been a long walk as bottom lane, they're doing the creep cutting action that we were talking about. Nisha in some trouble. He's used the healing ward and being slowed down. Another couple punches. Looks like he will live.
That makes this lane a little awkward. At least he's going to heal up and he doesn't have to use that many tangos. But, oh, they're trying to kill it. They won't actually be able to. All right. That had to be a miskill, right?
I mean, it feels like it really messes up the lane a lot.
Yeah, because now he can't spin whenever like the Frost Shield is active and they put the pressure on him. Meta is going to be starting to go down, but that guarantees RTZ pretty solid start. 6-3 last hits compared to 4-0 in Jug.
I mean, even the tag team, you know, not piercing spell immunity. You could have just spun away from that, not taking quite as much damage. So, could become a lingering point there. Sumail walking forward, seeing if he can maybe find himself a Crypt Swarm. Doing a lot of damage on the mid one. In trouble. The last hit. Oh my goodness gracious.
That was incredibly close.
So far, so good. And in spite of taking a lot of damage there, Kunkka having a nice time against Death Prophet.
Yeah, he's got. I mean, it's this tiebreaker, right? We say it so much. Like, even though you're versus these ranged heroes, you just have to expend a little more money on regen. So his net worth will be down a little bit, but he's still getting those solid last hits. And Sumail is going to run out of mana. I believe he's got some mangoes being delivered at least, so that will at least put him a little bit better to put the pressure on. But yeah, it should be fairly even in the mid lane. Just mid one will be spending more money on regen.
Up there in the top lane, Nisha does have his level 2, so things become a little bit easier. He's dropping his Coiling Blade to make sure he got some of those last hits as well. High-level plays, of course.
I actually didn't get to talk about the ward that EG placed as well. The bottom wards, they both actually did the same thing of blocking camps, so Zai won't be able to farm it as much as he wants to, pulling it into that one neutral, the medium camp on the left side, and then Secret blocked the right side camp to make sure that Zai couldn't pull it in. So, yeah, like Mirror Things coming out just to mess with the Darkseer and Tides farm.
Definitely. Very even, in spite of that one toss-back kill that came out. The big problem is just going to be that Darkseer's gotten so many last hits and is top of the net worth right now up there with the Juggernaut as the spin, the toss away. Make sure that Yapzor is going to be perfectly fine as well as Nisha.
They're both getting like relatively same farm though on Nisha and Arteezy. And the scary thing too is that every time that EG's trying to pull the side, because they're trying to equalize the lane, Puppy's just chain pulling. So they're going to be getting better experience on the side of Secret. Contesting that pull versus a Tiny is so scary. You walk between those areas, you're going to get tossed in the tower every single time. So EG has to be careful how they maximize and keep their levels to try to get an advantage over Secret. Because Secret's going to be able to pull ahead in that experience if they keep doing this.
And the way that they're trying to do it is pull it into that hard camp, but it's just not really happening as they are able to interrupt those ones. So Sumail throws out another one of these Spirit Siphons onto mid one. Was able to get a couple more denies in this matchup. 24-7 versus the 18-3.
It's the same things happening though. Like mid one is spending more money on regen, but Sumail is spending a lot of money on just mangoes. But he will be ahead by about 300 gold or so right now.
Oh, that's 4. Is that Anchor Smash back off cooldown? Taking a lot of damage here from the Ion Shell. Don't think that this is really going to be much of a chance for a kill at all.
Putting the pressure on though. He's forcing him to salve now and breaks it with the vacuum.
Oh, nice play. Zai making it happen. And this is the other benefit of having this Kunkka in the mid lane is the XTP plays back up to full, has his bottle now also, so he has that extra bit of regen coming through.
Sumail's pulling out just a bit ahead though, like you mentioned, those denies. Versus Tidebringer too, which is pretty impressive. Just that ranged hero advantage as he just keeps getting the Spirit Siphon onto the Kunkka as well.
5-minute mark, Darkseer uses the Shrine, was trying to stack up Ancients, didn't quite get them there. And again, it's Nisha having a decent time against that Terrorblade, relatively even on CS. And across the board, it has just been those little trade-offs. And being out of lane for a little while, Tidehunter pulls a little bit ahead, finishes off the Vlads, and has level 6 already at 5 minutes.
It's actually crazy. He's actually ahead in the Darkseer in farm. So I had a good amount more last hits, but S4 has been able to, since he unblocked the camp with his own Sentry Ward, he was able to farm that a couple times while Zai was pulling it away. So extra gold from that big neutral camp. Really smart, like really smart little plays happening down bottom, just between the ward games. Because I believe actually I saw S4 start with a Sentry Ward because he had a feeling that they were going to block the camp and all that. So
yeah. Thinking ahead, knowing what's going to come. Tag team toss on Anisha, the spin immediately snowball, pull in the Terrorblade as well. Lots of damage now out onto these heroes, and the Ice Path leveled early. Going to pop the Fairy Fire just for safety, and with that should be the end of the aggression. Secret keeping that healing ward alive, and everybody on Secret very survivable.
Break the salve off Arteezy.
Heady from Puppy, the right move.
Yeah. Yapzor's almost got Arcane Boots on this Tiny too. So we see the battle of regen start to play out when you're looking at tri-lanes a lot, and they've got Healing Ward on the side of Secret, and soon Arcane Boots, like I was mentioning, the sustain for them is going to be just a bit higher than EG, and it's just constant. I'm looking at Puppey. This is like his fifth pull that he's gotten off on the single pull. So we're seeing that experience really come into play. They just have a little bit more over EG in that lane between the three of them. Like Yapster's level 4, Nisha's level 4, Puppey's on his way to level 4, while on the other side, EG's just hitting their level 3s.
And now the Ice Path connecting onto that Lich. We'll see if they can take advantage of those early level lead that they have.
Yeah, they're just making sure not to let EG pull that side. Yeah. Just make sure that they can get their pulls off and don't let EG do theirs. Really interesting approach, because with that tossback, as I was mentioning, it's so scary to threaten.
There's not really an answer at all for it, and they're just going to have to hope that they can get better stuff out of those other lanes and maybe play group up around this Tidehunter once he gets his stuff online. They do have level 6, 7 now on Death Prophet, and about to hit level 7 for mid 1, so 4 points in Tidebringer as well as having the boat available. I mean, I feel like you could maybe make some type of rotation towards mid to find a kill. Obviously, Spirit Siphon is hard to deal with, but it's a lot of magical damage.
Yeah.
Torrent?
They definitely could with like Yapsor, right, with like a tiny move rotation, but I think they're just matching. They're like, you want to stay tri-lane? We're staying tri-lane. We're getting more out of it. I mean, again, Puppey pulls, gets a successful small camp pull. Just these little tiny bits will add up to make their lane strong.
Now they find themselves crit. No Man's Land, an invisible snowball. Where's it at?
What the hell?
Oh, it was onto
the creep died.
Yeah, okay.
What the? That's... Okay.
Next level play.
Forgot about that little interaction sometimes that happens when the creep does die, but that looked weird. As they're bottom, they're just continuing to chase people, chase each other around.
Yeah. Throws out the Avalanche. Just a little bit of harassment there again.
He's got Arcane Boots, right? So he wants to just keep throwing those spells out. And they have full mana. Constant full mana on the side of Secret. EG is also doing a good job of having full mana, but we see those levels, right? Lisha approaching 5, Yapster approaching 5, Puppey near 4, and EG is just a little bit behind on it.
I mean, it does feel like it is the trade-off with the Death Prophet being a little bit ahead of this Kunkka right now, and also the Tidehunter having a slightly... I mean, it's basically even with the
pretty much even across the board, yeah. It's just a slight experience is the one from the pulls that Secret's been doing. Mid one actually tried to make a rotation to bottom, and now he's making a rotation top.
Oh, this would be huge if they're able to find it. The Torrent, the boat, the follow-up. It's so much damage with the snowball. Pulls in at the very last second. What can they do to try and get out of here, though? They're living for the moment. The rotation comes from Sumail. The snowball save was so key for them to be able to turn this back around. Nisha trying to run, but he can't run. Neither can Puppey. Eat this.
Very nice there by Crit. They even make the move, right? Like Sumail matches the movement, having a TP. He saw mid one coming up for a second. As soon as he does, he's able to get the TP. Get, I think it was a 4-man silence afterwards too. Great responsive play from EG. As they want to be playing a lot in this game, I do believe that their draft is a little bit more of a responsive draft, while Secrets wants to put the pressure on more.
A spin up on top for Fly. Up he'll be there as well. The Frost Armor, as well as that Magic Stick, trying to slow, trying to live, but eventually the Lich will die. And meanwhile, down bottom, Ravage used. Crit made that rotation onto Zai. He dropped the wall, does not connect, and with the snowball finish,
so close,
keeps him alive. Crit.
This time, Crit's coming into play, right? Last game, he did not have the performance he wanted on the Tusk. He wasn't really given the opportunities to. This time, he's showing up already in these first 10 minutes.
And we were talking about a little bit after the match yesterday against LGD. I feel like Crit has kind of been the MVP so far for EG this tournament.
I definitely agree. The two supports even. Like Fly having so many deaths, a lot of the games he's still been playing super well. Yeah, Crit's been definitely the X factor though. I mean, his Earth Spirit is phenomenal.
It's a DD rune. Block it off. Make sure that mid one can't take that away.
Gets the 2 bounty runes as well. So 2 for 2. EG pulling slightly ahead in this laning phase now. They get the experience lead and the slight gold lead. Pretty cool. We have seen tri-lanes. We've talked about a lot this tournament. Tri-lanes, but a lot of the times the tri-lanes, after a couple minutes, they break. This game, it was like 9 minutes of just a tri-lane versus tri-lane.
Yeah.
Level 10 Tidehunter walking in the face of a level 5 Juggernaut. Oh, and Nisha crits the creep, so he misses the last hit.
That's sad.
The worst feeling.
You hate to see that. And this time, Terrorblade heading to jungle with twice the amount of levels that he had last time. Lich in some trouble here, and S4 just going to back away. I don't think he can really help out that much, and throw the Frost Armor on him before goes away. Toss under tower, but there are creeps here, which keeps him alive. Have Omni Slash available from Nisha, but getting that damage reduced, and S4 again threatening. He's buying so much space for his team here, and with the healing ward down, I think that might finally be it. Or S4 wants to walk further forward.
He's super tanky.
He still has creeps.
He wants to keep this catapult alive as long as possible to put the pressure on the towers. You see, he walks in, he's got sustain from the Vlads with the anchor smash constantly.
And now with Sumail and Fly showing back up again, they can take this tier 1 tower.
Yeah. And that's a little bit of a difference, too, that they had from last game. Last game, they struggled to hit buildings, even though they had a Terrorblade. Arteezy was the only one who can. This game, they've got a Tidehunter who's pretty farmed. He can do it, and also Death Prophet who can do it quite nicely.
Wall dropped behind the tower onto Crit. He's being chased by his own illusion there. Going to Walrus Punch it and walk away, but they're still moving in with Puppey here as well. In the meantime, they're also putting pressure on the mid lane. Crit still has Snowball available to keep him alive if he wants to. Going to try and get over to the creeps. Doesn't have the tower close enough to be able to really go for a deny there. The spin in the jungle onto the Lich Wall. This is going simultaneously, and looks like Crit is finally going to fall. Meanwhile, S4, Ravage, turn this one. Fly, able to bait it beautifully. They do have Omni Slash, a good torrent coming to try and interrupt all of this damage. Coming out, Anisha hunting for his prize in the boat. It's going to be there, as well as the X to find the kill. Now, Tidehunter just going to have to back away.
Fly had nowhere to go.
Classic Fly game, really.
Yeah, how's he doing? 0-4? That's the space. I mean, it's okay. It's okay as these 5 positions to die a bit.
Yeah. Oh, Yapzor also in some trouble. They're going to chase forward. Snowball coming in afterwards. Going to pull Sumail inside. They have that ice path to try and interrupt it.
He really wants this chase.
I mean, he's going for it. Sumail going to be tossed back again. Crit's there to help him out. Let's have the Walrus Punch afterwards. The Spirit's chasing. The Shrine is popped. And Sumail is incredibly deep right now, is still wanting to go in onto this Tiny. Sock taking no for an answer. Is he going to be able to find that toss back in again? He's able to find the finish. Now Iron Shell Sumail. He can still play his way out of this one. He's still living through absolutely everything, but they bring in Nisha, the boat. They're going to drop all of the ultis in the world.
Now they're looking for Crit, too.
I mean, he got his man, but it came at a cost, and now this Tusk also ran at. They have the Iron Shell on the illusion. Eventually, the Walrus 2 will fall.
They forced everybody over there while the Tidehunter and the Terrorblade is farming, so it looks, I mean, kind of even, I guess, in the gold. Like, gold goes Secret a little bit favored, but at the same time, there's 2 heroes that are significantly farming on the side of EG too. So it's, I mean, it's kind of like a trade-off. It's just now they don't have Exorcism. That's the one thing.
Yeah.
So now it could be where Secret looks to make aggressive moves, because like we mentioned, the one thing about EG's draft is that they do have to play around timings. They don't have Ravage up, they don't have Death Prophet ulti, and Meta is not available either. Just long cooldowns, says Fly.
Yeah, still 30 seconds until Ravage up, and Fly, not at level 6 yet, does not quite have Chain Frost. They kill him off as well. So this tier 2 tower going to be assaulted, and they need to make something happen, assuming with that next round of ultis on Evil Geniuses. Only a slight lead for Secret. This game feels a lot more close than it did previously, as the boat is going to come out trying to get into range with the Snowball, but couldn't kind of save, and the Omni Slash keeps on going on to Crit. The Snowball finally is out there. It's trying to turn onto this Puppey, and they will kill him off. So a nice pickup there, but it comes at a cost further, is they've actually brought in Fly. He dies yet again.
Oh, God, Fly.
Dude, this is...
He just respawned.
He's been dead more than alive for a little while now, it feels like.
Yeah, those two deaths really hurt, because he just showed up, immediately dies. Respawns really quick, though. He's back already. Only level 5 on the Lich. They need this Chain Frost. It does add quite a bit of team fight to them.
He has been hurting. And now a Shadow Blade done for the Kunkka. Evil Geniuses, they're going to have Exorcism back up as well as Ravage. This is a strong timing for them, particularly with Omni Slash down.
They need to make a lot happen when they do have these ultis. That's the thing, is that Secret, it's a similar strategy to they played the last time. It's fast tempo, just as I was saying previously as S4. We'll look to try to guarantee they get this tower for Arteezy, just walking at Puppey.
Oh my god, he does a lot of damage here. His Phase Boots, Medallion, Vlad's. Very, very tanky Tide, and now the boat goes out, able to connect. There's the Avalanche. Easy in some trouble. The Ravage to interrupt, though, and now he can turn it back around with the Sun. Finds himself onto that Darkseer, trying to get the kill. One more hit's gonna do it. Sumail with the double, and although they are starting to lose this Terrorblade, he's barely able to walk away, and they're gonna take down this tier 1 tower. Kunkka thinks better of it. He's back out.
Those timings, right? They were having... Oh my god, the Illusion's actually chasing Arteezy. He's gone away. The Tusk Illusion was going after him. But yeah, they use all their ultis there. They have everything up, and Secret kind of walks into it to give it them. They were so close. If Arteezy's even like 100 units closer, Yapzor can get the toss off before he's actually able to get that Sunder, and they could maybe get net themselves that kill. But EG, get themselves quite a bit of space there, chunking that net worth lead down from 3K to 1.
The back and forth that happens when these ultis are on cooldown.
Yep. Now it's going to be Secret. Run at them. Because they know that Ravage was used. They know Death Prophet ulti was used. They know absolutely everything was used on EG, except for Chain Frost. So Fly at least does have that one, but Fly has to be very careful of just dying to mid one here, which might just happen.
I mean, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they just keep killing this Lich. Fly having a rough time.
A lot of gold going their way just from killing him now. It's 249. It's still something there. The experience only 388, but they're able to put the pressure onto the tower after that immediately.
17 minutes in, a tier 2 tower going to be secured. Evil Geniuses have been able to match their tempo, though, at least in terms of the tower taken.
When they have ults, though, that's the thing. It's like right now they still don't have ults. They don't have pretty much anything. No. I actually saw Yapzor pinging bottom tower, but they're just actually going to put a deep ward and prepare for the later stages if they do want to be able to pressure that bottom side. Just having that vision in the base already.
Arteezy has been farming very low HP as the snowball to try and keep Crit alive. They move in with S4. Already the macro pirate down and the Tusk is going to die. So, not really the most done with those ultis off cooldown. And now with them coming back up in just a couple of seconds, we'll see if EG again try and make a move. Maybe could go for the top tier 2 tower. We saw that pinged out a second ago. Or thinking about if they wanted to secure Roche, but
Secret's already set up looking for something here. They've placed so much vision around the map too, so they can see when EG is preparing to set up for those pushes.
When Tidehunter wanting to catch his prey, he needs to be careful with that Kunkka moving after him, but mid one not able to find it. The Ion Shell surged Kunkka.
It's scary for Tide too, because there's a couple abilities that you can't actually get rid of. It's like X. X is one of those big ones. When you're playing Slark, when you're playing Tide, you get grabbed by it, you're not going to dispel it. Yapzor steps up, S4.
There's so much damage on this Tidehunter.
Stopping the blink, but yeah, Yapzor will start to turn with the rest of his team.
Can't take this one off, like you said, but he will be able to crack in the shell afterwards, and now the interrupt coming because the rest of EG is trying to show up to this fight. They already dropped down the wall, though. Pulling back in, only Fly, not the greatest. Fuel Scepter lift up, mid one. Can't turn this. The boat, it's thrown out in the middle of where everybody should be, and the Omni Slash is there. It's doing enough, at least for the moment. They kill off Sumail in the duration of the ulti. This fight might not go the way that EG wanted to. Chain Frost not doing enough either. Nisha's out of mana, but Yapzor is there with the avalanche, the toss, and the kill onto S4. They lose 3. Crit, where are you going to go now? They have him fully encapsulated in this one. Wants to get the snowball to run away, and does look like he can do it to the low ground from mid one, but they will find him. The toss!
The toss from the high ground. What the? That was pretty cool. Haven't seen that actually over the cliff side. Arteezy was coming to try to join because as soon as Sumail dies, they have no damage. They need Sumail or Arteezy in the fights to survive for some time to be able to dish it out, but Sumail used his Yules aggressively on the Darkseer, gets caught by the boat, and just explodes from that Omni Slash. And that was their fight that they wanted to have go successful because they used a lot of their ultis.
A long window for Secret to take advantage of this.
There's still meta for Arteezy, but he's not going for a fighting build really. He's going for more of like, I need to farm as fast as possible. He's going for the Butterfly Yasha. Look how squishy he is. 950 HP on Agi Treads.
Yeah, it feels like they just need to avoid right now. You actually can't fight into this. And Secret are going to be able to take over map control. Nisha here recognizing he doesn't really need to be that concerned about anything. He's just going to spin, try and walk away. Well, maybe if a good Shards is there, and if he's too far forward, Arteezy on top of him with the Metamorphosis trying to run away. Nisha brought down, and that was about the best case scenario. Yep, immediately into
Roche with the meta.
Oh, this is huge. Evil Geniuses with the big play. There's no buyback from this Jug either, so he can't come back to contest this one. They have the Torn out. There's boat available as well, and maybe that's enough to force EG back.
It's still scary to fight in the pit versus Darkseer. He just throws the wall right in the middle of it. Like, what the hell do you do? Even if you have a TB with meta, that's even more painful because then the illusion's going to keep spawning. You have to back off versus Darkseer, Jakiro in the pit.
So it isn't going to be an attempt at Roche. Genius is just going to be content with that kill that they took and try and farm up to those next set of items that make them tanky.
Went for the full Silver Edge onto mid one. So really wanted to apply that break onto the Tide.
Speaking of breaking people, This Terrorblade in some trouble, and he also does not have a whole heck of a lot of mana. Stick charges, Sunder available, but not going to get off. There's nobody around to help out that TB. The Walrus Punch, Rain Yaps are very low, and he's just dead. All of the minus armor in the world there, and the Snowball to try and interrupt, but they wait on the X. They pull him back after the duration of the Snowball. Now broken, trying to run, trying to get out of there. The Ice Path with the Macro Pyre down. S4, seeing if he can walk away.
Tanky. They got to get out of there. Secret.
In some trouble. The Exorcism is back up, and now the Silence as well, taking the bad fight. Ravage, it only connects onto one, but if they can take down mid one here, it's such a great kill to find, and with the tag team slow, the Sinister Gaze back, they find that kill on the mid.
Exorcism committed just for the end of it, though, so it's not really getting the most out of it. They get the kills at least. At least they punish the dives onto RTZ.
Yeah. And again, we're about back to 3,000, 2,000 net worth lead.
The DD rune outside the Roche pit.
Ulti's down.
They don't have Ravage, they don't have Exorcism, and they don't have meta.
They do have Chain Frost, they have a pipe, no Kunkka for 15 seconds.
But they're going to be full HP while doing this. They have a Vlad's and a Crimson Guard on Zai. He's incredibly tanky, and he's just going to have Nisha. Oh my god, these DD runes right outside the pit. Just the most fortunate thing ever. S4 has to be careful. There's an Omni Slash available.
Danger, danger. Needing to walk away. He does have the Kraken Shell, which is keeping him survivable. They see how low Roche is and Evil Genius is. It's so tempting to want to go back in and come and contest for Roche. See if you can buy a little bit more time. But Ravage still on cooldown for a while. They're not going to be able to come and contest this.
I thought Nisha would just throw out the Omni because he has the DD, but maybe thinking the Tidehunter is too tanky, which he might be. He's 23 armor, 2,000 HP. Might have actually been able to survive through it. So now the next item, of course, on RTZ and Sumail, as we've seen a lot of these times, is how much magic damage and control comes out for Secret. They really need BKBs. We expected RTZ to go this as well because he went for Butterfly Yasha, like the greediest build you pretty much can go on a Terrorblade for farming.
Likewise, really feel like that crit Blink Dagger needs to come online as soon as possible. That item can make all the difference in these fights, being able to turn around the big combo that we know is coming. And, well, he's not going to get it like that, as the Snowball actually up to the high ground, or trying to get to it, but it's just to the Ancients, and the Shards block off. It's a little bit harder to kill him off there, but he's still going to end up falling.
Tusk just with, 2,100 HP with Treads and 2 bracers. So it does take him a bit to go down there. Yeah. So yeah, Zai has majority of these auras. S4, he went for the just the Vlads in the pipe, which I think Zai's going to be going for pretty much all of them on the Darkseer, as we usually do see.
The one thing that we should talk about with Team Secret's lineup is that it's not the easiest at breaking high ground. Really, this Jakiro is good at being able to do some damage onto Tier 1 towers, push the waves out. Nisha is spin TP, and that's about it.
Yeah, they can do the spin pressure. There's still the punch they have to worry about, but yeah, the Jug's usually one of those, and he's kind of okay.
Yeah. Puts himself a little bit at risk, but as long as you're playing it correctly.
Yeah.
Particularly once the Blink Dagger comes out from crit, that's when it becomes more scary. Top lane.
Took the words out of my mouth.
Trying, man. 4,000 gold lead for Secret.
See RTZ doing what he does best, sending illusions to cut these creep waves constantly so he can get a little bit more farm in that mid lane. And now they've got everything available. On the side of EG, they want to try to take a fight versus Secret, but Secret still has a good amount of time on that Aegis. So area control is the name of the game. These high ground controls to see who gets the initiation first is really important in these upcoming fights.
Oh, all the bounty runes.
Mid one playing it safe too. He's going to be going for the BKB right after that Silver Edge to be able to soak, of course, the control that comes out from EG and their magic damage.
There's a Yule Scepter on this Death Prophet. He reveals himself, but immediately pulls back in. Sumail can't get in range. But it looks like they're going to try and pressure for this Tier 1 tower bottom, while simultaneously Secret pushing up top lane.
And one thing we didn't have addressed really either is we've talked about Darkseer a bunch. Zai, he's been having a very good tournament actually, one of his best that I've seen. He also is a Darkseer versus a Terrorblade. So Wall of Replica is the thing that we do have to watch out for. As to the stronger Terrorblade gets, that wall is going to start putting in a beating onto his team as well.
All right, BKB timings. You have it on the Terrorblade. You have it on the Death Prophet.
Okay.
What do they want to do? I mean, still, Roche, they're going to have that Aegis for another couple of minutes. But it feels like after that point, it could be a free-for-all.
Secret got a pretty good amount of vision in these last few moments. I've been seeing them keeping tabs on Ancients or even blocking Ancients constantly versus Arteezy too. Vanisha getting chased out here. Crit trying to find eyes on him.
Can you get in range just outside of vision, and they're still chasing, but doesn't look like they want to go any further forward as... Well, on the other side, Yapzor, Sinister Gaze, S4, he's got Ravage if they want to move forward into this one. The boat to try and follow it. They have the break, and now the toss back onto the Tidehunter with the Omni Slash. He's silenced. He can't crack it, show it off. He wasn't able to do anything. He has buyback if they want to continue with this fight. So the snowball putting him into position. Crit very low on HP, and it looks like EG is going to have to back out. They also lose the Lich.
Arteezy's on the high ground.
He's stuck up on the high ground in the avalanche. The toss. They got him caught. Arteezy, where are you going to go? Clipped up in trouble. But S4 buys back. He wants to deal his damage, but he can't do anything. They're too far away from him. That Terrorblade is stuck up there, and Sumail left all alone to his own devices. They can't do anything at all. Where's your damage? It's up too high. They want to pull the fight back over to this side of the engagement, but it's not happening.
He's still up there.
Evil Genius is going to lose their carry in the most tragic of ways as S4 just wants a little help, but it's not coming. Oh, no, 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 no. The Torrent, the Ava, the Toss, and the destruction.
Oh my god, that was with the S4 and the crit buyback. This could just be the game. Zai with the most game-winning vacuum on the high ground. Arteezy tried to TP, but he didn't use his BKB before TPing. He wanted to save it, he got greedy, and he gets punished. They're just going tier 4s, they know.
They know. They can smell blood. Secret wanting a date with Virtus.Pro, and Zai gives them the thanks.
Of course, after that play, that vacuum by Zai, we were just talking about how great of a tournament he's had. What a beast.
Unbelievable. 28 minutes in. The tier 4 towers. Right now, it is silent out, but Evil Geniuses on the verge of elimination. Secret doing it to him yet again. The throne is assaulted. They can't believe it. The Chain Frost bouncing back and forth. The boat is out, though, giving everybody the rum buff. The damage mitigation is there. The Ava, the toss. They want to hold this one, if at all possible. Now the BKB moving forward. There's no Metamorphosis, though. He's beating into Puppy, wanting to take his revenge. They will find that kill, but the buyback comes immediately. Secret want to end this game, and there's going to be the back in the wall. The compound, it comes back in, and they find the kills needed. But Arteezy, he gets the Sunder off, just trying to live through this one. They have the spin, and he needs to back out yet again. This Throne on such low HP. Can they kill it off in time? And it's going to happen. Good game called. Secret are going to the grand finals.
Wow. That was with EG, with their timing. That was, all right, we've got our BKBs online. Let's try to take this fight. They lose heroes one by one by one. And even this little break, and this is the new Avalanche. S4 can't cast Ravage because you're just getting mini-stunned over and over again. And then the high ground vacuum. Oh my god, Zai.
Zai made the play of the day.
Holy crap.
Play of the tournament. And it puts him in the grand finals.
Arteezy got punished for not BKB TPing on that high ground. Probably wouldn't have been able to take the fight anyway if he did use the BKB and TP out, because then he can't walk back in without it.
And gives him the hug afterwards. Of course. I mean, that's the thing to keep in mind. All these players respect each other. They walked out, you know, from the hotel, and they're giving each other little high fives and stuff right before this series started.
Oh my god, that was insane though. What an ending to, like, great series by Secret.
My word, Secret versus Virtus.Pro in the grand finals. Maybe not the way that we anticipated in the 2-0 over Evil Geniuses, but nonetheless still a solid showing from them. You know, they're going to go out in this tournament, probably not feel the best about it, but they finished top 3. That's amazing.
Another third place for Arteezy, though. They have to be feeling pretty bad about that one. They fought hard. I do think they got a lot of growth throughout this tournament. Boba, he did pick a lot of like similar drafts, but I did feel like they grew a bit. But Secret, they had their number. Puppy, he understood exactly how he wanted to play versus them, this fast tempo, and it worked out really well.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're set up for a grand finals. There will be another match in between those. Stay tuned. More here coming up in just a few as we finish off this fabulous major.
Secret are going to finesse their way straight to the grand finals. They're going to get that rematch, and we're going to talk about whether or not we think they will be able to pull off the feat, if they're going to be able to grab a major of their very own. But first, let's talk about how they were able to grab the 2-0. Gods, that was about the craziest way that you could end the series. But let's start at the beginning. Let's talk about how we even got to a place where that was possible. What did laning look like?
Laning was, I think, the best we've seen from EG. They played the lanes. You know, we didn't see Arteezy going back to jungle, level 3, level 4. The Darkseer Tide matchup actually went pretty close to 50-50, which is a big win. I loved how EG played it, blocking the Darkseer's camps.
Tide overtook him even later.
Yeah. You know, mid lane, Death Prophet was bullying the Kunkka, had at least a slight advantage, it was like 60-40 in DP's favor maybe. So lanes, EG, you know, things were going okay for them early on.
Yeah, all in all, seemed pretty even throughout the entirety of the game. Was there a place where that really did turn in your mind black?
I think there were like a lot of small skirmishes, of course, but the biggest turnaround for me was at the where was the top tier 1 tower, I think, where EG, again, we criticized them a lot for it, fought as 4. I mean, Sumail messed up there with the Yules. He used it offensively and then got killed by the Juggernaut as well as Boat. But Arteezy was nowhere to be seen. He was off in his own jungle farming. And then he was starting to walk there, arrived when the fight was over, and then realized, well, I can't really do much anymore. And then went back to farming. But if he's there from the beginning, they would actually completely crush that fight, in my opinion.
Yeah, EG able to take on an entire region, but once again going to be stuck in 3rd place. Let's talk about Secret. I mean, Secret seemed pretty in control, not only in this game, but throughout the entirety of the series. We talk about this game looking even, but still, throughout the draft, Secret's plan just seemed superior.
Yeah, that's kind of what set Secret apart. It was like, yeah, the game looked even through the early stages, but in the end, the win looked very easy for Secret in so many ways. It was just like, okay, they knew once they got to a point they were just going to out-teamfight EG, they were going to outmaneuver them, outplay them, you know, individually as well as a team. Zai's vacuum wall onto Arteezy in that game-winning fight, just incredible. 2 games back-to-back where Zai is just phenomenal. I mean, everyone on Secret is just playing great Dota, and as a team, it's actually meshing well together, which is what EG do not have.
Well, you talk about it looking even, but then you see an end like that and it kind of just knocks it out of your memory instantly. One of the craziest ways we could have ended this losers final, and luckily we're going to get to talk to the winners.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Mid1 from Team Secret. Congrats with that victory. You've had against EG a huge history between you two. What did you think about before the start of this game?
I was thinking, I don't know, what I was thinking, like, I'm just feeling confident that we can beat EG, and I think we figured them out pretty well, so yeah, we're good.
So did you feel anything special playing against EG, or just like you thought about that like an ordinary match?
Just like every team, I think. I think we treat every team the same, so we give our everything that we can. Like, we will play with our full strength, so have fun in the game.
But you have another game today, the grand final, another one between Secret and VP. Are you surprised that we will see the repeat of the KL Major?
I don't think we will see the repeat of KL Major first.
No, the game. I'm not talking about the result. So
game,
what are you thinking before the grand final? What we will see? Maybe we will see something interesting. You have something special for us.
For VP, you mean?
For VP, for the viewers?
I don't know. It's going to be a fun match, I think. Or it's going to be like very fast games. We don't know. Because it can be. Because like the meta right now, like it can be very fast and it can be very interesting still. Because we take a lot of fights, so...
All right, I'm sure that this is going to be an epic grand final. Thank you very much for the interview, and back to the panel.
I love that. Instantly just going, oh no, it's not going to be the same as the major. Wait until we get to the game. Secret showing a little bit of confidence and very deserved after this final game against EG. We're going to see how they got there, but I think we're all waiting to see the final moments of this one in front of us. But at this point, still looking relatively even in our highlights.
Yeah, this is, I think, EG back-to-back. They have a couple good fights. Whenever they fight with their ultimates, the Ravage, the Exorcism, they look really solid. We saw that in the previous highlight of the top lane. This one around mid, this is where the Ravage is coming back up. So before this, they didn't have it. So they needed to make sure they fought around ultis. But this is the big fight Black was talking about.
Is it this one?
I think so. This is when they fight without Arteezy.
Yeah, see, everyone's coming there.
Yep.
Arteezy is slowly making his way up. And they narrowly win this fight on Secret. Like we spoke about the misplay from Sumail, using Yules offensively, getting blown up. And, I mean, the fight takes like half a minute, and TB's nowhere to be seen. He would have killed them all.
It's also a team thing. Like, you can't just say it's Arteezy's fault, because, like, you know, the team chose to start that fight when Arteezy wasn't there, so it's not like you can just point fingers at Arturo. It's a team decision how that went down.
Yeah.
You talk about it as a trend. It's one of those things where, yeah, EG can be relatively happy walking away with third, but this is a team that we know could be winning majors. And it's the moments like these that maybe they do want to refine. As Black mentioned, it does seem to be a trend. We're getting close to the end.
This is the vacuum, of course, the vacuum wall on the top.
Yeah.
Terrorblade was completely taken over. Did he not have a TP? Or did it get cancelled? I actually didn't see.
I didn't see either. Maybe he TP'd to the fight. Yeah, I'm not sure what it was.
Yeah, but like, if that happens, your entire BKB, you're stuck up there. Your entire Metamorphosis, you're stuck up there.
Yep.
And you have to like spam hold position to not kill your own illusion.
Oh, man. Now, okay, so we talk about how EG, there are plenty of things that we could see them improve on. We expect them to. Now already, with this placement, with getting top 3, with being a consistent team, with being the force that they are in Dota, we expect to see them at the TI. But when we look at Secret, pretty sure at this point, mathematically through, is this a morale booster? If you get a win like this, does this affect how you play against VP at all?
I think they're too different to say like
it's. I think the matchup-wise, it's just such a good match. It is a slight confidence booster. It gives them more rest. You know, they didn't have to use too much energy or time to get the 2-0 here. End of the day, though, VP is just, you know, a whole nother beast. As Secret are well aware, you know, they've versed them already in this tournament. They've versed them in the last major final. Yeah.
They've had this head-to-head matchup plenty of times. They have an idea of what to expect as well. And, you know, they alluded to the fact there may be some quick games. When we talk about this head-to-head matchup, Black, do you think that the games could be quick when we get to the grand final? I
mean, just the meta, they're two incredible teams. One slight outdraft can result in like a 20, 30-minute game. We've seen it happen many, many times. And especially between those teams, it wouldn't surprise me if we have like 1-2 games that go that way.
Yeah, I mean, that's one that we definitely expect to go all the way to a Game 3. We saw it the last time that they went head-to-head. One of my favorite matchups from the entire tournament, too, when we did get to see those two forces collide. And the rematch is going to be coming. We're going to be looking at a few of the moments that did lead to it one more time, a few of the numbers that actually did lead us here. Nisha, been a beast every single time that we have gotten to watch him.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just the entire team is very solid. Zai, probably MVP performance. Yeah. Of the series.
Definitely the series.
It's so hard to choose an MVP because Nisha also played really well. They all played really well. Mid one.
Yeah. Mid one didn't die the entire game. I didn't think he died in game 1, did he?
He had 1 death.
In game 1?
In game 2.
No. Or at least not according to those stats that popped up.
Kunkka died once, for sure.
Okay.
No, it's just the numbers, not Black.
Look, you can't doubt the numbers. Stats don't lie.
I mean, maybe you saw wrongly.
Stats
I'm always
don't lie.
right, as we know.
Our stats provided by SAP throughout the entirety of the event, not by Black.
Sadly.
Numbers you can trust. So,
what are we betting on now?
Lacoste's beard is still on his face.
Yeah, it's such a...
That's the biggest letdown of the tournament.
He is...
When like, did the Kunkka die, dude?
He agreed to the bet here. Right here.
No, yeah, I'm talking about
then he said...
I don't believe this Kunkka died, Black.
I think he died. I saw it on the end screen.
Okay.
Or maybe not.
Maybe not.
What do your stats say there?
Looking it up.
Looking it up.
What are we betting?
Black, you have to shave your head.
Yeah,
shave my head. I mean, I like my hair.
I'll shave my head. I'll shave it before the next event.
You don't want to have hair then. I like my hair.
You're not willing to... You're making other people bet their hair, but you're not willing to bet your own.
Of course not.
Shave your head.
No.
Shave one side of it.
It looks even worse.
Exactly.
No. But just coming back to EG real quick. We have been we criticized them a lot. Especially after the series.
I ask questions around here, Black.
No.
Did you try to change the topic?
Next question. When are you shaving your head?
No, they got top 3. We were we criticized them a lot.
Yeah.
But they're still top 3. They're still a very dominant team. It just, Secret and VP, they're like a step above.
Well, I think the reason that we criticize them so much, too, is because everybody knows what they are capable of. Everybody wants to see them grab that major. You look at Arteezy, you want to see him accomplish that task. So we tried to take a look and figure out whether or not... you guys are still trying to figure out whether or not the Kunkka did go down.
Did I?
You couldn't find it.
We'll figure it out a little bit later.
He may have died.
One of the other things that we have to wait...
Wait, show the Kunkka here. Go.
One of the things that we do have to wait a little bit longer.
You back down on the bet is all I'm saying. You
should
have believed in yourself.
I don't want to hurt you. That's all I want to say. I don't want to hurt anyone.
He always resorts to these threats.
Yeah.
One other thing that we're going to have to wait a little while for is going to be the grand final. Coming up next, we're going to get to see a show match between two teams that we haven't gotten to see in a little while. So let's start to talk about what everybody is going to get to see coming up next. It's going to be Wings versus Liquid. Now, this is a little bit of a retreat away from the tournament. The grand final is going to be very exciting. But are you guys excited to actually jump into this show match?
Excited for some of the picks, maybe. We'll get some Pudge, some techies.
Do we know what mode? Do we know what mode they play? Is it CM?
I think it's CM, was what I heard.
I would love to see reverse CM. That's like the real. The real dank.
You get some awful Dota with reverse CM, but maybe that's what we want for a show match.
Want techies?
Yeah.
Ah, he died once.
Yeah, I know. Sure.
Right as always, I protected him because he's my friend, but it's the last Joker you get. Friendship only brings you so far.
This is going to be Black's last panel of the day.
Luckily or unfortunately, what do you think?
I've had a lot of fun getting to work with you, Black. I will say, both of you, it's been a lot of fun getting to know you. A lot of fun getting to work with you guys. Black has definitely thrown me a couple of curveballs throughout the entirety of the tournament. And you guys
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You guys may not be seeing me again because of it, but I had an absolute blast with the man himself.
I had no ill intentions, whatever happened. I'm a very innocent man.
Yeah, very innocent. Very innocent. And, all right, looking right now at the schedule, like we said, guys, Team Secret versus EG, 2-0. A little bit of a surprise that EG maybe didn't get to grab one of those games, but Secret finesses in that final game to ensure their grand final. And now we'll get to jump in to that show match. And then the grand final, decide the CQ major. And one of the other things that I do want to do a little bit later on when we get a chance, I want to start looking at these top teams. I mean, I'm probably going to use Nahaz's calculator to figure all of this out. But with VP and Secret, once again, in the grand final, we already alluded to the fact that it's just so many points going to two teams, all fixed in one location, those DPC points.
Three teams even, right? Like EG is also absorbing so many.
Yeah, because it really does kick up when you're in that third place. So when we start to look at it, the numbers may have shifted. We actually may know more teams that are going to make it to TI. Guys, when we start talking about some of these teams that have been consistent, too, throughout the year, they're making it into the top 8 every time. Do you think we're starting to see some teams maybe get over that threshold yet?
Oh, absolutely. And I don't think the top, at least, 3 to 6 at the next few majors is going to change. Worst case scenario, VP Secret, maybe they don't get top 2, top 3, they get 5th, 6th, but they're going to keep taking more points from the system. So, it's going to come down to getting as many kind of top 8 results as possible. Teams like Fnatic, who get 7th, 8th, or 5th, 6th, those points add up. TNC got 5th place at the last major. All these small little results can make a big difference.
Maybe they'll take a big break before TI, we'll skip this major, just on vacation for a month.
But I don't think. But the thing is, there's only 5 big tournaments throughout the year, so I don't think VP and Secret. If you're going to play tournaments, you're going to be playing majors and turning down the other non-DPC events.
When is actually the 5th major, and then TI after? Is there any dates that we already know? Or
I think the major date was announced. It was in like June, maybe.
June,
and then TI qualifiers like July, I guess. Presumably, those haven't been announced.
But you talk about the teams taking a break, and we've already seen from them that. That's not like them. We don't expect them to take a break. We don't expect them to take it easy, but that's not the case on the desk. We're going to be jumping to a quick break. When we return, we're going to have a show match between Wings and Liquid.
cultural and sports center, the largest inter-comprehensive stadium in Chongqing, which can accommodate 16,000 people. Let's get inside and see how we transformed it for the Chongqing Major. So now I will tell you about the free stuff you can get here on the second floor. First of all, you have different stickers with Chinese teams' logos. LGD, Aster, eHome, Vici Gaming. So I will take this because what? I love free stuff. Also, you can get these things, the best way to cheer for the team and the loudest probably. These are just bags, free ones, with a bracelet on it. First you die, then you're alive. Something like that is printed on this bracelet, so I probably will get one. I will take my bag with free stuff and we're moving forward. Thank you very much. Cheers. Merch store is also available. Let's see what we can find here. So, a lot of hoodies with different teams like Virtus.Pro, LGD. Also we have phone cases, we have slippers, we have cups, we have cans. We have, this is the bag with Chongqing Major stuff. Also you can buy here Chongqing Major t-shirt, which will be a really good souvenir. Okay, so the most interesting things you can find in this merch store. What else you can do between the games? Of course, you can eat, and we see the food court with just ordinary Chinese food. This is the menu. You can order anything you want. Beside of Chinese food, you can also buy some drinks and, of course, popcorn. Right now we're on the tribunes with fans. Today we've seen a pretty epic opening ceremony with lightning and music show and of course AR. By the way, the tickets on the final day are already sold out. First of all, you see this huge screen, 840 square meters with 16K screen resolution, so the viewers won't miss a thing. With the help of augmented reality, we've seen a fire dragon flying all around the place, blowing fire. Also, the stage looks different with a huge logo of the tournament in the middle. While teams were playing the group stage and part of the playoff at the hotel, our production group was permanently based here at the venue in this hall. Alright, Rich, you're new here. Now I'm the part of the panel also. So, how do you like working at the Dota Major?
It's f***ing awesome. I'm having a blast. No, I'm having a lot of fun. It's been really cool getting to know everybody, getting to know the guys.
So I was telling our guys about the stage, about the opening ceremony. Did you like it? Did you see it?
Oh, it's amazing. I think that the AR is really on stream. Looks absolutely sick. Usually when I see AR, it kind of looks shiny. It's neat, but it's like obviously not real. And this looks, it just somehow looks a little bit more realistic. I think it's so well done.
This place has the best view on this beautiful stage. I hope you guys enjoyed this tour. See you later.
Data analytics gives you the advantage of getting to answer questions in a faster time. In esports, you have a topic where all those technologies can be applied with an actual great purpose.
Folks, you may think show match, time to have some fun. No, we broke out the big analytical guns. Nahas and Kyle. We have sheer analytical force and mathematical genius on this desk.
God.
And Kyle.
You can feel the power, man. This is great.
Wow. So this is how it's going to be, y'all. All right.
Oh, hell
All right.
yes.
I'm ready.
There's nothing we can't achieve on this.
There's nothing we can't do.
Including getting fired forever.
He made it this far. At this point, like
That's true. That's true.
At this point, I think they'll let me finish the day. Please.
It's always good if you're allowed an opportunity to finish.
Yeah.
You don't want to go home and...
Kyle, I'm trying.
What?
So I have this problem with like the second that somebody, I go with the flow.
Yeah.
Like I go with the flow. So I wanted to pay attention to you, but I'm not going to. I'm going to ignore you. But I feel like that's going to
good
make
idea.
I feel like it's going to make them worse though.
It does. From experience, I can tell you, it absolutely does.
Kyle, timeout. 3 seconds. Nahaz, what do you think of this show match? It's going to be none other than you're in timeout.
I see 3 seconds.
Shut
if
the
you're
heck
going to
up,
give me a
dude.
timeout and you want Nahaz to speak, you need at least like 2 minutes.
Wings.
I mean, we are talking about a team that picked Pudge and Techies at TI. I mean, what are they going to pick in a show match?
Pudge and Techies, probably.
All right, I'm down.
I've got some info from Liquid.
All right.
They all have a hero, because I think we're playing Captain's Draft, correct?
Yes.
There's a hero that everyone will get if it's in the pool. And it's going to be interesting.
They all got to say one
Techies
here.
is not one of them, but...
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give away
GH is
GH.
obviously
Guess what?
Kyle.
Yeah, of course. It's
Okay.
like this guy plays this hero, wins a TI with it. It's been like 2.5 years or something. He's like, nah,
it's his hero.
It's my hero. Yeah. Talking Dota chess strategies. You get a chance to play that? Probably not. You won't work.
No, I mean, that's how I got ready for the event. I grew out a beard. I played Dota chess.
That's true.
And then I felt really bad about the name that I was given because apparently Reddit says Richard's a terrible name.
Well, why?
I don't know. Apparently it's not as cool.
I mean,
as Fogged or Kyle.
To be fair, your nickname historically is Dick. I feel like that would be a step
yes.
down.
Historically, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, historically that would be the nickname for that name.
Alan, you should know this. It's your time, right?
Yeah, it's an old time thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of weird nicknames. My dad's friend was just named Bob, and all of his teachers would always call him Robert, and it drove him nuts. He's like, nah, I'm Bob.
He was actually named
He was
Bob.
actually named Bob.
Oh, really?
He
The
was just
name on
Bob.
his birth certificate was Bob.
And people
Wow,
didn't
okay.
believe him.
All right, I
He had to take his original birth certificate to school.
It triggered him that much. All right.
It would too.
All right.
That's a hard life.
Yeah.
That's a very hard life. Speaking of a hard life, we saw a pretty hard loss a little bit earlier. Did you guys get to see EG fall? We got a little bit of time before the show match does get started, so let's talk about the last one. EG taken out in 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, I expected the drafts to be a little bit different, and it was sort of more of the same. And, Secret did have to make some big plays to send them home.
I didn't like what Bulba did, personally. I told him as much. We were all there, hanging out in the hotel last night.
Yeah, I'm always like, every game, like, there's a very different culture, whether or not you kind of mention any of that stuff.
Yeah.
So I wasn't sure with Dota if you can talk into it, but I think that there was a consensus that some people wanted to see changes, some people didn't. Kyle.
Yeah, I was like, Bulba, I have friends on both teams, okay? I was just really interested in some good Dota. But I feel like EG can reliably get top 6, top 3, perhaps, following the script, okay? Terrorblade, OD, play some Dota, rely on our individual skill.
Okay.
Whatever. But you're not going to beat the best teams in the world doing that. There's a line, to be good, don't mess up. Don't make mistakes. To be great, make plays. You gotta make plays to beat teams like Secret and VP.
Yeah,
Terrorblade twice in a row is not going to cut it.
I think that definitely maybe some things were expected in a draft, but we're going to table this for a second here because we're going to jump into a video that's going to blow your socks off.
Shadow's doing really well,
Yeah, he is, but it's still a bit of a shame not to see Miracle, playing for Team Liquid.
but there's only one miracle. Said he's not in China.
I think I have an idea. Hi guys, I've accepted the challenge. I'm going to get 50 miracles and I'm going to make a miracle army and send our best wishes to our hero. Okay? Let's find some people to turn into miracles. You are my first miracle. Are you happy?
I'm so happy because I'm real miracle.
Okay, can you help me to find other miracles? We need to find 50.
Okay, 50.
50, yeah?
Let's go.
加油! Okay, let's go. Right, okay.
You need a big eyes.
Yeah.
Okay, I will try.
Okay.
Is that good enough? Yeah, okay. Okay, right, let's go. Okay. 我叫 bonjour 人，谁要 bonjour 我 I need bonjour 人。You're not doing anything. Help me. Okay, now let's go. Let's go. 非常的 cool. Come on. Miracle Army. Okay, let's go. Let's go, my Miracle Army. Nice. Come on. Yeah. Okay, let's find some more. Oh, whoa! What's this? Look! Miracle is my hero for life. Very good. Are we happy? Yeah. Okay, let's go. Find more miracles. Okay, zo. Where's my bag? No. Where's the police? Oh, my friend! 你是我的朋友吗? Yes. Okay. Very good. I love miracle. Go. Yeah. Go, Miracle Army, go. What are you saying?
Will Miracle see this video?
Yes, he will see this video. What do you want to say to him?
I very love him.
You very love him?
Yeah.
Oh.
And I want to solo him with Invoker.
You want to solo him with Invoker?
Yeah.
Okay, I hope he sees this video.
I hope he see this video immediately.
Okay, nice.
Miracle, I miss you!
Now joining me at the desk is Miracle. And Miracle, did you like that video?
It was epic.
Dude, Kyle, you ruined everything.
What are you doing?
You ruined everything,
God,
Kyle.
Jesus Christ.
I'm
just... Guys.
Mally worked hard on that video and you ruined it.
He didn't work hard. Who worked hard? What is this? What is this? Can we get a close? What is this?
These are the notes I've been writing the entire week.
Yeah. It's all built up to this. This was the great culminating moment of Rich's hosting role.
This looks like a dinosaur
screwed it up. Are you flaming the man's art?
Yeah, I am actually.
There's no low to which you will not sink out.
Well, that's fine. Look,
Rich, I got you, man.
Wait, this is actually the schedule.
Yeah.
I'm going to start asking him very hard questions about Dota.
Are you not even using this?
I don't really use the notes or the schedule or anything like that.
Have you never hosted before?
Yeah, they keep printing it. You never look at it. Yeah, just ask the same question over and over again and stare at the cameras.
So that's the advice.
Don't forget the eyebrow raise, which he perfected.
Yeah, I'll teach you over time.
How do you do it? Do you actually practice? Like,
oh yeah.
How do you isolate the muscles?
So
I can be on my ears, but not one at a time.
Every night after the tournament, I get home and I stare at the mirror. I stare in the mirror for like 2 hours. And I fall asleep. I don't have Wi-Fi in my room.
Yeah, you do.
Are you guys trying to practice it right now?
No.
The one team that's not going to be trying to make excuses is whoever wins the grand final. It's either going to be Secret or VP. We haven't talked about this matchup at all. We're getting ready for our show match, but now that we have the two most powerful analytical minds in the entire world, I can't even say analytical and Kyle in the same sentence. But who do you think? No, I'm kidding.
It really hurts.
Nah, yeah. I mean, the truth does. Shit. Let's talk about this matchup, though. Kyle, we're probably not actually going to get to... Are you going to be on the panel anymore today?
No.
Yeah, I figured. When we
they showed me up there. It's literally... my job was to serve as the comic relief. And I believe that just... I didn't realize it was just you guys making fun of me. Or I probably would have said no.
I didn't realize
you didn't realize... Wait a minute. You didn't realize that?
Nah, I mean, I was totally unprepared. I thought we were actually going to break down this show match. There's a lot of in-depth strategy that goes into preparing for a captain's draft match. There is a lot on the line here.
This seems like the strategies that Kyle would understand.
All right.
Kyle, what is the deep strategy? Then we'll talk about what's on the line.
Well, we don't actually know yet because we have to see the heroes. Captain's draft, I think, is 30 heroes out of the possible 110
strength, 10 add, 10
some teenage number, yeah. And you just roll with it. You get 6 bands. 3 per team.
All right. Well, Kyle, stop talking. It's time for the show match. Taking the stage first.
Please welcome on stage Team Liquid.
Two legendary teams taking the stage here. Kyle, you started to talk about what we could maybe expect to see. These are two teams, though, that could definitely keep us guessing.
Yeah, for sure. Surprising to me, Matumba Man actually not wearing his lucky shorts.
Yeah.
Another superstitious man,
there?
although thankfully he actually wears those lucky shorts every day of Valve events all outside of his underclothes. He doesn't actually, wear the same underwear all the time. That would probably smell pretty bad.
That seems like it would be really bad, right?
It's incredible luck. I am still here for a reason.
Dude. Oh, never mind. Won't get into that. So, bans. 3 per team. You got 24 heroes in the pool, and then you do a 1-2-2-2-2-2-1 drafting format.
1-2-2-2-2-2-1.
First pick, very powerful.
Yeah.
In captain's draft, because of course a lot of the counters are gonna be out of the pool. So like when they do we've had a couple captain's drafts tournament, and first pick has a 60% win rate.
Could you please elaborate?
Good job.
What?
Good job.
That was really disappointing. I thought
that was amazing.
I was just curious if we could dive into it a little bit more.
I mean, the last time someone asked him that, he backed down too.
Now that was good.
Thanks.
All right. I did.
So, Wings versus Liquid. Liquid playing with their coach, RMN, another German for the squad. Manager and Kuro also.
Yeah, he's played a fair amount of pro Dota himself. A decent Invoker player. He's played support too, I think, for a couple teams.
Sure.
Let's just talk about the history of these two squads. Good job. Yeah, let's just talk about the history of these two squads for anybody who's just tuning in, has been watching the major, and maybe hasn't gotten to see these guys play in their glory.
Well, there is our Mount Rushmore in Dota is a metal disc, and there are 40 names. Nobody's twice. There are 40 names engraved on that disc, and these are 10 of those 40 names. The TI6 and the TI7 champions. Of course, there are a couple stand-ins. Liquid is missing Miracle, but some history in the making. In fact, there are, going into today, there are only 3 5-man squads in Pro Dota 2 history that have competed in 100 LAN games and have more than a 2/3 win rate. And they are VP,
Wings Gaming, I guess. Whoa, what?
No. Remember, Wings had that rough period before TI. Remember, they crashed out of Manila Major. And then had that rough period after
specific
TI.
5-man rosters?
Five-man rosters.
The TI3 era alliance.
Nope.
Liquid.
Again, they played two Liquid and
for
VP.
sure. Okay,
and then the other one is TI4 era DK.
Thank goodness we have Kyle here.
I agree. The thing, I'll never forget. I think last year was like a Bucharest minor. Okay,
right.
It's like 4 or 5 a.m. and I had the fortune of sitting down at a table with I think it was Seb, or Mad Sebastian, Puppy,
yeah,
Dendi, Velat, and Havost.
Wow.
And we got into this discussion that was just epic to be a part of about what was the best Dota team of all time. All right.
Okay.
And Puppy's answer is, pretty obvious. It's TI1 to TI3 Navi. First, second to TI. Other arguments are, of course, like EG from like the TI4 through 7 era.
Sure.
But the thing that everyone agreed upon, and was really cool to get perspectives, was that Wings played the most beautiful Dota. And that's very difficult to explain. And fans of the game that weren't there at the time won't fully understand why it was so cool.
Yeah. At that one tournament, that one run was just so... It was so ridiculously mad. It was kind of... until OG came along this year, that was our Miracle on Ice, right? That was the... these guys did things that were so far from the way the game, everybody else understood the game.
Yeah, you're sitting at home with a blank T-shirt, a black Sharpie, writing an Arial font, wings on all of your shirts. Like, it was just this thing that blew your mind. Fog talking about it was crazy today.
That's what's so cool, right? Because you have a group of legendary players. You talk to players, you talk to fans, you talk to commentators. Everyone is still kind of awestruck by how these guys played. And I liken it in a way to the way, say, like Biggie and Tupac's career is legendary, because you don't really know what they would have done, right? They left too soon.
If they kept playing. Yeah, but I feel like all the greats do, right? Like,
in a way, yeah.
It's also, I feel like one of the cool things that I actually didn't know about that Gabe was talking to me about today is the release of their training regiment, right? And the idea of them playing tournaments, and they just finished, they just won, and instead of celebrating, sitting down.
The summit, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the tournament, the first tournament that they win together, and they literally 5 minutes after the grand finals ended are still in the room watching the replay. They have to pull them out for the post-game ceremonies. I mean, these 5 guys lived and breathed Dota, and they did it all together.
There's a line, I can't remember the name, but a magician said something along the lines of how sometimes magic is just practicing something way longer than anyone thinks someone might ever do. And that's like what we don't recognize about the Wings legacy, is that for this multi-year period, really, like this same core was, I think, Blink and the 2 supports, until they were joined by Faith Beyond and Shadow.
Right.
I could be mistaken, but there was a 3 and then 2. They worked so hard, and that's what made their meteoric rise to the top just so cool to follow, because it was a product of being completely in sync, and that's why it was so beautiful.
Everybody that's associated with the team over that time period too will tell you that hard work was not born of desire for grandeur. That hard work was born because you had 5 guys that loved the game and loved playing it together.
Yep.
Yeah, and then I think the analogy that Kyle used there too is a really strong one, because you think of not expecting their drafts, not expecting what they actually bring to the table, and then them winning with it when it looks like they should be losing, and it looks like this miracle. But no, it's the fact that their execution isn't even something that you could comprehend, because you can't comprehend how much work they did put into making something like that work. But let's talk about Liquid.
Man,
sum this team up for anybody who doesn't know the Liquid that we are seeing on the stage right now.
I mean, it's the stat earlier, right? But it's also, I think you go back, and there's not been another team since Navi, what we mentioned, TI1 and TI2 and TI3, that has sustained that level of success, right? I mean, we talk about all these stats about how few 5-man squads have 100 or more LAN wins. Liquid had 100 LAN wins last year after winning TI. The level of commitment that it takes to be at the top of the mountain and turn right around and play all of these events that we had last season and show up to every one of them with your A+ game, it's amazing.
Yep, and they are such a great group of guys too. Like this man on camera right now, GH.
Yeah,
he'd get all embarrassed if you said it, but he's one of the nicest people that you could ever meet in Dota 2. I have yet to hear anyone say a bad word about the guy. Super positive. Like, you just want to hug him.
You really do. I mean, the first time I met him, he like walked up to me, and he's like, "Oh, you're Naz. I love your stats."
Yeah.
He really is he's a fantastic dude.
Yep.
Now that we see these 2 teams going head to head as well, obviously, this is going to be a matchup that is meant to be played for fun. But is there anything that you want to see as fans? Besides techies.
I'd take a little punch techies. I'd take a 5 green hero strat from Liquid. It's a little harder in Captain's Draft.
Okay.
I just want to see them have some fun. You know, we're talking up both of these teams right now. You know, obviously Wings, they haven't played together in who knows how long. Liquid having their coach stand in, so neither one at their full strength. This game may not live up to the glory of their past achievements, but it's just, you know, it's for the memes, right? That's what the community really wants. Like, they're just asking, they're hoping we shut up eventually, because who cares about the past? Like, we want techies. That's what they're thinking.
I think there's also, like, a lot of people in Dota, one of the things that I think people come back to is this stuff that you see in your pubs that's just insanely broken and it makes you want to rage quit. like you see it on the big stage. I mean, these ideas from high-level pub matches do get translated and adapted to the pro game. And I think a lot of people watch matches like this because, you know, that BS combo you just played against your pub last night could be the best players in the world on stage playing it today.
Or you can find a new BS combo to bring to your pubs. That's always the fun thing as well. True. Maybe these players will be able to string something together that folks haven't seen before.
I mean, you do groan inwardly at these events when you see certain stuff, right? It's like, that's going to be in my pub tomorrow.
Like, oh, damn it. Yeah. Got to deal with that now. But we will have to see in a few moments here what they will be playing.
Yeah, just taking a little time to get settled, you know, even though it is a show match. Neither one of these teams, you know, it's just something about playing Dota. You got to have your ergonomics, your flow, you know?
You got to get that ritual going. You know, maybe you don't change your underwear for a couple days for good luck. Maybe, Nahaz, what's your routine?
What is my routine? Well, I always have my suit tie combos like laid out for an event.
Oh, I thought to play Dota, I was like,
wait, no, to play Dota?
Yeah, I was like, can you imagine Nahaz like going through, okay, Dota suit and just sitting down at home?
Yeah, just like 100 different gray suit jackets. Like,
I mean, to play Dota, my routine is just hit the Q button and pray. I mean, I hope this isn't awful.
Yep.
Yeah, well.
Wait, now I'm kind of curious, though. But what's your routine ritual? Everyone's making fun of mine. Wait, what's your routine?
I think that's a good one.
It's strong. It's strong. What's your routine ritual?
I don't really have one anymore. I used to.
Before
teaching.
A lot.
So before teaching, I used to rap.
No,
every time?
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
I used to.
You talking like schoolhouse? Oh.
I used
like wait, Eminem themed economics?
No, before I lectured, I would rap.
Money,
no, I would rap. I would rap to like warm up my articulation.
What was your favorite song?
I mean, the entire. Oh God, what was the name of the album?
What a fan!
I would rap. I'd rap "Cleaning Out My Closet" a lot.
Okay.
I like that song.
Okay.
I mean, "Without Me," of course.
That's a good one.
Said I'm sorry, Mama.
I never meant to hurt you.
Ooh,
exactly.
Geez. Yeah, that's man. You really got that intonation down, Alan.
I gotta ask.
Shut up! All right.
I gotta ask.
You asked.
Wait.
Whoa. We opened this segment shitting on me. If
I know. It was
take
fun.
it. As Thumper said, if you can't say nothing nice, Alan, just don't say anything.
How often does Nahaz bring up the fact that he can freestyle rap on the desk? Because
I never have.
Because with me, Nahaz has told me at least 10 times that he can freestyle rap.
Yeah. And I'm sure the thing is that you're probably an expert on this. You've been living in the city, you know, New York City, for years. Yeah. I'm sure that at some point in your life you probably engaged.
I've seen a lot of professors rap before, all the time in New York.
I mean, maybe that's actually like
I can beatbox. I can beatbox for you.
Let's not do any of that. That's just a
wait. Can you actually freestyle, or do you just like to go through like Eminem songs?
I don't technically freestyle because I usually think of stuff.
Okay,
first,
here's a question: Who's the greatest rapper of all time?
Who's the greatest rapper of all time?
Greatest rapper of all time. Who's the GOAT? You're taking me too long
I do like my shady. You probably gotta say Tupac.
What?
What?
Yeah, I don't think you gotta say that.
I don't think you gotta say that at all.
I mean, the guy was on the cutting edge of his art when he died, but all right.
Yeah, but
whatever.
So you never mind.
What do you want? What do you want? You want Dre? Fine.
I mean, you can make an argument.
I think Easy's overrated, but that's just me.
Oh my God! Like we cut this, Rich. Step in.
Yeah, we should probably talk Dota.
Let's say, what's your favorite Dota hero, Alan? How about that?
You know that. Invoker's my favorite hero. Always have been.
That's a good answer. That's what I'm talking about.
What is okay? All right. I'm not a cool kid. I know, guys. I know.
None of us are kids anymore.
Not after a week on this desk.
Yeah, I've aged
It's been very educational.
Oh man, sitting next to Black will make you age fast. I'm like 60 now. I'm like 60 after some of those panels.
You're almost catching up to Alan. Then.
Getting there.
Wow, an age joke, Kyle. That was great.
Man,
just hit him.
It was great, dude.
Hit him with the Dota knowledge joke. Just get him back in a few seconds here.
Come on, you can do it, Kyle.
You want to hear a joke?
We believe in you.
Alan's Dota knowledge.
Oh, got him.
I didn't mean to fist bump him there.
He did. He did mean to fist bump me.
He's just sitting next to me. He's just sitting next to me.
I just got destroyed. Imagine the Reddit threads. I just got destroyed.
Nah, you didn't get destroyed.
Nobody looks at those.
besides all of us with tears in our eyes every night. Like, guys, everything you say, we see. Sometimes that's my favorite thing about working with Lacoste. Yeah. The second that he tells a joke, he takes out his phone and he waits to see if chat laughs or not.
He does, and then he immediately, when you get to the point in Twitch chat, and then he immediately goes to Reddit. It's great.
Oh yeah. They just looks at you with that shit-eating grin.
That's the thing. Like, so much of what Lacoste says is funny is because no matter what it is, no matter how funny or unfunny the reaction, he just looks at you with this complete smug grin.
Yeah.
It becomes funny.
I love Twitch chat. It's love-hate, right? But to me, it's the best representation we have of, like, the stadium crowd for an online match, right? You're watching at home, and the difference is, so if you're like an, let's say you're a commentator, an athlete, whatever, on a basketball court, think about all the awful shit people are saying in the crowd. You can't hear all. But because it's like online, you've got a record. You can actually track how many people like Rich's tie versus how many people don't. And that actually was a big topic of conversation yesterday. Rich was very concerned. He hemmed and hawed like until 4 a.m. this morning because he didn't know what the community would respond best to.
I mean, the great hosts do that,
That's relatively true. Yeah, and then Fogged sits down and just has a better tie than you.
Yeah.
It's like really... And you don't see that coming from Fogged.
Yeah, I'd agree.
You expect it, you think you know what's coming, and then he really does throw you off guard. And speaking of being thrown off guard, we expect to be thrown off guard by what we see in this matchup on the stage. Wings versus Team Liquid. Taking a long time to get ready for the show. They are taking this very seriously.
I had 30 seconds of material for this.
They're really not ready. It's coming back to this panel, which has provided so much insight that we need to bring it right back here to this desk for more.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Kill me.
Can't actually.
Are they like putting new keys into their keyboards? Like, they're really getting ready. They're actually getting the exact PCs that these players played on last. We are checking every detail.
Actually, I'm just getting word now. They have acquired the 10 computers that these players won TI on.
That's why I just said.
And apparently...
That's literally the joke that Rich just told.
Oh, I get it. So he's gonna do the same thing on the panel that he does when he casts.
God.
What's that supposed to mean?
No. If you were doing that, you would be the best host ever. Oh my God, you're the best host ever. And then you say one wrong thing. Nahaz is amazing. He's carrying this panel.
Hey, I don't know where this is going.
Well, you roasted Nahaz. He gets his moment in the spotlight.
His jimmies are rustled right now. That is for sure. Also, one of my favorite pastimes. It's also incredible how quickly
wrestling Nahaz's jimmies.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of your favorite pastimes.
Abort. God, Kyle.
What?
What indeed? What?
Well, my favorite one is just, maybe, you know what we could do, actually? I like to, whenever we have, like, longer fills, right? We can do our part in, like, educating the stream.
Oh, no. Okay. All right.
Okay. What? On what?
Go ahead, Kyle.
Never mind. It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea. You should, never mind. I've gone down this road before. I was going to combine, like, real, no. It's failing. I'm save me.
Well, that's what they expected with you on the panel. I don't think that's why we're getting it out of the way now. And then we're going to get into the grand final, and we're probably going to... Who do you think's here for the grand final?
In that seat?
Yeah. Definitely not Kyle.
I mean, please, Lacoste, but...
Yeah, Lacoste. Fogged, maybe.
Gotta be.
Unfortunately for the community, I can't do both jobs, so I'll only be able to cast it.
Oh, you're casting grand final?
I am.
Okay, cool. Wait,
Wow.
so who are you casting with?
Oh, you know Reddit's blocked in China, right? Yeah.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying...
They didn't know.
You're saying there's like a group of people that are disappointed in my style?
You know what would be an even better idea than letting Kyle talk right now?
I'm saying that I'm glad after 2 years there might be somebody that they hate more than me today. It won't be true tomorrow anymore.
I mean, I'm not...
It won't be true tomorrow
I'm going to put Rich on the spot here, all right? His strategy was to sandbag for the first couple of days. He literally was taking it easy.
That's not true.
It's 100% true. He's like,
who are you, Sherlock Holmes?
This is what he said. He said, this is so easy, all right? Communities are so gullible. All I got to do is show up, pretend to be bad for a couple of days,
Kyle's
and then...
to, like, do you want to destroy my career right now? Oh, yeah, that's...
No, like, they put
Look at his face.
They put him on a panel, a 3-man panel, as a guy who never hosted a Dota event before at a major, and he survived.
He told me, I saw, this is bullshit. This right here, these aren't his real notes. He has a notebook right there full of Dota ideas. It's like 12 pages long, and he told me that he'd had long conversations with Fogged, with apparently Puppy, about in-depth Dota strategy, and he just didn't tell anyone for the first 2 days.
I'm going to be honest, the most insight I've gotten from a player last night, Sumail made me order a cheeseburger from him. That's the most a player has opened up their mind to me so far. I don't think any of the players know who I am at all.
That's not true.
One time I took a picture with Fear.
Yeah?
And I don't think he liked me very much.
Fear doesn't really like most people.
Fear, that's okay.
I think he's cool.
He is cool.
He doesn't like me very much.
He's also not like a super warm.
Yeah, but like
it was
named himself Fear. I feel like that sends the message.
It was in 2015. It was at MLG NOLA, my first ever esports event, and Arteezy put his arm around me, and I had no idea who he was at the time. And I was like, why didn't Fear put his arm around me?
You know what's funny is that...
And you thought about that
real quick.
I wanted to recreate the picture, but I'm just... Yeah.
So that a lot of time has passed since that moment. And Arteezy still hasn't won a major.
A lot of third places. That was something that we talked about quite a bit, is the idea of what needed to change. I feel like today the story was very much, okay, we kind of saw the same type of strategy throughout the entirety of the tournament. Has that always been the case, though?
For EG?
For Arteezy. Like, do you think that that's the case for him, or when's he going to break through? I mean, this is a guy that people are just expecting to eventually get that major win.
I don't want to pull like an ESPN here and just talk some random bullshit that I don't actually know anything about.
Come on, you are.
They want you to do that for another. They want you to do that for another 40 minutes. So.
Oh, okay. Well, my thing about our tour is like it's frustrating as a person. Like, I just love Dota. Okay.
Yes.
And that's probably like I just love Dota. I love good Dota. I love talking about good Dota. Like after TI7 Liquid 1, I stayed up just like streaming, going over the replays because it was like, oh my god, this is beautiful. It was like the craziest 3-0 ever. Anyway, point is, I loved watching our tour play back with like the TI5 secret, like the TI4 EG, right?
Okay.
There was a different kind of Arteezy. It was like this aggro, like he would play the Shadow Fiend, go blink first, and just shit on games, right? And he's the same, like, he could farm too, but he played in a way that he just destroyed people. And this style now is he just kind of seems relegated to just the one position. Like, he just farms. And I don't know if that's a him thing, if that's a team thing or what, but it's just sad because I feel like that this is a more complete player and there's more that can be done than just, oh, hey, Yasha Butterfly Terrorblade, game number 12 out of 15.
I get what you're saying, Kyle, and I think that there's an element of truth to it. I just don't buy into this narrative that somehow like Arteezy's not kept up, or Archer is still an amazing player. Yeah. He's still an amazing player. And I think what the biggest thing that's happened is he came along at a time where Dota was just started, the level of competition in Dota was rising so quickly. We just had this big regime change. And I mean, I think if our tour comes along a year before he did, that he's probably at least won.
What? Why?
Because
another year of practice is just going to magically make someone better at Terrorblade?
I think Dota, at the time that he came along, was getting so much better and so much more competitive. Right, that those posts between TI4 and TI5 to me was the biggest growth in terms of the number of teams that I think were competitive, were viable to win the major tournaments, and that's why, for example, that secret streak before
guys, you're fighting right now. You guys need to clean up your fighting a little bit. Luckily, we got a little tutorial on how to do kung fu.
Chongqing major. Now, I used to live in China. One thing I love about China is Chinese kung fu. So I found a Chinese teacher to come to the hotel where we're staying and teach some of the players and talents some kung fu. I hope you enjoy the results. Found a teacher. This is Liu Shufu. He's 72 years old. And he's going to teach us some Kung Fu. And our first victim, our lovely student, is obviously Dominic, better known as Lacoste. So Leo Shufu is going to teach us some skills, and we're going to see if Lacoste can pick them up. So hopefully, Dominic, you feeling confident?
Yeah, I mean, I survived the Legion Commander with the Iron Talon for a couple of years. I think I can survive this as well.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so let's start. finished the first lesson. Maybe give him a shake of his hand. 谢谢谢谢刘师傅，谢谢。给我谢谢吧，我是好。谢谢好。Okay, thank you. Hope you enjoyed the video. How do you think you're going to do?
We'll see. I like martial arts, but we'll see. It's my first time.
You've done boxing before, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
I've done a little bit of boxing. Okay, so we're gonna start. We'll see how much Tavo can learn from Liu Shufu. Did he do well? You did pretty good. You did pretty good. Tavo, how do you feel?
I felt great.
You felt good?
I don't do much in exercise, so I almost died, but it's good.
I think the second with the weapon was more your style.
I always want to learn some Kung Fu. It's pretty...
This is Prada from Thunder Predator. He's going to be our Kung Fu learner today. Liu Shufu is going to teach him some moves of how to attack someone after you shake their hand, because that's what you would do. Very, very good. I think you're the best candidate. He said he's very impressed by you. Very good. Yeah, very. He said the other people that tried were very good, but you were so far extremely good. So, Prada, how do you feel?
It's very cool, I guess. It's interesting to learn this.
You know what you can do is when you go back to the room, you can do this to your teammates.
Yeah, I'm going to beat my team, I guess.
Okay, 谢谢 Liu Shufu. 谢谢. Thank you very much. Thank you. This is obviously Dominic. You know, he's black. He was super, super keen to learn Kung Fu. So I put these two guys together. Liu Shufu is going to teach him about this weapon. Good. 他是厉害吗？厉害吗？Okay, very good. Okay, thank you, Liu Shufu. Thank you, Black. Dominic, think you had fun, right?
Very fun, thank you.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Hope you enjoyed the video. Let's get started. As you can see, Rich is very ready. 你准备了吗？知道了。Liu Shufu's ready. Okay, let's go.
Can you? I don't speak Chinese. Can you warn him that I'm a killing machine?
Come on, Rich.
打了。
Oh, hey. Oh, boom! Oh no! Hey,
hey. Okay. Yeah. Boom. Is he a good student?
Yes.
Good. How about yes?
You can't, just if we do any more, can you tell him not to hit my face? That's my moneymaker.
Okay, that's fine. He said you learned well. You've learned well.
I learned well.
这个里面的变化挺多的。比如说我两个像这样。
I heard Dota.
你不要紧，没关系，你过去点。
Go.
Beat up Mally?
Go. No. Whoa. 真厉害. Mate, no more students. Student class over. Very good. I hope you enjoyed the video. Okay, bye-bye.
Time to get back down to business on our desk. My name is Rich. I'm going to be your host. I'm joined by Nas and Kyle.
Show off that moneymaker, boy.
Yeah, he must be real. He must be having some issues.
Man,
I'm starving.
I'm just saying. I wish I had known more about that art before I got kicked from Complexity, because shit would have gone down different, let me tell you. Like, Puppet, you think about it, right? Every great Dota captain's been a disciplinarian, okay? But my problem is... What?
I have no idea what he's talking about. Nas, let's start to talk about... I'm assuming at this point we're getting very close to the matchup between these two teams. In case anyone has forgotten, because we have been talking about everything else that has been going on in the world, let's talk about the show match once again. It's going to be Wings playing against Liquid. And then we get into the grand final. So for anyone who isn't familiar, I know Kyle touched upon it, but what does this format actually look like?
Captain's Draft is 30 heroes randomly chosen from the pool, 10 int, 10 strength, 10 agi. Drafts proceeds basically as normal, except there are 6 bans, and all of them occur right away.
Now, Kyle, you started to talk about the most important thing in a series like this is going to be getting comfortable up on the main stage. Never mind.
There we go. And you can see the pool.
Real quick.
The UI is adapted. You can see the pool of heroes on the left.
There's a lot less time to make decisions as well in Captain's Draft, as you don't have like all the stages. You just pick. You have 2 minutes 10 seconds reserve, and then that I think 20 or 30 seconds of tick time. Looking at the pool, Captain's Draft, a lot of it's about the bans, because certain first pick heroes can just be broken because there's no counters left. Looking at the pool, looks like Brood could be nuts.
Yep.
Tidehunter could possibly see. What are the supports are usually key.
Weaver's
Building
one
lineups.
of those heroes that can be a little OP, but you do have multiple silences in the pool.
Oh,
there we go.
That's it. There we are.
Going to be able to take it in
Another
an
hour
absolute
panel, guys. Let's go.
Beautiful.
What
we
a
have
game.
not seen any game go this quickly at the CQ Major. Liquid has risen to the occasion once again. TI winners and now winners of the show match.
Unbelievable performance. Kuroki, the mastermind, does it again. They haven't won a major in quite some time, and they didn't take this one, but this could just get them back on track.
Naz, throw out your stats because these numbers have been decimated.
Well, it's an all-time fastest game in the history of Pro Dota. Never before in the history of Dota.
Did you know that decimate actually means to reduce by a fraction?
Yes, it came from
of
the
10?
Roman.
Yeah,
yes, it came from the Roman.
yeah, the Romans did things like they were serious.
So the use of
way
decimate is like completely annihilate somebody like that.
Do you in your free time read facts on Wikipedia?
He's actually really well read.
I love historical fiction, and I just read a lot. I don't know. I can remember things I read. I can't remember like things I hear, which is part of the problem. Because like Alan will just talk.
I knew you read a lot of history. I didn't know you liked historical fiction. All right.
Yeah, it's awesome.
You got to read a guy named Guy Gabriel K.
This panel has been going on so long that these two got in an argument, resolved the argument, and now have become best friends around historical fiction.
Oh no, this is what Kyle and I do. Like you don't understand.
Well, real quick though, so the Romans, what they would do is to discipline like legions that went AWOL or light discipline, because sometimes they would just just kill everybody or whatever. But they would make the regiment draw stones, and 1 out of every 10 would get the bad one, and then the rest of them would just beat him.
I feel like I've gotten to the bad stone right now.
In a way, someone had to. But speaking of historical fiction, there's a lot of excellent books out there. Like Shogun, one of my favorites. Read that. Someone out there is going to read that book right now, and they're going to love it.
That's probably worth. James Clavell is the truth.
Yeah, the Eagle of the Ninth was a movie with like Channing Tatum, but the book is so much better. It was written in like the 40s. Oh no, it's good.
I mean, honestly,
sci-fi is excellent too, but that's like a whole other topic.
You can't write stuff like we're seeing here in the draft. You can see the players right now.
Man, I'm telling you, Rich, you're on. All right.
I'm so upset at how good Rich is at his job.
I'm so upset by how quickly Liquid was able to take down that first game. I mean, you get to this show match and you want to see what Wings can do. It's been a long time. You expect them to pull out all the stops. They don't have to hide strategies this late in the show match. But Liquid just being the superior team here.
You can see, look at their confidence. Their GH is giggling like, wow, that was easy.
Yeah, actually, 3 more games have passed in this time. They're currently 4-0.
What happened was that's the man that saw Coddle wasn't in the pool and said, oh, oops. Oops, I kicked my cord.
There we go.
Dude. That's an interesting strategy. Like, what would you do? What if a player just, because you always get searched before you come on to main events, right? Yeah. But what if you just found a way? Like, you remember how in X-Men they all had plastic weapons to try and defeat Magneto?
Yeah, of course.
What if you had some sort of plastic-based magnetic, like, force that could disable your PC, and you just kept disabling it?
Or wait, real quick.
What
if you had a skeleton coated in metal, and the magnet power guy hard countered you?
That sounds like really bad writing.
Yeah, really.
There it is.
Hey.
All right,
nice. Wait a minute.
Oh wait, what?
Oh yeah, mind control, Ricky. Who picks Lich in
it's actually, guys, format's changed. All random deathmatch.
Wait, really?
Yes!
Says
really?
that in the top right corner.
Oh, hell yeah! That's
right,
Liquid was saying that on the way in.
Play it
they said, and I quote, like, why the hell would we play Captain's Draft? Let's go ARDM. I guess that's just it, and our job's done, right? Like, the end, right? Okay,
yeah, we're probably all getting
how
fired
this works real quick. You, each team, I think, have 40, you have like 40 lives, and every time you die, you get a new hero at the end of your lives. So instead of going up in kills, you go down in lives.
You talked enough. Casters, take this one away, please, please.
Thank God, getting rid of Kyle. That's what needs to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the ARDM match. And with me here, I have somebody that spent a very long time with Team Wings. It is, of course, KBPQ Jack. My man, how you feeling?
Great. Good to be with you. First time casting in such a venue and stage, so it's going to be a lot of fun.
And we did have a hell of a lot of trouble getting this game started. Both teams were like, all right, just go ARDM, and everybody was like, fine, we're doing it. And I'm excited. This one should be really, really cool. We're going to sort of fluctuate a little bit back and forth between talking about what's happening in the game, as the spam of the sounds is going to be all over the place this time, as well as also making sure that we're talking about the history of these teams a little bit. So before we get into the action, I just want to talk to you since you spent a lot of time with Wings. TI6 happens. The entire Dota world comes together. You've got East, West, everywhere in between. Everybody loves Wings. The Wings chants, they ring out everywhere. We're not even going to talk about this kill that's about to happen. And then it felt like we didn't really have closure afterwards. As, man, we are really going to have to wait for a second here. We didn't really have the closure on the story of Wings. So can you tell me a little bit about what happened after TI? What was going on with them?
Well, I mean, I think one thing that made Wings really transcend tribalism, regionalism, whatever you want to call it, is the pure joy of Dota, right? The idea that there's so many heroes in the game, any of them could be played at any time, as we see some kind of action happening mid already. And then, so Wings transcended that. They could pick anything, seemingly any game, any different combinations of heroes. And you know what? For that reason, I'm really happy that we're going to be doing ARDM for this match. So I've always wished to see like more competitive, more televised kind of ARDM matches, and this is perfect for that. Like talking about the joy of Dota, and this is the mode to show that the best.
Absolutely. You just run into a lobby, run some ARDM action. Kyle talked about it briefly, and then thankfully the production cut him off because nobody wants to hear him talk anymore. But it is 40 lives apiece. So you get into some like sort of weird strategies because you're going to lose a life and then you come back as a new hero. That's the whole way that this ends up working out. And so because of that, you might want to really hang on to one of these heroes if you feel like it's broken. Terrorblade's been all over the place. We'll see if they decide to stick with it, if they can. Granted, it's GH playing it, so a little bit different. But item decisions, too. You want to build items that can work for a lot of different people, or you just build an Ags and hope something good happens.
Yeah, in the past, I've even seen, I mean, way back in the days of earlier ARDM, you'd see people even just go to Roshan and just feed if they got a hero that they didn't like. So, I mean, strategically for this mode, there's a lot of different ways you can do it. Aghanims is a pretty general purpose item that now works on more heroes than ever. So you might have a player that does that. Used to see a lot of Midas Travel Lincolns just as generic items that people would build. So, I mean, there's something to be talked about in terms of that distribution. I don't think the teams will be taking it that seriously, but obviously, you know, the lanes will determine, as in Dota now anyway, how things will go early on.
Definitely. So right now, it does look like Liquid a little bit behind as far as the top CS are concerned. Slark keeping it even with the farming Ricky PA and Terrorblade. Classic lanes that you always see. A little reflection there. GH under fire. Ice wanting to move into position. And could have thrown out a decay there, but doesn't decide to do it. So talk to me a little bit about this, because Wings known for their innovative strategies. They also had incredibly strong play, regardless of just the crazy drafts that they came out with. Who was sort of the source behind that?
I would say that Ice was actually an underrated source. He was probably the most X-Factor wildcard player on this team. The guy is, you know, Xiao8 once said that Ice is unfit to be a professional player. The guy's got a temper, like, you know, he's going to speak his mind no matter what. At the same time, though, this guy would grind a ton of pubs, play a lot of different heroes, and always be a source of new and fresh ideas for this team. So he was in many ways this engine where you kind of couldn't live without him, but you know, sometimes it could be real hard to be his teammate.
Mind control, trying to play a little bit of mind games there, telling him he's not bottom lane, and see if he can get some damage onto Innocence here, Mr. Y.
Yeah, we have to think almost that all random death matches got to favor Wings a little bit, right? So.
Well, for sure. Doing what they can, popping their stick, turning to fight. GH wanting to see what he can do, but the Frost Shield, first blood, drawn by Ice, and now looking for the catch onto Kuro as well. They're going to lose two of them.
Yeah, MC trying to take down Xiao. He will manage to take the Slark out of the game.
This does mean that Drow is going to be picked up, and an Alchemist for Kuroki. So, let's see. Any item decisions? I guess boots are fine. The double gauntlets for the Drow Ranger, a classic build for sure. And a Queen of Pain picked up for Shadow.
Yeah, come straight bottom and try to pick up a couple kills here. GH pretty exposed, but I think the Drow could be one of those heroes that you'd want to hold on to, just so you can get 6 and go jungle super quickly and get really fun.
It ain't happening, Jack. That dude's done. So off to a quick start there. GH feeding away a couple deaths. Not what you want to see necessarily. Ooh, follow-up stun. Innocence goes down. They find another. Wings all over them. Finding kill after kill after kill. Kuroki looks like he should be able to get the walk away here, but God, the Undyne is just so freaking strong early. Now it's going for a Midas. All right, that's a classic.
Yeah, speaking of things that heroes that would pay off later on, you want the Alchemist certainly to be able to farm, right? Because then whatever hero comes next just ends up being 5 or 6 slotted. So I'm not sure if that's a transition that they'll make here. But their lanes are already under a lot of pressure from Wings,
So we talk a lot about sort of the differences of China versus the rest of the world. Wings, the last Chinese team to win a TI, and also going to be the only TI. We can talk a little bit more about how it broke up afterwards, but what do you think it was that made them so strong? As the stun's going to come out, and actually Shadow trying to find the turnaround kill there. They're chasing down GH on the Shadow Fiend. Oh, why? Innocence on that anti-mage. They already have the zombies chasing after him as well. Ice actually living through all of this. Has to turn onto the Necro Mind Control. Can he kill him off in time? They come in from Shadow as well. 2 Blink heroes.
Shrine's almost up.
Right clicks. Can they kill him off the Shrine? It comes up right at the last second for Mind Control. But he is eventually going to be killed off as well. They TP in with GH on his 3rd or 4th hero. Matumba Man's a sniper trying to kill Ice. He does finally go down. The pesky Undyne is going to fall, but now Innocence underneath that shrapnel. One more punch from GH. He gets his revenge, and Kuroki almost ends up killing himself.
Stick charges and counterspell on Y, but of course he's not the carry player, so his anti-mage does go down. I mean, it's probably a hero that he wanted to get rid of anyway. But yeah, back to your point. One of the things that really separated Wings, as they said in the video, their dream started here in this city, in Chongqing, and not Shanghai, which is the epicenter of esports in China. And there were some things that probably, like being sheltered away from Shanghai, helped them, because there's a lot of temptation, there's a lot of distractions for players in Shanghai. They hang out a lot, they go to the same places, a lot of things that can kind of throw them off course away from the game, and they kind of got to be isolated from that here in this more remote city to southwest China that kept them away from those bad influences in Shanghai in some ways. And they stayed there. They obviously worked really hard in their game. Some people would say that there wasn't too much else for them to do or take away from that, and help make them a stronger team.
The passion, the focus, sticking around on that one particular spot away from the rest of the teams. I mean, normally you'd think sometimes that could hurt, because it means, maybe you're not going to be scrimming in as much, but yeah, staying away from those vices for sure. So a little bit about what's going on in this game. Ice is going to move in onto Matumba Man, but needs to be careful because they are going to find him. The tower finds the finish. The Fiend script on the Matumba Man. And right now, Wings are kind of owning. They've been killing it, man.
Yeah, they managed to move around pretty well. Take that strong start out of lanes and turn that into kills on all 3 lanes. Top 3 CS right now on Wings. And again, there's some pretty favorable matchups right now. I'm not sure if they'll decide at which point what heroes they might want to give up. I'm sure this Bane might be something that they want to trade in a little bit down the road.
Yeah, it's something to keep our eyes on. Are there any weird item builds coming out yet? As the wraparound coming down bottom, they bring in the Spectre in the early Spectre pick. That's another one that can be really strong if you can hang on to it. Ice on the Abaddon trying to kill off GH. The pause coming from the Bane. Kale apparently. A little bit of back and forth here.
Come on, Blink, you're just hitting creeps anyway, man.
They're going to call the go. Ice will finally be brought down. But yeah, Spectre could be super strong if they could keep that one. Does have the 2 Bracer build also from Matumba Man.
Yeah, Liquid moving with numbers, as we've so often seen. It was interesting this game started in a tri-lane. That is, at some point, what a lot of the Chinese teams tried to do against Wings, because they were so good at these rotations and disguising information and deceptive movements that would catch teams off guard. Always seemed like they had the right numbers at each tower, or the right hero defending each tower. And so teams, at some point, decided to tri-lane them because Wings weren't necessarily that strong as just laners.
That's a good point, yeah. And I mean, harkening back, we have a second TI winner here as well in Team Liquid. We've seen a lot more of them recently. At least when I was looking at these 2 teams, though, they felt like 2 that had the strongest potential to repeat. As it does look like they're going to be able to find the kill onto Shadow on the Visage. Kuroki also going to die in the mid lane. So again, just kind of throwing away life after life. They're going to have the Dark Willow brought back in. But yeah, it was a little bit surprising. I was kind of wondering if we were going to see the repeat out of either of these two teams. Liquid obviously looked incredibly strong last year, weren't able to secure. What do you think it was that sort of makes it so tough to finish off and get a second Aegis?
I mean, I think Liquid already, they're so impressive just keeping the roster together and still having a very strong year, because we see so many TI winners have that drop-off. For Wings, I think the situation was, like, it was already very stressful and difficult for everyone to keep working together, but at the same time, you start having success, suddenly there's people in the room or at your events that wouldn't normally be there, suddenly there's distractions, suddenly you're playing other games. They still won a few smaller lands at the start of the season. I believe it was the Cruise Cup and Northern Arena, but clearly like the same drive and hunger wasn't there anymore. Shadow mentioned that this year actually, TI8 on the panel as well. He said basically, at some point we were always willing to be brutally honest with each other. We were always willing to go over everything after games and say the hard things that need to be said to improve. At some point, people just didn't feel like going that extra mile, making that extra effort anymore. And that's when things really started to pull apart.
Yeah, I think the brutally honest is something that's really important too. Like, it's hard to do that, but still have compassion. Highest amount of assists at 9 minutes in here this event. Wow. Dude, the show match showing up big. But yeah, it's like Dota is such an emotional game at its core that it feels like, if you don't have that willingness to do it but also show compassion to people, it can fall apart incredibly quickly.
Yeah, it's a very fragile mix, because at the same time you need to have faith in each other, but you still need to be able to challenge each other. No. It's not always easy to do that. Liquid moving well with numbers right now.
Moving into position, they drop the Supernova. Doom already onto that Dark Willow, so she can't try and interrupt it by throwing out the ulti. The chase for GH, and now a stomp to follow this one if they want to, seeing if they can keep this Dark Willow alive, but I don't think she's long for this world. Matumba Man's just going to TP out, and he definitely wants to keep that Spectre if he can.
Yeah, speaking of numbers, again, it seemed like Wings back in the day played with that better than just about anyone else. The shot calling on this team, I think for the most part it was Faith Beyond that was taking the lead in that. And sometimes he'd have a bad game, he'd have a Sand King and Clockwork and start off feeding, but he'd still be able to direct the action and make the most out of his hero. No one was afraid to die for each other.
Oh, sick play there.
Rip there. Yeah, and there's a certain thing to be said for Fit, because these Wings guys, as individual players, they were not in very high demand either before or after their run. And there's just something about the pieces, the communication, the chemistry that just fit together really well.
I know you like basketball. The analogy is like the 2005 Detroit Pistons, Back in the day, it's no individual superstar, though at times some of them could make those types of plays, but it was more about the chemistry of it all together. Yeah. All right, Matumba Man. Oh! Do-si-do. A little bit of a misplay there, and they get the haunt off. Could have maybe killed Ice as well. It's going to be Faith Beyond that GH takes down in the bottom lane.
The life, the Spectre,
Switch away! Oh, he's barely out.
The Lycan going down here for Faith Beyond. And, tower situation, it looks like the towers are pretty much still up. We are playing this in the spirit of ARDM, which is, hey, just wanting to run at each other and kill each other. So it's good to see that. But yeah, again, kind of like the pure joy of Dota. Like this mode, I've always wished for this to be a kind of all-star game feature mode, just because so many different things can happen. You're not really thinking too much about the matchups or the outcome or whether people are taking it seriously. You're just brawling the whole time.
Totally. Moving up here, Faith Beyond, wanting to get into position with the Shackle Shot, but I don't think it's going to come quick enough. The classic Helm of the Dominator, Vlad's. They do find that Nyx Assassin, RMN dropping the coach. Not where he wants to be. They're seeing if they can kill off Ice. Nightmare. Now the Pango ulti. Rolling Thunder moving forward, seeing if he can find himself Innocence. Why in trouble? Faith Beyond trying to interrupt it. They use the swap out, actually pulling his own teammate in closer. Now the second swap will mean that Innocence dies. Faith Beyond, power shot again. He will have another one in a couple of seconds here. If he can wait it out, might be able to find a pickoff there. The Brain Sap up on the high ground, and now the Doom, the chase, couldn't quite find that secondary shackle, and Kuro trying to run away, but another power shot from Mr. Faith Beyond finds the kill.
Faith Beyond was definitely one of the more naturally gifted players, I would say, of this group. He was probably in the highest demand at some point after TI in terms of other teams that wanted to be able to play with him or take him away, and he gets to showcase that here because he's played such a wide pool of heroes. He can play such a wide pool of heroes. They even had some like jungle Bloodseeker strategy that they're working on at some point. So,
oh man,
very versatile player.
That sounds amazing. I like that idea a lot. As Ice going to move up on an Earthshaker. Here, I believe we saw a couple of times at TI, and the Echo Slam, one more punch. Matumba Man goes down.
That's a big kill. That Spectre was getting pretty farmed and starting to snowball a little bit, just all over the map in these fights.
GH onto the Oracle, trying to kill him off. The Rupture's there. This Bane has not died yet this game, and well, Innocent's just trying to walk away. Mitigates that magical damage coming through. A couple more punches. They finally killed him off, and now Ice needs to run away. This Earthshaker, he'd love to keep it, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. And Chant Totem, a power shot, misses on everybody. They also miss on the Flame Break, but nonetheless, they will finally kill them off. A 2,000 gold lead, and a smoke up immediately. Coming from the Dire. Team Liquid wanting to make something happen.
Yeah, we've got two Vlads, it looks like, on the Radiant, so a bit overlapping. There's a Travels, though, on Blink, getting that mid item so that he can get around to fights. So take a look at the Dire itemization.
Ooh.
Yeah, everyone's kind of just bracing up on the Dire.
We got a Timbersaw bots. It's ready to go. Yeah, all the bracers. I mean, this is just normal Dota at this point, right? Couldn't quite hit the shackle. All heroes go mid. That is the call. And now the roar. They want to find themselves this kill onto RMN if at all possible. And the duel trying to get some extra damage. He's going to keep that one throughout the game now. Just kind of a nice little buff as well. Press the attack. Trying to catch there. Shackle doesn't latch onto 2. And the big rolling thunder coming through. Doing so much damage. Liquid with no regard for human life. Kuro. Oh, Matumbo Man, though, he's actually getting kind of low here on this Clinks. But with Kuro throwing out the one more hit, they're going to back out yet again. Shackle does end up latching with the creep. And GH living, trying to walk away. He's barely out of there. Actually, they're going to be able to find skilled Ice maybe. Trying to lifesteal, and the lifesteal is actually working. The press the attack cuts off.
Timely intervention there. These guys are playing every fight down to the wire. This is kind of beautiful execution that we're hoping to see from them. And I was going to say, speaking of versatile players, I mean, Kuro is the guy who's played actually everything in this game, right? So he was showing off there on that Pango for a little bit.
Oh, yeah. So I wanted to ask you, Wings, a lot of them falling off the map. We still know that there's a couple of players that are playing competitive, but what are these guys doing nowadays?
So they kind of split off a little bit after Team Random broke up. At this point, Blink is more or less retired. I think he's still open to opportunities, but he's been mostly streaming. Shadow was looking for the right situation and also turned to stream a little bit. They were talking about that at dinner the other night.
Oh, nice hold on a second. The sleep onto everybody, but what's the follow-up? I don't know if they actually have it. The right clicks coming from Blink is about all they can really do. The shackle afterwards, no! They catch it with the duel, the boat. It's only going to land onto one, and that sleep made all the difference in the world. The press the attack coming from Ice is also doing it, and now the Naga Siren doing a ton of damage to RMN. He goes down. Wings walking triumphantly forward.
Yeah, they didn't have any huge combo spells there, but they killed the Shadow Shaman wards, which kind of cleared the way for them to take the rest of that fight.
And now look at this. They're pushing high ground. This base is going to drop so quickly. This Luna has almost no items at all, but with that bonus Lunar Blessing giving everybody this damage, they're just walking forward for this.
Yeah.
All right, they have a Centaur as well as a Spear Breaker coming into this one. They got to be a little bit careful. The Shackle hits onto 2 of them, though. The follow-up with the Hoof Stomp lands onto 3. Do they have any extra damage coming into this? Sand King, that's a pretty good respawn. If you can get off a good epicenter, Wings need to be a little bit wary of that. Ice, the one that gets burrow struck first. He has the epicenter following this one, but interrupted. The shackle lands, and they're going to be able to find that kill also. Liquid lose hero after hero after hero, and Wings, the all-random team, is doing it in ARDM.
Yep, they've taken the mid-racks. They have the dominated cart, of course, was also helped them siege. But yeah, a nice display of teamwork there, as we expected from both teams.
Man, what a freaking game. It's great to see ARDM work in the All-Star match. So we were talking about Blink. He's a streamer now, retired.
Yeah, Shadow took to streaming a little bit too, kind of looking for a good opportunity. There was a time where Shadow tried out for like eHome's second team, which became Keen Gaming actually, like before Wings, and he didn't even make that opportunity, and so he's been a bit overlooked as a player in China, I think. And he took a lot of the blame on this team as well when things didn't go well, as we see a Pursuit in the River. So it's been harder for the guys to continue their careers afterwards. Obviously, Y and Faith Beyond formed the new nucleus of the younger generation of eHome, and obviously they took their minor win to a pretty good performance at this major as well. But that's where they are at the moment. Ice continued to play on Sun Gaming with Blink for a bit, and I think he's still trying to play at this moment. You see a smoke onto Ice top.
They got him caught.
Isolated.
Yeah, he's dead. That Legion Commander was doing a lot of work there with the press the attack. Matumba Man giving him the tip. Love to see it. They've been able to make these heroes work pretty well. The Luna has finished off the whole pipe and has the bots as well. It's going to come into this lane. So they've gone from the just pretty much max aura items, it feels like.
Yeah, no one going for the super greedy builds. Actually, you can see a kind of a difference in itemization. I would say there's more quote-unquote individual items coming out from Liquid.
Yeah.
You see the armlet, there's blade mail, as we see another fight breaking out here in the jungle.
The Eclipse is already down. Kuro, he gets the armlet toggle in the walkaway, able to live through that one. Liquid seeing what they can do. They should have the song to disengage, but Shadow, he can't get it off. And the Shadow Naga Siren is going to die there as they got the focus fire on the bottom side of it, just trying to take down that ward afterwards. And the Shackle again lands. Doesn't look like it's enough. Monkey King jumps in. Ice. Wukong's command. He's caught 4 of them in it. But they're going to actually just toss him over to Kuro. What a freaking play coming out from that Tiny. Mr. Matumbo Man from the Rock Man. And now GH, he's just too hard to fight this one. They have the Boundless Strike through. The power shot's just tickling him right now, though. And Ice needs to try and jump away. Getting that tree dance broken, and the hoof stomp lands, and they're going to kill him off.
Atu with the clutch tosses there, just turning that fight in favor of Liquid. But yeah, talking about the itemizations, you see that there's a Midas onto Tiny. That'll obviously pay off over time. They finished their pipe as well, but slight difference in itemization here, and I think Radiant, as long as they have a comparable composition, that should help them in the team fight.
Well, we'll keep our eyes on it. I do want to ask, we talked about where all these players are at now. Obviously, they're playing up on the main stage here, and there was some talk about some bad blood between the different members of Wings. Is there any truth to that? Is there some reality to some bad feelings?
There was at the time, because with their contract difficulties, they according to them, they kind of made a pledge to stick together and stay together through that. But ultimately, like some people accepted their own offers and went their own direction. So there definitely was some hurt and some bad blood over that. But last year, they had the award ceremony where Wings finally got their championship rings together, I believe, at DAC. And I think by then, it'd been people going their own direction and bygones being bygones. So this time when they met up, it's a little bit different story. People reminiscing again. You see in the video, just kind of thinking about old times. So it's a good reunion now. All that stuff is buried.
This is some classic Wing builds here, by the way. The Diffusal Blade picked up for the CK. First time we've seen it this patch. That, to me, this would be like the encapsulation of a Wings pick, as they actually went for the Diffusal Blade CK.
Or the Pipe Luna, the Pipe Travels Luna, perhaps.
That's pretty awesome. I mean, that's the thing, right, is that I got to see a lot of Wings casting it leading up to TI6, covering a lot of the China region, and there were just so many little individual strategies that stuck out to me at that time, as it does look like Y is going to be initiated on here. The Stampede to follow it up. They want more, as they think they already have that Bristleback killed, and yes, indeedy-doody, they do, but now the Diffusal Blade CK. The Eclipse has already come out here as well, but they have the pipe. Well, Jason, there's not really that much damage on the side of Team Wings. Shadow doing what he possibly can, finds the kill there, but now the toss out, pulling him into the fray. He's still very tanky. Only a 1 second stun there on the mind control, and eventually the CK does die. They need a better composition.
Yeah, this is when that will start to matter. I think Faith Beyond's been doing a lot of work, though, on keeping this win ranger. But yeah, the last few fights, Liquid have run at them, and they've been a bit tankier, I would say, in their composition, and it's won them these last few fights.
So yeah, but the point I was going to make is, there's so many different ones. Everybody talks about, Pudge Techies on the main stage. And that, to me, did feel like a little bit of a meme, even though it was decent at the time. They lost that game. But the other one was, these weird little things where they would try and exploit one particular mechanic. So I remember in one time they went Alchemist mid, and then a Huskar safe lane, and then the Alchemist went Brown Boots Ags, and immediately gave it to the Huskar, and they're like, we're just going to take full advantage of how strong this hero is, and then they won in 12 minutes.
Yeah, the Pudge Techies lineup, actually, we talked about it even this time in Chongqing. This was something that they had planned to do. This is something that they were going to use at some point, and they won a game and saw the opportunity for it. But like you mentioned, there are a lot of these little combinations that they looked out for that they would try to exploit, but they were fundamentally a counter-picking team. They were a team that wanted to counter the heroes of the opponent, which can be a very hard style to play, because one, your Dota fundamentals have to be very good in order for you to not just lean towards play style, to the point where you can play anything and make it work, and you have to have immaculate teamwork and coordination to make these combos maximize your lineup. So it's very hard to achieve that, being able to be a good counter-picking team, but that's what Wings was.
Oh, another movement forward. This is not the best combination from Wings. And Matumba Man breaks the smoke, but they're still under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow. The stun onto all of them. Where's the vision, though? They need some vision, and they are going to be able to find it as they start to lay into that Shadow Demon. The Diffusal Blade not going to help them very much there. They have the slowdown from the TA trap. Get some vision with the clockwork, but the drums are popped. They're trying to see if they can find that Pugna in the river. But why? Very quick, even in the duration there of the TA trap. And X, a pullback. They've caught this Wind Ranger, Faith Beyond needing to run, and the Pugna also going to die. Shackle there onto Kuroki. Another X, another Torrent, the boat coming through, and with all the heroes in the area, Faith Beyond finally has to give up that Wind Ranger.
Yep, fighting into that dire shrine, or spicy hot pot as they would call it. And I mean, I think for the
is that really what they call it?
Yeah, there's a regular hot pot, and then there's a spicy one. But yeah, actually, I mean, for a big part of Wings' run, this was before the shrines came out in the game there. But yeah, a very tanky Liquid lineup. You had the Sven there, Moonlight Shadow just doing so much work, ensuring that initiation to everyone as we see. Going here on Rubik in the river.
Oh, nice pick up there. The Diffusal Blade giving the Lion that extra little bit of mana burn damage. The classic Relly.
Yeah, he right clicks pretty hard with the damage talent with the Diffusal Blade. So,
well, let's see what else are we going for here on the Liquid lineup. They've got, oh my God, Kuroki is huge. He's got Armlet Daedalus on the Kunkka. He's actually got a real skill build.
Wow.
All right, that's really bad.
Tiny as well, but Tiny's got the Shadow Blade Crystallis.
Oh so God.
Yeah, pretty good synergy there, I would say.
What else do we have? The Rubik has drums, buckler, the pipe, as well as the Vlads for the Sven. This is a pretty normal build for the Sven.
Yeah, Sven
too.
is just Sven. He's got the utility items keeping his team alive.
Yeah, I think you actually might just want to go and die as Lion. I don't know if you even want to stay with this. Like, he's going to go for Ags, but that feels tough.
Yeah, I wish I could see what's left in the pool, but yeah, it might be time. I mean, lives are getting a little low, so they have to be careful. But at this time, their composition it seems very hard to fight into it.
I guess the other way that you could do it is you could try and play like pick off Dota and just kill off one person right at the get-go, as the full Crimson Guard is done for this Bounty Hunter. The Bounty Glimmer does have eyes on Faith Beyond here, who could be going for a Vlad's, or rather an Ags.
I wonder if he's going to get the +1 second Blade Fury. He does have the Veil of Discord, as well as a Maelstrom, so yeah.
Pretty cool.
He's got it. Jug used to have I mean, Blade Fury DPS is still a bit away, but it does do a good amount of damage.
Another Moonlight Shadow. The Ags is done for Mirana. That bonus Starfall damage. And Liquid scout up the high ground. They get themselves the Daedalus done on the Tiny, so these heroes do so much damage. And it looks like Kunkka has a Rapier queued up, so Kuroki sparing no expense.
The Aghanims, as we see, Armin might get caught out here. The Aghanims Mirana is actually perfect. It was in the meta very much at that time.
Man finds Ice, excuse me, only two of them. And now Sven, the Hogs push back, not bad there either. Shadow, you gotta be careful as the chase is coming. The amplified damage was there from Y as well. Matumba Man being kind of controlled, but mind control on top of Shadow, and he eventually is gonna die. Veil out already to Omni Slash onto Matumba Man, and it looks like the Tiny is finally gonna go down there. So a pretty big win, being able to take away the Tiny from the team fight that they've got, and now Liquid just gonna try and disengage.
Yeah, we're back to a 3-on-3 here. Liquid have to be careful if they want to fight here. They kind of pass by each other, but yeah, it's a pretty big kill onto Matumba Man as well, because his next hero may be very well or very poorly suited for this itemization that he has.
Got the RMN Pudge. That's pretty cool. I can dig it. And a Troll Warlord for Ice. His skill build not necessarily the greatest for it. It looks like it's going to be an OD for the for Matumba Man. At least that's what's queued up on it. Oh my God. And Faceless Void Shadow. That is a huge one for him. Has Diffusal Blade as well as the Yasha. Shadow with the classic build in the day.
How crazy if they end this game with, with the, we see some Coddle, Venomancer, Nature's Prophet coming out. I've yet to see these heroes
Oh, there's going to be the hook pull back, but the exit's not combo together perfectly. And now Shadow looking forward, but they're able to get the crunch on him. They're keeping him controlled, and Shadow finds the Chronosphere, trying to keep their buddies alive, and is it going to be enough? It's just so freaking tanky on the side of Liquid and Shadow. As soon as it came out, he needs to get the time walk away. Shadow Faceless Void. Crush yet again from Innocence. They're able to get the hook, lands onto Ice Ice, going to throw out those whirling axes, but they're still under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow, and now trying to kill off RMN, but don't really have the damage there. Matumba Man with the Daedalus doesn't have the highest in pool in the world, but he does still have the Sanity's Eclipse.
Yeah, this fight is going on, but I would say if it drags out a little bit, Wings have a pretty good chance here. They want to get Amp onto all of the heroes, of course, threatening Roshan as well.
And Shadow going to have them Manta style. This is one of those late game heroes that can really change our ARDM. I feel like, particularly when it's somebody who's so comfortable on it.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have to fight around their ults as well and wait for that that chrono. But how fitting would that be if everyone's getting their heroes? Again, you know, we haven't seen some of the Liquid stables from TI7 yet. I think there's a good chance.
Stun there. Onto the Sven. But they're just going to wait for the moment. Ice Ice throws out the Axis first. Oh, got him caught. Lots of damage. And that's going to be a dead Juggernaut.
I think you might be okay with that given the Juggernaut's build. We'll see kind of what comes out next.
That's true. It's really not the best, is it? Same thing for Troll. And it looks like they are not, as of yet, going to be able to catch the Troll, who's going to keep on heading north. Tinker is what's coming out for next time around.
I see. He might want to sell some items to ensure that he gets that travels, actually.
Yeah.
That's the case.
GH turned upon. They throw out the X there onto the Troll, though, and that's going to stop the push. So, real quickly, I mean, we talked about it a little bit, but do you want to go at all more in depth into what happened with the breakup?
Yeah. I mean, basically, long story short, they felt that.
Oh, God. All right, we're going to have to hold that thought for a second because Shadow just dodged away from the Sanity's Eclipse and they kill off Matumba Man. All right, continue on.
This crowd is reliving because at that TI when Shadow was playing Void, the crowd would be chanting for bash, 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 and that's exactly what they managed to relive and do just now in these last few fights.
Crush comes out, but they catch the arrow onto the Pudge, and Wings making a little bit of a comeback here, but the Torrent, the boat, it's going to connect onto two, and Mind Control lane into them. The Psyblade's doing so much, but Ice Ice did go into that Berserker's Rage, and that's keeping him alive here. Unkillable. As RMN trying to see if he can run down Blink, but a couple more punches, and the deny comes out. Still counts towards the death total.
I think you're okay with that. The Troll was not itemized ideally at that point anyway, so maybe something more team fighty to come out for them. But yeah, basically they felt that they were being treated a bit unfairly by the organization, which did not really seem to prioritize Dota, even though they were world champions. They wanted to put their resources into something else. There's also this prize and like backed pay that was owed to them as well. So at some point, they no longer wanted to be part of the organization. But the organization was, of course, part of basically ACE, which is a representative of all the different big clubs in China. And so there was a certain process, a certain set of rules by which that had to be done, or there would be punishments. So long story short, that's basically what led to that trouble and them becoming random. And the fallout that happened afterwards is basically, when the players decided to go their own separate directions and different teams wanted them, did some break the rules? Did some find their own ways to get the players? And so, yeah, that's basically that's that in a nutshell.
In a nutshell. Well, we do have a couple new heroes that have spawned in the meantime. Silencer is there with the Daedalus, and that's Matumba Man playing it. We also have Disruptor with Blink, Crimson Guard, Glimmer Cape, not the best item in the world, but not terrible either. And then, of course, the big one is going to be Lesh, who does have his way towards the Aghanim Scepter, so being able to throw out the extra hits of the Lightning Storm. But the other big thing that's changed is now Kunkka has a Rapier and is queuing up another one. I love this from Kuro. Like, you know what? You're playing ARDM. It's a show match. Go balls to the wall. Make it happen.
Yep, no doubt about that. Faith Beyond did sell. It looks like he sold his helm to get that travels.
Global punch, but the Manta, and then the walk away. Yeah, Faith Beyond, getting those travels. But also the Mjolnir, because why not?
Dire's top tower. It's a pretty good synergy right now coming out from Wings. They have the Void. They have a lot of damage that kind of goes well with Chronosphere. A bunch of disables that they can chain. So they have the tools certainly to turn this one back, but one swing of Kunkka's sword feels like it can just end them at this point.
Yeah, and the other thing is that change where it's doing less damage is predicated upon having high armor, and
looking for Kuro.
Not all these heroes have incredibly high armor. If they can catch him, this would be a tasty treat, finding themselves the Kunkka, and they got him caught there in the Chronosphere. That's going to be Rapier on the deck for Shadow. Is he going to pick it up? Yes, he has it, and now Liquid need to be very, very wary, although this is a heart. GH on the spin, needs to jump away. The Time Walk now trying to run out of here. There's no Chronosphere. This fight is still a little bit scary for them, but RMN going to be the one that gets chased down. The big crush comes out from Y, and now they're starting to lay into that spin. All of the damage as well as the bashes, and it's making it happen. The bash chant comes from the crowd, and they kill off 4.
19 KD lead down to 1. How many times have we seen this? Wings far behind in a match. Feels like they lost every single team fight, but there's just a chance for them to take one big fight to win the game. Is Liquid going to be able to do anything about this?
And there's no buyback. Still 30 seconds away. Matumbo Man, the only one that's left. They have the amp damage. They've got the Deso hits. All those heroes are asleep in the well. While in the meantime, you have Shadow beating away at the tower. They bought a Meteor Hammer from Y. And Matumbo Man also will fall.
And can't script this. Can't make this up any better. The Shadow Void.
It's going to happen, and GG is going to be called as Wings are going to take the show match over Team Liquid.
I really, this just makes me wish that we could see a miracle here for this match as well. But honestly, I think this was a great match for format. There's a lot of fun, and I hope to see more All-Star and show match type things that feature this mode.
Absolutely. And it looks like, Liquid, they had fun as well. I'm sure GH is like, man, I should have just bought Nags. Should have just bought Midas. But nonetheless, Wings will take this one. A little bit of an app. Appetizer for the main event that came out. So we brought in 2 people that know a lot about appetizers, myself and Mr. KBBQ. Oh, we got a great series that's coming up soon though. While we watch the 2 TI champions shake hands, have a little bit.
There's that much coming into this tournament, but obviously they're still very strong. I just hope it goes the full 5.
And head back to see our faces since we had to go the quick cut earlier on this broadcast.
You're
the man. Yeah, for sure. But we're going to head back down to a quick...
That easily. No. We got the guys to break down everything that happened in the show match. Wings, going to talk about it. We're going to be able to figure out maybe some of the picks that we'll see in the grand final. Nahaz, what did we learn from our show match?
Rapier Kunkka breaks the game.
Toby figure out if we were going to see him.
No, he...
That was something I would want to live with, and it isn't, but I tolerated for him. Techies has no place in competitive Dota, and I never want to see it, ever.
Wow. Are you just engineering ways to make more people hate you at this point? Is that
I think... if you hate me because I say Techies is awful, then you know what? I
think the current incarnation of the hero is really problematic. I don't like the current design.
Rich, what do you think about Techies?
I think it's great. I think we should see it in more games. I think we should see it in the grand final. But we're not going to see it here. These are the highlights. Players.
Oh yeah.
Stretching.
Very important part, by the way, viewers at home. Make sure you do stretch. Okay,
It's easy to forget.
Stretch your wrists out. You know, make sure you're ergonomic. You want to be your elbow in line with your wrist on your desk. It's very important. You don't want to hurt yourself.
Keyboards, angles.
I actually think you're going to see a lot of the big esports orgs invest in that, but that's a serious conversation. Has no place on this panel. But
we were being very serious.
Yeah, I don't know why you would ruin it like that, but sure.
Because I ruin things, Kyle. That's what I do.
No argument here.
Yeah, everything checks out.
Man, I just love watching these players.
They're having fun.
Having so much fun.
I love it.
Unlike me. I'm glad the players had
that is the nice thing about like the highlight reel and also like the end of the game. Like the highlight reel's a laugh montage right now. We could like say some jokes right now and then it would just cut to laughing, which isn't actually happening.
Is that 80s laugh track back in here?
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
So hear the one about
No, we're not doing this right now. But as we do watch some of I've learned my lesson.
Best host in the business.
I was like, now I see the look in Black's eye when it's all about to go wrong. I hear Kyle setting up for Doom. But when
we didn't see Doom either.
We didn't see Doom.
Yeah, we did. I tested you. He wasn't even paying attention. He was texting. This unbelievable, Rich.
Can't even get a text back.
Did you really do that?
What? What?
There's Doom.
He's right there. Nice.
He did well too.
So yeah, I'm just happy. ARDM. In my opinion, this should be the show match format at all times. It just gets going. It's fun. It usually involves a lot of battling. The one thing I would love to see brought actually from Heroes of New Earth is just a regular mid wars. Okay, it was the best map. Literally just a lane. There's only mid. There's 2 towers in it. And then a throne, and you kill it.
And that's what we're going to try to do here for the rest of the segment on the desk. We're going to try to create some new custom games. Auto chess popping off right now. True. Most of you are probably playing it right now. Can we get some ones in the chat if you are currently playing auto chess while you are watching the stream? Nahaz, if you could do anything in the world, create anything, what would you create?
If I could create anything in the world,
well, it's supposed to be
create
custom game,
I would be able to cast Invoker's Meteor on people.
Why?
That's cool.
Because, come on. Don't tell me... I'm sorry, sir. It's 10:35 a.m. We don't serve breakfast anymore. Meteor. Dude,
you want to do that?
Traffic?
Holy shit.
Come on.
Oh my goodness.
That's intense.
Make America great. Meteor.
Oh my
goodness. Okay. End pill.
Do we have commercial breaks ready?
I just, personally, on my travels, I don't know about you, Rich, living in New York, the melting pot of America,
yes.
I feel like, people are generally like gray. It's not black or white. And
you can't live your life
to just randomly throw meteors on people because they made you miss your coffee, that just seems a bit excessive.
I'm going to actually say something right now about that. I typically don't have opinions on anything, but I feel like before you throw a meteor at someone, you should really try to think about what they went through in their day. It's very easy to think about what you happened. Yeah, I know what book you're thinking of. It's very easy to think about what you've gotten to, Nahaz, in your example, you wanted breakfast, right? And you think, I've worked a lot of hard days. I've been doing math, which is always tricky. I've been thinking about stuff. And right now, all I want is my food. I know I'm going to have a long day. But that person that is serving your food, that's getting the breakfast ready, who knows what they went through? Who knows what their life's like?
And I've really learned something on this panel today.
To go off that point, that there's the line, you should never judge someone until you've walked a mile in their shoes, because then you're a mile away and you have their shoes. So it's a lot safer to judge them because they can't, assault you or anything.
I usually don't listen to you. This time, it's not going to be any different. But I'm going to say, don't throw meteors at people.
I really have learned something on this panel today. It's that y'all are pansies.
What?
Get out of here.
That is not... I take offense to that.
Well, who's no pushover?
I'm more of a dandelion, thank you very much.
Who's no pushover?
You're more of a daffodil.
Who's no pushover?
A daffodil. What?
Wings.
Whoa.
Oh, there we go.
They flew away with this one.
That's all you had?
Oh, my... I had high hopes. I really did, Rich.
The only thing that can fly higher than your hopes is wings, as they ascend to be our winners of the show match. And after this show match, we are going to get back to the main show, the grand final. This is a longer highlight reel than we've had for any of the actual games. This is a tournament with countless points on the line, $1 million on the line, and the highlights for the show match have been... We're rewatching the entire game right now. Which is fantastic because it really was a banger.
Absolutely incredible.
It was quite lit.
Oh, that's for the kids at home, right?
Yeah. I heard that we had some young folks watching. I was like, all right, let's get them involved. Let's talk to the young ones. It's lit.
Next major, we're actually going to have a special Fortnite segment. And Rich is going to teach all the kids how to floss. Which is also important, not the dance, but actually doing it to your teeth. It is something you all should be doing at least 2 or 3 times a week.
Yeah. It's definitely, I can agree with the second portion of that. Yeah, Kyle really came prepared today.
We're also, this just happened. Yeah.
Okay.
Like, is that not something you do?
I mean, it's a good idea. I'm not going to lie, but
so
cool.
Now that the highlight reel's done, let's talk about Secret versus VP. We actually haven't talked about the serious business that's at hand. We are about to decide the CQ major. We took that nice little break. We got to see the show match. We got to see some players play together that have not played in a very long time. Absolute legends. We get to have a little bit of fun. Secret versus VP. We already got to see this inside of the CQ major in the upper portion of the bracket. Nahas, for anyone who missed that matchup, what was the story?
Well, the story is, it looks like the script is playing out exactly like it did at the KL Major, where we saw these two teams in the winter bracket finals, a closely contested series. Secret barely comes out on top, and then VP gets revenge in the grand final. This time it's VP in the upper bracket final, and you have to wonder, after dismantling EG earlier this morning, whether Secret is going to be on top. But I want to hear Kyle's views on this, because I'm going to be on the panel. Y'all are going to get to hear me break down the series. Who you got in this?
I think it'll be, like, for me, it's just about the quality of the Dota, and I think that it's very difficult to predict a long series like a BO5, because this is going to go to 4 or 5 games, right? No one knows what the hell's going to happen in Game 5, and I always think it's a shame we only ever get to see one permutation of a tournament. Like, think about how awesome it would be. Like, I want to see the Game 5, like, rewind time, see it again in like the different ways that they could have approached it.
I see what you're saying. We actually had a discussion like this on the desk. We were talking about TI, and we're talking about like, okay, if we saw not 5 games, not 7, not 8, but 1,000, what do you think would happen? And situations like that. And that's one of the things that's so exciting, though, is you don't have that opportunity, right? So,
that's
seeing where the chips
right?
fall. Yeah, it's easy to say what you think the highest percentage thing to happen is, what you think the high percentage play is. But every now and then, when you see that low percentage play and it works,
VP, I think, is still the better team, marginally.
I would agree.
They're the better team right now. However, I think Secret, and I hate this cliche, but they want it more. I think they worked harder. I think they're more prepared. And I think that could be what they need to just sort of get over the hump. Because they have not been able to beat VP in a fine. Like, they haven't been able to beat them in a while.
Things. Number one, I think one of the biggest misconception about Dota is that the better team always wins.
Yes.
Okay? And, I mean, there are a lot of these tournaments that you read what people say about the game, you read even published articles about the game, and people are talking like, well, clearly this team had the best strats, they won. That's not how the game works, all right? And the other thing, I'm curious, so you say that Secret is the more prepared team in this tournament. What makes you say that?
They've been in their practice room, and VP's been at the bar.
Wow. Kyle, this is the level of analysis that we can only get from the one and only Kyle. But very shortly, we're going to be getting into the grand final, and we're gonna get some real analysts on this panel. We'll see you in a few short minutes.
Hello guys, you won't believe it, but right now we're in the mountain, the most popular tourist attraction in Chongqing.
Yeah, this place is called Hongyadong, and if you've ever seen the film Spirited Away, there is a description in the film of this amazing city built on the mountainside, and fans of the film realize that this place matches the description exactly, and they flock to here to enjoy all the tourist stuff, the food, the shops, everything, so we're going to enjoy some of it, right?
Right, definitely. So let's see what we have here. Right now I'm about to challenge you. I want you to drink this weird yogurt stuff.
Yeah.
Because we have a lot of different things you can put into it.
Yeah, a lot of things here I look like I won't like, but yeah.
And I will try to pick the ugliest one.
Okay, fine.
So first of all, we pick this black one.
Okay, right, there you go, and you put whatever you want.
I'm putting whatever I want. No, just only one. So I want to put some tomatoes in it.
Be generous.
Tomatoes.
Okay, one.
Okay, why not? Why not just sweet drink with potatoes? Then some this purple stuff.
Have mercy,
they said that this is like a sweet potato. Blech. It looks very
I'm sure the lady in the shop loves your sound effects. What about some sweets in there?
No. This looks like someone's eyes.
Okay, great.
Eyes.
Yeah, put those in there.
So I want this also in here. Of course, some black, brownish stuff. We should put it also in there.
Even the lady in the shop is horrified.
This looks like actually strawberry.
Yeah,
So no, that's too good for us.
That's too good. Okay.
This looks like something radioactive.
Yeah, that looks great. Put that in there.
On the top?
Yeah, it's okay.
Right.
No problem.
So maybe we should add something more.
Oh, I think that's already in. That looks like it looks very full.
This looks like
It looks very
the
full.
eggs of some insects.
Okay, I'll pay for this disgusting thing. Okay. Okay.
This looks like the ugliest thing in the world, actually.
This is what I'm doing. I'm paying now. I am, for some reason, paying for this. I don't know why.
Because I don't have any money, sorry.
Okay, paid. Let's check if it's actually paid. Okay, right. This is.
Here it is.
It looks disgusting, but it might be okay.
I put my soul in it, so
right,
it was made with love.
Your love is pretty sour, but...
It's way more disgusting than my screen. Do you like it? Do you really like it?
It's fine.
No, I just want to... It smells awful. It smells like...
See you later.
It's really disgusting. I think it's good. I can eat anything.
Very good.
You can throw it away.
Thanks. Do you want a tomato?
No, I don't like tomatoes.
Alright, throw it away. Okay, done.
Alright, after all the damage we've done to ourselves, I think we should treat ourselves a little bit.
Yeah.
So here is a really pretty ice cream, and I think we should try one. Which one do you want?
I think I'll have the lemon one.
Lemon one, okay.
Yeah.
Can we have the yellow one and the next one, the red? Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
So...
Is that what you normally do? You just sort of torture people and then be nice to them?
Yeah, probably yes. 1, 2, 3,
20.
4,
You need 20
5.
yen. Here are 5 more. Nice. Okay, so...
Easy.
Yeah, there you go. That's yours. That's mine.
So first of all, a couple of words about Chinese street food. Do you like it?
I do like street food. It's a big thing. People go out with their friends. They sell on the street. Have some street food. Seafood is really popular. That's why I gave you that one.
Yeah. What's that?
I think it's squid.
Squid.
It's very spicy, and I hope you actually don't like it.
It's the spiciest one they had. All right, so I'm gonna try it. It's really tasty. It's really,
what a waste of money. What a waste of money.
It's so hard. It's really very hard.
Okay, that's very good. Keep eating. Let's let you suffer more.
Do you want me to eat it all?
No, I think I'll find. You can find something else for me.
So guys, I recommend you this because it looks really good and tastes really good. It's hot, but not too much. So
drink the soup. I challenge you to drink the soup.
Oh no, it's too hot. I don't want to be hurt.
Suffer for me.
I don't want to be physically hurt. So you failed.
I failed. Never mind. Right, let's carry on our hunt. Let's carry on our hunt.
So we had another challenge to buy each other a present, something to remember about Chongqing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure my present is better, so can I just start with my present, okay?
Let's go.
Okay, so Chongqing is famous for spices, and I bought you your own spicy necklace that you can wear.
No, you shouldn't.
Yeah, okay, all right, there we are. Let's have the spice. There we go.
I feel pretty.
There we are. I'll pick up the rubbish. That's yours. Great.
Does it fit me?
Yeah, great. Okay.
Do I look pretty?
You do.
Oh.
Can you breathe that?
I love the smell. I can eat my necklace.
Great, that's great.
No,
Where's my present?
Okay, so my present is less big. It's not that big, but it's really awesome. So first of all, this is like a typical Chinese souvenir, but you need to open it to realize all the awesomeness of it.
Okay, I'm ready?
Yeah.
Okay, ready?
Go. It has another side. It's even better.
I know that's mounted all right. This is great. I mean, I love it. That's a great present.
Do you like it?
I do. It's great. Thank you very much. Do you like your present?
Thank you, guys. So, what conclusions can we make in the end of the video?
Chongqing is amazing. This is like only just one place we visited. Like, it's really a great city to visit. It's surprising not many more, more people don't talk about it.
Yeah. So, thank you guys for watching. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Data analytics gives you the advantage of getting to answer questions in a faster time. In esports, you have a topic where all those technologies can be applied with an actual great purpose.
8 days of play. Can you sit down? 8 days of play. Bro, I had like this whole thing written out, and Lacoste is just not even in his chair. We had 8 days of play. Take our 16 teams down to just 2. Thank you for bringing the camera back onto me. Just 2. Who is going to take it? VP and Secret in a rematch. We saw them go head to head in the last major, and now we have to see. Will the results be the same, or will we see Secret be able to bring this one home? Nahaz, we started to talk about how this matchup may look once we actually get down, but for anyone just watching now and doesn't know, Grand Final is going to be a best of 5. How does this impact these two squads?
Well, obviously it impacts them a lot. I think you see the strategy evolve, and these are two of the more creative teams at the tournament, particularly Secret, who leads the team in total tournaments and total heroes picked. This has also been, as we've talked about in the previous series, one of the most competitive series in all of professional Dota. Since the start of TI8, these two teams have played 19 matches, and Secret, after winning 2-1 in the winner's bracket final here, took a 10-9 advantage. In fact, all-time Solo and Puppy, who both came up as two of the great captains in CIS, it's actually Solo that leads the all-time head-to-head 38 games to 36.
Lacoste, I know that you're excited about it. You couldn't even sit in your chair. You're so
I blame
excited.
Kyle though. He was like, "There's a pass underneath the table. Can you give it to me?"
2 seconds before we go on camera.
I actually don't think that was what was happening there. I think it was because you're so excited about the match. So why are you so excited?
Why am I so excited? Because 16% of the time when Virtus.Pro is down 3K gold lead, it means that 47% of the time they're going to be able to make a comeback when it's not more than 10,000 gold lead. I'm just going to hit you with some random stats.
Yeah. No, that is true. I heard
I hear they don't
leave
lie.
me hanging. Never
Yeah,
mind.
come on, baby. Come on.
Naz was talking about that on the bus ride. So are there any other stats that we should be paying attention to in all seriousness?
In all seriousness, I think the whether Secret can play with VP during the laning phase. You're going to look at that net worth lead at 10, 12 minutes, and Secret needs to keep that under control because VP for a long time have been a team that have just blown other teams off the map. Now, interestingly enough, VP's average match duration is a little bit longer. Okay, VP has been going late in this tournament, and we do need to keep in mind, as good as both of these teams are, as competitive as the series has been, this is a relatively new Secret roster. Have they ironed out all the wrinkles playing alongside Nisha as they go into the hyper late game?
I feel like one of the biggest problems that Team Secret has been facing for so long is what I like to call victims of their own draft.
Yeah.
Sometimes they can make any kind of stuff work because it's Puppy. He's so stubborn. He's going to make it work if he feels it can work. But against the higher caliber teams, it can also go the other way, which we saw in their series against Virtus.Pro in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, and I want to take a look back. Now, as we started to do it after the show match, but obviously, we were just having a good time. The actual show really starting now with the grand final. I want to take a moment to look back to this series when we did see it in the tournament last time, because picks were something that, I mean, there were people who were sitting there like, no, this can't happen. No way. Is this actually going to work?
Whoa, look at this. Grimstroke, 15 picks, 20% win rate.
And Tusk. This is something that Fog was talking about even before the last 3 days started, was Tusk, a hero that was just, I think he was the most contested hero at the Bucharest Minor, comes into this tournament. Most teams still rate him very highly, and he's really been punished the last few games.
If you look at the win rates on the Grimstroke, Darkseer, I think a lot of that comes from where you don't have any combos. Like Darkseer, nothing to combo with, Grimstroke, no targeted spells, and it's just a free loss in my book. Like, what's the point of picking a hero that doesn't have synergy with any other heroes?
And these, of course, are stats from the entirety of the tournament, all 8 days of play. But when we put the microscope on the two teams,
these are post-group phase, but that's fine.
Okay,
close enough.
Okay,
but yeah, I think IO is interesting because again, all 35 of those, that 100% means that all 35 of those bans have been in the first phase, and I think it was until 2 days ago that we had, if he wasn't banned, he was immediately first picked. And then all of a sudden we had Secret VP. Was it Secret VP or was it the series before that that was the first one that let it go through?
Yeah, I feel like it's the same story with Earth Spirit. This hero is just way too good. What he provides, the roaming potential, early, mid-game, he even scales into late game, can get a lot of the items, and he can build whatever. Like, you don't need to go for those item builds that you were used to go. If you get 2 Bracer Power Thread, you have 2,000 HP. The hero just feels impossible to kill.
So early on, and I think that's an important point. The other thing that, as you look at these first phase bans in particular, Secret has had first pick in 13 out of their 16 games that they played here at this event. They had it in the games against Virtus.Pro. They obviously prefer it, and you wonder whether VP is going to let them continue in that pattern.
Yeah, that was something that you mentioned even in that last series. And let's talk about how the last series went. It was a 2-1. The draft was incredibly interesting. It seemed like we saw some strategies that were tailored specifically for that situation. Do you think that maybe teams took bigger risks?
I mean, I think the game one, Lacoste alluded to it earlier, and I think the game one draft was just classic Puppy. Puppy, part of the reason that he has been so successful as a captain over a long period of time is he's just willing to take it all on his shoulders. He is willing to say, okay, I'm going to pick this. If it doesn't work, guys, it is on me. And he picked that ridiculous 5-man AoE Surge Aura Stack Slark strat that worked so well with Slark against all these beefy heroes, able to pull out all those Essence Shift stacks. I think in games 2 or 3, the drafts were a lot more straight up, and VP just looked like they out-executed.
If someone told me that a strat with 5 melee heroes is going to work, I would say no, and probably everyone else, especially against the heroes that they had in that game. It was Slardar, Medusa, Doom.
Oh, I mean, we thought that there would be basically 4 and 5-man crushes all game long.
Yeah, we did not see that. I mean, we could blame Slardar for that. His positioning was not on point in that game. He also, I think, died back twice. Look at the stats on screen. Tiny. Picked 4 times, 100% win rate. This is interesting. Shadow Shaman, man. This hero is so good. I'm surprised that we did not see more of that hero. Even during the minor, hero brings so much potential to a team fight. He's maybe not the greatest laner, especially if it's paired up in the 3 versus 3 scenario, because he's really slow. Slow as deer in the pack, always easiest to catch, as my boy Jack likes to call it.
You know, I've thought that about Shadow Shaman in the past, but he's looked so good in a number of these trial lane situations. He is very slow. He does feel very squishy, but he's got those 2 disables from relatively early on. His level 1 Ether Shock is actually a very, very mana-efficient nuke, and just the fact that he's got that really high attack damage, he can trade fairly effectively in a trial lane. But the other thing about Rasa is that the pushing supports have kind of died out. As Lich and Tusk have become kind of the 2, and Earth Spirit have become like the 3 big meta supports. A support with pushing presence takes so much pressure off you if you get that early in the draft.
He clears the wave fast, and after that, he's one of the few heroes who can actually be on the opposite side of the map, pressuring the towers and just giving your team info with the rotations, so your mid and carries can actually farm and not be afraid of being ganked.
Well, Lacoste, with all of this in mind, and also the fact that we have a best of 3 in mind with these teams, like we can look at not only every single series that led up to this on this patch, but the fact that we've already seen these teams play just a few days ago. How do you expect the draft to go? You talk about Puppey being stubborn. We already see him put together this master plan. We see strong reactions from VP. Do you think that we're going to be left guessing at the beginning of this draft again? Do you think that there are more secrets still held in this team? Or do you think that it will be a little bit more straightforward now that we're getting down to the best of 5, $4 million?
I'm pretty sure Puppey has a couple of strats prepared after that loss. He probably watched the replay a couple of times, so some of the flaws in the drafting stage, and I expect the drafts to be more even this time for sure.
Yeah, and Nahaz, I think one of the interesting things about this matchup is if you're Secret and if you're VP, you're probably prepping for each other and no one else. I think going into this, you just say, okay, yeah, we're going up against EG. If we're Secret, VP says, yeah, we can prepare for everybody. I think they probably felt like the best time spent would be just to focus on each other, Secret versus VP.
Yeah, I asked a couple of the VP players like who they thought would win, and they actually were legitimately uncertain between VP and EG. A lot of respect given to how EG had improved as the tournament went on. But I think VP have a lot less team-specific prep that the actual players do, right? They have the coaching and the analytical staff do a lot of the prep. The individual players, I think, focus a little bit more on staying loose. Secret, this is a series that I think is incredibly close. If you told me that it was going to be a 3-0, I would think that would be more likely Virtus.Pro. And so I think if there's going to be a surprise in the draft, Secret might once again come out with something surprising in game 1, just to try and get themselves into that series.
Do you have the actual head-to-head matchup right now between these guys in recent tournaments?
Yeah, it's been literally since the start of TI8, it's been 10-9, 10 maps to 9, and Kuala Lumpur was again, 2-1 in favor of Secret in the winners bracket final, and then 3-2 VP in the grand final. And Secret were up 2-1 in that series.
Amazing how you just pulled that out of nowhere. I mean, you're your brain works.
I cannot remember where I put my keys in the morning, but I can remember that Lanham had 768 last hits on Tiny at TIT. There's something wrong with me.
What about the most useful stat?
Is the most useless stat?
Yeah.
Does it have to be Dota?
No.
Okay. The most useless stat is the people that say that that more shootings occur in places with the strongest gun laws, which is
we're getting really political here. We're gonna get back
I mean, you think about it, it's like, yeah, it's just really dumb. All right,
Haas, look at what you've done, man. First you can't sit in your chair. Now you're triggering the Haas. Let's talk about the game. Who do you think is going to take it? Yeah, I do, Lacoste. Nahas just said.
Nahas had a good point about if this game is 3-0, I would definitely favor VP. But I think Team Secret is going to experiment a little bit in the first game, try to see how things are going. And if they win that game, they're going to stick with it, maybe go with a bit of different draft. But if they lose, they're going to stick to what they've been winning with.
So you're basically saying VP right now can kind of feel like, okay, in the situation that we're in, we can mess around. We can try some different things and maybe throw them off guard?
No, I'm talking about Team Secret.
Okay. That's why I was a little bit thrown off.
Some fancy stuff for sure.
Yeah. So maybe we see some of the fancy stuff like we did actually see in the last series. Now, if we don't see that fancy stuff, what is the key win condition that we expect from Secret? What is it about this team that's made them strong? When we talked about EG a little bit earlier, it was the fact that if they went to the late game, we thought that they would have a really good shot against Secret. We saw Secret then tune up their lineup to go for mid portions of the game, and they managed to take it in 2-0 against VP. How do you think they're going to try to win Nahas?
I think part of the reason the Secret is a really good team is that it's hard to generalize. They are very adaptable, and I think that's one of their big strengths, that they're very flexible about thinking about each individual game and each individual draft. Now, I will say the obvious win condition is going to be to get Nisha farmed, because he's the newer player on the roster. Obviously, Zai returning to that roster as well, but with previous experience with all these guys. Nisha's the guy that a lot of the focus is on. We saw Ace come over, have a lot of early success at this time last season. I think Nisha's going to have a really big series.
I think Nisha does seem like one of the constants for them, consistently taking over games. Lacoste, is this one of the players that you want to be looking at as well?
I think we need to shift the off-lane and position 4, in my opinion, because mid lane and safe lane were kind of stable. Both of these teams are stable in what they're doing. I just think the way they draft around position 4 and off-lane, and who brings more of these team fighting abilities, and when these two teams clash, it's going to come to not seconds, but milliseconds. Who's better at reacting, processing the information that is given? And I think VP has an upper chance. If you look at the way they're fighting, their ability to go in and out of the fight without taking too many casualties, I think VP definitely is better at doing that.
I think everything that he just said was completely on point. If you look at how team fights are in this meta, it used to be in Dota that it was basically whoever got the initiation. And a lot of games still do come down to that, but these skirmish type fights are much more common. And VP was a team that for so many years had trouble backing. I mean, they had trouble getting out of fights that weren't favorable. And the way that this Virtus.Pro team is consistently able to go in, strategically retreat, and then punish an enemy for pushing too far and then getting out of position, that's what's made them the world-class multi-major championship team that we've seen.
So VP right now, you give the favor to them. We start to hear about their strategy. We already talked about how Secret can be an adaptable team. So how do you want to see them adapt?
Just play better. Just draft better.
Look,
good work.
I think it comes down to that. You look at those last 2 games in the winner's bracket final, and you can criticize some things here and there, but honestly, VP just played better. And you look at these 5, you look not only as a part of this team, but what they've done elsewhere. Even Nisha with his relatively short track record, these 5 Secret players are capable of that level of play. They just have to put it together.
All right, so we talk about the weird stuff that can come out. Jokingly, you say, yeah, just play better, just draft better. Do you not want to see any of the weird stuff then? Or do you say, okay, game 1, maybe game 2, we can handle it?
No, it's a best of 5. It's a best of 5, so you can afford to, let's say, lose a game 1 if you win it just because of it, some cheesy pick. It's going to be worth it.
Because yesterday, or when we did actually watch them go head to head, all the days kind of running together here. But ultimately, you have a situation where you do see that 5 melee lineup come out, and you go, hey, maybe we could actually see that for another game in the series. If it's open, maybe we do want to see them go back into it. At best of 5, maybe gives them that affordance.
One of the crazy things, too, is until that Slark pick by Secret, there hadn't really been much in the way of cheese in this tournament, right? Husker hasn't really caught on. Brood, gone from the meta. And a lot of these picks, when you talk about your Broods and Huskers, even your Meepos, both of these teams had taken advantage of those. Especially if you look at VP's Ramsey's Brood, had been such a huge part of their drafting threat at the majors. That's really what I'm most curious about here is, are we going to see the new cheese in this series?
Yeah, and I think that that's something that's very reasonable to try to be looking towards. And it's one of those things where we really don't know what we could see with these teams. These would be the teams to put it together. We've talked about what their road actually looked like to get here. Now, we already know that these are 2 teams that we're going to be seeing at the TI. So how important do you think this is for some of the other squads also, mathematically, is Secret through by getting to the grand final?
They're in.
They're 100% in. So we know both of these teams are going to be at the TI.
This is me doing math in my hotel room at 2 a.m. last night. So, but
it could
if
be
my
incorrect.
if my math is right, they're in. Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to trust you on this one, Nahaz. There's a reason I asked you and not Lacoste if they were in. Lacoste, if you're another team right now and you're watching this, do you get to just relax and watch Dota, or are you already thinking like these are the teams that we have to beat for the rest of the year?
Nah, they're just going to watch and try to learn. There's a reason why these 2 teams are in grand finals of a major again, and teams should try to write stuff down like you're doing. Maybe a bit better. This doesn't look good. Just team names and...
right now, my
he draws a mean picture of Miracle, though.
Nisha, Wings, Secret, versus VP. Those are the 4 main
Pretty
words
good.
that I have right now. And with that,
That's
you know a player to be looking at. You know what we just saw, and you know what we're about to see. But one of the things that you can't see is the fact that Secret already played on this stage. Is this going to be a factor at all? I know that we've had a long break now, right? You have the show match in between. So do they lose any advantage that they have for having hot hands, essentially, already being a team to play today on the stage?
Yeah, I think, again, my take on momentum, and do you want to be the team that has the winner bracket advantage, or do you want to have that momentum? I think it's completely contextual. It depends on the team and it depends on the day. And yeah, with that kind of extended break for the show match, I think the momentum argument becomes harder to make.
Yeah, it's gone.
I feel like it would be a fallacy, too, to give VP an advantage. I feel like if you are watching at home, you're saying, oh, VP, they had extra time to prepare. They didn't have to play. I go back to kind of what we said. I feel like this was the grand final everybody expected, everybody was getting ready for, and I think it's the grand final if you're either of these teams that, to a certain degree, you're most scared of.
I will tell you this, though. Lacoste, you mentioned that there are a lot of other teams sitting back and watching this, taking notes. If you are one of those other teams, you got to be very happy that the top 4, arguably top 6 of this tournament was very chalky, right? Because the more of these majors that feature the big name teams in that top 6, the more chance you have at the end of the season to finish top 4 at those last couple majors and sneak in.
Yeah, we're going to go back to that point where teams are watching Virtus.Pro and Team Secret. So Tier 2 scene loves to copy what they're doing. There's not too much thinking out of the box, and they end up with the same picks, but they don't understand what they need to do, the timing on the items, the movement on the map. That's one of the reasons why there's a huge gap between Tier 1 and Tier 2 teams. You just need to play what you're comfortable with and try to understand the game by yourself, not just trying to copy others.
It's true. At the same time, though, I think it's one of the reasons why I've really enjoyed being a part of some of these LANs is you get to see teams, like I always use the old MVP Phoenix as an example, that they came to these international LANs. My first LAN was one of their first international LANs, MLG in Columbus, and they just got absolutely crushed. But those guys had a great work ethic. They came to the events. They learned from other teams. They took their lumps, and eventually, they're finishing top 4 at majors.
Yeah,
it does happen.
Yeah, it's just it is a big difference though in anything to be able to try to replicate a machine essentially that you've seen work and actually be dynamic and be able to take those decisions on the fly and execute flawlessly. But we have Secret and VP. They're almost going to be ready to take the stage here, and I just think that this is one of the best matchups that you could have. And we talk about the other teams that maybe you call them Tier 2 teams, and whether they're sitting at the bar right now watching the matchup, already on the plane home. Either way, I do think it's important to really hit it on the head that every team that didn't make it to the stage today is happy that these were the 3 teams that made it to the stage today, even down to EG. Like, they were one of those teams that already did get to grab the majority of those DPC points.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the fortunate and unfortunate thing about EG is that Artur's major drought is going to be a storyline until he wins one, and that is going to happen. I'm tired of that narrative. But even down to the end of TI, right? 2 years in a row now, we've had this huge question about will this VP roster stay together, and it was again answered in the affirmative. And then shortly thereafter, we found out about the additions to Secret, and we said, is this going to follow the same script? Will Nisha have the same early success as Ace, and will he be able to continue to improve? And so far, looking pretty good.
Nisha seems way more stable than what Ace in the previous season. And I'm
you think
happy.
So?
Yeah,
you think
definitely.
So?
And I'm glad we have a new meme. Just give me those memes, man.
That's
from
my boy.
From Sproutizi to Cliftizi.
Do we have do we have a bit of a delay? Can I probe him a little on that?
Yeah, you can give him a few seconds.
That's a bad choice of words, isn't it? No, I wanted to how would you scout Nisha versus Ace? Because this is something I was very, very high on Ace after they won at the Dream League Major last year. I thought he was going to be an impact player, and whether the fault's on the individual player or it was a team dynamic thing, they just kind of felt like they stagnated off that. What do you see in Nisha that makes you think that they're going to break that script?
It feels like Nisha has been outstanding player for way too long to not be picked up by a tier 1 team, considering that he played in alternate attacks, I think one more Polish stack, and then they joined Kingwin, and you could always rely on him, so his performance has been stable for almost 2 years, maybe even more. And for Ace, he kind of came out of nowhere, even though he had some successful teams before, joined the Team Secret, fell off real quick.
We've talked about Nisha so many times at this tournament, too. He's been the MVP in so many of these games. I feel like he really is one of those key players that we're going to have to be keeping our eye on when the players do get ready to take the stage. Of course, we are still giving them a little bit of time here. It should be just a few short minutes, but Secret having already played that game, and then also we have to clean up everything after that show match. Yeah. So Secret MVP will be ready shortly. But closing thoughts before the match actually does start. We've already started to give our predictions. It seems like everybody here has said VP should be able to take it. Secret's road to taking it may revolve around some picks that we're not expecting.
I'm going to go Secret. I'm going to go VP 3-2, and I'm going to say that in addition to thinking that Secret's going to have at least one pretty unexpected draft, I think VP in at least one of these games is really going to attack Nisha's hero pool. I think he's played way too much Medusa, way too much PA throughout this tournament. I think you're going to see VP make him play something different.
Do you agree that Nisha has to be one of those people that you have in your mind saying, okay, we got to take away some of these threats from him?
I don't think he's one-dimensional. His hero pool is way stronger than what it seems to be. I mean, they're just using the heroes that are strong in meta right now, and I don't blame them for that. And if these heroes are going to get banned, he has a couple more saved.
Do you think if they do try to target something, like say, okay, we're going to go after Nisha, does that leave them open in the draft? Does it become actually maybe a detriment to them?
You just can't ban out heroes against Team Secret. Like, you just can't ban out one player because all other players have huge hero pools, and you're going to get punished for that, in my opinion.
Yeah, we've seen it create openings even today in certain scenarios, trying to go after a particular player. And when you have lineups like Secret and VP, Nahaz, it does seem like maybe it is going to be difficult to target any one player.
I think Lacoste is totally on. Thank you for coming to work today, Lacoste. Another Kyle fan. Was that what I wanted?
Second one.
So, look, I think, though, this is one of the differences between a best-of-5 and a best-of-3, that you see a lot more draft gambits, not just on the pick side, but you will see an individual player targeted a little bit more often because they're just sort of probing for weaknesses, especially at the beginning.
But we don't need to wait any longer. The players are just about ready to take the stage. You've heard it from our panel. Everything that Secret and VP did to even get to this point, they already played against each other, and the match could have gone either way. Now, Secret and VP are ready to start the grand final of the CQ Major. Who is going to take it in this rematch? Secret or VP? We find out right now.
waiting for. Anyway, you'll not be picked here.
Well, they nerfed me. 70% win rate?
Please welcome on stage the finalists of Chongqing Major, Virtus.Pro. Please welcome on stage the finalists of Chongqing Major, Team Secret.
Our finalists have taken the stage, and, you know, even before we made it here all the way to China for this major, these were the two teams to look at. They've already done it this year, and VP got the better of Secret, but you can see when Puppy's taking the stage, he is ice in his veins right now. This man is so cocky taking the stage, and that's exactly what they may need.
I honestly think that people watching these teams underrate so much how that's such a part of his long-term success that it's on me, guys. I'm going to take the attention. I'm going to take the criticism. I'm going to be the magnet. You four guys just go play good Dota.
Let's say if he was beta instead of alpha, like none of these teams would probably work, no matter the skill that he has.
No, and when you look at the sheer number of young players that have blossomed into superstars on him, I mean, let's talk about a couple years ago, right? Let's talk about Ace last season. I know you have your criticisms, but he looked great. Let's talk about Nisha this season. I mean, this is like, Puppy is the closest thing that we have in Dota to like a franchise builder.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a thing to kind of group around, to rally around, is somebody who will take those hits for you, right? And then also, when you are in the middle of a situation, which looks like it is not going your way, to have that banner, to have that guy who just isn't phased by it. And you can also see beyond just his team how it affects other squads.
Absolutely.
Man, I remember playing against Puppy first time. It was in Dota 1, probably like 13, 14 years ago. He was playing for XSK team, and he's the same person. Like, he did not change, and that's what I love about him.
Yeah.
You know, I've always been curious, when you were playing back then, who did you consider your best hero?
Wow, that's a tough one. We're talking about Dota 1, probably Wind Ranger.
No.
Luna.
The early days of Dota 2 when I would have been watching it.
Oh yeah, Wind Ranger, Broodmother, Tide.
Your Tide was. I thought your Tide was
offlane.
I thought your Tide was like the best in the world at that time. Anyway.
You're just over exaggerating.
No. I thought his anyway.
Dude,
little fanboy.
Every time that Lacoste lands a joke, that somebody compliments him, he the amount of times that he's winked at me throughout this entire
though.
Oh man.
That's what I do. That's who I am. I can't change it.
Yeah, you definitely can't.
The thing is,
but you know what these guys can't change? The fact that they just win time and time again. VP, you would think after already knowing that you're going to the major, maybe you let up. On top of that, they get here with their coach playing against Secret last time.
That face.
And this is the man who was sick a few days ago and is able to just shred. Now he looks absolutely fine. You would have no idea. But this team beat Secret with their coach last time. And it's so easy to forget about it because it didn't look like they were even slightly knocked down a peg.
It might have been the LGD series with that coach, but it doesn't matter. I haven't on no one's authority. I asked him this morning, and he said that all 5 players were feeling fine.
Oh no. The coach, they needed to do that to get here.
Yeah, to get here.
But it was in the last series that they had a player who wasn't feeling well, right?
You said Puppy has ice in his veins. I can see Virtus.Pro having fire in their veins because everyone else besides Pasha is wearing a t-shirt and it's really cold in here. So
well, Kyle said it as a joke, right? That the VP players. Oh, I think Secret's more prepared because the VP players are at the bar. But I think that's part of what VP do at majors. They don't put all this pressure on themselves. That's part of the swagger that they play with.
Yeah, if you see how VP reacts behind the scenes, you would be amazed. Like, they're just group of friends that are having so much fun. They're relaxed together, and I feel like they're one of the top teams that still have so much fun playing together. It's like you're getting around Saturday to play Battle Cup with your friends that you didn't see for quite some time. You can't play too much, someone's working, and you're excited about it, and that's how VP feels.
Yeah, and that's very important when we talk about how Puppy influences his team and how it is something to rally around. VP is very different in the way that their team chemistry works, but it does work. We talk about in group stages. We had that interview with them, and they were like, yeah, it's groups. Like, we're not really fazed by it. They did what they need to do in groups, but they have a couple of games that maybe don't go the way that they fully expect, and you just hear, yeah, it's groups, it's fine. We're just getting ready here. We'll see you in the grand final. And they do have that attitude throughout the tournament. They're not fazed by a game loss. They're not fazed by seeing a draft that they didn't prepare against, heroes that they didn't pair against. They just figure out how they're going to win, and that's what they do time and time again.
It's part of why we love Dota, right? It's not, we talk about it in the context of drafts and hero picks, that there are so many things that are viable and can work, but it's not just about that. It's team dynamics too. You contrast VP with something like a Liquid, that Liquid is, they're memers, they have some fun, but when they get into that booth, it's business, right? I mean, they are a very, very serious, very focused team, whereas VP is a lot looser. And I think Dota is an incredibly stressful game, both individually and as a team, and you have to have that team identity to be able to sustain success over time.
There needs to be some form of chemistry on your team, and with a lot of teams, it's not jumping off the page. With these two squads, it is something that is a strong selling point.
You really see it in the booth, which is that's part of why these LAN events are so fun to watch.
And sometimes, when you talk about intangibles and things like that in any esport, in any sport, it is such a hard thing to talk about, and it seems like it isn't something important, but I don't think it's a mistake that we see VP and Secret here again when it is that obvious, when it is that in your face. But now they're going to be getting ready for the draft in this best of 5. The first game will be underway very shortly. Is history going to repeat itself? Are we going to see a new champion at the second major of the year? And in this draft as well, I want to ask, you say the potential for Cheese. This is going to be something that they're working towards here, of course. But both of these teams at this point, they're just saying, hey, how many can we rack up? How many points can we get? How much can we impact other squads? They already have solidified their TI this year. But do we expect the cheese Lacoste early on? Does it start at the very beginning of the series? Or do you expect these original drafts, these first drafts coming out here to be a little bit more standard with what we see?
Not necessarily a cheese, what we like to call like a Meepo, Arcward, and Broodmother picks, but maybe a different approach, try to sneak in a hero that's not been picked so far or did not have a great success. That's where Poppy shines at.
Yeah. And Arc Warden looked better than I expected. I think it's not out of that Secret used to run that for Nisha. It's not something that's been in the meta in this tournament, but we saw it creep back in with, I believe it was Arteezy that played it.
It was.
I would not be completely shocked to see Nisha on that hero.
And that was one of the things that Lacoste mentioned as well, that you can't really target any specific player, especially somebody like Nisha in the draft, and try to attack his hero pool because they do have so much depth. One of the other things we're seeing is very consistent stats when we do look at head-to-heads. Yeah.
Because I think that's one of the things, if you were to criticize Secret, I think that's one of the things that you could point to since TI8 with the addition of Nisha to the lineup. Mid one has been, he's felt a little bit less like a playmaker to me. He's felt a little bit, you know, he used to be the guy that you would have on Ember Spirit, on Invoker, on these snowball momentum type heroes. You go all the way back to his days with Fnatic before he joined Secret. He's felt a little bit less that to me. I don't know. Am I alone in that, Lacoste?
Well, the stats don't lie. We can see that from numbers. So I guess they just needed to adapt the way Nisha is playing because he's kind of their superstar, young superstar. Right. Maybe it's easier for others to adapt the way he's playing and then implement just tell him what he needs to do when it comes to a team fight.
But that was part of why I was so enthused by that Game 1 draft the other night, where Mid 1 on that Slark just took it to a Medusa in lane and went and made plays all around the map. That's the kind of Dota we're more used to seeing from him.
I do want to bring it back to one of the numbers we saw at the very beginning, which was that average length of game time. We did see now VP's time going up a little bit beyond the average. It's slowly throughout the tournament we were seeing longer and longer games.
They're not risking that much as in group stages. They don't want to finish the game this early, and I mean, as tournament progresses, of course, you're going to be more caution about what you're doing and the way you're playing.
And I think that's one of the advantages that you have as a veteran roster that's been together over a period of years now. Roger obviously joined midway through last season, but that 4-player core of VP. This is a team that when you get to these events where the meta is very fast, you can change pace a little bit. You can change gears and force the enemy team to play a lineup that they've been playing in these very tempo-oriented games, go a little bit later with it.
And now getting into that draft, it's something that we need to keep in our mind. Both these teams at full strength here today. Last day of the CQ Major. Two teams that we know we're going to see at the TI. And now, obviously...
There we go.
Yeah.
Going to
see
Mag Band right away.
I can see him right there.
None of your unicorn stuff, Lacoste. Yeah, I guess the big question, once Mag is off the table, the big Wisp as well. Okay, that was the second big question, and now you start thinking about that Tusk, Earth Spirit, Lich level of hero. I still think Earth Spirit, Tiny is the big flex pick. You deny that to Secret mostly because it gives them a very flexible open. But I think Earth Spirit certainly has to be on the table to ban if your team's Secret.
The flex picks has been so popular for drafting him in the first stage or just being banned out because you don't know where they're going. You're not revealing anything, and you always like have one step ahead of your opponent because you can adjust to whatever lane you want to put him on.
Yeah, I still want to see Weaver for Secret at some point on this series, a hero that they've run on 4 different players in their last 6 games with it since TI.
ET. Definitely something that we expected to potentially get hit in these bans.
And that's a respect ban for Yapzor. Yeah. I think that third ban might have been different. You probably banned it against Chinese teams, but that third ban might have been different against a team like EG, certainly with Yapzor on the other side.
Yeah, if it was EG, maybe we would have seen what Team Secret tried to employ earlier today, which was really attacking that OD.
It's so easy to be a coach these days. You just print out Dota buff pages. Just kidding. Just kidding. This is the man that we did not give enough credit. I don't think we ever talk about Team Secret's coach.
I agree. I think we've talked a little bit about it. By the way, VP the ones with first pick here. As I flagged, Secret had shown a strong preference set, and they're going to lock down that Roger Earth Spirit. It does open up a lot on the side of Team Secret. They're going to have the Tusk on the board, but again, the one big thing that stands out to me about Secret's hero pool in this tournament, they're not a Tusk team.
Okay. Yeah, so we are going to see that Tusk is still going to be open, but like you said,
and it's a big deal. Like it effectively when you get to this stage in the tournament, it's like having an extra ban.
Especially when you do know these teams so well, right? They've gone head to head so many times. They're not going to let something like that slip by.
VP Secret dipping into reserve time here with their open.
Grimstroke still in the pool. They opened up with Grimstroke and Rubik a couple of times. Also, OD's out of the pool, so they might consider getting a Medusa.
Medusa first phase is something I think you have to think about. Likely 5 position Undying, although you will see teams occasionally dip back into a 3 or 4 position. This hero's stats in the patch, however, not good.
I mean, so
one of the 4 lowest ELO adjusted win rates in 20 or more games.
And how many times have we seen an Undying in an open as well? So why do we think Secret's going for this route? They dip into reserve a little bit, and then Undying going to be their first pick.
Lanes.
Yeah, this is the hero that secures lanes. Earth Spirit, Strength hero. Undying just loves to play against those.
And with all the teams threatening tri lanes, okay, rotating in and out of tri lanes in this tournament, Undying is one of those heroes that against a tri lane, he doesn't care how, he can tri lane against 3 beefy heroes and be perfectly happy.
And as you said, we are going to see that Rasta here. You were saying you wanted to see more Rasta, but tri lanes so prevalent in this tournament. I believe you said about 25%.
Brutal open by VP. This hero, I feel like we talk a lot about the very valued supports in this patch, but if you take those off the table, this is my most valued core in this patch. The Beastmaster, he's so great in the tempo of games that we're seeing, able to bring pressure across a wide area of the map. His itemization is very natural into those Vlads, Crimson's utility items. He can go blink if needed.
Oh, Visage Band, that's interesting. They don't want to be run at 20-minute mark. Possibility to even close the game with this kind of a lineup. Undying drops the Tombstone, Rast Awards, Birds. It's a good band coming out from VP.
Also respecting the god level tri lane that would be Undying, Visage, and any other hero.
Grimstroke's still in the pool if they want to get rid of that Beastmaster double roar. So good.
Yeah, the one thing, so Grimstroke is still in the pool, as is Doom. Presumably on the side of Secret. It's not unthinkable you might see a Beastmaster support, although the Earth Spirit on board makes that a lot less likely.
I don't think that's going to happen, considering it's...
the hero that
Yeah, it's Earth Spirit, that's Roger's hero. Beastmaster, one of Pasha's better heroes, and I feel like Beastmaster position 4/5 is nowhere near effective as position 3.
And the numbers would bear you out on that. Medusa's still in the pool, though.
Yeah, we have a couple of picks that kind of open, considering OD is banned out in the first phase. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Dragon Knight, a Timbersaw.
I get a little worried about those because I want to see, if I'm going to see a Dragon Knight, I want to see it 4th or 5th, because again, you talk about the counters, the Monkey King, as we saw last night, the Timbersaw as well. So Jugs off the table for Ramses. So you got to respect the PA pick potential out of VP. I think you can go ahead and take a second phase Medusa as Secret if you want. Might be a little bit early.
There's that Timber.
Okay.
Why did you want to see the Timber Lacoste? It was one of the heroes.
I feel like the hero does not have that many counters in this patch, especially when they ban out OD as a first pick. And we see more and more tri lanes. So he's like one of the lane dominators, does not have many bad matchups, and can be also put in the middle. What EG did yesterday, you get a lot of XP and you can snowball easily.
Absolutely. No, the Lacoste's point about tri lanes is a really good one with Timber, that in the age of dual lanes, a lot of times you constantly had to worry about how are we going to get our Timber to level 3, because that's when that reactive armor sustain really starts to kick in. When you have this tri lane meta, it can be a little bit easier to isolate 1v1 matchups, and Timber just crushes most of those.
now dipping into reserve time is going to be VP. These Jug and Tide bans are not something that we talked about so much, Nahaz. Why do we see these get banned in this portion of the game?
I mean, I think that's been the kind of MO throughout the tournament is you're taking away these, you're taking away cores in the second phase. The other thing is you don't have anything right now against BKB as secret. I guess Tombstone might count, but you don't want to have to worry about a hero like Jug that has, the Oracle pick opens up a lot of things here for VP. The Oracle pick makes you worry about a Husker. It makes PA potentially that much more scary. It makes Darkseer flat out unpickable if you were thinking about running Timbersaw in the mid roll.
Yeah, we didn't see much of an Oracle. I'm not sure if he was banned out mostly. And
his numbers are good this patch.
Yeah, the hero looks so good. The reason why he's so good because Root stops DP now.
Yes.
That's why. And the hero hasn't been changed. He received just a tiny buff on his Q on damage.
Yeah, and it doesn't. I don't think it applies with Oracle Q because it screws up the targeting.
For a second, I thought it was Zeus.
Oh wow! Oh, this is a hero I have wanted to see this hero. I didn't mention it, and I thought VP might have been thinking about it because PL is one of the classic counters to the Undying. Right, but everybody stayed away from it. Even with we've seen a couple first phase Undying games this tournament where PL was neither picked or banned throughout the rest of the draft. But VP is Secret is gonna take it here, and they're gonna do the classic. We'll pick the hero that counters our own.
Yeah. So how many times have we actually seen the PL so far in this tournament?
I want to say twice.
Yeah, I think it was twice. So many analysts saying PL seems good here, but we don't see it now in the grand final. We will see the PL.
They will need some AoE because they basically have none with these three heroes, and they don't have too much control for a Phantom Lancer. This Timbersaw is going to create so much space because none of these three heroes are good against a Timber.
It's kind of crazy, right? Because the hero that PL counters, Undying, and a hero that counters PL are both already on that side, but this is the response, right? When you're talking about, you're worried about melee lanes, you're worried about the other team having a lot of melee cores, this is where you go to that Monkey King.
Yeah, this is probably the matchup that they will want to have Monkey King against the Timbersaw. It's hard matchup for Timber. Even though with the rotations coming, I've seen these kinds of matchups where you have a hero who is sitting at, let's say, 35 to 75, 40 to 60, and it just goes to a hero who has a worse percentage.
So with the Monkey King on board, surely it becomes more likely that Zai is going to be on the Timber.
Could be, yeah.
Right? I'm trying to piece this out because Secret, I think, despite the Monkey King laning matchup, which is a problem that we can get into once we see the bans here, I think Secret lack teamfight initiation. Right? You really want some kind of initiator if you're Secret.
Yeah, I mean, Timbersaw is one of those heroes who can go in and just try to do something. Get the focus on him, and then team reacts, but it's not reliable. I'm surprised that Centaur managed to survive throughout this whole pick and ban phase. Considering they already have a Timber and a Beastmaster, I assume Centaur is not gonna get banned nor picked.
I like this draft because I think it's both lineups have obvious strengths and obvious weaknesses, right? You talk about Secret. Until Blink on Rasta, which will come along a little bit earlier now that we all but know it's going to be Yapsor on the 4-position Rasta. They lack teamfight initiation, but you have a VP, other than the Monkey King in the laning phase, I suppose with Monkey King's teamfight it does offer a bit. He's going to build a Battle Fury, but they don't have the best illusion clear still.
They could grab a Dragonite, even though it's not a best matchup against
Who do you want draft? Who do you want draft
for VP?
Oh, I think that's really tough.
What makes you not like that pick here in the house?
You're playing
I think it's you have to worry about the laning matchups, and I think as the game goes on, I mean DK is a hero that he kind of gets swarmed by PL. It's not now that I think about it, it's not as bad as I first reacted. My apologies. I think it's reasonable, especially with the taking the Kunkka off the table. Okay. That's wow. That's VP again. Swagger, confidence. Okay, you need a hero to deal with AoE. You provide AoE against the PL. We're going to give you the mid one Shadow Fiend. And this, by the way, when I say I want to see mid one on more playmakers, right here, right here.
I'm not a big fan of a Shadow Fiend in general because he's vulnerable to rotations. Shadow Shaman and Undying not the best at doing so, especially because it's going to be Shadow Shaman position 4, and the hero is slow, so you're not playing Shadow Fiend into Earth Spirit, which is he's like worst enemy, and they have enough stuns and slows controls to actually enable Shadow Fiend to deal damage with raises. So I like it here.
Is gone. I still... What do you want? Do you want a 3 or do you want a 2 Timbersaw? Lacoste?
3. I
think you want a 3? Okay.
I think they need a matchup against
Shadow. All right. So you want a ranged hero mid?
Yeah.
Can you just go Dusa? No, Lina. Okay, right. This is not a hero we've seen a lot, but oh, wow. Oh, mid 1 Lina. I think mid 1 Lina crushes this matchup.
I'm not sure.
I've seen him Lina versus
rotations
SF.
coming out from Earth Spirit, which is way better than what position 4 Team Secret has, and sick drafts from both of these teams, and I would give VP an upper hand in this one for sure.
Okay, you're giving VP an upper hand, but I want to ask right now, how does VP win with this lineup? Where do you think they're going to be able to take over the game?
Well, they have a good Roche potential. Their lanes are going to be strong.
I mean, I think if they I think if they address the PL, they win the game. Okay, because I don't think Secret has enough team fight to win this game if PL just doesn't get massive. But I think just watch that mid matchup. If mid 1 goes off on this Lina, this game's very winnable for Secret.
All right, our analysts are saying the mid matchup is going to be the key to success here. But let's kick off the grand final.
Hell yes, Richard. We are definitely looking to kick off the grand final right now. And what a final it is. It's a final that you'll probably be very familiar with. Virtus.Pro versus Team Secret. In KL, they face up against each other in the winner's bracket and the grand final. In that tournament, though, it went the opposite direction. It was Secret who was, it was VP who was knocked down. And then it still went to 5 in the grand final.
It was also a 2-1 as well.
It was.
The loser, in that tournament, VP, they 2-0'd EG. This time it's Secret, and they go up again in a final. I hope it's going to be epic. I'm wishing for just 5 games. Undeniably, these are the 2 best teams in Dota right now.
Yeah.
And, nothing to lose. This is probably... This is it. This is what we've been waiting for. This is what I'd say 80% of the community expected. We finally get a shot. 5 games, VP, Secret...
You said on the panel before, you want to just have great Dota. You don't even care who wins in the end. Like Virtus.Pro and Team Secret. These guys just play an incredible level of Dota. And looking at the draft, I kind of got what I wanted. We're both standing here during the drafting phase going, man, this is a really great counter to this, and this is a really great counter to that. Both drafts feel like they've got so many strengths as well as weaknesses against the opposition. And one of the biggest ones I want to flash up is the SF. It's no one.
Finally, dude.
Yeah, he comes up. It's finally SF gets picked up as one counter, but then he gets the other counter back.
Yeah, so EG won against eHome and Vici with their Timber, but those teams picked Beastmaster and Kunkka into the Timbersaw. Those aren't real counter picks. I've been hoping for an SF for forever. This hero outscales a Timber. It's a mixed damage core, great synergy with the Beastmaster and the Monkey King. We were thinking about maybe like an Ember last pick, but when you have a Monkey King, you need something that's hitting buildings, and that's what this last pick SF does. Secret, like Nahaz said, Lina's going to need to go off. I feel this hero needs to snowball, and the matchup Lina versus SF is not as Lina favorite as it was way back in the past.
Is the Lina still able to do a lot of damage when you've got the Oracle in your field? Like, how do you get it all off? And you're pointing to your screen right now to see no one.
Yeah, raise first. Raise first.
Raise first. What you going for?
So this is the new way to play, and part of the reason that this matchup is so hard to read, because you're going to just CS with Souls, rush bottle. We saw Sumail do this back in the past, and I haven't really seen it in a long time. This is the traditional way to beat unfavorable matchups, but it's very like high skill. You don't see amateur players even give this a shot.
Well, we'll see if no one can pull it off. We'll keep very, very close tabs on him. The laning phase at least has Nisha and Yapsol on that top lane. So as you said, Razors to begin with, trying to make sure that mid one doesn't feel comfortable, and then keep your eyes on bottom lane where Puppey, he'll be doing the job to try and zone out Ramses. And Ramses on his Monkey King. This is another signature player, and Ramses, what a great player throughout this entire tournament. He has just been on fire.
Yeah. He is the best player in the world right now. And I don't think you can make an argument for anyone that's not on his Dota team. Secret, they come out, they 3-0 this. Perhaps we change that up, but Ramses has been on fire. The guy doesn't make mistakes. He's incredibly involved in the development of the team's strategies, and he's nasty.
Yep. it's nasty. This is the greatest descriptive word you can find for Ramses. You're like, man, this guy's great. This guy's cool at Dota, and he's nasty.
There's a lot of words you could use to describe him, but
Puppey has taken so much strength off this. That's an Oracle with 362 HP, but there's no aggression that will come out of Zai. But it has stopped Roger as well as Solo trying to get aggressive against Puppey himself. They know they just don't do enough damage to get the kill. This is when the Undying pickup works so well.
Yeah, and the cool thing about the way Secret can play this game is, like we saw at TI, PL will become a problem.
Oh, wow.
In the mid game, you can deal with them, but late game, none of these heroes of Virtus.Pro really challenge him. Especially when you have that like third, fourth item.
Lane, these Timber Chains, they're doing so much work. It's a 400 HP Monkey King. At least the Tango's a little bit more efficient for them, but looking for another chase. Going down towards the bottom while the mid is having its own fun. We have it on our picture-in-picture. Thanks, production, for ensuring we get to watch all of it. But Roger's hit level 2 finally, and really, Lina, she just got a regeneration rune from mid 1 and top lane. Oh, there it is, the first blood against Pasha. We're looking at the bottom lane because that's where the other initiation's coming in. Ramsey dodging one of the attacks with a mischief. Puppey getting a lot more strength back. And there's not much more that Roger can do to help out. They just can't get through the Timbersaw, and Puppey's so tanky.
This is the Undying factor. Even though it's a 2-on-3 in the bottom lane, Secret still come out ahead. This is Undying in a nutshell, especially when you have a super tanky, sustain-heavy core like Timbersaw to play off of. And look at Puppey just chasing Earthspear through the jungle. But this is great because he wants to go heal anyway, so why not just keep tabs on what Roger's doing and ensure his mid laner stays safe. Also, no one forced all the way back to base.
Yeah, he walked it too. That's a long time out of the lane. Lina will move ahead in the CS. This is her going off.
Yeah, and this is what one of the downsides of the Bottle Rush is that a well-played Lina, as mid one is doing quite good right now, out CS's you just because you have the nulls, whereas you look at no one, he's just got a circlet to help with his last hitting. And mid one, when you get a lead like this, the SF will probably be able to keep pace, but you are going to win that initial trade. It'll probably equalize once we hit like that 4-minute rune mark, especially if Roger can make something happen here.
He's been waiting for a very long time. Thanks to that Dire Observer one, they have a little bit extra information on the high ground, so even if mid one feels like he may be a little hidden, it's not the case. Roger should be able to hit the rolling boulder, but if he doesn't, then there's no follow-up from no one. Even with the level 2 raises he has available, they still need more damage, and I fear for top lane Pasha. He already got hit out. It's the slow from the lands and the damage that just mounts the body block. He'll be... Oh no, he's not okay. He's in a lot of trouble. Nisha just has so much hitting damage, and he'll get the kill onto Pasha.
That was well... It was a good idea from Pasha. He had 3 stick and didn't expect that last rush attack from Nisha to finish him off because he spawned the boar and he would have been able to salve in between hits and possibly turn that kill around as Nisha does not have a point in Doppel. Alas, I think he high rolled on that last hit.
VP's finally realized they need to try and change things up. Solar up on the top lane. He's going to help out Pasha and try and keep Shaman away from him, so any initiation isn't a guaranteed kill, which has happened so far. But then again, ES is also rotating. You can keep your eyes on that mid lane, but top's going to be where it's at. The Beastmaster Hawk, no one's going to be there on the right, and they could just roll in towards the Absol. Probably going to be the easier target, and in fact, that's exactly what happens. Solo sets it up. There's your kick. Nisha, he actually wanted to get aggressive, and he's done so against Solo. Supports arrive from Puppey. 1 decay will be enough. He's just out of range to reach Oracle, but that's why you've got the lands from Nisha. They focus that in towards Pasha. But coming underneath a wave and a half, Nisha, he feels the confidence. He's going to keep going for it while mid lane, no one has to back up to his tier 1 tower. Lina connecting on these stuns.
He has equalized, though. This is still about the same CS advantage the mid one had once no one returned after being forced to heal. He just caught a few too many Qs, but this is kind of the way it'll go if the SF just catches too many nukes.
He's dead.
Oh, no, he's
Wait,
not.
no, he started with a shock. Thought he was in range for a shackle coming in from the fog of war. Well, I scared myself.
Yeah. A big part of this game is going to be VP's ability to create tempo. Secret, you have an Undying, you have a Rasta. Like, they can find kills and pressure all lanes simultaneously. Bottom, Zai might go for this.
He was waiting for the stun, trying to get a little bit of extra life. Ramses, one more hit will do it. He's, he's got the distance. Zai going deep underneath the tower. While in mid lane, 3 heroes once again. It's the solo setup. It's just Fortune's End into the rolling boulder, and no one. The Light Strike Array will actually buy some time for Laguna Blade from mid one. He's starting to heal up thanks to all the nukes from solo. And this will allow Lina to survive and then turn around, looking for the kill over on the Earth Spirit. Unable to get it off, but Puppey drops the Tombstone, looks for the Undying minions. They're not in range, and thanks to the Dire Observer Ward from Virtus.Pro, they know how to play around the Undying.
You're going to see this game is going to be secret heavy for the early mid-game portion. VP, you're going to hit a timing when you have some Beastmaster items up. You can start shredding through buildings, perhaps get a Roche. But Secret, I think you've got the mega late game controlled as well, just because of the PL factor. And right now, definitely looking good for the side coming out of the loser bracket, just because of how much better their offlaner is doing in that sacrificial safe lane. Pasha's been relegated to the jungle, which this is how I think you deal with Virtus.Pro as well. Shut down Pasha. Don't let him be this space maker. I would much rather play VP and allow Ramses and my carry to free farm than to put Pasha and my offlaner in a 1v1, having that 4 or 5 level advantage once you hit 10 minutes.
Especially when they're the late game heroes, like we've seen with the Terrorblade pickups. It's not like a Juggernaut getting a little bit of farm. Ramses, thanks to the heal, will be able to stay alive while up on top. They are really wrapping around as Yapsor wants to go in deeper, but Yapsor's the one they initiate in on. Once again, a quick little pop-off from Oracle. A charge down from Nisha, looking for a rebuttal support for support. The PL illusion blocks him from moving through the tree lines. Stick charge will keep Solo alive for a little bit longer, but you know Nisha wants this. A couple of illusions allowed to happen, but Oracle turns around once more, looking for a trap, but it won't happen. Especially with the fact that mid one has arrived in the lane. They charge forward towards Roger. Atlantis may slow him down enough to hit the light strike, and that's why Roger quickly rolling boulders away.
Secret doing a good job as well. This is what the top teams do. We saw a couple missed rotations from mid players in previous games in the tournament, but when mid one moves, Puppey is already mid, catching the experience. He got a full wave before no one came back, and now he's going to get a bunch of creeps under tower. This is how you want to rotate around the map. If your mid moves, someone has to get that free XP and gold coming back into his tower.
With the creep skipping, they may get more than this. Get the experience in mid, but it's free damage onto the tier 1. Radiant is scanning, wondering if there's any kind of rotation coming through the northern side of the river. I can tell you right now, it ain't happening. Monkey King's having his own little battle against the Timbersaw on bottom lane. Always trying to line up for the good slapdowns to get the lifesteal back from everything that Zai takes out of him.
You're happy with this if you're Secret, though. Not many offlaners, especially melee offlaners, can stand up against a Timber. This is why they have the confidence to pick a
Especially
third.
when Timber's looking for the kills. Doesn't have the mana for another train. Actually, now he does. Soul Ring arrived on the Courier, so he can stay underneath the tower, looking for another chakra onto Ramses. He'll switch into a tree, but that's what Zai wants to play around. Ramses, a slap down, buying time. TP's coming in from SF. No one. Can he do some work? If there's another stun available, that's what Oracle is trying to arrive to achieve. But Zai, 1 raise, 2 raise, but Timber chain down. He is away while Laguna Blade fails to kill, but the attack will from mid one around Roshan. Gets the kill on the ES. So they're still going on bottom lane. Zai is not out of the woods just yet. There's still triple race available. 1, 2, slap down. No one gets the kill onto Zai, but it takes so much to do it.
And look top, you already have a tower push coming out from Secret. This is the strength of having your off-lane Timbersaw as your guardian in the, I call it the off-lane, it's the safe lane, but you get what I'm meaning.
Yeah.
You can't pressure Timber nearly as easily as Secret can apply pressure to this Beastmaster, who is still just rotating through the jungle. Pasha, not much of a game. Your bot tower is Secret is still full health, and you're winning 2 lanes because the Undying was sitting mid just freely. You kill top tower, and yeah, you lose a Timber, but that's a worthy death.
Is this SF? Oh, okay. He'll be fine on bottom lane, especially with TP support arriving. In fact, with Ramses being as low as he is, he should be careful. And we'll get a little bit of healing from Solo. But is this actually more punishing? We've seen a lot of times the Dire side would just let their Tier 1 and Tier 2 towers go on the safe lane of VP. But doesn't this cramp up the style of SF's recovery? Very hard to hold your stacks in place.
Oh, hang on.
Oh boy, yeah, we may come back to that point. Zai, where's the stun? There's your first control. Just hold the Timber in position, allowing the Razors to do work. Solo's the one with the nuke that finds the kill. They want to get rid of this Tombstone. One more hit will do it, but nope, Puppey will take care of it himself. And they still want to go down. Fortification keeps the creep wave alive. Just holding Puppey in. 2 Razors will connect again. He's got a short-range raise. That should be enough to almost kill off Puppey. With the decay, he'll get more life up. But it's still not enough. Virtus.Pro diving underneath towers.
I'm glad no one's doing... He's demonstrating what I would comment on, which is SF no longer just farm stacks, though, but you got to get involved, and no one's doing just that. You can see how he just dumpsters a Timbersaw throughout the game, but you're concerned if you're VP. Look at where Nisha is 2,000 net worth ahead of the game, and he has total dominance in this top Dire jungle. Pasha's got Roar, but I don't know. Can you really find the real one consistently? You're going to have a Defusal soon as well. Is that coming out on the Courier?
It's already on the Courier.
My God.
This is an 11-minute Defusal blade for the Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, and this hero crushes PL. You crushes Beastmaster. But the support duo of VP have a very big problem with Phantom Lancer as well. You purge both their disables. Man, Nisha's about to go hard. I think you just shove down bottom. He links up with the Timbersaw, your big tanky frontliner. He can tank any tower hit, no problem.
They tank a Tier 1, Tier 2, right?
And you have an Undying as well. Rasta, also level 7. Yapzor pops the Tome. He has Arcanes.
Here's your initiation forward, looking for the kill. Already starting off, SF lets the Requiem of Souls blast out. Pasha arrives, he has the Roar available, but it instantly wants to push back. They do not want to roar this Timbersaw. They have no follow-up to it. The Earth Spirit's moving over. He doesn't have a TP scroll, so it's a long run. The Mass Serpent wants defense. The Roar goes out to Phantom Lancer. He's so low in life, but they can't kill him off yet. In fact, Pasha's too deep in the shackles on SF. Great chain control from Team Secret. Support is there from Oracle, but no level 6. He can't keep his core alive. SF will fall. And Team Secret get exactly what they wanted. A Tier 1 tower, couple of kills, and then the right to push into the Tier 2.
I don't know how... he missed the close nuke on no one. He only had the 2 nukes land. Not sure how he whiffed that. He could have just misjudged the range by just a few moments. I didn't see the replay. But this is a Tier 2 now. I was surprised they dropped wards Tier 1 mid lane.
Mid 1. This will be a big pickup if Virtus.Pro can get something back. And of course, with the help of the Monkey King, yes, works with them to get it, but you lose a Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower. Mid 1 still worth a hell of a lot of money and good experience, and that's the one player who wasn't involved really in the bottom fight, even though the ES was trying to be. Ramses.
Yep.
He's still that ticking time bomb. Once he's actually going Battle Fury build as well.
Yeah, this is one of the ways you deal with the Phantom Lancer. Your illusions will get the cleave effect as well, and you handle Phantom Lancer the entire game. If your ultimate is up and you're standing inside of it, you just can't heavily commit with your illusions because they're all going to get cleaved away.
But do they have the time? Do they even have the space? Like, it feels like both Monkey and SF don't have the space on the map to farm.
This is the thing. I think Ramses recognizes, look, if I itemize in this more fight, like, you're not winning fights right now. You can't jump into an Undying, a Rasta, PL with the Defusal 11. Like, you're going to have to try and outscale. Inferior teams are going to maybe double down on their mid game, and then they're one fight away from a loss. Yep. You're ready to take some small losses now as VP in the hopes that eventually you can turn things around, and I think that decision is a good one. Even if they were to lose this game, you got to try and find that win no matter what the percentage chance of success could be.
It's the mental thing. Get a little bit of run. Timbersaw, Zai, he's a long way away. Pasha has Roar up. Zai will just chain out. Of course, I know he's tanky, but as we proved with Ice, oh, that was the Demon Edge. It was the Demon Edge for Monkey King. That would have been a huge increase in damage for Ramses, and it's gone for 3 minutes.
That makes me feel silly about what I just said, Tobin.
Hey, it was fantastic. The problem is the Courier was going directly over their own jungle, and they're looking for kills. Puppey comes out. He's actually going to just Wukong command Ramses. No other choice. He can't jump away at the tree lines. They have to get rid of this Tombstone. Soul Rip will make it a little bit more difficult. Tombstone is gone. Zai, he'll stand underneath the Wukongs. He doesn't care. He'll chain through. Lost a lot of trees. The slapdown's good, but the Mass Serpent wants. The trap is up. No one's getting away from this one. In fact, four heroes all inside the trap. Beastmaster thinks the false promise. He'll be able to survive and get his Roar off. But Nisha, he's still the bigger hero. He wants to try and stay up, and he's able to do so. So much regeneration. And maybe mid one with the shackles up. Ramses will fall down. Mid one sticks around for it, and SF will fall as well. Team Secret. It looked like the most disastrous wards from Yapsor, but it was the greatest wards of all time.
Hey, at least it was 2 from each team, right? Works out. Ramses, he got yolzed. Mid one just accidentally walks into tower range. That second shot put him at 8 health. If he goes down, I think Ramses might even live there, but turns out for a big win for Secret.
The other fun thing, the ward started to actually make it so there's a hard choke point on the ramp. It was so difficult for Virtus.Pro to get the support up. Beastmaster, like he just walked away, and he was with Oracle on the far side, which just stranded the rest of Virtus.Pro up the hill, and they couldn't walk into Team Secret.
Yep. And now you're in a position. You can see the power. Like Secret third pick Timbersaw. They didn't care if this hero ended up getting countered. They have at least 2 people that are excellent on the hero in mid one and Zai.
Are you still happy to see a Holy Locket on him, though? He's gone double braces into Holy Locket.
I think that item is very bad, but on Timbersaw, it's pretty good. You don't need the hood necessarily in this game. It gives you health, it gives you raw stat, like raw HP and mana, but it also gives you a ton of regen. It's just a super value item, as it gives Timbersaw everything you could possibly need. Plus, it boosts your health regen effectiveness. And if you look at the lineup of Virtus.Pro, you're going Veil on Roger. Who's going to have a Spirit Vessel anytime soon? You've got Oracle going for it, but 2K net worth, he's still the full items away. He has the urn, but that's it. And he's going to have to buy all the wards.
I think they realize they need to amplify the damage, the small damage they have. Because right now, there isn't enough of it. The physical damage of Ramses isn't intimidating enough. Nisha, well, he'll get his own kill on bottom lane. Beastmaster just being caught out. He's all by himself, and with that, Team Secret look towards Roshan. There is a Beastmaster Hawk inside the pit, but thanks to the Sentry Ward, I don't know if he's up. No, he's up on the hill. Nope, the Light Striker raid. They're looking for any kind of extra information. Mid one with one more slave will get rid of that Hawk. And Virtus.Pro, in fact, it's Roshan who kills it. He'll clap it down. All right, ES. He's in position. The Dire Observer is down. They have no extra information inside the pit. Beastmaster will respawn. He can TP out to the shrine if he wants to join the fight. Roshan, 1.2k, rolling boulder in, but the body block from Poppy, absolutely perfect. And that is a punishing kill against Roger. Aegis the Immortal into the hands of the Phantom Lancer. It was a bit of a YOLO, but if it worked, it would be great. But I don't think any team is letting that opening be there.
I don't think Secret is letting that opening occur, Toby. I've seen many an Aegis steal. There's a few that have happened to me that I don't want to bring up, but this is Team Secret. They're playing incredibly crisp and clean, and you know, going back to the KL Major, right? That series went to 5 games. VP won the first, lost the next 2, but ultimately closed out and won those final 2. So, you know, if you believe in superstition and coincidence, whoa!
Really nice. Yapsor actually getting caught up on the top lane. He burnt Requiem and Yule Scepter to do it. Just walked up and did it. Monkey King's looking for the last bit of money. He's almost got, in fact, he now has the Battle Fury. So, new items arriving from Virtus.Pro, but with no Requiem of Souls. VP may want to be a little bit more careful. Observer Sentry's being planted down. That's not going to last very long. Actually, yeah, it will. The Sentry's too far away from the Observer Ward.
Nisha's just unstoppable. Like, he's got a Manta, he's got a Diffusal, and none of the heroes of Virtus.Pro are geared up to deal with his harass. This is one of those games where Secret's going to thrive in long fights. Virtus.Pro, you need to find immediate kills with your Roar, with your Requiem, and under your Monkey King ult. If Secret can bait out some of these cooldowns and keep the core of their team alive, they should be able to clean up easily once that all fades.
There is, however, the mentality of Virtus.Pro. So you're like saying, like, VP later on can fight, but look at their Observer Wards they place. One on the hill on the southern lane, and one's actually almost in the middle of that, like, it's mid lane just out from the tier 3 tower. It's so defensive on the line drawn, and then the other two, they watch the northern side, watch that river entrance to see if they can go into their jungle and keep that Monkey King farming up. But Team Secret, they go the other way. Smoke up, run up through mid, Sentry Ward's planted down, ES needs to create a little bit of space, and he just rolling boulders away. Goodbye, Solo. It's nice to have you back and playing with the team, but you are most definitely dead.
This level 12 roster, he's going to just drop boards on the high ground. Zai's going to tank. This is the strength of Secret. They've hit a timing. Everyone's spent their gold, and they're just ready to go high ground.
Our 7 wards are there. They'll clean up the creep wave, but as long as these wards are up, Beastmaster can't go in to deal with it. Nesef doesn't want to get too close.
And mid one has a blink.
Still no Requiem. Actually, no, they have the Requiem up now, so maybe they can Yule Scepter and do something. But the jump forward, where's it going to come from? Monkey King's coming in through the rear, so Ramses wants to trap him out, thinking about jumping across, so he'll jump away.
He cut the wave, Toby.
He did.
He cut the wave.
Wait, the backdoor regeneration stopping the VP racks? Now Ramses will be punished for it. They catch him in the trees. There's that blink you were talking about going to work. They didn't clean up enough of the Mass Serpent, but Ramses, he'll buy back into the game. Didn't commit the Wukong's command.
Look at Roger, he's trying to make the same play.
Yep. He's going to rolling boulder into that, however, and that's going to be with the entire team. Right, Striker Ray's trying to get rid of the Dire Creep Wave. They're burning off the mana of the Monkey King for the moment. He's got 11 1 charges, so he can still go back into the Wukong, but can't get the full bump up just yet. He comes in closer, but this is too close. PL initiates forward. Remember, he's still got the Aegis Immortal. Monkey King, he can't afford to die. That's why Oracle has already popped the ulti. He knows how risky it is. Beastmaster and ES in the back lines. They find the initiation. Hex and Shackles over on Roger is buying more time for the defense, while Nisha underneath the tier 4 towers is just taking everybody out from Virtus.Pro. ES is down. No one could commit the 1 charges. He'll have to actually use the defensive. He also wants to survive, goes for the Requiem, cannot get it off in time. It's just the Death Requiem. Buyback to Bubble, and they will be heavily committed because Monkey King is now finally doing some damage with the Cleave, but still can't get the kills. They turn around, the mana's been taken out. Ramses needs to finish the job. The Shackles, it's a dieback for no one, but GG is called. Virtus.Pro, they are getting worked by Team Secret. Great draft, great execution. And Team Secret looked very, very clean in game 1.
You can see Puppy game plan for that Earth Spirit first pick. Goes straight for the Undying. I love the concept that they worked with. You have all these heroes that peak and hit a power spike at 20 minutes.
That's not quite right.
Hey, man.
The team formerly known as Secret, Team Liquid, not the victors. It is Team Secret taking game 1 against Virtus.Pro.
Yeah, they hit a peak. You go high ground. There's really not much you can do to stop these heroes. Great positioning from Yapzor and mid 1 specifically. They let Nisha toy with the enemy side, pushing and pulling, as Zai is just sitting there. Inevitably, he's the one that gets roared because you can't find the real Nisha, and none of the other heroes are in position to be targeted. You just bait out the spells. The Oracle ult used, the Roar used, the Requiem doesn't get off. Now he's buying back with no souls. Just really well done. They draw out this engagement and they close the game out 20 minutes. Like, that's clean.
It's before Monkey's going to be effective, before SF's going to be effective. The two heroes who it's like no one and Ramses know back to front, but they were just never real heroes in this game. It's like, what does a true hero truly need? They need farm, they need time, and they just couldn't be provided. So great play from Team Secret. They look so strong. This is confidence. It could be a marathon day for them, but that's a good way to shorten it up as Team Secret take game 1 in this grand final.
Data analytics gives you the advantage of getting to answer questions in a faster time. In esports, you have a topic where all those technologies can be applied with an actual great purpose.
VP hasn't had to break much of a sweat here at the CQ Major, but now, I mean, they haven't lost a series, but now we see Secret trying to change that. An impressive start of our best of 5. Nahaz, how did it all go down?
I gotta say, I was a little nervous coming into this because I thought VP were playing really well. We got ourselves a series. Look, Secret's core has played absolutely. I'm sorry, guys. Secret's core has played absolutely flawlessly in the laning phase in this game. It's obviously partly is that's the draft. It's why you draft Alina in that situation against the known Shadowfiend. But mid one absolutely delivered. They're having to make moves relatively early on as VP with 3 or more heroes. Mid one's able to dodge that gank. They give up support kills on the bottom, but really limit the damage. Meanwhile, Secret takes the early top tower, and that diffusal blade by Nisha, 11 minutes and 17 seconds. That is the 9th fastest diffusal blade on PL all time out of 1,897 builds in the pro game.
Let's talk about the draft too as well. What we actually did see coming out here. Did anything really catch you off guard? PL, one of these things that we keep talking about this hero and we don't see it get locked in. Now we get to see it.
And this is one of the reasons why hero is so strong, at least in my book. One of the reasons why Team Secret managed to crush their lanes is because they tri-lane top against the Beastmaster, and you have a Timbersaw on bottom who is much more self-sustainable. And I think one of the problems that VP had in this game is Monkey King was not that high of a level.
Yeah.
Considering that they've been sharing XP on the bottom lane, trying to tri-lane against the Timber, and this is the raise that they're missing. It wouldn't change a thing. It's just the lane things a little bit.
PL's just so huge.
Raise, yeah.
I mean, for PL to have his diffusal in this fight at the 12-minute mark and them to be able to commit so hard to that fight, it's just not something that you're necessarily ready for on the side of Virtus.Pro. But I thought Zai was absolutely brilliant. I've actually seen some pretty good Timber players get in trouble in that lane against the Monkey King, but that little bot, I don't even think it was a full level advantage, but it was decisive in that lane. Zai was putting pressure on Ramses from the get-go, and I mean, Secret they won their solo lanes so convincingly.
Yeah, the problem is Virtus.Pro, they use their spells. They use Earth Spirit ulti, they use Monkey King ulti, Beastmaster Roar, and they need to get a kill or two if they want to keep fighting. On the other side, Team Secret, they can keep this going for as long as they want to. You have a Phantom Lancer, you have a Timbersaw, they like those prolonged team fights, Undying as well to get the stacks from Decay going. And at this point, the game was just over. Shadowfiend committed.
Yep.
You don't
buyback,
such a
died,
fast game
over.
I mean, how many times? Yeah, that's actually the 9th fastest game of the tournament out of I believe 91 matches now. But I mean, how many times, Lacoste, have we talked about this in this meta? Sustain, sustain, sustain. The fights are lasting longer. Not only that, the importance of buybacks is one of the reasons that Shadowfiend has kind of faded away as a hero. That hero, because he comes back with no souls, reduced damage, he has a tough time utilizing buyback like a lot of the top tier cores.
And everyone on side of Team Secret became so beefy, and I like the item build on Lina with Ether Lance and the talent. She's staying as far as possible from a team fight, just landing those stuns, fighting the kills, and then entering a fight again.
And look at Nisha. This is one of the players. I almost called him a hero there. One of the players that we really did say could just take over the game, and you're going to see that backed up by the numbers on your screen.
And I think that they put him in a position to do it. As well as he played in that game, I think you have to give so much credit to the other 2 cores of Secret. Just, you have to address that lane. I mean, they brought not only the Earth Spirit fairly early in, they brought the Oracle in at the tail end of that gank, and mid one was still able to live through that. They felt like they had to then make a move bottom, and all of a sudden your Shadowfiend, who'd been getting crushed in lane anyway, is spending a full 2 minutes running around the map trying to get those kills. I agree with what Kyle said, that SF has to do that now. He's a tempo hero, but they weren't able to convert nearly enough.
And they needed to help Monkey King in lane because he was not having a good time, so rotation from Shadowfiend was kind of natural, but it opens up the map considering that they managed to kill tier 1 tower real quick, and mid tower was being pressured, so they have entrance to enemy jungle, and that's where you want to play. Also, warding from Team Secret was on point this game. Rotations, timings, everything was just almost perfectly executed.
A lot of compliments going the way of Team Secret, but if you're VP, what do you do here in Nahas to start course correcting?
Lacoste, do you feel like VP got value out of that Oracle pick?
I've not seen anything. The only good thing that I saw from Oracle was keeping Timbersaw in place so Shadowfiend could land 3 raises. Other than that, there was not too much synergy with Oracle.
That's more and more looking at that VP draft and looking at those fights. That's kind of what I'm reflecting on, that ordinarily when the Oracle is picked, you've got this massive core like a Husker that's going to attract a lot of attention that you're trying to keep alive. SF can evolve into that, but being limited in the laning phase, you never really got that going in the game, and when that happens, Oracle just feels not so great.
I feel like they kind of blocked the Huskar pick with their Phantom Lancer pick as well, just staying one step ahead of VP.
Agreed.
Now, when we talk about Secret being one of the teams that we really do expect to innovate, to take risks in a draft, them getting the first game of the series, does that allow them to kind of have a little bit more wiggle room to start seeing if any of those crazy strategies can bear fruit?
Yes, and I think it's even better than winning the first game the way they did in the Winners Bracket Final Series. That was not a game. Yes, you feel confident in your draft. You gave yourself some great lanes, but your cores just played so stellar in that matchup. You feel great about the way that you won that game.
And that's something that's definitely going to be important. I mean, the only team that they've lost to so far in the tournament is VP. That's how they actually did drop down to losers. They're not fazed by it. They have been prepping for this matchup. I feel like they just got to the arena today and they said, okay, let's do business. Let's get to the grand final. And they already are enacting on that plan. Do you think this is the game, though, where we start to see them step outside of the lines, Lacoste?
Well, they kind of, I'm not going to say experimented with the draft, considering it's a Phantom Lancer. The hero is not that popular until, 2 days ago. Some of the teams started picking it. But you can see the way they think, like just staying one step ahead, have stuff prepared, but they're also not afraid of trying new things.
Yeah, and we're going to be getting into those picks shortly, and that's why we really do want to be thinking about this. This best of 5 may end up going a lot quicker than we thought. I mean, VP is...
Let's not get ahead of ourselves,
I'm not getting ahead of ourselves. I'm trying not to. But the thing is that you said if any team was going to come out and just dominate, you expect it to be VP.
I did.
And now you look at this series, and I don't think we expect VP to dominate. Can they come back? Yes. Can they win this series? Yes. But Secret's very much here to play.
Yeah, that's kind of why, biased panelists, that's kind of why I was excited by Secret's performance in that first game, because I thought if it was going to be a short series, it was going to be VP. And I think Secret really asserting themselves the first game in the manner in which they did, VP is going to punch back, okay? That's just not in doubt. It's just a question of how they're going to respond. That's part of why these panels are so fun. By the way, Rich, we talked a couple times on these panels about old ideas coming back in the later stages of tournaments. The PL counter to Undying, the Lina laning counter to the SF. That's part of why I love these kinds of matches, because, I mean, it's new meta, but it's bell bottoms, baby.
Yeah, and Lacoste, why are we seeing these bell bottoms get broken out currently in these later phases of the tournament?
I mean, meta changes a lot with each patch. We see different heroes rising to the top, but some things just don't change ever in Dota. That's how it is.
Yeah, some things very consistent.
They're just static.
And when you have players that really do know how to use those tools as well, and then also when you have a team with the chemistry that we've already mentioned between these two squads, it does start to become dangerous. They don't need to stick to the meta. They don't need to use heroes to do them any favors. They can make a hero that might not be in the meta still shine.
If we had to fill again, the question I would ask Lacoste would be, do you think that you can win like that still? Because these teams, it just feels so hard to win right now at the highest level of Dotas without that edge of innovation, right? Yeah. And I thought maybe that LGD was going to prove me wrong last year because of the way that they were playing. Their lineups when they started to win up a center, fairly homogeneous. They were doing a lot of the same things in terms of playing around their BKB timings, but even they were forced to innovate, right, as the events dragged on.
I mean, just by playing safe Dota, having good picks, strong lanes, having a good chemistry with the team, it's gonna get you to top 3, top 4. If you're just stable, if you're not throwing the game, if you don't experiment too much with the picks.
Same band so far. But yeah, I like what you're saying, but it's in those really top tier matchups that a team's versatility really gets set. That was the book on newbie for a long time before they made the finals of TI7, that they could get to that top 4, top 3, but run out of ideas.
It's important when you look at these two teams, though, to keep in mind the fact that they have made it not only that far to top 4, top 3, they've consistently been in grand finals every major this year. This is the second one, and VP looking to grab a second, but Team Secret doing a great job at starting their revenge match here.
Okay. So the Terrorblade ban instead of the OD, I believe, is the only change, if I'm seeing this right.
Yeah, OD is still in the pool, and OD kind of blocks a couple of the picks that we've seen in the previous one. So I would not be surprised if we just see a first phase OD.
Yeah, once again, VP our first pick, forcing Secret a little bit out of their comfort zone, it looks like.
OD in first phase has been something that we've seen more and more of. Will we see VP decide to do it here? And Lacoste, you mentioned that it just blocks so many different heroes. What type of heroes is it taking away from Secret if we see VP decide to start with the OD?
Because the hero pool on mid lane is kind of really small right now, and OD is doing great, and he's so strong against all of these beefy heroes that come from an off lane, and a lot of strength heroes being played from position 4, which just love to run at you, and it's just a free intelligence for OD.
All right, YapzOra Spirit. No, they're going to go with the Sven in the opening position. I thought we might see the Roger Puck as their reply to, the YapzOra Spirit as their reply to the Roger Tusk. But we are going to see first phase OD, and again, Sven so value here because he is that flex pick.
And I love OD against Tusk in general. I wouldn't. I see different kind of builds on OD with Yasha, Kaya, but against hero like a Tusk, you just want to have a 4-staff to get people out of the shards and instant Pugna pick. I love this.
I do too.
Pugna would not survive. Every time OD is picked, Pugna is just being banned out.
Insta-banned, absolutely. And that's the power of first overall pick. It's not just having that first hero pick. It's the idea that you get that, you have more counter picks.
Yeah, and Pugna, usually when we see the OD, the Pugna does have that ability. It gets banned very quickly. You said you liked that Tusk OD matchup. Now having Pugna for VP, does that completely take that off the table for you, Lacoste?
And Pugna in general is a great hero against OD, and OD does not like to play into Pugna because of the Cripify. You're kind of forcing him to build into BKB early on, which he does not like that much, and he has high mana usage against the ward, which is really bad. But the setup coming out from Team Secret, Astral, and the position 5 or either 3 Sven can easily come, just drop a stun, couple of intelligence stolen, pure damage. It's more than enough to get a kill.
Should also throw into the mix here that we do expect that this Pugna is going to be in the hands of no one mid going up against the OD, but we have seen support Pugna run as recently as last year. We saw FY support Pugna feature fairly prominently. This is also in Pasha's hero pool, possibly at the 3 position.
Okay, a lot of potential there for that hero.
Both drafts pretty open. Right.
Yeah, very open, right? I mean, we only have our first 2 heroes on each side. Tusk, something we've seen a lot of. OD, something we've seen a whole bunch of, especially at the tail end of the tournament. Pugna, usually getting banned. Sven, though, where do you sit on this hero? Because I know we've seen Sven just in so many different roles. One of the reasons that we can say, hey, look, this draft is open, but it seems to have thrived in a few much more than the others.
I think the role that I've liked it the most in this tournament has been the 3 position, where it's focusing on utility. The Warcry feels like it has so many powerful synergies with the utility items like the Vlads, the Crimson, the pipe that the offlaners are building anyway. The other nice thing, by the way, about the Pugna pick is it really, if as Secret you were thinking about going back to something like a Timber Saw, right, really discourages that. You're not going to pick Medusa now. Probably wouldn't anyway with OD, but still, I just like how Pugna blocks off a lot of the picks that Secret has been using.
OD, we were saying, could potentially do the same thing, but Pugna almost seems to target what Secret does want to do. Heads up play by VP.
Look at the Oracle ban by Secret here, giving a little bit of respect to that strat. I still think, again, you talk about a 21-minute and 2-second game one. To the observer, right, that's not close. But I still think if PL had not gotten so massive in that game, if Lina had been a little bit less dominant in lane, that was not a straightforward game necessarily for Secret. So I like the respect being shown.
And with Pugna, if it's a mid Pugna, it opens up the map so much, considering that he pressures the tier 1 tower on the mid lane, the most important tower in the game, and can easily rotate, just take the bottom tower again, then just play enemy jungle. Jakiro's an interesting ban. Maybe they're considering that Team Secret is...
Secret had it earlier against EG.
Yeah. Maybe they want to get hands on Faceless Void.
Real quick, the other thing that the Oracle ban tells you is that Secret is at least thinking about the Darkseer pick.
Darkseer, and the other thing that was mentioned is Faceless Void. Why would you want to see Faceless Void in this draft, Lacoste?
Well, OD Faceless Void, it's really great in general. A lot of synergy, and it's a BKB piercing ability, but they might not go for it considering that they banned out Juggernaut, so they might not be afraid of him. And Haas has a good point about Darkseer, even though Oracle could be particularly good against OD, because you just cast spell on him and he can't attack. That's his worst enemy.
How do you like this pick, Nahaz? I'm pretty sure I heard you say... I was distracted by the lightning on the stage, but I'm pretty sure I heard you say, I love it.
I like Lina. I like Luna a lot. I think that the tank ability that she brings to your entire lineup with those early points in her aura just makes you feel. I mean, all of a sudden, right? We saw that show match basically end when the Luna comes on board, and she's like, "Oh yeah, okay." All of a sudden, everybody's got a couple hundred more HP.
Yeah, and we've seen Luna very much going for that build throughout all the games that we have seen her. How much have we seen Luna at this point? I feel like it has been pretty specialized when we see the Luna come out.
Yeah, not too many picks, but she's looked good in the at least in the high level games that we've seen.
Yeah, definitely. It has been the higher level teams that have been able to find a place for Luna. But what does Secret need? Is there anything, Lacoste, that you say, okay, this lineup is deficient in one way?
They need a hero that scales into late game. All right, Centaurs.
Sven is your support. All right. And, I mean, geez, Rubik's still on the board, guys.
Why are you thinking Rubik, Nahaz?
That's what you need. I'm imagining at this point this is going to be a puppy Sven.
No way they're getting Rubik into this lineup. Oh, you mean for Team Secret?
For Secret, yeah. That's what I'm saying. It sets up for a nice 5th pick. Okay, now you got the Doom without the Grimstroke.
Doom has been pain in the ass to play against OD. Like, just doom him and that's it. But they have a good ways of disengaging a team fight with the Warcry and the Centaur. We've seen teams prioritizing Centaur as a Doom target, because if his ulti is up, you Doom a target, they just run away.
Now, we talked about this on another panel, Rich, in the context of Brewmaster versus Centaur. That Brewmaster ults, you just hit R as Centaur, your whole team runs away. Same theory as Doom.
Now we're just going to see how Team Secret and Virtus.Pro want to round out their lineups here. Secret going to be leading by 1. The last time that these guys went head-to-head in a grand final, Virtus.Pro was able to take it. Two teams that have honestly shown that they are a cut above everybody that we've seen at the CQ Major.
Like so much burst damage on side of VP. Pugna plus a Lion, the Cripify Finger. These targets are gonna go down quickly if they pull off the combo before Centaur gets a pipe. For now, Centaur does not need to build into Crimson Guard, so he can go for different kind of an item build.
This is going to be tough too, because this is going to be at the end of the day. I worry this is going to start looking like a single core lineup for VP.
VP. I don't like that.
You need a hyper carry at the end here, and PA feels really dangerous against an OD and a Luna. Lots of magic Centaur, a lot of magic damage coming out from Team Secret.
So if not a PA, what would you want to see Virtus.Pro actually use to round out their lineup?
AM is going to have tempo issues. The troll ban is really good.
They're banning out the position 1 heroes. You see TB, Jug, Troll, and they got a good carry for themselves, and there are not too many options left for VP.
I thought you were going to see this in reverse. I thought you would see VP really attack the hero pool of Nisha, and instead Secret really going after Ramses pretty hard here.
Secret just depleting that pool for position 1.
I mean, you can always rely on Medusa. But PA is such a low HP hero playing into this kind of a lineup. OD. The OD before PA gets a BKB can just burst her with the ulti. And Centaur, Luna, it just feels so good. I'm already liking Team Secret's lineup in this game.
Yeah, I really do too. I agree with that. What? No.
Not something necessarily expected, but
that's support. Is that support Centaur and a Tricore around a Drow Ranger? What? Holy crap, Puppy. The 5 melee AoE surge strat, and now the surprise Drow Ranger 3 range core strat.
No, I'm not sure who's gonna play what in this lineup of Team Secret, but I already said it. I like their draft even before I saw the 10th pick.
All right, you see the last pick come in. We get excited about it. Already they were looking good before they got it. Is Secret going to be able to get themselves onto match point?
What a draft. We're here to Kyle, because luckily I got this guy.
Is so sick.
I got this guy next to me who was sitting there going, man, this is really cool. Yapsaw is over on the Luna. Tell us why, Kyle.
Because
Reveal
max
the secrets
out
of Secret.
Lunar Blessing gives 24 primary attribute, Toby. That means Centaur and Sven get a free 480 HP. It means OD gets a Mystic Staff of Intelligence.
Yep.
And now a Drow to benefit from the bonus agility even more. Like, this draft is beautiful. I don't know if it's going to work, but conceptually, this is fantastic. Luna's a great laner as well, especially if you have big, beefy front lane 3 like a Zai.
Luna's the one that's been prepping up to do these aggro trial lanes. We're sitting there going, oh, you can just run any kind of support you want to. And you notice Yapsaw, this build, this is what they're playing for. Secret may be 1 victory away from getting that trophy. Yapsaw has boots first. It is Lunar Blessing. You don't need a stun. You're going to have so much sustain. And you've got the War Cry on top of it. You've got so much extra health. And VP already had damage issues.
And this is, dude, Secret really, really, really wants to beat VP, okay? I have not seen them in this tournament because they've been working so hard. I guarantee this is something that Puppy's had saved for this series. I haven't seen a support Luna, so
I believe also if Team Secret win this tournament, that is enough points to actually qualify for TI. They'll be up there because they're playing up against the only team so far who have enough DPC points where they cannot be contested for a top 8 slot. This VP's already going to TI.
Yeah, and it's just so good because they have a read on what Virtus.Pro likes to do. The previous game, they not only shut down Pasha, but they put Nisha on a core that can handle the Beastmaster. PL versus Beastmaster. Like, we've seen PL abuse this matchup time and time again, and they recognize, look, Virtus.Pro is just getting to the late game. We're not going to let them. This draft of Secret has such an incredible power spike around the 15 to 20 minute mark, and yeah, Pugna's a great counter to the OD, but he's going to have a Black King bar. You could doom him theoretically, but there's so much damage on Secret. Their team fight is insane.
But even if you doom him, Stampede gets triggered, you just run away from the fight, so there's no follow-up damage unless they get a great shard block off or the Lions just chain stunning, and that's so much pressure on solo.
Yep, and I'm scared for no one's Pugna. Because you are against a silence. You're against 3 stuns.
That is true.
You're a counter to OD, but the lane is, I would say, OD favored, especially if he has Drow Aura. And I don't know if you're ever really going to come online. Like, Secret's going to try and win this game before VP are even looking to fight.
Puppy and Yaps are already working together. Puppy's very happy that he's got the +6 attributes as long as he stays in range. True Ranger, even with the extra attack speed, she buffs up the OD later on. But they can just zone out the lane. So any tri lane which VP want to attempt, and PA, who needs to have a good start, needs to be able to get farm to get the items up, because they need a lot of items on the PA for her to be massively effective. It's not just levels.
Sven has 73 damage in the bottom lane. Like, you know, we know how strong Luna tri-lanes are. You don't need him necessarily to be the core. Oh my god, like, this is just such a crazy draft. And the Lion PA are not exactly heroes you want to be having a tri-lane. Like, this Sven is going to be so strong. If Secret's able to hit level 2 first, they're just going to go straight for solo, and he's going to die.
It does still seem like a fun lane up on top lane once Infernal Blades now arrive for Pasha, up against like a high health Centaur. But right now, if you look at the CSs, it's all coming up Team Secret. They're in control of the lanes. No one really from VP can harass anything. Like, no one himself, just to make it even more confusing, was good on mid lane to get a lot of life out of the OD. But the salve already comes back and OD continues to scale.
Yeah, and the other concern bottom lane for the VP tri-lane is that all three of these heroes like spamming spells, and Secret, they've all got wands already. Every single hero has a state. Well, the Drow doesn't yet, but as soon as he gets over to the side shop, I'm sure he'll grab one as well. And you can't kill Sven. He has 920 HP.
Yeah. And they just keep going forward. Too. Over towards PA. Continuous harassment. There's your war cry up. So, already with the shield block, they don't get through much. And Ramsey's 2 more attacks from Yapsor will actually kill him off. In fact, he's level 2. Lucent Beam's available.
This isn't... I don't think you can beat this tri-lane if you're VP. You might need to consider lane swapping. You also didn't block the easy camp, so Secret is going to be able to pull to establish lane control once this starts pushing.
Wherever you go, though, it's so problematic. I don't know how you're meant to move your lanes around. Well, they're going again. A double Storm Bolt. Yeah. Damage is so high. Say goodbye to Solo. Ramsey doesn't want to hang around either. These cold arrows make it so difficult to run away. He went for level 1 in it, but they're still damn slow. And then even Tusker, he's joining the fight. The courier is almost baiting Roger. Say, hey, do you want to try and fight? Please do so.
Oh, they're just... Dude, Secret is just on point. They get both Archer denies on the hard camp as well. Like, man, it was just like we saw earlier today, playing against EG, when you had a Jakiro constantly pulling easy camp, and Yapsor is just denying the hard camp, and hey, you want to walk at me, I'll toss you into tower range. Like, Secret have game planned these safe lane tri-lanes. They have no problem contesting Virtus.Pro, and I love that. Like, last game they dodged, this game they're contesting. They prove, like, hey, we understand both ends of this metagame.
Yeah, they really do. This is just absolutely wonderful if you're a Secret fan. Top CS, 33 CS on the center. He has been doing nothing but pulling the dire creep wave down, and he's oscillating on the different camps. When you go up against, like, when we saw Faith Beyond playing these Darkseers, you would always ward block up these camps knowing this was coming.
This is the benefit of playing... Oh, Drown Trouble, though.
Bottom lane.
It's snowballed.
Yeah, they're going in after Nisha. Puppey, he's got the strength, he's got the survivability. Nisha with the stick charge gets a little bit more life. He'll still go down, and Virtus.Pro gets something. We can try and turn this round upside down for all the Russian fans.
That was a big kill. That was because Yapsor was checking Rune, was not in the area. And I just love the way Zai plays it. He has Stampede, by the way. It's 4 minutes in. Stampede is active. The tri-lanes are level 2.
They went Lucent Beam level 2 over on Yapsor. Come on, man. You meant to max up the aura. Roger may still die. Double stun. Slows him up. One more attack. Stick charges. Give Roger the life. He snowballs. He's going over the creeps on the side. Over towards the Sata. Puppey will stay with him, but Yapsor, this is why he goes to level 2. A kill secure for Luda. I am so surprised. Solo will die underneath his own tower. One more hit will do it, and it's going to be Nisha who'll claim this one.
Yeah, finding kills in this lane doesn't even necessarily
in trouble up on top.
You.
Infernal Blade's coming off cooldown. He's got a double creep wave with him. Zai, Half Stomp, tries to create some space. That ring needs to regen harder, but it's just not possible. It's a level 3 Infernal Blade. It works great against the max HP heroes.
And he's going to be able to grab the bounty range as well. That's huge for Pasha. Zai, a little over-aggressive there. He just got a bit cocky. I love how he's playing the lane, though. You get out CS'd by a Doom. He can just spam Infernal Blade on you. You're going to lose that 1v1. So instead, just backlane, get more net worth, because a Doom has a very difficult time trying to push out creep waves. All he has is an auto attack.
I just keep getting so hard for Ramses. At least he has 10 stick charges. Doom got a little unlucky. He wasn't looking for the Sata. He actually ended up getting a Mud Golem, so he's got a split shot and a freebie stun.
Oh, he's just going in on Zai. I think he's dead.
He just doomed on top lane. After the Centaurs, Zai's moving back towards the tier 1 tower. He will not survive this one, or maybe he will. Sven's TPing over. Duke around the tree. He'll cut the tree down. The Infernal Blade, maybe with a level 2 Warcry. There's enough life on Zai. No, there's not.
That's huge.
Look at him go bottom lane. The second they realize he's moved out of the lane, there's only 2 on bottom. Virtus.Pro, they're capitalizing, going after Nisha. Solo with the stun. They're going to get this kill on Nisha. It'll take a little bit more time thanks to the one charge. There's no Nisha. He's into the trees. The creep wave will reveal him in a second. While this little battle, Yapsor versus Solo over on the sidelines. Finally, Nisha will go down. But Yapsor wants his own kill. Another stun. Ramses, Phantom Strike's over. They need more control. Here comes your Snowball. Yapsor, he wants to lose a beam and get the kill, but it's still not enough. Solo's able to survive mid-1. He arrives to drop the hammer. He's still got more. Ramses into the trees. The Pugner Netherward's down. Virtus.Pro, now they feel confident to fight because OD cannot. Nisha up on the hillside. Ramses, he's able to walk this one off. Roger will try and TP it out. Yapsor, he won't get there in time to get the loser beam, and the TP's away. Virtus.Pro, they feel behind in the draft, but they are playing their way into this game.
And this is how we've seen them just... God, the strategy from Secret is sick, but, you know, you forget VP is... the most talented team in Dota 2 at the moment. They one mistake from Zai, getting doomed up top. Pasha forces out the teleport. Would have saved Zai, but it was a long TP because he had died previously. And Virtus.Pro immediately recognized, we have a numbers advantage, we're going to go. And even no one rotating down to try and help out. Just well played. God, you can see just one rotation gone awry, and VP, no mercy.
It still feels rough, however. Nisha, there's a lot of damage here on that bottom lane, but we're seeing the Pugner counter. Mid-1's having trouble. Solo's rotated over, but Mid-1 just keeps hurting himself more than he's doing damage to VP.
Look, I said this like 5 days ago. Still feel strongly. If you're beating VP, you're shutting down Pasha. Previous game, that's what you did. Now, all of a sudden, he's going to be top net worth on his team. He has utter dominance top.
He has an 8-minute Vlad's.
Yeah.
The Courier's flying it out. And it was Zai who was making the most of that top lane.
This is the guy that makes space on Virtus.Pro. He's the one entry frag.
It connects. No one rejoins the fight. Going after the Drow Ranger. Do they have enough? Maybe they have it with a Brawler. Getting in close, and yeah, they do. No one just drains him through. Puppy starts his run, but 4 heroes from Virtus.Pro attacking in, and Puppy, for all that life, 1,100 of it, they just body block him up. Another control. He's got a tag team. Back off cooldown. Combining it now with the Decrepify. Puppy goes into the tree lines, and they Stampede, looking to try and move up. In fact, it's the Gush pushing no one down. He can't get anything up with the Snowball. The Banish Save is there, and the Snowball went to the Creep Wave, pulls him to the side, but it costs no one. You can't pull him out of Astral Imprisonment, but you can kill off the Yapsor underneath the tier 1 tower. Tag team will go again. Puppy arrives, hexed up, cannot lend the stun, but Yapsor, he moves so quickly through the trees. Stifling Dagger up by the Stormbolt from Puppy. It keeps Ramses under control while the Gus does his work on Solo. They turn their attention to Roger. He wants to TP out, unable to do so. Too much intel stolen, and then mid-1, when you know Netherward, he is just on point, hitting through Virtus.Pro's lineup.
Is this another show match, Toby? Like, what's going on? There's just constant brawling. We're averaging about a kill per minute. Both mid laners getting heavily involved in the tri-lanes. Love the rotations.
Give me more.
God, this is Dota 2 at its finest. The best teams in the world, constantly brawling. Mistakes are punished, but at the end of the day, it's all about the plays. Both teams always staying aggressive.
If it wasn't for no one running up that ramp and into
we got an
Nisha, mid-rune, they're looking to initiate. Roger is nearby, so we already got the Netherward down. They want to kill this as quick as they can, but man, it's very difficult to do.
I like the decision to put a point
the other way around
as well.
Decrepify and blast.
A lot of players are skipping that, but against OD, like, you do 110 damage or 130 per orb hit from the OD. He can't actually play aggressive when there is a Netherward on the field. Late game, max orb, max Netherward, that's 400 magic damage and auto attack that mid-1's going to end up dealing to himself.
Oh, hello, Lion. Hex over on Zai. Doombringer's moving over. He's got the Doom available. Does he want to let it rip? No, he forces the TP. That's the OD coming to the fight. They need an opening, but Stampede's on corner for 7 seconds, so the chase buff up is not there from Team Secret.
And you can see what separates these two teams from the rest of the field as well. Did we see EG or LGD or Vici make this many rotations?
Never. Look for the Stormbolt follow-up. Look at Roger, though. He's walking forward. He understands he's going to save the Pugner. The Netherward did get dropped, and so did the hammer, dropping on Pugner's head. They had nothing more to really give.
Good for Secret. They're the ones with the mid-game power spike. You have level 6 on Nisha as well. He's going to just start farming the jungle, looking to get those auto-hit kills.
Actually, got to remember that attack speed increase for the OD. Of course, as long as Netherward's down, it's a good thing. But even Yapso will make the most of this. Like how does that late game spike even work? Yapso, he's not a man that likes to share a lot of farm. And they keep giving him all the time, so he actually levels up Eclipse. He didn't just bounce up Lunar Blessing. He went 3 points in the Lucent Beam.
As a 4 position, I mean, it's a 6-second cooldown on a nuke that does 300 damage with a mini stun. That's pretty formidable from any position, especially your 4. And he's going to be the one buying the Vlads, too. You can see, Secret knows what their timing is.
There's that stun being used over on Solo. Yapso's just got the physical damage, or does he? No, not when Solo's got stick charges available. But that's why Pugner rotates in. Nether Ward dropped, and Team Secret back up.
This has given a lot of space to Ramses. His net worth has climbed considerably. He was hovering like he was below Yapsor for a moment, but he's had a few free waves. And now Zai, he's going to move towards bottom. I like this decision because Ramses, you can't do a damn thing to a 1900 HP Centaur. It's 11 minutes into the game.
1900 HP, they stampede for. They want to work with Yapso. This is what the Eclipse is for. Maybe underneath the creep wave, not the greatest place to do it, but PA, he's looking for the jump up. Zai was already moving. He knew Roger was going to be nearby, so they lose the beam, kill him off. All together, Doom, he gets the Doom onto the OD! The critical target, Stormbolt in the backline, so Punda can't get the extra damage, but no matter what, mid one will die here. No attempt at denial, it wasn't possible. Centaur was already turned into a frog, and now it's past midnight. Zai back to his normal self. He tries to hoof stomp away, only stuns up the creep wave. This is a very dead Centaur. That's how you get through 1900 HP. All you do is decrepify and style him with the Nether Blast to get the kill.
Yeah, Pasha is just beasting this game. He is single-handedly the reason that Virtus.Pro is in an even game instead of being 3 or 4K behind.
It's a good thing to point out too, it is an even game.
Yes.
Like you feel like Virtus.Pro are getting the great rotations, getting fantastic fights, but they're only a little bit, actually not even ahead in Golden Experience, and Dro Ranger, it's a bloody double damage rune, activating up the Dro, combining with Yapsor, they're taking Roshan. Virtus.Pro have no idea. They're smoking, they're actually going through the Radiant jungle, trying to find their own opening under the cover of smoke, but Roshan is done before they even reach the tier 1 tower in mid.
There's no way you expect it to come out that quickly. That's one of the arguments Nahaz would have. DD, full damage on Roshan. Perhaps that could be
Now they're going to fight mid one. They jump in. No Doom this time around. Is there a save? A Stormbolt over on. And now with the Eclipse, all that extra damage coming in from the 4th position is distributed around Virtus.Pro. Roger will still die, however. Solo, he's kind of stuck in the trees for the moment. He was thinking about his own stun, but it won't happen. He waits it out for Puppey. Just a walk back over. Doom still wants to fight. He's got Warstomp available with a blink. He's going for a solo kill on mid one. Thanks to the imprisonment, he won't be able to get it off, but these arrows flying the way of no one. He doesn't have to crepify, but he's got Drain. Still not enough to stop Nisha from getting the damage out. Here comes Doombringer once again, but the cold arrows combining with Stampede. They got such great movement speed. It's still stolen intel. Pumping into Pasha with the hammer. They drop it down, and Doom, he's living for the moment, but he'll die from the banishment. Ramses died in the meantime to Zai.
Alone
that was all the way up on top lane. It was a solo kill for Zai.
They have blown this game wide open. All of a sudden, Roche and 2 towers fall. We just hit 14 minutes, and you said it was even game. All of it, 4K gold. Out of nowhere. And the thing about it is that Secret's draft, like, you're going to continue to spike up. You have not peaked yet. Virtus.Pro, like, you still need so much time to be ready to take any of these engagements.
It also feels like the last fights that Team Secret have had, it hasn't gone underneath the sentry wards, and it always happens with this. Team Secret finding the initiation. They get the gust over on Solo, so he can't do anything, while Puppey control up Atanska, who finds himself in the middle of 5 heroes. Snowball is the downside. You aggressively move forward. It means you're in the middle of the enemy.
The aura's 24 to everyone's base attribute of Vlads for the lifesteal and the bonus damage, and Drow is giving everyone 90 attack speed.
Dude, it's 2.7k.
It's 14 minutes.
It's 2.7k on the Centaur. Not to mention, remember, his extra damage with Retaliate actually makes these pushes even more viable. Pasha's looking at this going, I can't do anything. Maybe the back lines. Pugner buys some time to Decrepify, gets another ward down. Roger will arrive, but no one's already dead. And now he's caught on the wrong side of the tracks. They're going to come back in middle lane. Last game took 20 minutes. This game may not last the same amount of time.
What up?
This feels more dominant than like Team Liquid winning TI.
Yo, man, people been sleeping on Puppey for so long. Oh, man.
Sleeping. They've been hating on him. It's just like, man, these drafts never really seem to work. But Puppey is a stubborn guy. He thinks he knows. He does know the meta. And this time around, he seems to have nailed it. Mid-racks, 15 and a half minutes in, totally gone, and VP offer no counterattack.
God, this is something I have not seen in a long time. This is a pocket strat. This is some cheese. This is that Gorgonzola.
Hey,
and they are smothering VP with it.
It's the Kyle special, a pocket strat.
Oh, my God. But in game 2, God, I can maybe get away with it once, but then we'd always lose. This is different. This is why they're in the finals, Toby.
Man.
Damn.
Team Secret can now just continue the aggression, and look at what Yapsaw's going. He's building an Aghanim Scepter onto the Luna. Sure, why not? And, well, Puppey, he's being running away. He's got that haster and high movement speed. Snowball can't catch up to him. He's just got the speed. Now the Doom will be cast, but it's a 5 position, Sven. You're burning your Doom on to get the kill.
And they're just going to walk top.
This is down for 2 minutes.
There's now level 12 Drow. He's got level 2 ultimate. GP coming in.
There's no Doom to threaten the OD. He can jump in, look for the chaining stuns, but now the Eclipse turns the damage around. Roger jumps forward for the Eclipse. It just bounced down both sides of the Eclipse. They are the Moon controllers, Team Secret, and they're mooning Virtus.Pro, even with the stun. Centaur gets the kill over on the Doombringer. This really is the game. I don't know how they find this. Venom Assassin, the Cremify is buying some time. Pug is doing what he can with the blast. OD, the Lucent Beam. Lion can't get the last attack in. Mid one's able to survive. Virtus.Pro will wipe from the face of the Moon. And GG, 17 minutes in game 2. Secret, they are wiping the floor with Virtus.Pro's face.
Oh my God. That's incredible.
Look at the way they're moving. Just another day at the office, boys. Just keep focused. Yeah, that was good. That was good, all right?
This is with Zai. You know, credit him. He died twice up top. Did not tilt.
Yep.
A couple mistakes from Secret even. This wasn't a completely perfect game.
That fight on bottom lane under the tier 1 tower, it looked like Virtus.Pro were getting back into it.
But they weren't. The draft of Secret, like you look at it and on paper, you don't ever think that something like this will work out as good as it looks.
Yeah.
This was even better than what we expected. Like, that was a shellacking. There are not adjectives. There are not enough to describe what that was. That was beautiful. That is why we love Dota. And that's why credit to Puppey. He's been an incredible drafter, captain. Sunby as well. I think the best coach in Dota 2. This has been beautiful. It's 2-0. You need one more, and you're going to win your first major.
It looks absolutely fantastic from Team Secret. And, man, Pasha looked like he could bring it back. That blink, when the reveal came out, he had a good lane up on top. He got the early Vladimirs. It came at a really good time. I thought, okay, this is when they turn around. They group up. They get the Doom on the OD, not involved in the fight. And that's like one of those first times to do anything. But after that, the Netherworld was never a factor.
You look at the items that the game ends with, right? Yeah, sure, you've picked up a Vlad's Pasha after, like, cool. But you have like all these auras. Yeah. I can go on for a while. I'm gonna chill.
Yeah, we'll chill. But game 3, my God, this could be the quickest grand final a major has ever seen if Team Secret can repeat what they've done in game 1 and game 2.
Data analytics gives you the advantage of getting to answer questions in a faster time. In esports, you have a topic where all those technologies can be applied with an actual great purpose.
Fastest game in the tournament by a whole minute. We may see one of the fastest grand finals that we've seen in a major. I mean, honestly, that game was quicker than the SAP intro was. Nahaz, VP doesn't seem like they're making any huge mistakes, though. How is Secret able to close out both game 1 and 2 so quickly?
I mean, I think as far as game 2, we asked in the pre-segment what was going to be the new cheese. I mean, that's some cave-aged blue right there. That stuff is strong. The support Luna just
smell it.
Yeah, absolutely destroyed. I mean, YapzOr had 16 assists in a 17-minute game. That, by the way, is the fastest game of the tournament. 17:09, fastest game of the tournament by over a full minute.
Yeah, you know, I'm very much feeling my Campbell name right now in the Dota community with this cheese. I have to let out a very big sniff.
Yeah, you're part of the you could be you could be part of the history, Rich. This could be the fastest grand finals of a major ever.
It very much could be. And we're going to see why right now. And a lot of that is going to be based around the powerful aura that Luna is able to provide to this team.
Well, and
I
look
just
how well
love
they use
the item build on Luna. She was even maxing out the Lucent Beam at start to maximize the damage output. And the rotation coming out from OD, we saw how VP had a one good rotation since one of the support heroes TP'd top, and they instantly played aggressive. They used this info, but man, Team Secret in this game, it was something else. I love the itemization coming on Luna. Magic Stick, Brown Boots into Vlad's just to buff up everybody. Hand of Midas on OD into straight BKB, and everyone had either a Magic Stick or Magic Wand on side of Team Secret, which means that they wanted to fight. They wanted to sustain in a team fight. And also,
unbelievable
Pipe on a Centaur. He does not need to get a Blink Dagger early on because everything Virtus.Pro has is magical damage besides a PA, and that's why I didn't like the PA. Also, single core lineup, not that effective, especially against what the Secret had in this game. This is where OD shines. Straight BKB.
Yeah, I was getting ready to praise Virtus.Pro. It looked like they were going to be able to come back from a disastrous early laning phase in that tri-lane. VP made some very good moves. They got a Doom top. They got a kill there and immediately rotated bottom. Looked like they were bringing the game back to even, but it's not just the Luna Aura. You look at how these heroes use the Luna Aura. Kyle pointed this out very well during the cast. You get that Drow giving that much more attack speed. You get the OD doing that much more damage with Hill spells and with Sanity's Eclipse. Just a virtuoso performance by Secret. And of course, I mean, you know, the MVP's just got to be puppy for the draft.
Yeah, we saw yesterday Luna, Io, and Sven combo. Team Secret, they brought it to a next level. Yeah. You don't even need Io. Luna, position 4, coming to your pubs.
You basically answered my question before I even asked it, right? Because we did see some of those crazy combos that came out before we actually sit down and see these guys at the grand final did revolve around the Luna. The Luna seems to be a hero that they definitely do know how to utilize, but we already saw diversity. Now they only need to take one game. The question is, with what they used here, in game number 2, can something like this come out again, or now that it's been seen by VP, is it a little bit easier to answer something that is so focused on this aura?
I mean, honestly, when you lose a game in 17 minutes, I don't know that you let them have it in the next game. You can sit there and theory craft how you would play against it, and you can identify mistakes, and I'm sure a team like VP by tomorrow or the next day would have a better answer to that kind of a lineup, but on the spot, I just don't think you let them play it again.
Oh, look at the amount of CS on Team Secret.
There,
yep, there, it can't beat that.
There you go. There's your stats don't lie right there.
And these stats don't lie because they are provided by SAP. Thank you for being the analytical partner throughout the entirety of this event. But let's start to look ahead to the next game. I don't think we know what we're going to see quite yet. I think that that's something that Secret's proved throughout the entirety of the tournament. We haven't. It's funny because we really, when we talk about these teams too, we are so focused on the matchup that we saw between the two of them because they made such light work of everyone, but you don't expect Secret in the grand final to make light work of VP.
No, not certainly. I mean, 2 games, they're up 2-0 in 38 minutes. That's just insane. This is. I would have been shocked either side, but if you were to tell me that this was going to happen, you'd think it would be VP, who are the team that specialize a lot more in early pressure.
They just won these first 2 games in their average length of a game.
Exactly.
For the, it was 38 minutes, and they're able to do it into
against the VP. That's not some tier 2 team that just showed up, qualified through a minor.
They were everybody's favorite on the desk, right? Everybody on the desk says if there's going to be a 3-0, it's going to be on VP, and it's one of those scenarios where it's like, why are we bringing up 3-0s? It's not going to happen, right? It seemed kind of ridiculous to even bring it up, but now it's great because we just get to see how wrong the analysts were. We look at Secret right now, and it looks
why we're here.
Yeah, they just want to night out in China at this point. They're just trying to get out of here as quick as possible.
Go to 2 analysts coming through. Now you look at. I think you look at the 2 VP drafts, and the thing they have in common is they started to go wrong in the second phase, where in the first game they picked that Oracle third, really don't end up getting a lot of value out of it, and in the second game it felt like really they locked themselves into this sort of single core strat with the PA, who they then were not able to defend in the tri lane.
Yeah, I think PA was really one of the main critiques that you guys did have from that draft. Besides that, though, that is what is so impressive about this in my mind. It's not the fact that VP's made mistakes. VP, all in all, looked pretty decent in this series. The fact
they looked just great for 18 minutes. And suddenly everything falls apart.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, VP, it wasn't like they made an egregious error.
No.
Yes, they are getting blown out of the water at this current moment, but it's more what Secret has put together. You know, I feel like it's very big during a series. Because I totally agree with what you're saying there, and it's definitely fair. But when you look at a series, and when you try to break down a series, what is one of the first things that as analysts we always tend to think about? I'm not an analyst, by the way, but what is one of the first, that was the royal we, what is one of the first things that is discussed? Was this a team playing really well, or was this a team playing poorly? Usually it's a combination of both. Here, though, it seems like it's just all Secret playing out of their minds.
I think Virtus.Pro is stunned more than everybody else. Like, how did this happen 2 times in a row? What do we need to change? Usually we are the team that plays aggressive. We're the team that has the advantage, and we're not playing from behind. And I can feel that Virtus.Pro is tilted.
You know, I am always hesitant to use that word, but especially about a team that's been together so long, has the kind of experience that they have. But if there is a situation that is going to tilt Virtus.Pro, this is it. That said, I do expect them to come back a lot stronger in Game 3. This is not a team that I think is going to take 3-0 lightly.
I mean, to talk about those things that, you know, usually you don't like to talk about, like, yeah, you don't necessarily like to use the word tilt, because who are we to actually figure it out? Yeah, every now and then you get to see those player shots and you go, okay, this looks a little bit off. You see something in the game that looks a little bit off. But here, in a situation where a team just, how shocked must they feel? They've been so confident. They talk about groups, and they're like, yeah, it's just groups. We're fine. We're going to the grand final. Then they go to the grand final, and they go, yeah, we're going to take home another one. They managed to win series with their coach playing with them. They managed to win series when they're not even feeling well. We're sitting here talking about, oh, how are they going to be able to string together a win? They have not been pressured at all, and now all of a sudden they're getting slapped in the face by Secret.
Virtus.Pro is tasting their own medicine. It's what they usually do to other teams. They just play aggressive. They don't let go. Suddenly, game ends in 20 minutes, and I think they don't know how to react to this.
Now the Magnus hasn't been banned yet, right? Because there's so many other things that you need to think about. Early Sven now getting banned out. The Tiny, something that we've seen before.
And do you first phase the Loon as Team Secret if it is left in the pool by Virtus.Pro, because 2 out of 3 bans are already gone? Now, there is a school of thought that says if it's any other team in the world, I mean, both of these teams are mathematically in to TI. And there is a school of thought, you're down 2-0 as Virtus.Pro, that, okay, they got this one. again, that is just not at least what we've seen over the last year or so, and arguably too, that is not in this team's DNA.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus.Pro hasn't let off the gas pedal yet, and they've known that they have qualified for a little bit of time here. It's not like that just happened a few hours ago. They've known, and they have still acted like absolute titans.
I'm trying to find a reason, a real one, how they did lose so quickly, and the only thing that comes to my mind is they have a new logo inside of Virtus.Pro.
That's a really good point. Thank you, Lacoste.
That's why I'm here.
You see that V? It's not something that we expected to see from Virtus.Pro.
Where's? wait a minute.
On the banner.
You took Boris off the logo. What?
Yep.
You took Boris off your logo. You can't do that.
There's the Magnus.
I think that's just the
OP,
claw
man.
mark on V from Boris.
All right, the Roger Earth Spirit, again a staple.
This is basically 1, 1, and 0. Score is Team Liquid won game 1, Team Secret won game 2, Virtus.Pro still at 0.
All right, that Magnus does end up getting banned. We see that Earth Spirit. Not too shocked there as an opener on the side of VP. Naz, are you still thinking that the Luna may be dropped in here at the very beginning?
It's puppy, dude.
OD's in the pool.
OD's in the pool. They're going to go, okay, going to go back to the Undying.
They opened up with the Rasta in the first game.
Undying Rasta was the pairing.
That first game wasn't necessarily a 17-minute game, but it definitely worked out fine.
In a way, though, it was just as impressive. Because, look, this is going to happen. It hasn't happened as much in this meta, and that's part of the flip side of having these heroes, so few heroes picked early on in the tournament. There's, again, the OD first phase pick.
Let's see if there's going to be Pugna again. It was not very successful. Looks good on paper, though. There it is. I mean, just go for green heroes. Who has more green heroes just wins the game. Write that down, Richard.
I actually don't mind that so much.
I wrote that down day one. I wrote that down before I even fucking got here. Go green, baby.
Now is where you really expect the Luna ban. Because I think Luna could just that's the thing that scares me most about that Team Secret draft in the last game is I feel like Luna could just as easily have been a core. And that you could have picked a strong support for Yapzor, and that draft is still scary. Maybe not as completely OP as with the Drow, but I'm sure that Secret would be happy to play that lineup with Yapzor and Rubik.
How much HP would Undying have if he's paired up with Luna? Strength Steal, extra strength from Luna's Blessing.
Out of curiosity, banning out the Luna here, if let's say VP decides to ban out the Luna,
they're taking time too. This is an unusual place to invest a bunch of reserve time.
What would the risk be to ban out the Luna?
Well, exactly that you know you're very worried about. Zaya's kind of crushed you in the first couple games. Certainly in game one. I mean, he was game one. His Timbersaw was barely behind that PL.
Zaya's performance in this whole tournament was just amazing.
I absolutely agree. People forget, right? Before he took the year break to finish his schooling, he was actually around TI5. He was viewed as a lot of the Chinese organizations had him as the top-rated Western player overall.
Right.
And that's after getting dumpstered by Sumail for how long?
Oh, yeah.
So what do you think of the Pugna? Lacoste, you said didn't perform well, but on paper it seems strong. Is that what VP needs to operate off of here, theory crafting, or the fact that they, on a results-oriented form of logic, they already saw this run into a wall?
Well, sometimes you just base your opinion on like previous performances, what should be good in theory, but sometimes it's not about the 1-versus-1 matchup, it's about the team composition.
Right. And I just think it's so important. It's a fun game to talk about, and Puppy obviously just owned in the draft, but I don't know that you change your hero valuations too much after that last game, other than potentially just being more aware of the Luna.
I think at this
point... Look at the facial expression, though, by no one. I mean, this is not the same VP that we saw walk on stage.
Well, I mean, they steamrolled everything, right? This is the first time that they're potentially going to lose a series, and it's in the grand final. My question for you, Nahaz, is if you're VP right now, are you also still scared about the fact that you expect Team Secret to have more of this up their sleeve, right? You don't necessarily expect this from what we've seen from Puppy so far, even in the 2 series with these guys going head-to-head, to have more up his sleeve.
I think you can beat yourself by being too worried about the cheese strats. Obviously, there's something that you have to be aware of, but at the same time, you can't get too caught up in pre-countering them and go completely away from what makes you good. Because, you know, for every Luna support strat that you see, for every 5-man melee strat that you see that works, you see a couple that don't, and Reddit's talking about how the drafter's a complete idiot. So I think as VP, I actually kind of like that they stuck to their guns here.
Shadow Shaman still in a pool, they kind of open up with the same thing. Shadow Shaman into Pagna, Pagna's ward. This is one of the things like that don't work in theory. Yeah, you use Shadow Shaman wards, well there's Pagna ward and you kill yourself, but it depends. Pagna's dead, you drop the wards before Pagna plants his ward. So.
It is still viewed.
Are you even listening to me, Richard?
Oh, no. I'm just trying to actually look on Secret's side right now to figure out if those are the same colors. They might be going with one color strategy here as well. You can see all green still represented by VP, but I can't quite figure out.
Well, are we going to count OD as green? I'll give you a pass. I'll count OD as green.
Are you counting?
He's green for sure.
Yeah.
I don't think all people would agree with you on that, but
there's the
Rasta here.
I do think that there's something to that, Lacoste, about Rasta is a very mana hungry hero. He is susceptible to that, but again, it's so much less relevant, I feel, in this meta now that everybody's buying these stat items, everybody's tanking up, right?
If Team Secret plays like they played in the last 2 games, Pugna's not even going to have ward skilled because he's not going to be level 10.
Well done, sir. You are correct. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, the draft,
Come on, just take like a Dark Seer. Take something that's going to crush in lane. Take something that combos with the Earth Spirit. Take Team Fight.
Team Secret, they need a hero that builds into pipe. I think that's what they're going to look for in their next pick. A lot of magical damage.
Tide is
Tide
still
could
available.
work. He's green.
Darkseer Tide? No, they're going to... Man, I don't know.
Definitely a pipe carrier for sure.
Okay, you're talking about the next pick.
Yeah.
I thought you were being sarcastic. Lion the pipe carrier. No.
Oh, no.
No, they're locked down the 5 position. That's kind of the safe play with your 3rd pick overall in the draft.
10 seconds remaining.
So you say you want a pipe carrier on the side of VP?
No, Team Secret.
No, I mean, I guess both would be okay, but yeah, you need a pipe on Secret.
Okay.
Yeah, your VP, if anything, you may be more focused on Crimson.
Okay.
There's Tide. That's what I think he was the best hero available in that situation. I still think Darkseer's okay for Virtus.Pro, but then you're starting to feel like you're boxing yourself into a single core strat again, where Ramsey is going to be really the sole source of physical damage.
They could grab a Monkey King against the Tide Hunter. This is why I like by having OD in your team. You're blocking so many picks for enemy team, and it opens up so many picks for your own team.
Okay. I think that's it's a reasonable pick for sure. It potentially gives you a way to take OD out of the fight. I don't know though. It feels so single core again.
10 seconds remaining.
Is there a way to resolve that though at this point, Nahas?
Just repick a hero.
Well, my favorite way to resolve that is just by going tempo, but Jug's already banned.
Okay.
Right. I would have said okay, because that's the other thing is, again, both teams really lack anything against BKB. But at the tempo of these games, like it's less relevant. I mean, you saw, OD in game 1 just basically Midas straight into it, but the game was already decided at that point.
OD, going back to this hero and how influential it's been at the end phases of this tournament, it really does seem like EG, the first team to really show what OD could do. 5 games in a row for them. Then finally it starts getting banned out. But here we're going to see it get through on the side of Secret.
Everybody's going to hate me for saying this. It feels like TI4. I mean, the pace of these games is just ridiculous.
I mean, we had worse batches than this one for sure.
No. I don't think. I think 720 is certainly better than 681.
The only thing I don't like about this batch is there are a lot of heroes who seem so weaker than others and just feel unpickable.
Agreed. I think that's part of the reason that you saw the condensed hero pool early in the tournament. It's interesting to me that Secret is the one that eventually banned the Luna here.
Yeah. Why do you think Secret are going for that Luna ban? You thought maybe VP was going to ban it out early.
Yeah,
you thought maybe Secret was going to potentially even first phase the Luna. So to see Secret's last ban be the Luna, what does that say to you, Nahas?
Well, again, they have to be focused of limiting the hero pool of Ramses, and there's your hypercarry for Ramses. I like this pick a lot more now that we saw how quickly Nisha was able to get the Diffusal Blade online in game 1. Ramses needs to come online so fast in this game, but I do think the laning potential is a little better. The problem is how much is Secret going to be able to get themselves a laning advantage with this 5th pick, arguably for Nisha?
Cost in this last pick, are you thinking about laning?
Oh my God, that's so disgusting.
I was looking at their previous draft, that's why I didn't say anything, and because Nahas talks a lot, but I saw a Visage and...
Dude, I get like 3 Reddit hate threads now. Go ahead, buddy.
Give him one more. We're not stopping until it's at least 5 of them. So Visage, they're going all in. They don't have late game on side of Team Secret besides OD, and this kind of a lineup is going to fall off if Virtus.Pro manages to survive after 30-minute mark. If they don't lose the game in 30 minutes, I think VP is just going to take this one home.
Do you count Rasta as green?
Definitely not.
If he takes some of his medicine, you could see him as a green hero.
All right, so maybe not all green, but it is looking like it is going to be all early game. The question is, are we going to see an incredibly quick end to the CQ Major? Secret may be able to do this 3-0. We'll have to see what VP has to say.
I don't know if Richard there was searching for the 5th element inside of Team Secret to see if everything's green. But his staff is green. That's what he has. It's a green animation on it. That's right. I went to a Bruce Willis movie at the start of this.
Yeah, but I don't know how you're getting green element. I've seen the movie, but you're off. The game, Toby.
He can be on.
Secret might 3-0 Virtus.Pro. And I know Lacoste is like, oh, they only have late game. It doesn't matter, all right? It's not about the individual heroes, okay? So far, Secret has demonstrated we're going to crush you. We are going to win this game fast. And that is how they draft. That is how they're playing. It's the synergy, but in the lineup. They're drafting what Puppy wants. He doesn't give a damn what you pick.
Bad. It's like Kyle's focusing on the positive. Lacoste, he was ripping the crap out of you as well. Let's focus on the negative things of the patch. This may be our last day of the patch. Focus on what's beautiful about it.
And you can tell, like, the Visage last pick is not a good counter pick to a Phantom Lancer.
Yeah.
But when you combine it with what Secret's got, so much sustain from the Undying. You got a frontliner and team fighting the Tide. You're going to be able to drop Rasta wards, the Tombstone, the Visage Birds. You need a Crimson Guard stat on the side of Virtus.Pro. If you do not have one by the time Secret threatens your high ground, I believe you just lose the game. Yes, you will have inevitable PL problems on the side of Secret. He immediately kills Tombstone. You wreck through Visage. OD has a big problem dealing with it, but I don't know. I like that they went Brew, however. A lot more team fight, comes online a lot faster than a Doom, but isn't enough.
Yeah, and that's what they need, VP to step up. Like, the whole discussion was, what can be that one position that's able to fight earlier on? What can actually stand against Team Secret, but also transition into late game? Top rune contest is actually going to be, well, Roger did not get that one. Actually, yeah, he did. Never mind. Roger got that one, so 2-2. 2-2 trade. Everything is fine. But this is another aggressive lane from Team Secret. So they put the Visage not in the mid. They put him on the bottom. Of course, you're going to put the OD in mid up against Pugner. Another matchup exactly the same as previous. But I'm really interested to see just how much farm you can get on the Brew. If you're talking about Crimson Guard, how does that lane matchup work? Because how does ES even harass Zai out of the lane? That's a lot of tangos. Got 2 salves on this Tidehunter. He can just stand against Pasha.
Yeah, and this is one of the downsides of Earth Spirit. We've talked about this a lot, but if he isn't able to find kills, the hero feels rather ineffective. His damage output is not so high, and the way Secret is playing, like, what, combined 36 minutes of Dota? If we keep this up, we'll have had a longer fill before that show match than the entire Grand Finals. And I gotta say, if that were to occur, this would be one of the most impressive things I've ever seen in eSport, let alone Dota.
And it would be really depressing for Virtus.Pro. It's kind of a horrible thing for them, where they still have, like, if this series does go the way of Team Secret, they still have not won a single major event, a single LAN event inside of China. And Team Secret, I can correct myself from the previous cast as well, thanks to the fact they're now in minimum 2nd position, they have already qualified for TI with the 6,000 points, which is the minimum they require. Bottom lane, there's a lot of fires. The Shackle's out over on Ramses. The stun from Solo can create some space, but the damage is already done. Puppey, 12 strength already stolen. I think Mid1's looking for his own little fight against no one into the tier 1 tower, but this is
an incredibly strong trial lane from Secret. You have Undying Rasta. Rasta 76 damage, level 1 hero. He has no stat items. Visage has been one of the most powerful cores in the tri lane for years, and I know I say shut down Pasha, but it's all about the win condition, really. And Nisha, yeah, you had PL problems in the favor of Secret in the first game. He had free farm. This time they recognize, hey, if we slow down Ramses, what are you going to do to our draft?
Yep. This does feel a little odd, though, because the difference is with Virtus.Pro is they're running Pasha on the offlane, who's not great at clearing out waves. Nowhere near as good as doing as the Centaur. And Roger staying up on top lane. He'll rolling boulder forward, but there's a double creep wave for the Dire side there to help out Zai, who just anchor smashes, and VP does no damage back, while on bottom lane, a doppelganger away. Ramses will be able to escape this fight.
That's an Arcade Rune Undying, though. That's real frustrating to play against.
It's 470 HP on a PL. At least his stick will be effective. But Shaman, stick charges will give him the shackles available, but he will not burn it. Meanwhile, in mid, it's OD, Mid1 who's in trouble. No one and Roger working together. He's looking for a denial. Will not happen. Roger waits out the attack and then hits him with a stick.
It's just so cool watching these two teams play. Like two titans of Dota. Yeah, Mid1 recognizes, I need a Fairy Fire and also go for the deny. And they...
Balls? I think Solo's in trouble on bottom. Actually, no. There's no initiation, realizing Nisha's a little bit too far away. Take it back to you, Carl.
Secret also doing a good job denying creeps back and trying to acquire lane control. In this 3-on-2, if you can plant yourself in a scenario where your creeps are in front of your tower, especially since the ward... Are they body blocking Easy Camp? It hasn't spawned, and that's huge if you can get lane control here, because look at Lion. I mean, you can't do anything to these two supports.
Like, he's almost got to, like, perfectly time the stun, but when Yapsot moves forward, like, Ether Shock level 1's not enough to kill off Ramses. Meanwhile, up on top, Zai. Here they go again. Virtus.Pro looking for the kill. They will bring down the Tidehunter. Not an easy task. And they're doing this deal with a dual lane, so it feels like Ramses is definitely being sacrificed. He'll use his doppelganger straight away and get into the trees.
Still CSing just fine, though. So, yeah, Secret, you're applying a lot of pressure, but you're cool with this on the side of VP because your Earth Spirit is activated. Roger does not want to play bottom, and I think that that's what Secret's attempting to do with this tri-lane, because if you can force Roger down here, his impact on the map disappears. He can kill mid, he can kill top, as we've seen demonstrated. And if you're able to survive down here, this is huge. You don't necessarily need Ramses to have this incredible start. You just can't have him out of the game. And with 16 CS, he's perfectly happy with this.
Yeah, he gets what he needs. No one's having a good time in mid. Number one CSs are up for him, as well as the Brewmaster. But keep in mind the Brewmaster was taking a lot out of the jungle, but he's still number 2 on the net worth. Hilarious stuff, number 1 net worth, it belongs to the Visage. It's all down for Nisha, and they want Ramses. Already uses doppelganger. 5-stick charge will be difficult. Nisha building up the Soul Assumption charges. Ramses is low, and with that 32 HP, one more attack, still not enough, and we actually get Mid1 dying in the mid lane, so Nisha survives, and the Ramses survives, and the OD goes down. Gotta get my head in the game like VP.
This is looking much better from Virtus.Pro, and this game, they'll actually have the tools to fight and combat Secret as they attempt to push objectives.
They're going for more with the attack. Ramses against Yapso. Ramses really low on life, gets the kill. 8 HP. Phantom Lancer will survive. This allows them to actually get 4 of the bounty runes. Is it all 4? It's going to be, yeah, it's all 4.
Hey, credit to Virtus.Pro. No matter if they win or lose this game, they got crushed 2 consecutive games in a row after really not even being challenged in this tournament, and they are not tilted one bit.
They're chasing after Zai. No Ravage available. Look how much damage they do. He's salving up quickly and on the run. The blast won't be able to connect, so Zai gets more regen time, but that's why they're rolling Boulder in. Good anchor smash removes so much the damage, but you still got the blast from no one. Guaranteed damage. And even on bottom, they're going once again, this time over on solo. Support is there, it's PL, but actually the bigger one, Undying, is moving over. Shackles, you said, M3, but that's why Phantom Lancer doppelgangers and moves away. They're not killing Ramses. At least killing Lion and keeping him on level 2 stops the combination with the Pugna.
Oh my god, but look at Nisha's item. He already has the Helm of the Dominator. Like,
he's farmed. And he's going to pick up a SATA.
The best. Like, you could. This is a concept that's been known by teams in Dota, but not really abused by anyone but Secret to this extent until now. Damage, amplification, and reduction. The previous game, they had 3 different auras they were abusing. 4 if you count. Like, they had defensive Sven E, they've got Pipe, they've got Vlads, and all these. Oh my god, it's crazy.
Zai is having a couple of troubles against the Brewmaster. Mid lane is also setting up for a gank at the same time. These Suns continue. Pasha, he just mangoes and gets the damage, then in towards mid. OD under the tier 1 tower. Virtus.Pro, they are all over this map. PL's abandoned bottom, so Secret cannot even get a rebuttal. But because no one is playing that Pug with a lot of farm and a lot of levels, he is just wrecking apart that mid tower with a level 4 blast. It's really punishing, so it ends up being a tier 1 tower trade-off.
Favors VP for sure, though. They get this mid objective that makes it significantly harder for Dire to do Roshan. And notably, VP chose Radiant this game. Secret, they went first pick, and I believe game 1 or 2, and Secret just abused this Radiant advantage. They did Roche first, they took better objectives, and Dire's side is more difficult to play with this style because Roche isn't as easy for you to take.
Oh, hello to OD. He knew someone was nearby. ES dances rolling boulder forward, doesn't get the stun, but damn, with the Nether Ward and the kick follow-up. One more attack to kill off mid one. He'll cancel off his sound, but the shackles from Yamsor creating space. Puppy gonna work with him thanks to the Tombstone already being dropped off. They don't want to kill it off. In fact, it's just a runaway. Lion's in trouble. The Undying minions are slowing him down. He'll kill off one more of them, so now at least he can have his movement speed back in a second, but no. Yapsor shackles him up. Mid one will find the rebuttal kill. But everyone starts coming mid for Team Secret, creating space on the safe lane. Finally, PL will get some farm, or will he? Nisha wants to keep the pressure on Ramses.
No, but did we even talk about top tower being dead? Like, Secret's already down 2 towers. Only 1,000 gold bottom.
That was nice. He denied the SATA. It was the kill that PL was really looking for. Now, thanks to the 2 Dire Observer Wards that Secret's placed across the Radiant jungle, it's so difficult to bring support and surprise Nisha on bottom lane.
Unless, of course, you pick up a timely Invis rune. You can see no one heading right for it. He's got the bottle prepared, and this is dangerous. The downside of the tri-lane meta is that you empower the enemy solos with a massive level advantage, and you need to be scared of any rotations. Pugna and Brew are so powerful at this phase of the game, especially when they're level 8.
They're hunting. The Radiant Observer Wards, actually, you'll see the Undying in the trees, but they're rotating down, and they're going to find Yapsor. He's a stun controller. Nisha, he'll walk into the rest of them. A Hex, a stun, that's the one they want. They want the Visage dead with the shock. The drain is there, and they just pull the life out of Nisha. Then it's support time. Yapsor will at least avoid the Nether Blast. Here comes Tide. Wait for the Ravage! Into 3, hits 4, in fact. The Anchor Smash killing off Solo. They get the control on Pugna. He's the bigger one, but that's why PL needs to do more damage. But you're right, OD is here. No Eclipse, no Hammer, ready to drop down yet. Just build up the intel, and that may be enough to get the kills. Puppy will get himself a double out of this. PL runs away, gets out to safety. So Team Secret, they do kill off the mid and the support. But I still wonder if it's worth it for Team Secret.
I think you take that. It went a hell of a lot better than you would expect. Great decision from Zai to rotate down there. Always difficult playing Tidehunter because the moment you move, like he gave Pasha a ton of space top, who's also now looking to dive middle. He's got split ready. Nisha does not have birds yet. Solo's looking for a stun.
With the phase boots, the high movement speed running into the tree line. He's not there. Radiant Observer Ward reveals him. He'll come out of the fog. Puppy's nearby, but no tombstone available. In fact, the kick and silence. Roger ensures the Puppy cannot help him, and that is one dead Nisha. And with the Brewmaster split, Nisha, okay, they'll stun him up and finally bring him down. Now they can turn over to the Undying. That little bit of a delay may actually allow Puppy to survive this, but the Brewmaster, he doesn't get the spin up. The arms from the Storm Brewling started going on OD, but it's all a little too late.
They control 3 bounties, though, so you're okay with that. Trading one hero for the Brew split at this phase of the game and getting bounties, I think you'll take that trade if you're Secret, but for the first time in this series, Virtus.Pro has equalized the game. Secret is not able to just march down lanes as 5. They're not in this huge advantage. It's still real Dota, and Virtus.Pro have got to feel confident that at some point Ramses will win them the game, as he has so many times in this tournament.
And he's looking for the kill as well. Hex quickly from Yamsor. Means the attack won't be able to connect, but they break the trees. The Doppelganger forward supports nearby from Lion, and he needs the experience from this kill too. So he'll provide the hexes, he'll provide the follow-up stun, and allow Ramses to close the distance and get the kill. More life for him, while on bottom lane, Pasha starting his own initiation, working with the ES. Zai begins his TP out. They have no stuns available.
That was sick. He juked the rock stun from Roger, the roll-in, and then just TPs in his face. There's nothing you can do about it. Mid-tower.
Mass TPs are coming from no one, but how do you defend this? Everyone's like, okay, fine. We push bottom lane. Catapults up. You've still got Pugna. So pushing the lane is quite strong and fast. The same for Nisha. With birds available and having the Blindstone, they can wreck through towers quite quickly. Undying wants to fight on bottom. Decrepify, blast, kick, slam, whoa! Goodbye, Puppy. Rolling Boulder away. They don't want to get in front of that Tidehunter. His Ravage is back off cooldown, but OD is finding Pasha running through the river. Imprisonment will buy time for everyone else to move over. Shaman got wards, shackle, hexes. They got all the controls in the world. They'll start with the hex, follow with the shackles, and goodbye, Brewmaster.
That's another trade you'll take. Pasha a bit over eager there. You've got to be more careful when you're playing against this many disables on the side of Secret. Once again, mid one going to go for a Midas. Curious, he went for that last game as well, even though they ended the game, like 15 minutes. I don't even know if he got a chance to use it.
You'll take the attack speed. That's fine. Then again, he had the Drow Aura last game too, so maybe not as useful. So Ramses is finally finding some farm inside the jungle. Nisha's doing the same type of thing, but it's the PL, right? Like, he's the real problem child for Team Secret.
The Pugna as well, because until you get BKB up on mid one, you really can't play into the Nether Ward. And part of the reason that fight in the bottom jungle went so well for them was because VP actually chased past the ward, and now you have nothing to really stop this OD from pummeling you with these pure damage orb attacks.
But do you want to get the BKB this early on an OD? Like the panel was saying as well, like, it's not an item you want to really grab on him. Zai, Pasha wants to have a little bit of fun with this, clamps, but it's a Tidehunter.
That's part of the reason you're going for the Midas first, though, because that already covers you. You're going to scale. You don't have to worry about just falling off the face of the planet if the game goes further than 20 minutes.
I'm looking at no one. Like, he's already got Ether Lens, he's building it to Dagon, and combining with Lion, who, please, someday solo hit level 6. Look at actually the amount of damage from no one. 10,000 hero damage at the 30-minute mark is only going to amplify up with Decrepify, Dagon, and you saw a combo with the Brewmaster Clap as well. That's so much damage. The Tide, he may not even be able to get his combo off. They're cheering for the tower, which will finally be brought down by no one. The glyph was... it was expendable. Yeah.
And it's the first game, and I always love talking about the Secret supports and how much more farm they end up having than their opponents. We didn't really get a chance to see that because these previous 2 games have been so quick, but if they win this game, look for them to be most of the reason why.
EPs are coming in. Thanks to the Observe Board on the hill, VP know exactly what they're going to get themselves into.
OD has a Midas now. Nisha just been farming away.
Zai's in a nice wraparound through the tree line. Dire's courier will be sniped off by the Brewmaster. And here comes your Ravage. The pop-off Pugna. Mass Serpent Ward trapped up. He cannot get away. Couldn't even get the 21 charges off. So Rolling Boulder and VP, they are bailing the hell out. This Ravage is down. But meanwhile, PL continues to farm up. Ravage is blowing. Team Secret won't be able to take another big fight for a while.
Nisha was a little slow on that movement. Zai may have jumped the gun just a little bit too quickly, because if he had 5 more seconds, that Visage would have been able to pincer over and choke out at least 1, possibly 2 more Virtus.Pro heroes. Instead, they've blown Ravage, they've blown Ross towards it. Bruce Split is up, and he's got a haste rune. Look for them to use it ASAP.
I don't think he wants mid one, however. He's kind of alone. Okay, he does. He'll go straight to the split, start with a stun. He'll need follow-up damage, but no one is really here. This is a pretty heavy commit of the Bruce Split to try and keep the harassment up, unless he's just trying to create a little bit more space. ES will arrive. And he does at least force some rotations from Team Secret. The TP to the Shrine from Yapsaw. Looking for another fight as Brewmaster's back into his normal self.
That's the first mistake like I've really seen from a team thus far in this tournament, or this series. You have a window where Ravage is down, Pasha just a little overeager, and
there's a lot of PLs. They know which one's the real one. Yeah, Ramses goes into the tree line. They'll require the stun from Shadow Shaman to hit the mark. A lot of PLs. Ooh. All right, well, there's another ulti going down.
Yeah, well.
Sandy's Eclipse being burnt and not connecting on the PL.
He's got no TP just yet, but there's no way Secret will know that. That's what I love about Ramses, though. Like, how cold does this guy's blood run? He's got no fear. Doppels to the right, understanding that I have so much space. He ran all the way until he actually had Doppel off cooldown again. Like, there's no way Secret catch him there unless they guess right.
He doesn't even have evasion items. Like, he's not going the Mana style. He's going for the Diffusal Blade after getting the Yasha, understanding he still needs to be a presence in these fights. We asked for a core, a 1 position from Virtus.Pro that can be involved early on. This looks like the exact build to achieve exactly that.
Yep. And VP, they understand the game state.
They're blasting. Trying to have a little bit of crack at Zai. He already has the hood available. Pugna.
Yep, and this is time for Secret. I think you want to look to move towards the Roche pit. You've got to increase the pace that you're playing at. It is not the same game anymore. You need to get, there it is. Yeah, walk straight in. There we go.
Tide Ravage is on cooldown for 5 more seconds. Ping comes in from no one on top of the pit.
Yeah, so for the next 5-10 minutes, you're going to have a huge team fight advantage on the side of Secret. Virtus.Pro, you got to stall the game, do exactly what you're doing. Let them take a little victory here, but shove lanes, accelerate, get farmed, and then you need to win that one critical fight, probably inside of your own base.
Yep.
That'll be enough, hopefully, to stop Secret's momentum. They're going to get the Aegis on the OD. He will be going for the BKB next, and that's the big timing that I think Secret are going to try and abuse to make something happen.
We'll see if they can. The critical items being there. This Arcane Rune's been held onto from no one for a while, but you've got both Dagon and Diffusal Blade flying to the bottom lane, where OD just TP'd. VP may feel strong enough to try and take the fight. Yes, actually, well, Bruce Split's already off cooldown. Ty's showing himself up on top. Shaman as well. Brewmaster instantly into the split. This is where they're going to look for the fight. They want to try and grab Shaman, but it'll be tied under instead. Diffusal bladed up. Doppelgangering. Okay, they switch the targets. They really want to kill off Yapsaw. No control, no stuns. Nisha was moving over too, even with his Alpha Wolf. Doesn't want to be involved in this fight. Puppy, he'll do the same, but the tier 2 tower on bottom lane was pressured this entire time. Nisha sent up and towards the air. Now Brewmaster still a little bit too deep into this, and maybe it's time to give up this fight as the Ravage kicks in. There's still no support arriving for Virtus.Pro, but on bottom lane, they're pressuring into the tier 3 towers. This is when the Pugna can do his work, so they go for the PL. They do get the kill out, but bottom lane, the tower's down to 50%. Virtus.Pro, were they really just trying to bait this out? Netherward's planted, the Crepified Dagon and Finger of Death should be able to instantly kill off this Tide. They didn't get the exact timing. Kraken is such a pain in the butt.
It's sick if they can get the tier 3. If they don't get the tier 3, though, I'll still give this exchange win to Secret.
Boulder, they're coming in, they're looking for Shaman, the Hex will come out, they're looking for the follow-up into Zai. It's not available just yet, but TP's arrived, and it's a double damage. OD ready to fight, has the Eclipse available, the Tidehunter drops down low, the Finger of Death does not find the kill they're looking for, and yep, it's another Netherward they've got to go through. A quick banishment, Pugna, how do you want to try and play this one? Shackles on Roger. The Crepifier tried to save him, but Puppy will arrive, and Roger will die. They do not take the tier 3 tower.
You take that if you're Secret. You got so many kills off of that. You saved your Aegis. You got top tower. And yes, that was a lot of damage on the tier 3. But let's be realistic. The way Secret is playing this game, you gotta win soon. So who cares if there's damage done on your tower, because you're going to be taking the fight to Virtus.Pro. probably in the duration of this Aegis.
Yeah, but like, can they still do it? Like, PL or empties instantly TP back up to top lane. Team Secret are on the defense, defending a tier 3 tower, fighting on their side of the river. Yes, you find the kills, but are they finding the objective-based gaming? That's still all 3 tier 2 towers up. And VP's getting stronger and stronger.
It's going to be about the time. As you look at Pasha, he's going for a Radiance. No blink, just that power. Your Earth Panda all of a sudden is going to be doing this massive AoE damage. It gives mischance to the birds, to all these heroes. We know how poorly OD does against evasion, and sure, he'll be able to BKB through it and have that true strike, but still, like, this is it. This is go time. It's that it's 20 minutes in, and Secret's heading straight up the tier 3 tower. You got Pipe up on Tide. Flags.
Wait, they can't TP
25.
back. They can't TP back yet. Ramses has it on cooldown for 11 seconds. They actually cannot take this fight. They're trying to trade by pushing the tier 2 tower with a mass Serpent Ward's down for Team Secret and the Alpha Wolf. The bonus damage is so high for Team Secret. Now the TPs will begin. They've already burned through their fortification. They have to take the fight. 8 seconds till Ravage is up. So Zyme in trouble. A huge magnetize into the backline and the silence. A double stun on OD. He can't get the damage off just yet. The Eclipse is ready to go, but OD, defensive imprisonment. He'll buy him time. Ravage is ready. And it's released into Virtus.Pro. Team Secret, they're forcing the fight. PL will have to expend his buyback. The melee Rex will still die. They need to get some kills. Ravage is down. A great neck smash from Titan means they got almost no damage, and they turn for the fight, looking to pump it out. There's the Eclipse ready to drop. If they can just get him into an all position. Now, with so much stolen intel, will it be enough? No, the Aegis Immortal's already triggered on him. He's lost none of it. The Puppy, frontline tanker. He still has the Aegis, the Immortal.
For another minute, Toby.
And he's being protected by Solar Crest. PL's at least doing work. Undying's out of mana. These double stuns from Solo need to create more space. But maybe with the haze and the kicks, they just can't really fight this.
And they're still not leaving.
Yeah, they want to keep fighting this one. If someone wants to come into it.
Oh my god, they just took a Rax. It's what? I can't believe it. Virtus.Pro, you know what Secret's trying to do, and they just caught you with your pants down. They're working on a melee Rax with no glyph available, and you're not even casting spells yet.
It's a Cloud9. That's almost what this is. Not ready to TB back, not ready to defend. Thought they had an extra 10 seconds, and Team Secret shut the door.
And, you know, we're talking about VP, but this one Rax gives such a huge gold infusion to the side of Secret that their max timing window to win this game is increased by at least enough time to carry them to the second Roshan. At 10 minutes, maybe, where you still have this window where I don't believe Virtus.Pro can do a damn thing against this Death Ball.
They're coming back again. The Aegis Immortal may time out, but there's a double damage over on Nisha. All 5 heroes from Team Secret assemble in the mid lane. Tier 2 tower will drop. They're trying to get the split push up as quick as they possibly can. Hex is out, the trap on no one. He'll have buyback available. Tombstone is committed up on the high ground. The Puppy, he is the scout. He is the front liner. Plugged up, must buy back. No other choice. TP's finally coming back from the PL. He needs to land into the back lines. Some kind of copies. He use the doppelganger to try and get rid of the Tombstone. It's taking time. It may time out before they can actually kill the damn thing. Tombstone finally gone, but the tier 3 tower, 6 HP. Rolling boulder forward. Look for the kick in the silence. OD's in trouble. Can't get the BKB off in time. OD will drop. The Hex is in control. It's good, allowing PL to get to the back line. Look for anything. There's no Ravage. There's no big ultimates from Team Secret. Did they force this all too soon? OD's trying to return, but he may not have a team to return to. It's just Ramses. Ramses. Double kill for him. Going for the third. Over towards Puppy. Even if you have Ravage, you'll pop it now so OD can come back to the fight. He has Eclipse available. They're all dropping pretty low. The Eclipse pulls down. Lion will go down to the birds. Purposely Micro Puppy finally dies. He really is the Undying in this fight, but they're not done yet. Keep the fight going. BKB from mid one. It won't last long enough. They take it and flop him down. Down for the count. 73 seconds on the sideline, and they just keep going. Team Secret, they lose the whole kit and caboodle. Virtus.Pro be fighting.
God, credit to VP. It looks like they're just done, Toby. They lose bottom Rags without a fight, and you're thinking they've got to be tilted. They've got to just be lost, and yet somehow they're still prepared to battle. They recognize the key target they've got to take out. They know Ravage is probably still on cooldown for a little bit, and they managed to 100-0 the Outworld Devourer of mid one before he can get off his BKB. Yeah, you can buy back, but they have no mid towers. It took him so long to get back to the engagement.
What even happened to the duration of the BKB? It felt like it didn't last at all.
No, it just... God, that is why this is... these are your Titans. These are the best 2 teams in Dota. And
And now you can look at it like we've got a V-neck T-shirt coming into the graph. Net worth just slams straight back up again, and even higher on the swing of the experience. Almost 2,000, the first real lead that Virtus.Pro has had in this series.
And look, you know, if VP go on to win this game, we're going to look at that as a throw. But I don't care. I love what Secret chose to do.
They had
got him up
right?
against the ropes. Yeah, you don't have Ravage. You could wait for the next Roche, but you play to win the fucking game, Toby. This is the grand finals, and you're looking at style. You know, it's punished. Well played, VP. Chill out a little bit.
They're going to hunt for more kills. They ain't chilling. It's a 4-man smoke up. They'll reveal Ramses. A Blink Dagger is flying out for Pugner at the moment, and he's already got the level 2 Dagon. They want to pop. Dire Scan doesn't trigger. They're just far enough to the north of it. They're looking for the 25-minute bounty runes. They'll come down. Rolling boulder forward. Finding the back line. Son Yapsel. The kick and silence. It's huge from him. And getting PL on the mix. They have the damage, but PL actually is OD with the BKB. He's had to grab it. He's got no big ultimate. PL, he will go down. He couldn't survive. The Mouse 7 was chased this up. Undying can't move anywhere. They're still waiting for the right opportunity. Pugner, he's got drained. He's got damage. Odie's lost his BKB, and that's who's being drained out. Defensive imprisonment will save his life. Roger trying to back up. They battled the entire time under the wards, but the Crepify, they couldn't get the damage into Earthspirit. Gets a little bit more distance. One anchor smash. That'll do the work.
They can just shrine up and go, Toby. VP, this time they're the ones over-aggressive. I like the confidence, but like you have the Brew with Radiance, you have PL with Manta, but they fail to recognize this is still, you're now charging up Secret's high ground. Maybe you can turn around a fight when they're running into your base.
It was a double tier high ground as well.
Yeah.
They bounced up and up. Puppy is currently just like waiting it out. Finally, the Mouse Serpent wants more time out so we can join his team. But Team Secret took that fight without Sandy's Eclipse, without Ravage.
I can't believe it. And both teams, you know, slightly over-aggressive. But this is this kind of like brutal bloodbath Dota that I have missed. This is not what we were seeing from many other teams in this tournament. And all of, oh my, like look at this Vincent. She has an Axe. He has an Axe. You want to talk about timings?
We are climbing.
They've got everything.
We are climbing. The Observer Wards are down. Team Secret with great information. You can have the Radiance completed on the Brewmaster, but it's not doing that much. He'll Cinderbrew, try and force Team Secret back. The only thing they don't have, which Secret do want, is the Mass Serpent Wards.
Roche's spawn. This is what we're thinking when we're Secret, right? You made this mistake once. You went high ground a little too early. Kill the top shrine. Camp the high ground again. They have a fresh ward down. You could potentially go try and Zerg Roche, or you might want to make that same move. But this time you've got all your big cooldowns. And VP, you can't give away this Aegis. They're going to try to fight, and they have no vision. This is so spooky.
Yep.
And they're just going to stand here.
They want to fight. They put down their Dire Observer Ward. Now, keep in mind there is a sentry, but VP have no high ground vision, so they do not understand that these observers and sentries have been planted down. They don't see up. So Virtus.Pro playing pretty dark on the map. They have one nice observer ward, which is back on the opposite side of Roshan. So if anyone walks there, they'll probably feel it. Scan's not available from either side, so they can't get that information. But Brewmaster, he's just running forward. The Hex is down. The control, the kicks, the silence. The Ravage is perfect. It'll hit so hard. Combining with the Eclipse, but Brewmaster, he almost got the split off. The buyback will come in. The Mass Servant Wars. They trap him. Mid-one. He can't get out. He's TPing away because he doesn't feel like he can still stand this fight. But Ramsey's in big trouble. Doppelganger, 2 seconds, 1 second. He needs the time, but doesn't have any time. Shaman dies in the backlines while that was going on. They still want to bring down Roshan. Earthspirit rolling boulder away will get away from the damage, but the Brewmaster stuns. He's looking back into Roshan. They'll get some information. Solo, he gets a double stun plus the Hex follow-up. They're draining out the Undying. Dagon's available, but now they imprison. Nisha, he's low on life. The Brewmaster, forgotten with the finger and the Dagon. They're able to find the kill, but buyback available for Visage. Puppy still trying to fight this one out. The Brewmaster stuns a perfect combining with the clap. Undying Soul will give him the life, but no one takes it away. Solo, how is he still alive? This guy is so damn good. Still running away. No one to help him out. Mid one. Now the run around, trying to juke it in the fog of war. Not going to be possible. Virtus.Pro still with 3 heroes down, but they stop Roshan from happening. Eclipse and Ravage is on cooldown. This isn't a guaranteed Roshan for Secret anymore.
What a back and forth engagement. Secret, this time they're the ones that identify the core target. You take out the Brewmaster before he can get his split off. Yeah, there's a buyback, but you have that window now where you can continue pursuing. Ramses, again, dies. Too aggressive, trying to find kills on the back lines of Secret, but Zai's just sitting on top of him. You can't do a damn thing when this watermelon is just rolling you over.
Man, they take so long to kill off Roshan, but Virtus.Pro are in no position to contest. Instead, Brewmaster's pushing out the top lane. really felt like that was the first big fight. I felt like Pasha was like, I have a massive presence, never-ending stuns. The Radiance effect was never removed either.
And you have this, oh my god, the talents. All of a sudden, Puppey, he's dropping a tomb, and he's going to walk in and die. He has 3 bracers and pretty much nothing else. He doesn't...
No stun. Pasha's fine.
He dies, another tomb goes down. I love what they're doing. Yapzor is farming top. You'd think, oh, why is this 4 position? One, he's really greedy, but on the other hand, 400 gold to an Aghanim Scepter. Do you know what this does? It's good.
Okay. I was waiting for you to actually follow through with your own comment, but I guess not.
Oh my god.
These Axe timings, it's going to wreck. I'm also seeing, however, a way to survive. So no one doesn't want to be burst down anymore. Able to actually have that disc.
They're so close to this massive power spike. You have Aegis, you can farm for another 2-3 minutes before you go high ground. You're trying to finish your Hex on OD. He will have that completed in just a few moments. You're getting the momentum on the roster.
The bottom lane's still pushing in. It's pushing back out, so VP, they're not heavily pressured. This is something that Ramsey's been really focusing on getting.
Your wards are going to do 2 attacks, okay? You can have 2 tombstones if your Undying actually dies. OD can BKB Hex anyone he wants. You know there's no buyback on Pasha. If he goes down, that's it. It's over.
They may come up. Ramses is still on the bottom lane, pushing in. So there's your Hex you're talking about. The Ags is on the Courier for the Shaman. So this is available at a 4-man smoke up from VP. Just in case there's any wards inside the base, PL's already preemptively TPing back in. He needs to burn off some mana. Ties the one on the front line. Mass Serpent wards, they are planted down. Now they realize it's been upgraded. They are a lot more powerful than they were before. The kicks, the silence, but a Hex over online. That's doing some work for Millions. Just instantly evaporates Solo. They're looking for the blast just to push back this creep wave, but it won't happen. Yapzor, he caught Roger in the trees, combining with the Ravage. VP, they're totally stunned in this series. The buyback does come in from Solo, so he can get back in this fight. Tidehunter, he's already burned the Ravage. Now it's time for Virtus.Pro. They're going to keep their racks alive if they can continue this fight. Undying's been drained out, combining with a Finger of Death, but he's got 3k HP on that Undying. So hard to kill off. The Magnetize will turn on. Nisha's in trouble. He munches on the cheese, gets some more life back, but the Shackles, Earth Spirit can't do any more, but Pugna can. Sitting on the high ground, looking for the follow-up damage. This Nether Blast cooldown time is doing some work, but they still need to find the kills. Can they get one? They do. It's OD, but it's only the Aegis Immortal. Puppey has finally gone down, but there's another Tombstone to deal with. The follow-up stunts, mid one. Maybe they've actually got him. They're going to bring him down. Zai, he's actually going to wait with no hammer. VP stay alive, and Zai begins his retreat. They're letting him go. They don't want to fight. They're trying to get rid of the catapult. The melee rack is on 65 HP, 70 to 21. The catapult, kill that bloody thing. It's the stolen one. It won't get the hit off. The rock was almost going to launch.
Oh my god, what an engagement. Unbelievable Dota so far played by both teams. And if this ain't poetic, what is? 26 to 26. Kill score completely even. Oh, the birds! He got him with the birds!
Oh.
Backdoor oh my.
Visage is a dick.
Oh, you're thinking of Richard.
Same thing.
DD Rune bottom, Pugna in a little bit of trouble though.
Oh boy, I can't. They let the Tidehunter go in order to save the melee racks.
Look,
they had the great presence of mind, but they still lose the racks.
Here's the thing, even though the racks dies, I'd say that's still slightly favoring VP just because they got so many resources for their PL. Like he's suddenly got 5,200 gold. He could buy a heart or he could buy a BKB, and you're gonna hit a critical mass where Secret doesn't win these fights anymore.
He's already popped off his Lotus Orb. He's got no help around him. He started going after Solo looking for a kill, but the mana is burned off. Puppey, I don't know if he can really help out. Zai, yeah, you're tanky, but now everyone else from Virtus.Pro arrives. The Soul Rip is a lot more life, and Team Secret, they kind of want to fight. First Tombstone down, but the Brewmaster split, sending up the Undying into the air. Mass Serpent was a good OG's building up. He's got the Eclipse ready. Earth Spirit protected, but then with the Criminal Fire, he'll go down. Shaman finally cleaned up by PL. A great start from Solo. The follow-up. Tidehunter finally goes down. Willie, 7 seconds till Ravage got no man to work with. He just keeps him alive. Puppey doing the work, but Zai is dead, and you've got the target. It's Nisha. Ramses wants it. Doppelgangers expecting the stuns, and ES rolls and Boulder 2. Facade, Nisha needs to die, and he does. Virtus.Pro continue the fight. The bottom creep wave may force them to come back.
The courier died.
They don't want to come back.
I don't know what it was, but I believe that was a full BKB for Ramses that died on the courier on the way to this engagement. However, they win it anyway.
Do you push fast enough to go for a GG push here? Like, OD's still up, but there's no Eclipse. Ravage isn't available because Tidehunter's not available. They can take the tier 4 towers and go for more if they want to. They're losing their own tier 4s. Instead, they will claim the mid melee. They are going to claim the bottom melee as well. They cannot take top. Tier 2 tower is still available.
Oh, but this is all you need. VP, PL problems. So all of a sudden, they're the top 3 net worths in this game, and Virtus.Pro backs against the wall, beaten to a bloody pulp. Somehow they have managed to not just stick in this game, but take a net worth advantage and equalize the Raxes.
What a play from VP. We have swung so hard again. Look at that almost vertical experience. Swinging by about 15k. Pugner looking to kill off the Visage Birds. No taking our side lane racks again. None of this split push. None of this ratty stuff. Can they finally actually get rid of that Observer Ward too? Roger will. Well done, Roger. That's been watching him move towards Roshan, and maybe that's the next point. He may respawn in 2 minutes.
Here's the thing. It's still not over just because of the amount of single target disable that Secret has. You can find pickoffs. You've got Rasta with a billion range Shackle or Hex. You've got a Hex on the OD as well, and then Ravage, of course, on top of it. The next Roche is Refresher. It's an accelerated game pace when this boss is dying at 15 minutes.
It's Shaman. It's Shaman as well. You get that double
or Ravage.
Or it could be Ravage. Or it could be Eclipse. Then again, he can't get one of those off anyway.
I think you do the double Rasta wards. You're right, because you can't do it. There's so much damage. The Rax mid will just die.
Yep. And it's not like Ramses can individually target these when the fights are already massively
far
chaotic.
Too complicated. Yeah, that finger from Solo was what killed Zion that last engagement, or he may have actually been able to walk it off. He had Ravage coming off cooldown.
I'm still wondering how they kill Undying. It seems so, well, bullshit, really. Like, he is surviving for so long in every single fight, and he's going to build into a Glimmer Cape. So they're actually getting a little bit of defensive items up against the Pugner's burst damage, up against that finger, up against all the magical pop they've got.
And this time they're going to have that wolf creep again. I know it seems ridiculous that this is something distress, but it's 30% damage to your team. That's a Venge. You have a Venge all of a sudden walking around behind your squad. They haven't had that in the last couple of engagements. I believe they killed one, which was possibly a critical mistake because of just how close these fights are.
That actually, if we can keep it alive too, Nisha having a fresh BKB for the next fight, remember that's going to be a 10-second one. It's so difficult for Ramses to get on top of him like he did last time. Like, he's been targeting Shaman at the beginning. Get rid of the Shaman, burn off the mana so he can't just mass Serpent Ward down. You remove this factor from the fight, but then he cannot move into the next target if they're all BKB'd.
And VP, I don't know if you can do this. Like, the problem they have is that they have a heart. You're stronger than you feel, and if Roche spawns, okay. If it had just spawned and they were able to get that on Secret, I would have been concerned because of the power of Refresher Shard in this game. You cannot give that away to Secret. This game is totally even. Yes, you have the late game, but I fear for your chances if you give Secret not just an extra life, but double. Like,
it's like VP don't even want the Refresher Shot themselves. It's just a pure denial against Secret. The Jaegers are the cheese. They'll definitely take that. Having a second life on your PL, or potentially the Brewmaster if he gets exploded before he can get the split off. This is where you can look instead.
Yep, it's all about target selection. You've got buyback on everyone except for the Undying, the Lion, and the Earth Spirit. So really just the supports. Nisha doesn't have the gold quite yet, but he should be able to farm it in the jungle before this Roche spawns up. You have Vision as well. Secret, you camp this high ground. VP, be careful. You've got a BKB and a gem on Pasha, but he's going
Brewmaster, he may have to BKB pretty early. Doesn't want to do it for just the burst. The kick flies forward, and Ramsey charges in towards Nisha. Wants to bait out this BKB. Won't happen just yet. The Mass Serpent wasn't great. The Ravage is even better. BKB will protect the Brewmaster, but PL, doppelgangers. He's trying to run away. He needs time for this heart to kick in. The soul assumption damage won't do enough, and the Magnetize makes it difficult for Team Secret to keep the chase going. They are just doing the work. Even ES is able to rolling boulder away. The Dagon defensive imprisonment actually saving his life for the moment. But OD, he will drop. Shaman's in trouble. He's already going to blink forward. Looking for the shackle out. He wants to get the kill, but Randy still won't die. Inside the river, Soul is running out, but it's all about the kills. Nisha will die to the Pugner, and Ramses, he is regenerating so quickly. He's ready to fight again. The OD's brought back. He's burning out the banner of the Undying. Now they can deal with this, and it's charging forward from Virtus.Pro. They've got the momentum with them. A double kill for Ramses. They clean up the tombstone, and that's a long time dead on 2 of Team Secret. Only buyback on the Shaman, but no wards, no Eclipse, no Ravage. VP look to end this and force a 4th game. They want to win their first land in China, but they'll have to work hard. The Lotus Orb Tidehunter, they're looking to do something against him. He has no Ravage. He is purely a distraction. You're following the rabbit right now. You've got to focus on the finish line. Tier 4 towers to be brought down, but where is the Team Secret fight? No Eclipse. You got BKB-OD. He doesn't have Blink Dagger, so they'll see him coming from a mile away. Ravage still on cooldown. Another Anchor Smash. The open up of the Ancient with the Tier 4 towers dropping, but PL looks for his target again. It's all about slowing him down. Tidehunter is buying time for Nisha to respawn. Lotus Orb after Lotus Orb, but now they drain up the Tidehunter. He can't do much about this, but maybe he can kill off Solo. Another Anchor Smash, but no. Silence, stun, Zai. He has taken it for this team so damn hard because he's got buyback available. Fortification from Team Secret. They're ready to fight. Nisha, he's up. He doesn't have birds available, but he's got the damage. They just don't have enough Virtus.Pro. They're not meant to have damage issues here. They've got sustain, but with the Hex on PL, Ramsey's dropping low. Crimson Guard's protecting him for the moment, but they're still going to focus on the Dire Ancients. Keep Zai away. Don't let that Anchor Smash get in range of the PL so they can just finish the job. 1500 HP, but Zai, once again, he's just stalking Ramses. Don't give him the damage. Everyone's back up from Team Secret. They keep the fight going with the Mass 7 Wars, but the fountain is going down. GG, Virtus.Pro. Secret make them work so hard. Game 1 and Game 2, they were slapped in the face, but Game 3, Virtus.Pro, they take it, they push it back, and Game 3 lasts longer than Game 1 and Game 2 combined.
What an unbelievable series we have on our hands, Toby. I am awestruck that VP managed to hang in this game. Unless any other team in Dota 2 is crumbling when that first Rax goes down. And somehow they fight back tooth and nail. A catapult lasts to the top melee Rax, doesn't even matter. Oh my god, like, how do you do this?
I really don't know. This crowd, I hope you could actually hear them at home. They were very appreciative as Virtus.Pro came out of the booth. They were cheering. VP gave us an amazing game of Dota, but Team Secret, they are still very, very formidable. Even when they look like they're going to go down, this late game's kicking in, they're still fighting hard. How much of a boss was Zai? I actually thought for a moment that they were going to defend. I thought the Team Secret were going to hold. They were at the pass.
It was a little too late. Like, we talked about their timing being like 25 minutes, right? They got all the way up to 40. The PL's a problem. He was level 25. You're not meant to win that game, but it was still this close. PL surviving that initial jump, but with what, 300 health out of 3,000?
Yep.
You were this close to possibly still taking this game. Even
Give me more. Give me more.
I need some water.
Game 4, please.
Data analytics gives you the advantage of getting to answer questions in a faster time. In esports, you have a topic where all those technologies can be applied with an actual great purpose.
Well, you don't need analytics to do the math on this one. That last game was quicker than the first two combined. I guess that actually is like a little bit of analytics, but it's easy analytics. This was crazy game, though, to actually figure out. When we do look at it, it looked like Secret was potentially going to be able to 3-0, but all of a sudden, VP does turn it around.
That's why you buy yourself a 2-0 advantage. Clearly a draft gambit, fifth picking the Visage. Puppy wanted to end that game before the 35-minute mark, and it very nearly worked. Couple of knife-edge fights in the Radiant base, but in the end, VP survived. We get a game 4.
And that was what we did discuss, right? We said, okay, with that 2-0 advantage in the hand of Secret, we can expect some risks like this to come out.
Oh, yeah. I mentioned that they're going to experiment. And in this kind of a draft, I already said 30 minutes. If it goes past that mark, Virtus.Pro is going to take it home. It was really close, though, but I liked itemization coming out from Pasha. I think that Radiance mitigated ton of the physical damage coming out from these birds and other cores inside of Secret.
Was that basically what happened, though? Because I know in the draft we were saying, okay, if we do get past this certain mark, all of a sudden, it should just be favored to VP. Or is more at play here, Nahas?
I think VP did do some things in the early game to give themselves a chance. I like that both teams are committing really heavily to these early game moves. And this is what you see. The good teams, good early game teams, which I know quite a bit about, they make you beat them twice to win the early game. And I like this just not passively sitting on the laning phase advantage. I also like the fact that in 2 of the first 3 games, VP have gotten Pasha on a hero that's going to have kill threat against Zai at level 6. We saw it earlier on the Doom. You saw it this game in the Brewmaster. He gets his kill with the first split onto the Zai Tidehunter.
Nah, something that you said while we were watching the game that I thought was really heads up was the idea that every moment, every minute that this game stayed even was beneficial on the side of VP.
Yeah, it's just how these drafts work, that VP is playing for time. You know that if you get to a certain point in the game, certainly at the point where PL gets his heart, which was delayed by a nice courier kill, but the minute PL gets that heart, you just don't have the material to deal with that. You know that in picking the Visage, but you think you're going to be able to end the game before that becomes an issue.
I mean, from what you just saw too, Lacoste, we're at that 20-minute mark, and already we do see Secret knocking on the Radiant door. It does look grim in certain capacity for VP. How did they get back in it?
This is where everything turned. They managed to get a kill on mid one, who used the buyback and died in the fight. After that, at this point, Phantom Lancer was really hard to kill. Once he gets the illusions up, use the doppelganger, they don't have anything to find out which one is real unless they use a Ravage or Sanities, and a couple of times he escaped with really low HP. They needed to focus the Phantom Lancer, which they did, but also it's all in again. At one point, it's going to come to that where Team Secret, no matter which item they buy, it's not going to change anything because their heroes are not going to scale. Visage hits his peak, same goes for Tidehunter, OD, and you just can't fight anymore. And I got a new nickname for the Yapzor, considering how much times he traps his own team with with wards. It's Trapzor.
Good work. Good work.
Gonna let that one sit for a minute. All right. I do want to say Aeon Disc on the No One Pugna also did quite a bit of work in this game. We saw him die a couple times early in these team fights, but that item, again, because of how reliant Secret was on those 2 big AoE ultis, that item kept him alive in the fights through the initial burst a couple of times.
Now, I'm already thinking, obviously we have a little bit more to watch here in the highlights, but I'm already thinking, what the hell happens next in this series? If you're just tuning in, this is one that you really do want to watch all the games. The first 2 just so quick
there
for
it
Secret.
Is, Trapzor.
It did. I mean, he's
forcing
you're
Midland
not
to
wrong.
TP out, and he TP'd back to base. They still had a shrine. He could have TP'd to a shrine instead. It's about those little things.
This was, though, I thought up until this fight, I thought Secret were at the tail end of their timing. I thought they still did have a chance to win the game, but ultimately it's just going to be a little bit too much. And they have everything here. They're going to blow Aegis on mid one. It's Nisha that's going to eat the cheese on the way out here, but they're gonna both end up falling.
I feel like they could have used Ravage a bit later, because threat of the Ravage is sometimes better than the Ravage itself, and just try to focus the Raxes and get out.
I mean, they even got Secret even got I believe Finger was used on the Undying.
Yeah,
in that fight.
just tickled him. That did nothing.
Yeah, so that was just, again, it's a game of inches, and maybe like just a minute or two late on the side of Secret.
After this fight, Virtus.Pro knew that they're gonna win this game. They can't really lose it. No real answer for Phantom Lancer and this Brewmaster. I'm not sure what his level was, but I think he was close to level 25. Pretty damn hard to kill.
Now, I already mentioned the first two, incredibly fast. This one threatened to be incredibly fast, and that was resulted in a quick 3-0.
I mean, to put it in perspective, I think the cutoff was about 24 minutes. If Secret had won this game before the 23-minute mark, this series would have been faster than their 2-0 of EG.
That is bonkers. Yeah, I know we were out there too. We wanted to take a moment to actually see the arena and get to watch out there with the fans. Really is something to see. We're kind of in the back right now doing all the analysis. So it was one of the first times that Nahaz and I got to go out there, and we start running back because we're like, oh my gosh, this might just be it. Around that 20-minute mark.
Oh yeah. I mean, Secret had their chances here. I thought Kyle was right when he said, there are a lot of people that are going to look at this game and call it a throw. I don't know if it's a throw as much as Secret took a very calculated risk on the draft, and it very nearly paid off, but VP do just enough.
Yeah, I don't think it's a mistake on their side to take this chance either with the draft, mainly with that Visage coming in at the final pick, because they have everything in their favor right now. I mean, they started with a 2-0 in the grand final with these quick games. Morale was probably the only thing that you could say maybe they're risking, right? By giving Virtus.Pro a win here, but still, you're scared of Team Secret. They had to fight them close the entirety of that one.
Oh yeah, Team Secret, they're not saving strats anymore, which is great. They're going all in, try to pull this one to finish it really quickly, maybe even try to demoralize Virtus.Pro for all the damage that they've done to them in the past. But we could go to game number 5.
Oh, easily.
That's what everyone wants to see, right?
We could easily get all the way to game 5. Virtus.Pro could turn it around. And I want to ask right now, we say that Team Secret has had the affordance to try something a little bit risky, but one thing that we've seen throughout the past 3 games is they're mostly prioritizing going fast, which doesn't. It's not necessarily what we've seen from them throughout the entirety of the tournament. Do you think they're going to switch that up when we get to the next game, Nahaz, or do you think they feel safe playing it quick?
I mean, again, you can't criticize the draft too. You picked a Visage Undying tri-lane with a chance to win a major. Like, I'm going to take my chances with that 10 out of 10 times. It didn't work out, but that's fine. I think Secret are going to pick a little bit more of a balanced lineup this time around. I don't think that they're going to put themselves in that situation, that at least that extreme version of that situation in 2 straight games.
Yeah, like Haas says, everybody wants to get to the game 5. Well, I'm pretty sure they are definitely a few of the people who do not want to get to that game 5. They do not want VP to start picking up their momentum here, and I don't think that they're going to want to play it risky to go into a game 5 to then be like, okay, now do we want to change something? Because I think if you think about the order of the matchup, right? If you were going to try something a little bit safe, now would be the time to try it. And then if that doesn't work, you can say, okay, would we rather play something safe or take a risk when you do get to the game 5 scenario?
Those hero damage numbers, by the way, that you're seeing on the screen, that's astronomical for a 40-minute game. Like, there was a lot of fighting in this game, and Secret was able to dictate the tempo that they wanted.
Secret almost pulled that together. VP able to hold on. This is the resolve that we said that this team has, and I think that this answers some of the questions that a lot of people may have been asking, something that we did air, which is the idea of losing those first 2 games so quickly. Does that start to play a factor? VP just pretty much says absolutely not. I think seeing them hang on even in a scenario like that and being able to turn it around shows it's not just those 2 games. You then come out and you get slapped around for the first maybe 15 minutes of that game and still win. So
this is a huge boost for Virtus.Pro. They needed this, even though they're 1 game ahead of being eliminated. It's I think they just needed this energy that they got. Once you're playing from behind and manage to come back into the game, it just increases your morale.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, that's more morale than if they came out and just slapped them around, I think. You know, we keep talking about these games that were incredibly fast, but now when you do look at the side of VP, this was a well-fought game where it looked like they shouldn't be able to win. I think some people maybe say, oh, that it was a throw on the side of Secret. It obviously wasn't. But for VP, they know that they fought all the way till the end. I'm curious to see what they do as well when we do actually get to this draft in a few moments here.
I'm thinking about 2 things. I'm thinking about, first of all, Secret's a veteran team, both squads are, but at some point they were up 2-1, remember, in that Kuala Lumpur grand final and looking pretty good. I thought they looked pretty good in terms of the drafts. Does that start to play a factor? Ordinarily, you would say no with teams at this level of experience. The other thing is, you do have to be a little bit concerned about Virtus.Pro. You have not yet matched Secret's tempo. Okay? That if you gave Secret the chance to play that draft again, I'm not convinced they wouldn't take it.
And the other options that may open up, right? Think about the Luna. Think about these threats that may be open if you are trying to avoid this draft again. So Secret seems to have all of the tools in their arsenal that they can be dynamic based off of what Virtus.Pro wants to do to try to slow them down. They still seem to be the tempo makers in our matchup. Lacoste, how does VP change that?
Well, the old VP that we were seeing had done this so many times before, where they are controlling the tempo, and this is not a good spot for them to be in. I think they need to adjust their drafts a little bit to match up against what Team Secret has, but you can see that they're laughing right now. They did not look good during the 3rd game, first 15 minutes. You can see it on the camera.
Yeah, that was the first time at a major in a while that I've seen a VP team look a little bit moribund in the booth. Yep. This time, though, I think they're starting to feel themselves again. It's just going to be about matching that lane threat by Secret and being able to get back to that VP dictating pace, as Lacoste said.
As I'm getting excited to see what will happen in the draft for the 4th game, I'm already thinking about the fact, too, that this is a matchup that I just want to continue seeing throughout the year as well. And ready to see something like this go down at TI already. Both of these teams have already secured their ticket there, placing into the grand final, both of them, both majors. Now we're going to find out, VP, are they going to be able to take 2? Are they going to be able to extend this to the game 5? Are Secret going to have their revenge? Are they going to be able to change the storyline here? And we'll be getting into this draft shortly, and we can see the players getting ready. And I just can't stress enough the fact that we just have no idea
I
what
love
they're
the
going to
mind
log in.
games.
Yeah.
The mind games are incredible, right? I mean, we actually spent a good amount of time in the first game's draft talking about the potential for Visage and how Visage and Undying could be really strong, and it gets ignored, and you just kind of forget about it. And then all of a sudden, Secret pivot completely in Game 3 and pick it up as a surprise 5th pick.
It's almost like they find ways to let VP be comfortable, let them forget about some of the options that they have. Puppy does seem to be just the mastermind.
Yeah, I mean, you can feel that they were going all in the previous game, since they picked Visage into Phantom Lancer. Usually it's the other way around to counter the Visage, because he does not have a tool to deal with any kind of AoE illusion clear.
And that comes down to, again, the fact that they could take a risk, right? And they want to prioritize that early game. Don't think that'll be the case this time around, but if that's not the case, can one of these strategies that we saw with something like a Luna come into effect? Once again, that Magnus going to be banned out. These are pretty similar bans to what we've seen so far. But we still got 3 more left.
I mean, I just think it's a matter of extent. I still expect Secret to put a premium on the early games because they've been so strong. But you just don't have to put all your eggs in that basket.
So there's the Tiny again. Tiny was something that we also saw already. So the bans have been pretty similar throughout all of the games so far, all 3 of the games. Is there anything you would want to prioritize here, Lacoste?
The openings were pretty much the same in game 1 and game 3, and the bans as well. You never know what Team Secret is gonna pick. They feel like Earth Spirit has been giving them a lot of trouble in the previous one.
They are first pick though overall for the first time in this series is Team Secret, so they can pick up, if they choose to, the Outworld Devourer with the 4th pick overall and not have to worry about something like a Pugna necessarily being first phased against them.
Okay.
Yeah, this game, I mean, in the previous game, Pugna did so much better than what he did in the second one. Like we could see why Pugna is considered a great counter to an OD. All right, we have an IO.
The Wisp was left on the board, and that's not a case of VP forgetting about the hero. That's not a hero you forget about. You know that when Secret has first pick overall, if you leave that hero in the pool, they're going to get it. And the question is, what are they going to pair with it? Are you going to see Io Luna just straight up first phased?
If they want to grab, steal their potential with Sven and Luna, they could grab Sven themselves right now, which I think would be great.
And why do you think VP is going to let it through? They start with a Jug as well. We've seen these teams match up outside of this series in this tournament. In the winners finals, we also saw these teams go head to head. What was Io's role in that series?
Which series?
I'm talking about the previous series that we saw between Secret and VP.
Okay,
there's
your Sven. Yeah, I think that's a great call. I like the Jug there too. It's just a tempo carry for Ramses. It's going to be able to, with the spin, it's going to be able to, if they do go Luna, to be able to potentially soak up some of that, not soak up, but be able to be around Luna while she's using her Eclipse.
They need a hero to stop Spin TP. Beastmaster still in a pool. And I'm not sure if Tusk is available. I think he is.
He is.
When you have Io, you need position 4 that has some kind of a control, and Tusk provides all that.
Yeah, there's the OD. That's what I expected. They go back for that with pick number 4. Okay.
So OD, great against Juggernaut in terms of saving other people. Also, if you want to go for a 4-staff, you can dodge his Omni Slash, so he needs to be careful about it. This is an early Jug pickup, and I think Team Secret should punish that.
Absolutely, they will. And I think the Jug pickup is just VP recognizing that they haven't matched Team Secret's. Despite taking that 3rd game, they haven't matched Team Secret's tempo yet in this series. Jug had been banned out, I believe, in the 2nd phase of the previous games. So they're going to secure that carry for Ramses.
If Virtus.Pro wants to ban out the partner for IO, they could ban out Gyro.
Well, they ban out Luna, and I still think
Gyro's
obviously legit ban for sure.
Do you invest that much into banning out its partner?
Oh, they want to play fast. This Tinker ban shows it, and the Tinker is doing good in the lane against OD, and just could drag the game again, counters the way Team Secret is playing, at least in this grand final.
Okay, so Lacoste said maybe you do go for the Gyro. Lacoste, Nahaz, do you think that VP does invest that much into attacking the IO's partner?
I don't have a problem with banning Gyro here. At the same time, as Virtus.Pro, I think you can play against it. Okay. Wow.
Will be painted in blood.
I go Grimstroke. I wonder if you just.
Oh, Doom.
I wonder if you
Doom
Doom.
Is still in the pool. If Team Secret does not want to play against it, or a Beastmaster's still available, I think Virtus.Pro is going to get one of those two for sure.
I actually think I like Beastmaster better than Doom.
They don't necessarily need to grab Gyro right now, since they have one more pick if they want to play it, but there's not too many heroes left in the pool that benefits from playing IO. Morph is one of the heroes that can work, and it's one of Nisha's better heroes.
I also will say, again, you don't necessarily like it, but if there is one player in this tournament I would want to see on a safe lane Sven, it is Ramses.
Oh yeah,
it is not impossible that Sven would be in the one position here, and you move the Jug. Jug mid was a thing for a while. I don't think it gets OD though.
No, definitely not.
Yeah,
it looks like position.
It's I hope it's a position
4/5 Sven.
I hope it's a position 3 Sven. Actually.
It could be. Yeah, everything's still open for them. That's what's the beauty of these.
Although you know what,
2 picks.
I'm gonna go back on that because I think they've benefited so much on, like I said, having Pasha on a hero that can get a kill at level 6.
All right.
Nice. Secret taking their time here.
Yeah, moving into that reserve time nice and early.
Tusk is still available, already mentioned, and
they're just not
and the Beastmaster. I feel like they need to have ways to deal with this Juggernaut spin TP. Anything to hold him down. Virtus.Pro definitely looking for that Doom pick. We've seen Dooms countering so many ODs in this tournament, especially if he's combined with the Grimstroke. And it's one of Pasha's better heroes besides Beastmaster. So whatever Team Secret takes right now, Virtus.Pro has 2 options left.
Okay, there's your 5 position support for Puppey.
All right, that goes through.
Yapsor is the Wisp player. Also, again, there's your Doom. I think that's a good call by you, Lacoste, and very much against the OD. Also got to be said, you go back, Zai has played offlane Bane in the past.
I don't know what I feel about that. I've been hating Bane since 2 years ago. Even though when he was popular, kind of fallen off, got nerfed. I just don't feel the hero. It's a good way to set up relocate plays, even more saving capabilities besides Astral. You have a Nightmare, but good ways to set up reload plays if you want to go for it.
And the biggest thing about the Bane is, of course, just the hero is just so strong in the laning phase. Yeah. Right? He's super tanky, trades extremely well with Brain Sap.
So some decent things going on in the laning phase on the side of Team Secret, but Lacoste, what else does this lineup already
They need
offer?
something to start a fight with on side of Team Secret. You can't just rely on Bane setting up a reload. That there's no good way of them initiating a fight, and I feel like getting a Tidehunter could be like a good and bad choice at the same time, because then you're forcing Doom to use Doom on Tide instead of OD, but then he just cripples your Tidehunter.
Right. I like something a little bit more dynamic. I think a Brew would be okay.
Brew is fine to cut into backlines, deal with the Grimstroke, who has no escape. Good way to dispel the shield. When I say shield, I mean Warcry.
Okay, so a Brew has the potential to be dynamic here.
Yeah, we expect Secret to take their offlaner last. I like the Brew, but the Tidehunter is definitely still on the table. The Beastmaster ban, that's very good ban, was the next hero on that list. Although I kind of agree with, I think Lacoste is right that I'd prefer something that has a little more AoE initiation as opposed to single target. And Virtus.Pro looking for their mid. Something that's going to face off against OD. They could pick the Lina here, honestly. Yeah, I mean, you got Lina. This is one of the combos that people talked about with Grimstroke.
Lina kind of feels weak to me, especially in the laning stage. If you play against OD, it could go.
I thought she could hold her own against OD.
Once you hit level 4 on OD, the hero becomes so strong, and the rotations, you can set up ganks so easily, especially if lane is at your tower.
I don't know. I mean, that's one of the things that made me say is that Bane Wisp. I'm not sure how effective Secret is going to be with their early game rotations, but yeah, I mean, we saw it in game 1 against the Shadow Fiend. OD is a very different matter. That's right.
Rich has something to say. I heard.
Just taking a deep breath, man. It's so interesting with these two teams to just see how different it has gone every single time. We've seen so many teams stick to one strategy. Now a Puck.
Okay,
that's a good pickup because they don't have many ways to deal with Puck. He can dodge. Yeah, he can dodge pretty much every single thing on Virtus.Pro.
Almost full legless.
So that's we expect that to be a Zai Puck.
Could be, yeah.
Okay. This again, you go back a little bit, but we have seen 4-position Puck.
It's Bane IO. It's an off lane, but they could swap things around and the
DP.
I love DP.
Yeah, I think that's a great hero pick there. I think we're going to see Game 5.
Yeah, I'm loving this draft from Virtus.Pro, and not a big fan of IO and the Bane combination. I think that they lack control with these two.
We talk about the Death Prophet. EG used it quite a bit. Why are we starting to see all of a sudden in our final day? I think we saw EG use it yesterday as well. Why are we starting to see this in the later portions of the tournament, Naz?
Well, I think the silence is just so good against a lot of these spellcasting heroes. She is a hero. Again, you do have to play around that exorcism cooldown, but we're going to have a hero with her like a Jug or a Terrorblade that can offer sustained tower damage. You can use the exorcism for the fight, still take objectives afterward.
All right, well, VP, they started to get their momentum back. Now they have a fantastic draft. Is it going to be enough to take this all the way to a Game 5?
Game 5 would be beautiful. Please allow us to have Game 5. More great Dota, more great drafting. This one feels nice and close. The panel's bouncing around. How do you think, Kyle? You're looking at your 5 picks and you're like, what's really good here? And a Puck pickup from Team Secret.
I love the Puck because really no off-laners left. None of these tanky strength heroes do a damn thing to a Jug in the laning phase.
Yeah.
Puck also gives you some form of control against the BKBs Virtus.Pro will pick up if you get an Ags. But still, like this looks like an outdraft for VP. Like that DP pick is perfect. Silence wrecks the entire lineup of Secret.
Does it almost feel like this is the first time that like Team Secret don't have that big pushing lineup at the very beginning? It's a PA, as Nodi is dragging it back. Puck, of course, he is a great split pusher. He can just go onto those side lanes, and he's been really popular in doing that. You give your team fight, but you just can delay the game up. But with Virtus.Pro's lineup, they got such great synergy between the Grimstroke. We can't even talk about like Soulbind, potentially double Dooms, double Storm Bolts. Like this in itself, if they can get that off in a team fight, it's great. But we were also debating it during the draft. How do you get such a combination off against Team Secret, who have been so good with their positioning?
Yeah, it's just this is the first time Secret are the ones on the back foot. They don't have that mid-game skirmish power that they've had in the previous 3 games.
Is this also the way the draft was done? Like, VP changed the beat up. It's like, well, we could react to the IO first pickup. Like, we could pick Disruptor. We can get the Grimstroke now. It's like, no, we're going to go Jug. We're going to go Sven. We're going to be the ones in control of this draft and not allow Puppy just to walk all over us like Game 2.
Yep. I like that they gave away the Wisp, too. It demonstrates confidence. You win a game, hard fought. You're going into the next round, and you can pretty accurately predict what Secret's going to do, and they were prepared with their response. They took time to select each hero, but they didn't use anything but reserves, or none of their reserve.
Yeah.
So I like the Jug Sven.
Just out of curiosity, do you still get the 15 on Ire? Is this your free Aghanim Scepter for the Puck? Even though that's a very difficult target to say connected to when he's going for the Dream Coil.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing for a PA. OD, you kind of don't want to give that one, right? It's...
I think you're fine going the... this is one of the rare games I think you might actually go the Spirit's hero damage on the list for level 15.
Yeah, it's like nothing you want to sync with.
Although Puck Ags is sick in this game. It's another scenario. Virtus.Pro.
But when he blinks in, like Puck's going to have to walk forward to Dream Coil.
Yeah.
That's the downside I was worried about.
VP, they love this triple BKB core lineup. Obviously, Jug might not be buying one, but he's got the spin, and you need some form of control. This is where the Bane pickup Puppy comes in. It's traditionally a dual laner in the mid lane, and it gives the OD a big edge, which he really didn't have in the previous game.
Dual mid. This is a fun meta. You know what? I'm actually kind of sad that this meta gets to end. This meta has been one of the most entertaining metas we've had from game to game. Yes, we've had OP heroes, but the OP heroes change like from game to game, from tournament to tournament. It's just been so dynamic in the way it gets played.
Yeah, and we're comparing it to TI4, but let's be real, that entire tournament was death ball. This is the first time we've really seen this kind of pressure.
Okay, I don't want to compare it to TI4. TI4, I almost fell asleep in the grand finals, and I was casting it. Mid lane rotations coming over from Grimstroke, but he's walking underneath 2 Observer wards. So the OD's already done his banishment, and maybe that's why Death Prophet thinks he can actually start the fight, but it's support on either side of the river. It's not what either team are really looking for.
I like the puck pick once again, though, because Zai is just not really able to be pressured. Yeah, you can zone him a bit as the solo Sven, but he's never... The thing that threatens offlaners when you're Jug is if you can just solo kill them or keep them out of lane, because they're melee heroes. Puck, you just always sit here,
Nightmare.
You never die.
They're going again. It's a level 1 imprisonment. The damage just through Nightmare may be enough. Death Prophet has the banishment, and she'll die. This is first blood in mid lane, while on bottom lane... Oh, they almost won the race with the spin of Ramses. Chasing the puck under the tower, but first blood does go the way of Team Secret.
That's unfortunate from Zai. He had to use the Q to juke the stun and ends up getting killed because of it.
And Grimstroke's being a real pain in the butt. Here they go again in mid lane. A Nightmare. It's a level 2 imprisonment. Grimstroke's got his own stun, and they just banish him. Say goodbye to the stun. It doesn't exist when you're in the Netherworld, and that's Roger. Gonna go down as well. Maybe with a Fairy Fire he can survive. No, one more attack from Puppey will do the work. So difficult to win the support versus support matchup when you're up against a Bane. Solo should know this better than almost anybody else and tell it to the rest of his team.
And even though he died, Zai's still doing significantly better in the bottom lane than his counterpart in the Doom. And not just in his own CS, but the way he's forcing Ramses to miss a few under his own tower and as he's chasing Zai. Up top, Pasha's being zoned out pretty effectively by Nisha and the App Store. They're laning very well up here.
Look at the change of targets. You send Grimstroke up towards the top. Puppey instantly moves to the bottom lane to try and make sure that Ramses doesn't get a good game. Double CSs for 3 of the heroes so far. You know Ramses wants to go for the dive, but Stormbolt and Ramses starts his spin. There's no way to stop him when he gets the body block off, allowing Sven to have more stun times. Okay, maybe that's one way to do it. Nightmare as well as the one hit. Oh, Juggernaut so low, taking so much damage from the tower. The orb, he jumps over the rift damage. It's going to be enough to get the counter kill. So Zai's having a good lane. You give him a kill on Ramses, he's having a great lane.
This is great for Secret. You need your Puck to have a good start. This is the hero that'll really be able to make plays. Puck or OD, PA, they need so much time to come online. They don't really want to be involved. Zai will create the chaos, and then perhaps they'll add in. Maybe they'll keep farming. Who knows?
Pasha? He hung around a little longer than was the Ingswell available from Roger, but that'll only be something to dissuade them.
He has 6 stick. He's fine. He's got so much health regen on the Doom as is.
I think Bane's going to find another kill. He just picked up a double damage rune. Any target, he goes for the Nightmare, but up on top, Nisha. Yeah, there's your easy jump away. Ire, as well as PA. Max range on the tether, stays it up. Now over towards Bane. We'll see how this Nightmare and double damage room serves Puppey. When the spin comes out, he can try it again. Nightmare is available, trying to counter it out. They wait a little bit of time. They can't attack because Zai, he's waiting it out. The spin. Puppey waited until the end of the spin, but then Stormbolt over on 2. Ramsey can go to work. Silence is there, but Zai will still take a big chunk of damage from just the swings of Ramses. And up on top, Inkswell. Nice jump from Nisha. Dodges it at the last moment.
Really back and forth laning phase, as expected.
Exactly what you wanted to see. 8 seconds before the runes spawn up, and these teams, they're going just great plays against each other.
Yeah, VP is actually going to be able to control all 4, it looks like. Unless Nisha up top, nope, he won't be able to even contest that.
Downside about PA, can only jump to something.
Indeed.
Not like a Queen of Pain.
Like that of your Virtus.Pro. Your only real struggle is this mid lane. Mid one already up to 14 denies. And Death Prophet, it's similar to heroes like Viper and Razor, where you need to be ahead in the lane if you really want to contest. When you're behind, you can't utilize your drains as effectively because the enemy hero is going to just out-trade you.
Yep.
And you end up losing, you know, it's like a 30-70 now in what is usually a closer to 50-50 matchup.
But are you still okay with this? Like, okay, it's 3-3 on the board. Doom, we've seen his recovery, so even though he's 13-1 and not having as great a game as Zai, Pasha's still going to recover.
Yep.
And Ramses has been having a terrible time on bottom. As this game drags out, who do you even feel confident with?
Well, the concern for Secret's lineup, if you look at it, is incredibly low damage and low team fight. If OD gets doomed and PA, you know, and it's not 30-40 minutes into the game, Secret really don't have any AoE. You can coil them, you know, Zai can use a round of spells, but Virtus.Pro, they have so much sustain. The healing ward, the heals from DP, the Doom Devourer, the Sven Shield. I fear for the lineup of Secret if they aren't able to abuse their map mobility and the relocate.
An invis room for the Sven. He didn't actually see Zyke fast enough. The Observe Ward was looking for it. Nice D-Ward from Puppey getting rid of that high ground vision that was available to the Death Prophet. So Puck has finished up her shrine. And Sven's waiting to see when someone's going to come back into the lane, because at the moment Juggernaut's having the freest time in the world, while Puppey wants to go on Death Prophet. Not level 6, only 3-1 charges available. And they're going to go silence on bottom lane. Zai is still waiting for that Stormbolt. Solo was silenced up. That's the reason why it hasn't happened yet. And maybe worry about the phase shift, but there's the Stormbolt. Got in nice and close, so there was no way to just phase shift out the attack. Still will orb away, but he burnt Shrine so he could stand in the lane. Now that doesn't happen, but up on top lane, Pasha, he'll survive, even though PA jumps forward. Grimstroke to help out. They can move in with the Inkswell. They want to try and find this kill on the PA, but underneath the tier 1 tower, not what they want to fight.
A game relatively equalized. It's actually, for just a moment there, Nisha and Ramses had exactly 50 denies between them. We'll change up now.
Man, I gotta slow myself down as well. I'm kind of feeling like this game's going to be going the same pace as the rest of the series. It's like I'm ready to jump back into those team fights that we had. It's like let's just chill out.
The Doom just not going off on Nisha in time. And even though he was out CS for a bit, this is the nature of the Doom hero, especially once Roger shows up to help him. He's suddenly level 6. This top dual lane is still just level 4. And VP with a big level advantage in their side lanes. Yeah, you're a bit behind middle, but I'd argue that that's less important.
This is some great information getting provided by Solo. He got the Observe Ward up on the high ground near the top rune, but he just planted a fresh one from the tree line. So Team Secret will probably not be aware of this. It's just out of range of the detection of that mid lane. So instead, they use the Observe Ward, moving over with Death Prophet. No points in silence, but Nisha has nothing else to jump to. With the Spirit Siphon, it should be enough damage, but they're battling underneath the shrine. Support's rotating over in the form of the OD. At the same time, though, PA doesn't want anything to do this, but wait! Well, Ramses, that's not what he wanted to have happen. Dies on the bottom lane. And Nisha just goes to farm up in his own jungle down to the south. He TP to the shrine instead.
I like this choice. He can't be top anymore. You're just way too susceptible when a Doom is level 7. He still has his ultimate off cooldown. There's nothing you can do. Farm a camp real quick, and then go look to take this bottom lane from Zai. And
mid lane, they're going again. Solo is waiting. He knows the Puppey wants to go for something. Look for the Stormbolt. Death Prophet. She moves back with the Spirit Siphon, giving a little bit of extra life. They need to slow people down, but these pulls from Yapsaw makes it difficult to close the distance. There's your slow coming in from the Stroke of Fate, but he's up the hill and away. So Sven, they couldn't get the chain stun from the Inkswell as well as the Stormhammer.
Surprise mid one looks like he might just be going for another Midas build.
They want to keep going. The Dire Observe Ward just sees Puck. Now he does have Dream Coil, but Doom has Doom.
Went max silence as well on Zai.
Oh, Stormbolt. Puppey tried to dodge it as quick as he could with the Nightmare. He'll Nightmare over on Doom. They'll free him out. Yamsaw's nearby, tethering over. Doesn't have a lot of regeneration to provide, but it's just a slow on Doom. And then the Dream Call over on 3, and the hammer! Mid-1! He hits like an absolute, well, anvil. 2 heroes go his way. Doom, was this a little bit too heavily forced?
A little bit, Toby. They want to use the Doom. You want to ensure you get these ultimates off, but
Juggernaut's looking for a solo kill, but he doesn't have Omni Slash available. He's going to lose all 4 bounty runes. Maybe no bottom lane. Sven will be able to grab that. But Nisha takes the top 2.
The key hero to watch for Secret is going to continue to be Zai. This is the guy that's got to be able... He makes the turnarounds happen. Without the coil, without the silence, you can't stop Pasha from getting his spells off. And Nisha still needs some time to come online, although he's really considerably farmed. Since he had to leave the lane at level 4, and he's still found a way to maintain his acceleration. Looks like he'll be going for the Battle Fury rush as well.
A late game Nisha PA to carry the game. Wow, I think I've seen this before somewhere, Kyle. Is this a rerun?
Indeed. I mean, Ramsey's on the jug as well. Like both of these players are on signature heroes, not just for themselves, but in the meta too. Now, I'm happy because this means this game will be going late. You've got a Midas picked up on mid 1, and the more time we get to watch these two teams play Dota against each other, the happier I am.
Those 2 kills really just sent him over the edge for it. Yeah, he got like 350 gold for it, but it's what allowed him to afford it by the 10-minute mark.
I want to see him look to itemize a bit differently. I'm not a huge fan of that Hex Rush he was going for in both of those first two, the 2 games he played OD already.
Puppey going to tank another gank. They kind of want to kill off the Puck. They're even faking out the Doom on bottom. Here's your silence over on Bane. Can't Nightmare when that's on him, but he gets rid of it. Stormbolt flies forward, gets a double stun. Puck, he's protected by the Invis rune. Now he comes back out of it trying to help out Puppey. There's no TP support coming in, so this Dream Coil will be massively ineffective. And they try and get a trade-off. Mid one's pushing the mid tower, but that's an OD pushing a tower. While VP have 4 heroes forcing the lane. Grimstroke, he'll TP to the mid and just stop that secret push.
And they still have the DP ultimate ready as well, so they get the tier 1. They could potentially threaten tier 2, but I feel like Zai's going to just spam out this wave and ensure that's not possible.
Yeah.
And if you look at what mid one's queued up, he does look to be rushing that Scythe of Ice again. I'm not sure how much I like it. They already have so much single target DPS and lockdown.
Unless they can just ensure that Doom can't get the Doom off. Like
exactly.
That's, like, okay, Doom's walking at me. He's going for the Vlad's build, so it'll be a while before the Blink Dagger will arrive. But then actually, no, this is a Doombringer. He hasn't maxed out Devour just yet, but eventually it will come. And they look for another target. Smoked up. They'll see Puppey. We are walking around during daytime for another 2.5 minutes. So they leave an Observe Wall behind. Imprisonment used on mid. Puppey's moving over. He's got the Nightmare and the Fiend's Grip used on Grimstroke, but they all got Soulbind together in the double Doom and the double Stormbolt. That's the combination that VP's been itching for. And the Omni are trying to relocate him out and it won't work. They take 3 heroes. Virtus.Pro. You feel like maybe they're the ones being initiated on, but you feel a disturbance. That is not right.
But they fear nothing, Toby. These heroes are so strong. Look at the health pool. Every single hero of VP, exception of Solo with 987, is above 1,000 health in this mid lane. And Secret, you're still so squishy. Like, you have a naked Midas on your OD. And Bane...
It's all about the dodge, right? It's having the Nightmare, it's having Imprisonment, it's having Phase Shift, it's having the IO sustain or the relocate back out. But when VP initiate and they get a double Doom, it disables so many of these abilities.
Yep. I mean, that's just the dream, right? You just blow your ultimates. They were waiting for this opportunity for some time. 7-7, game still equalized, but VP's lineup will thrive the longer this game goes.
It's like Pasha just walks. Like we talked about, like how do you get this combination off against Team Secret when Pasha just walks into the fight? But the phase boots and the fact that Secret were initiating on a different target. Puppey stood still because he was trying to Fiend's Grip and kill off the Grimstroke, and they got him at least. Grimstroke died, but they lost so much.
And it's some of this tale of the tournament thus far. You got one team, Secret. They're looking to find an initial kill on someone 100-0 before they can get a single spell off. Virtus.Pro, you have so much sustain, so much staying power in engagements that you're confident as long as you survive that initial burst, you will win these fights just because of how powerful your heroes are as the team fight continues and continues on. Like, you can have DP ult churning, you get the Doom off, and you have so much more reach as well. Like, you're just going to charge after people with that maxed out war cry of the solo Sven.
Yep.
Like, they're so fast.
God, it really is crazy. No one with the defensive Fuel Scepter. He can even be aggressive with that if he wants to. And then he's going to build into the hood. Ensure that magical pop damage of Team Secret just doesn't explode the Death Prophet. Max duration on Exorcism. Pushing down buildings if they wanted to. Even their Observer Ward placing on bottom lane. It ensures that their farm areas are secure, but it also lets them have an early detection warning if Team Secret want to try and push down the tower. And surprisingly enough, they're coming down. They're not in range of the ward. In fact, Doombringer is nearby. And now they're going to see him. It's the 15-minute runes. Puck, he'll jump forward. He'll bottle that one up. Dream call out, Pasha. He'll try and survive through this. Did not get the scorched earth off, but it won't matter anyway. Can't walk away from the Dream Coil. So Doom will die, and this is Secret's turn to get a lot of bounties.
I love it. I mean, both teams, the best teams in the world, of course. I keep saying it. 15 minutes, they're already ready. They're prepared for an engagement on the rune. These bounties are objectives.
I think you can say the best teams in the world. They have been in the winners bracket final and the grand final of 2 consecutive majors, the only 2 in this DPC season so far, and of course they're the only 2 teams that are qualified for TI so far, both rightly so, but VP and Secret, like they dominated the last DPC seasons too. I think Secret qualified like 4 or 5 months into the last DPC season.
Yeah. And you have a blink on Zai. We saw it not really used there as the Doom was just standing on the rune, but that's the player to watch. In addition, this OD versus Doom relationship. Will OD be a hero? And he said, whoa, what?
What?
He died to the Ancient Stack. Oh my god. I have not... Wow.
I don't know if we can go back in a replay and just watch that in slow motion. If production has that available, but if you do, I would like to see that. And yeah, you're right. Yapsor, they jump over, they realize he screwed up on the Ancients, and Yapsor with a relocate. They'll find what they're looking for. In fact, they may find more. Puck's ready to go. It's a double silence and Dream Call, and they drop the ultimate. Virtus.Pro, what just happened here?
Holy That's the first real individual mistake
they're going
we've
for
seen.
more. Solo is too much damage. The Orb flies forward. Solo must run to the left and heal Dionysia. It's a double kill. This is crumbling right now.
This is what makes these teams good. It's not about even how many mistakes they don't make. It's how do they respond when the enemy team makes a misstep. Ramsey dies to Ancients. They're relocating there to steal them within 5 seconds and then immediately turning around under their own ward on their tier 1 tower. 4 kills.
There was the Observer Ward as well that was at the room that saw the fact that he died there. That's how they had the information. It wasn't even just a straight up read. They had the vision of Ramsey dying in front of them.
That is the first time I've seen Ramses make a move like that. Like, guys played near perfect this entire tournament, shit, this entire season, and VP go on to lose this game. You got to point to this moment as the reason why. However, big spells of Secret are on cooldown. No relocate, no Bane Grip, no hammer.
In they go.
You said it.
Roshan crumps down. No one has already burned the Exorcism, and he's not inside the pit. He's letting the Exorcism do the work from the north side, so the Juggernaut's the only one risking himself. Io has the Spirits in close. Here comes your Orb forward. Initiating onto the DP is really difficult. The Stormbolt sent over towards Bane, so they've lost the double stun ability. They wait for the Soulbind. He's looking for a target, even a double damage rune. Juggernaut, maybe it's worth coming out of the pit for this. They get the Aegis Immortal, and then the DD into Ramses. They want to fight. They're looking for anything. They trigger anything they've got as the Warcry to get forward. Virtus.Pro, they want to go forward so fast.
And you can see Doom is running at 5'11 move speed when Warcry, Scorched Earth, and Phase Boots are active.
Are they backing? They're backing up. Virtus.Pro, even with a double damage rune on the Juggernaut, they don't want to force the issue into Team Secret just yet, even though Sanity's Eclipse is down for the moment.
A bit less action-packed in the previous 3 games, but you can still feel the tension. Both of these teams have such a great read on the flow of the fights. Who's more powerful in what position? You can tell that they know exactly when they should or should not be engaging.
Yep.
And I think Secret make a wise decision there. They pressure, saying, you know, VP, do you really want to force this? Because they can't fight, but maybe VP make a mistake, they leave the pit. But both teams make the right decision.
I thought Nisha was like on the opposite side of that, trying to farm up Juggernaut's areas.
Yep. While Ramses is farming his own. And the blink on Pasha is going to be big. I like his decision to go for the War Stomp build here. He wants to be more... He's an initiator. If you look at the lineup, VP, they just need to get on top of Secret. If you can get a disable or fast kill on the Bane, the Puck, or just the Doom on the OD, Secret no longer have the ability to teamfight. They need that initiator's advantage, and they have to get a pick-off on someone. If that doesn't happen, you're going to get wrecked in these engagements.
It still feels pretty funky for mid one. Like, he's got BKB, but it's like it still feels problematic against a Doombringer. And Doombringer, they're trying to give Pasha the space on bottom lane to afford up his Blink Dagger, because they, like, VP need this. Don't rely on Soulbind. Just rely on deleting the OD or potentially the Puck. Either will do.
20 minutes, they're smoked right on top of the room. This time it's VP who lay in wait, setting the trap. Secret wisely will not fall into it, and Pasha will collect the bottom bounty. So 3 runes going the way of VP. Secret still with a net worth advantage, but a lot of that is this OD Midas.
These are the runes VP wants. As we said, like, Doombringer's trying to afford his Blink Dagger. He's now up to 1,900 gold. Not far off. Ramsey attacks the top tower. This forces the fortification. There's no creep wave with him anymore. And he'll turn around. Warcry, a little bit out of range there, Solo, but it won't matter. Ramsey spins, ensures it. He's got Aegis Immortals, so all the confidence for Ramses.
We saw this in previous games where teams game plan for Wisp. The way to beat it is to remove relocate as a way for Secret to play. Stick is 5. If you want to fight us, if you want to find kills, you're going to need to take us on toe-to-toe, and you just can't do that if you're Secret. The team fight disadvantage is too high, and you have a pipe on this no-one Death Prophet. You could consider going tier 3 here just because, again, you're so strong. Even with a net worth disadvantage, you got to feel confident to just keep pressuring.
Yep. But do they go up Virtus.Pro? Tier 2 towers being pressured in mid. PA is pressuring the bottom tier 1 tower. Yep, they're going to come up. Ramses enters the base. They've still got Semptor inside the Doombringer, waiting for his own initiation. Another early spin from Juggernaut, beating into the tier 3 tower, being the frontliner. And there's your Doom. He got it on the OD. Stormbolt out as well. They'll take the tier 3 tower. Remember, though, they're here for more. Bane has to break free of the Fiend's grip, but this just opens up Virtus.Pro to keep the pressure going. It's a great silence, but still, the damage, all they're going to do is just stay there. But without the creep wave, they do not want to stick around. A blink forward from Phantom Assassin, also not where she wants to be. Remember, Juggernaut has Omni Slash. They get the stun. They were just baiting him. It looked like Crocodile Tears. It's a huge armor, but the Omni Slash is even better. So much damage. They had to find a kill. They haven't found any of them. The silence and Dreamcall won't do his work. OD or will. 24 intel stolen. He's starting to hit hard, but Doombringer back to fight. Blink and Hoofstomp off cooldown right now, and he gets two. They need to kill the Io. Spin forward from Ramses. He wants to stay on the front lines. The silence on the Bane. Nightmare's coming off cooldown. They want to punish Virtus.Pro. Maybe in a little bit too deep. Doombringer sacrificing himself. He'll stay around to try and get the, well, just to soak up some of the stuff, but Your Scepter, it goes on the Death Prophet. They're looking for Sven. Stormbolt, phase shift to dodge it by Zai. He'll get one, they'll get two, and Virtus.Pro, too deep, too deep, too deep.
Man, what, that was all Zai. All Zai. Multiple 3 or 4 man orb silences. That initial engagement, he killed the healing ward that was just placed by Ramses. That's why VP chooses to turn and run out of the base. And, you know, they turn on Puppey, but he effectively traded his life away, as we've seen Solo do so many times. He doesn't care. Immediately he's going to buy back, and that means his team now has time to turn around and continue this engagement.
And look where they go. They understand that Ramses wants to get back into farming, into recovery mode. They smoke up. They move over. You don't have a blink, but you've got a scythe. That'll do the work. Look at Ramses. He feels it. They're showing in mid with the puck. Spin, back up. Grimstroke barely survives thanks to his Glimmer Cape. And they're healing, warding him up. They want to try and fight, but without Exorcism, without Death Prophet being fully up, they don't do it.
There were big silences from no one in that fight too, but they invested a lot into that push. No one bought a pipe. This is not an item you want to ever be purchasing on a Death Prophet in a game that could continue to extend for maybe 20, 30 more minutes. Like, he will get outscaled now. And how many times have we seen PA, especially Nisha PA, carry games once you get up to that level 20, level 25 talent?
A lot. Pushing in with the triple stifling daggers. He's at level 16 right now. Didn't go for the cleave, went for the armor corruption, and then even going to amplify the fact with Desolator.
And you have so many methods of removing Omni Slash. You can Astral. You have now a defensive Yules that could be utilized by Zai. Also, he's the one that interrupted that no one TP to find that bonus exit kill. Just really on point this series.
It's the Zai show. In the same kind of way that you saw Crit carry EG, Zai stepping up to the mark. Dire Observer Wards are here. Solo stays on the high ground. No, he's going to walk down. Reveals the Arcane Rune. Reveals everyone's going to kill him. Roger, walk away. Or maybe not. Sven, he'll get the war cry off. The Zai just Puck just jumps in really deep. He'll end up getting the kill over on Solo. And Nisha, under the protection of his BKB, jumping into the back lines. He'll kill off Grimstroke as well. They're going for more. Actually, it's going to be Puppey in mid lane, sent up in towards the air. The Doom is on the OD. He's just waiting out this fight. So Bane will die. The silence is out. Nisha, no, actually, Nightmare up, combined with the Omniscience, but relocate. Really?
Wow, Yapzor precasted that. He knew Nisha was in trouble the moment he got slept. If he held it for another half a second, I feel like someone's going to be able to interrupt that.
He's coming back. They're looking for the kill, but the Hex on Grimstroke. They have the damage to kill off Io, and under the Exorcism, maybe they got the DPS, but Puck back in again on the fight. They're taking so much damage thanks to the Rift as well as the follow-up. Death Prophet, she needs a little bit more space. Running away, but the crit from Nisha is coming into play. Doombringer's on the run with almost no armor, but it's up towards the top. That's where mid one finds a double kill. Virtus.Pro, is this happening again? The whole team is dead, and Team Secret, they take a huge engagement. Another big plays. Support's doing the work, but my God.
And 4 bounty runes are going to go their way as well. All of a sudden, a full team wipe, a 10,000 gold lead, and, you know, we're talking about like Secret. They have ODPA, a level 20 PA at that. Desolator on the way.
Same with the BKB for the OD.
That might be it, Toby. That is a lot. And you can see the Omni Slash. If they don't, they didn't kill PA, and that's Secret. If you can get through the Doom, if you can live through the Omni Slash, the VP damage disappears, and perhaps now you're the ones that thrive in the longer engagements.
I cannot believe how much experience Nisha got. Like, yes, he said, like level 20. He's already looking and saying, okay, Satanic time.
Dude, oh my
He's already going to get the Morbid Mask.
It's 14K all of a sudden.
Yep.
Zai's going to have an Ags and 1,500 gold.
Dude,
and
the bigger graph is the experience. That's about 18,000. The advantages just keep racking up.
That's the power of Puppey. Like, he distracted the Doom and the Death Prophet with ult active. Sure, you killed him, but he dragged them for 15 seconds. They're just chasing him towards the mid lane. And Ramsey's like, hey guys, can we kill this PA? He just slept himself.
He actually got the Aghanims upgrade. Still wants to claim it. For the IO, that is.
You can do cool stuff with it. OD Ags is pretty interesting.
Yeah. I suppose like when you're ahead, it's good. Like when you're behind and you're imprisoned, everyone's like, we're going to wait before we can attack. That's where the downside of imprisonment comes. But in towards the mid, Death Prophet shows itself in the side. They put down the Observer wards. There's a lot of support behind him. OD walks forward. Careful of this. They already put the Sentry ward down. Glimmer Cape and Fiend's Grip. But look, instantly Zai. He's always looking for more. He's looking for the major Dream Call. Able to claim it with Death Prophet. Burning Exorcism. Now Team Secret can just back up. They do not have to fight. And it's a huge ability to go down. But then no! He wants to go in! Roger just gets evaporated by Nisha. And the Hex, the follow-up, another Rift, another Silence. Maybe there's some damage to be done, but Doombringer set up towards the air by the Yosef to Omniscience is being soaked up by Puppey. He'll find the kill. Ire, well, they can live through this one. Maybe not so much. Doombringer, no, he can't close the distance. Yapsol's got the speed. He doesn't have any heroes to help him out. 3 heroes down for Virtus.Pro. And Nisha will come high ground. This time, I think the Rax will die.
Got a blink on Ramses. They're having struggles to find.
They didn't even use Sandy's Eclipse. He just got the +2 multiplier as well. Put the Null Talisman back in your inventory. Actually, he's waiting for the Kaya to come on the courier. Mid-Rax is gone. Virtus.Pro are on the ropes.
Got vision everywhere as well, Toby. Roshan is up. They could choose to go grab it whenever they'd like. 18,000 gold lead. And Nisha, they just do too much damage.
Notice Nisha has changed his item build. No longer going, actually, I think he's still going to go for Satanic Ramses. He needs to get out of range of the Dream Call on the back of the spin. Has TP available, will blink into the tree line so they cannot find him. This is delaying any kind of aggression that Team Secret could use. But that's all.
You need a miracle at this point.
I'm sorry, he's not here.
Exactly. And Pasha, he's finding decent initiations, but the damage output is suffering. You have Omni Slash that it's finding kills on Puppey reliably, but that's about it. And look at no one's items. Like, he hasn't accelerated, he hasn't scaled. He's now so far behind even Zai. And it's all comes down to that top engagement. You didn't get enough.
You don't have Exorcism. You probably don't have the damage output you're looking for.
I think you have to try, though, Toby.
It's a hard ask. Juggernaut still doesn't have the damage. He went man to Battle Fury until that Butterfly is up. He's not really that intimidating, and Team Secret are already moving quickly. Under the cover of a 4-man smoke, or actually a 3-man smoke and a blur. Radiant scan, no one's nearby. They are at Roshan. Maybe VP are looking for the counter initiation when Secret go in, but a full Satanic is now completed on the PA. She's unstoppable and looking for a nullifier next. Puck reveals on bottom. Everyone from VP need to TP back, or they take Roshan now. Do you lose the second lane of Rax in order to claim Roshan? Exorcism is up. They can TP to the Shrine, potentially. That was left up, but nope. Everyone TP inside the base. Tier 3 towers being taken. And they're happy for Nisha to be the front lines.
Got a Satanic.
Yep. And Satanic on the triple stifling daggers. It does proc the lifesteal.
And the issue you're running into now is Virtus.Pro. Sure, you can continue to delete the OD of mid one, but he's got the survivability thanks to his Wisp, thanks to the peel of the Puck to continue surviving. And Nisha's a problem now. He's the highest net worth. He's got so much farm that the moment the Doom goes out, he fears absolutely nothing. And the moment he identifies a Virtus.Pro support, he's jumping on top of them and killing them.
That's a double damage rune in the top river. Actually, it's going to be picked up by Puck. I thought if you give that to the PA, Roshan doesn't stand a chance. But here comes VP once more. They'll grab the 30-minute bounty rune from the top. But Team Secret already took the lion's share of the 30-minute money. Pushing the advantage now to 22,000. Almost 30,000 on the experience. It looks unlosable for Team Secret, but they're up against Virtus.Pro. Anything is possible. This is Dota.
Yep. They're doing a great job, though. They know the only way they can lose this game is if they allow VP some sort of breathing room due to their own mistakes. Just Campus 5.
Distance and speed. They've already got the Hex over on Grimstroke. Fiend's Grip so quickly. Not to mention the Dream Call.
Mid one! He just wrecks space. The Omniscience is kicking out, but he still doesn't even get a kill from it. Nightmare from Bane. Puppey survives! The Doom goes on PA, but who gives a crap? They can't live. Death Prophet will come back up again with a couple of Spirit Ciphers, but they just waited it out, and now Death Prophet will die as well, and GG, well played. Team Secret will be the major winners over Virtus.Pro 3-1. They achieved what they were unable to do at the last major in KL. They have taken out Virtus.Pro, and they do it with one game to spare. What a great run.
Incredible fortitude as well. Like a tough game 3. You've got to feel like they made mistakes, yet they pull it together against their rivals, their bitter rivals. They worked so hard for this. I did not see them for the last 2 weeks. They were just training, practicing. Puppey, my God, I have not seen such tactics since like Hannibal against the Romans in those first 2 games. Like, he gives them a 2-0 edge just based on his thinking alone.
And it has been such a performance. Team Secret, they've gone through the winner's bracket, and they will be walking up to claim the trophy. They went the whole way.
Please
they got dropped down by Virtus.Pro.
The champion of Chongqing Major, Team Secret.
The announcer does it perfect. Your champions, Team Secret. And great respect as well. They give the trophy over to Nisha at one point. It's like, raise that proud. He did a fantastic job throughout this tournament. It kind of is fitting, Carl, that he gets to end on PA. One of the heroes he wrecked in the group stage with. Brought back games which should have been lost.
Yep. And really just an amazing performance from all 3 cores on the side of Secret. 1 death on Zai, 1 death on mid 1. Nisha, perfect 10-0 and 8. I still have to give the MVP to Zai. I felt like he was just a part of every critical engagement that Secret were able to win.
It was the mindset as well, right? Like, Zai was always looking for the next thing. Like, Puppey gave it to him in the Game 1, Game 2 draft. Everything just syncs so well. And Zai was like, you know what? 1 kill is not enough. We have to stay on top of Virtus.Pro.
And, you know, a fitting way to end this patch as well. Because this series was worthy of what we expected it to be. They're the 2 best teams in Dota. They brawled. Like, I wish we could see more, right? Because Secret, they came out and they're just like, oh, they're 2-0 in 35 minutes. And Virtus.Pro, you got to be a bit disappointed because you're
going to be disappointed, but you also see what you have to go through to take a game off Team Secret. Game 3, they pushed so hard to get that. So VP is still props. They still made it to the grand final. They still proved that they are part of the top 3 teams, VP, EG, and Secret, all in the top 3 consecutive majors. Terrific Dota from all sides. But at the end of the day, there can only be one champion of the major, and that's Team Secret.
Man, and they do it in style as well. I mean, that's the main thing to talk about. Yeah, we knew that Secret and VP was going to be an insane matchup after what we've already seen. But to see them do it like this, the first 2 games, absolutely crazy. They almost take the 3rd game quickly. VP, though, with a lot of fortitude, does manage to take that one. Then we get to this game. Nahas, what's the story?
Yeah, glad VP made a series out of it. We've had a lot of 2-0s